He only wanted to help his village, fill a few empty stomachs, and cook one simple wedding banquet. But when fate tossed him into a parallel world, and a gourmet system awakened inside him, Zhao Chong's life went from ordinary to legendary. The village needed a main course chef. Everyone looked around. No one volunteered. So they pushed forward one young man, Zhao Chong, fresh college graduate. Too young, too inexperienced, and absolutely not trusted. Villager whispers, "He's just a kid. He can't even fry eggs properly. We're doomed. This wedding banquet is ruined." But the moment he picked up the wok, the gourmet system chimed to life. Ding, skill unlocked, heavenly chef's touch, and the kitchen exploded with fragrance. Braised pork knuckle shiny, tender, shaking like jelly. Braised duck golden skin, aroma overflowing from the courtyard. Stir-fried chicken so good even the wok cheered. Braised sea cucumber with scallions plated like art. Wensi tofu cut thin as threads, floating like silk. When the dishes were served, the villagers froze. Then gasped. Then licked their plates clean. "Grandma Lu, this is a rare delicacy in the world." "Uncle John, my son Guzi ate one meal and broke through academically." "Auntie Wang, our village waits for weddings and funerals now just for Zhao Chong to cook again." "Zhao Chong?" He scratched his head and shrugged. "I'm really not a food god. I just cook big banquets." The villagers exaggerate. Then he casually whipped up a dish so fragrant that the entire village drooled in unison. Word spread. Fast. Too fast. Internet-famous chefs showed up. Celebrity foodies arrived. Even business tycoons lined up quietly, hands clasped behind their backs, waiting for their turn like obedient students. All they wanted was one taste. But Zhao Chong just sat there, eating slowly, peacefully, enjoying his own cooking, and the world's richest, fanciest, loudest people could only watch him chew, eyes wide, mouths watering. From a village banquet to a culinary legend, from a nobody to the chef that even celebrities bow to, he just wanted to help his village, but became a legendary chef. Only on Manhwa Recap Haven, where every humble beginning becomes a legend. At the entrance of Zhao family village, under the shade of a crooked old tree, Zhao Deza stood with a cigarette dangling from his fingers, worry etched across his face. "Uncle Zhu, what are we gonna do?" a young man beside him asked anxiously. "The wedding banquet is tomorrow, but the chef who was supposed to cook the main dishes just said he can't make it." "What?" Zhao Dezu's voice rose as he turned around sharply. "Feng's is getting married tomorrow. Where am I supposed to find a chef on such short notice?" The young man grimaced. "Zhao Wangke's family just finished building their new house, right? They hired a chef for their housewarming. They paid 10,000 yuan. I went to the chef's place to ask, and he also quoted 10,000. 10,000. Zhao Dezu exploded. "That bastard Wangke, showing off just because he's got some money now. And that chef, what's wrong with him? No loyalty at all." "Uncle, don't be angry," the young man murmured, trying to console him. "It's just, we really don't have anyone in the village who can handle such a big banquet." A few middle-aged women chatting nearby suddenly chimed in. "Why not ask Zhao Chong's family?" "Right. Zhao Chong's father used to run the military canteen. I heard he was really good. Back then the army practically begged him to stay. If he hadn't come back to get married, he might have become an officer. I've eaten at old Zhao's place, the food was great." Hearing this chorus of voices, Zhao Dezu's brows loosened. That was actually a good idea. The invitations were out, the ingredients prepared, everything was ready except for a chef. And Lao Zhao had cooked professionally before. Even if it wasn't perfect, he'd at least be reliable. "Uncle Zhu, should we go take a look?" the young man asked. "Of course." Zhao Dezu flicked his cigarette butt away. "We don't have time to look for anyone else anyway." He marched toward the village with the young man close behind. Meanwhile, Zhao Chong was just returning from the fields on his electric bike. Sweat soaked through his short-sleeved shirt as he rolled up to the familiar old farmhouse inside. This world still felt unreal to him. In his previous life, he had stayed up night after night grinding games, spiraling into depression until one day, after 100 consecutive losses, he'd suddenly collapsed and died at his computer. When he opened his eyes again, he was here. A new world. A new life. Parents who loved him. "Why are you out there working in this heat?" his mother scolded as she hurried over, taking the tools from his hands. "You'll exhaust yourself." "It's fine, Mom." Zhao Chong grinned, parking the scooter. "Dad's still sick. Someone's gotta help out in the fields." "You silly boy," she muttered, but her eyes softened. "Come inside and drink some water." Zhao Chong gulped down a large bowl of cold herbal tea. Only then did the heat leave his chest. "Are you hungry? I'll cook something for you," his mother said. "No need, I can do it. You've been working all morning. Sit." she pushed him into a chair with the authority only a mother possesses. Just then, "Old Zhao, anyone home?" The voice outside made Zhao Chong and his mother exchange a look before they stepped out. "Uncle Zhu," Zhao Chong called out. "Oh, Chong's back too? Aren't you working in the city already?" Zhao Dezu asked, surprised. Zhao Chong scratched his head. "My dad hurt his back. I came back to help till the harvest's done. I can't let mom handle everything alone." Hurt his back? Zhao Dezu's face stiffened. Of all times, he walked inside to check and found Zhao's father sleeping on the Kong bed, unable to move. "It's finished," Zhao Dezu muttered, defeated. His last hope had crumbled. "Uncle Zhu, what's wrong?" Zhao Chong asked, stepping closer. "Your dad can't stand at all? He can get out of bed, but he can't work," Zhao Chong admitted. "Brother Feng's wedding is tomorrow, right? If you need an extra hand, I can help." "You?" Zhao Dezu looked at him carefully. Zhao Chong was educated and diligent, but cooking a wedding banquet? Still, desperate times. After a moment of silence, Zhao Dezu said, "Chong, my family's banquet master bailed. Why don't you take the job?" "What?" Zhao Chong was stunned. "Him? Cook a whole wedding banquet? He could fry eggs, maybe stir-fry some vegetables, but a full celebration feast? Was this some kind of joke?" But before he could open his mouth to refuse, ding! A cold, mechanical voice rang inside his mind. "Host has triggered the God of Food mission. Super Gourmet system activated. Beginner reward unlocked. God-level culinary skills. Please choose. Accept the request and complete the banquet to receive system rewards. Refuse, and all system benefits will be revoked." Zhao Chong froze. This was real? System? Zhao Chong blinked. A system appeared on him? He read novels all the time, but he never imagined he'd actually get one. And a cooking system? If this was real, didn't that mean he suddenly became a full-level cheat? Wouldn't other chefs curse him as a walking hack? Before he could spiral further, the system's cold voice echoed again. "Choice registered. Mission accepted. Please complete it with all your strength." Zhao Chong let out a silent exhale. All right, so it was real. From the outside, though, Zhao Chong was simply standing there with a dazed expression. Zhao Dezu misunderstood instantly. "Xiao Chong, don't be nervous. We still have other helpers in the kitchen," he said hurriedly. "You won't be cooking all the dishes. Honestly, we just need your father's reputation. If you can cook, even better." "Uncle Zhu, I'll help," Zhao Chong said immediately. Without the system, he would have refused on the spot. But with God-level culinary skills in his back pocket, why would he back down? And just by accepting the mission, he already received a reward. Only an idiot would reject that. Hearing him agree, Zhao Dezu almost burst into tears. "Good nephew, you've really helped your uncle out today." He grabbed Zhao Chong's hand like he'd just found treasure. "It's nothing," Zhao Chong smiled. "Then let's go now," Zhao Dezu said impatiently. He was already halfway to the door. The wedding was tomorrow, after all, and the prep work needed to start today. "Wait a second," Zhao Chong pointed outside. "Let me cook dinner for my parents first. Then I'll go with you." "What dinner? Come eat at my place," Zhao Dezu said enthusiastically, tugging him toward the door. "My dad's still lying in the inner room," Zhao Chong reminded helplessly. "Oh right," Zhao Dezu slapped his forehead. "Then hurry and cook. We'll wait here." Just then, Zhao Chong's mother returned, holding a basket of fresh vegetables. Zhao Chong quickly stepped forward and took it. "Mom, go sit. I'll handle the cooking." His mother nodded and headed to the living room to chat with Zhao Dezu. Meanwhile, Zhao Chong carried the vegetables into the kitchen. He needed to see if this god-level cooking skill was actually real. Inside the basket were cucumbers, tomatoes, potatoes, peppers freshly picked, still dusted with earth. He grabbed a few cucumbers and rinsed them in the basin. The moment he placed one on the cutting board and lifted the knife, his entire perception changed. Recipes, techniques, knife skills, countless flashes of knowledge moved through his mind like lightning. The kitchen knife in his hand felt weightless, like an extension of his fingers. Clack! A crisp, satisfying sound rang out as he lightly tapped the cucumber. It split cleanly into 4 even sections, releasing a cooling, fragrance-packed aroma. Another decisive tap. Clack! And the cucumber broke apart perfectly. Zhao Chong stared. He'd smashed cucumbers before. Either too soft or too mushy. Never like this clean, controlled, perfect. As his hands moved on their own, he grabbed garlic, crushed it into paste, then quickly mixed seasonings. Oyster sauce, soy sauce, chili, vinegar, a hint of sugar. Each action precise, each movement smooth. He lifted the cucumber, gave it a light twist. Crack! It separated beautifully, releasing a fresh, sweet scent that filled the kitchen instantly. He plated it neatly and poured the sauce over top. This aroma, Zhao Chong swallowed. I've lived over 20 years and never smelled something like this. Even though the ingredients were ordinary, his senses told him this dish was on a whole different level. Next, he grabbed some tomatoes and eggs. Before long, a vibrant, glossy plate of stir-fried tomato and egg joined the cucumber salad. Out in the living room, Zhao Dezu sniffed the air hard. "Hey, sister-in-law, what are you making? It smells amazing," he asked, practically leaning toward the kitchen. "I didn't cook anything," Zhao's mother said honestly. "Those are just vegetables from our garden." She glanced over. "But what brings you here for Xiao Chong? Feng's wedding is tomorrow," Zhao Dezu sighed. "We arranged a banquet but Wang Kei's family snatched the chef away. So, we asked Xiao Chong for help." "What? Let him cook a wedding banquet?" Zhao Chong's mother nearly jumped. "He studied finance. He can't even fry 2 dishes well." "I didn't have a choice," Zhao Dezu said helplessly. Old Zhao's cooking was always praised. Xiao Chong should have inherited a bit. How could he inherit cooking skills? "Cooking doesn't get passed down like blood," she protested immediately. "What if he messes up your banquet?" "It's fine. We have 2 kitchen helpers. They can cook, Xiao Chong just needs to assist," Zhao Dezu explained. Only then did Zhao Chong's mother reluctantly agree. At that moment, Zhao Chong walked out carrying 2 plates. "Mom, dinner's ready. Try it while it's fresh." He placed the dishes on the table, set out chopsticks. Bright, glossy tomato egg stir-fry. Crisp, glistening cucumber salad. Zhao Dezu and Hu Ziyi froze. Their eyes widened. Then, what a fragrance! This smells incredible. The aroma wrapped around them like a physical wave, making their stomachs rumble instantly. The sweet, sour, and spicy aroma of cucumbers wafted over Zhao Dezu, making him feel as if every pore on his body had suddenly opened up. Although he didn't get to eat the cucumber salad, Zhao Dezu could still appreciate how delicious it was. There's also scrambled eggs with tomatoes, which is a very common home-style dish that almost every household knows how to make. But Zhao Chong's scrambled eggs with tomatoes has no excess water at all. Thick broth, uniformly sized eggs, and tomatoes that retain their original flavor. Just smelling it makes you want to eat it. Zhao Chong's mother didn't seem to notice anything strange. She picked up a steamed bun, filled it with vegetables, and started eating. As Zhao Chong's mother chewed, the sweet aroma of the cucumber wafted out once more. Zhao Dezu and Hu Ziyi stared longingly at the dishes in front of them, their mouths watering involuntarily. Zhao Chong's mother also noticed Zhao Dezu's unusual behavior and looked at the 2 of them with surprise, saying, "Why don't you 2 eat something too?" Okay. Zhao Dezu and Hu Ziyi replied in unison. Seeing the 2 people drooling with anticipation, Zhao Chong smiled helplessly, then turned around and took out 2 pairs of chopsticks. Zhao Dezu and Hu Ziyi each picked up a piece of cucumber with their chopsticks. The moment the cucumber enters the mouth, a sour and spicy sensation instantly washes over you. As they take a bite, the refreshing sweetness of the cucumber explodes in their mouths. "My God, this is so delicious." Zhao Dezu chewed slowly, closing his eyes to savor the taste. "What a heavenly delicacy! I've never tasted such delicious cucumber salad before," Tiger exclaimed excitedly. Zhao Chong's mother was puzzled when she saw how excited the 2 of them were. She just felt that the cucumber salad tasted a little better than usual today, but she never expected these 2 people to react so strongly. Zhao Dezu and Hu Ziyi had eaten the dishes made by the chef of Xiaodashi before, and even though they were already quite good, they were still miles inferior to the cucumber salad made by Zhao Chong. The 2 of them were very tempted and kept picking up pieces of cucumber and putting them into their mouths. Before long, the 2 of them ate the cucumber salad until only the bottom of the plate was left. Ahem! Zhao Chong coughed softly a few times as he watched the 2 people's actions. Zhao Dezu and Hu Ziyi then came to their senses. Looking at the nearly empty plate of cucumber salad, they were embarrassed and put down their chopsticks, but their eyes were still fixed on the plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. If smashed cucumber is already so delicious, then wouldn't scrambled eggs with tomatoes be another heavenly delicacy? "Uncle Zhu, let's go." Zhao Chong cleared his throat and said. He had prepared 2 dishes for his parents, but Zhao Dezu and Hu Ziyi had already made one. If he didn't take them with him soon, the scrambled eggs with tomatoes would probably be gone in no time. "Oh, sorry. This is so delicious, I almost forgot about the important matter," Zhao Dezu said, scratching his head sheepishly. "It's alright, you can come and eat here often after you're done with your work," Zhao Chong's mother greeted them warmly. "Mom, we're leaving now," Zhao Chong said. "I'll tidy up the house when I get back tonight. Don't cause trouble, keep an eye on things," Zhao Chong's mother whispered to him. "It's a wedding banquet, don't ruin it." "Okay, I understand," Zhao Chong said with a smile, trying to comfort him. Zhao Dezu and Hu Ziyi led Zhao Chong toward their front door. Along the way, Tiger kept looking back at Zhao Chong's house with lingering reluctance. Did you leave something behind? Zhao Dezu asked, seeing Hu Ziyi's appearance. No, Tiger quickly shook his head. I just regret not trying some scrambled eggs with tomatoes back then. I think it would have tasted pretty good. Snap! Zhao Dezu slapped Hu Ziyi on the forehead. Uncle Zhu, why did you hit me? Hu Ziyi asked, covering his head. What nonsense are you spouting? I'd already forgotten about it, and you brought it up again. Zhao Dezu said with a look of regret. If it weren't for your awful eating habits, we might have been able to try that tomato and egg stir-fry. It's all your fault. Hu Ziyi looked at Zhao Dezu with a wronged expression. At this moment, Zhao Chong turned around and watched the two people's movements. What's wrong with you? It's all right, Tiger's shoelace is untied. Zhao Dezu quickly put on a smiling face and came to Zhao Chong. Could you make some scrambled eggs with tomatoes for tomorrow's wedding banquet? Uncle Zhu, is scrambled eggs with tomatoes a proper dish for a banquet? Aren't you kidding me? Zhao Chong looked at Zhao Dezu in surprise. Tomorrow is Zhao Feng's wedding banquet. If we serve scrambled eggs with tomatoes, won't the neighbors curse us to death? Oh, this. Zhao Dezu immediately realized he had misspoke. I was just joking. The three of them quickly returned to Zhao Dezu's house. As soon as I entered the house, I heard a series of pig screams. When rural people hold such a wedding feast, they usually slaughter a pig. After all, they need a lot of pork, and if they buy it, the cost would be too high. It's more economical to slaughter the pig themselves. Zhao Chong looked at the pig lying on the ground. Several people surrounded the pig and used some utensils to collect the pig's blood. This pig must weigh 400 or 500 pounds, it would take 3 or 4 people to lift it. After collecting the pig's blood, they began the process of removing the hair. At this moment, 2 middle-aged men came up to Zhao Dezu. When will the chefs for the grand banquet arrive? We've prepared some dishes, and we need to check them, one of the dark-skinned men asked. The master chef went to cook for Wang Kei's family and won't be coming back. Zhao Dezu took out cigarettes and handed them to the 2 chefs next to him. Upon hearing this, the 2 kitchen helpers' faces instantly turned ugly. What? They're not coming? What are we going to do then? We can't do this without the master chef, the dark-skinned man said with difficulty. It's all right, I found Zhao Chong, Zhao Dongshan's son. Zhao Dezu comforted him. Zhao Chong's cooking skills are truly inherited from Dongshan. Upon hearing Zhao Dezu's words, both cooks looked at Zhao Chong. When they saw Zhao Chong's appearance, they immediately frowned. He's just a kid, so weak and frail, how can he even flip a wok? Another chef said with dissatisfaction. I heard he's a college student, how come he can cook? I know Dongshan's cooking skills, they're passable. But his son. The dark-skinned man shook his head. You two should help each other out a bit more. The chefs for the big banquet have all been booked, and I can't find anyone else. Zhao Dezu handed each of them a pack of cigarettes. I'll give you an extra 500 yuan. All right. The two put away their cigarettes and nodded helplessly. Brother Dezu, the pig is all cleaned. Which chef would like to cut the pork? Someone asked Zhao Dezu. Okay, I understand. Wait a moment. Zhao Dezu turned around and replied, then looked at the 2 kitchen helpers. Don't look at us, we don't know how to cut meat. That's usually the head chef's job. The 2 kitchen helpers waved their hands in unison, indicating that they couldn't do it. Butchering is a skill, it's not as simple as chopping it with an axe or knife. You also have to sort the pork and cut it into different categories, picking out the lean meat to cook. It takes several years to master this job. What should we do then? Zhao Dezu scratched his head, looking at the already prepared pork in front of him, at a loss. Soon, Zhao Dezu saw Zhao Chong circling the pig several times. Uncle Zhu, let me give it a try. Zhao Chong said with a smile as he turned around. Zhao Chong's words drew surprised and shocked looks from those around him. The people who came to help Zhao Dezu's family were all from the same village, so they naturally knew Zhao Chong. But in their eyes, Zhao Chong was a well-mannered college student, yet now he's saying he wants to butcher pork. Is this some kind of joke? Are you sure you can do it? Zhao Dezu asked Zhao Chong with a doubt. It should be fine, Zhao Chong said, staring at the whole pig in front of him. Do you have a knife? Yes. Zhao Dezu hurriedly went back into the house, took the knife and came out. Zhao Dezu has a complete set of knives, including almost all kinds of knives for deboning and butchering. Be careful not to hurt your hands. If it's really too much, we can just chop the meat. Zhao Dezu reminded Zhao Chong with concern, fearing that he might get into danger. It's all right, there shouldn't be any problem. Zhao Chong picked up a knife and went to the pig. He patted the pig's body with his palm, then his hand slid down to the hind leg, found a good spot, and plunged the knife in. After inserting the knife, Zhao Chong began to rotate it, gently turning the pig's thigh with his left hand. A pig's thigh was easily separated and cut off. So the pig's leg is separated like that. Those around Zhao Chong were stunned by his actions. They didn't see Zhao Chong use much force, he simply inserted and twisted, and the pig's leg was removed. The people around were not seeing a pig being slaughtered for the first time. Every year during the Lunar New Year, each family would slaughter a pig and hire a master chef to clean it. But they had never seen such an effortless and graceful meat-cutting action. This level of skill cannot be achieved without more than a decade of dedicated practice. Even master chefs who frequently debone meat cannot achieve such a smooth and effortless technique. Leg bones, large bones, and ribs were all easily cut open by Zhao Chong. There was very little meat on those pork bones, you could only see a thin layer. In just a few minutes, the whole pig was dissected, and the meat and bones were placed separately on the table. Then, Zhao Chong dragged over a large piece of pork, examined it carefully, and then began to cut it. Zhao Chong swung his knife and cut off a piece of meat weighing 3 or 4 pounds, placing it aside. This is pork tenderloin, the meat is quite tender, we can use it for stir-frying later. Then comes the pork belly, but this isn't even the real pork belly. This is the rib, the spine, the lower leg, this is where the real pork belly is. This is great for making braised pork. And the best cuts from the fore and hind legs, you have to pick them all out. As Zhao Chong cut the meat, he placed each piece aside as if it were a treasure. Everyone who saw this scene looked on in astonishment. Being able to remove the bones is already quite impressive, but to be able to clearly separate the meat from the pig is something that ordinary people cannot do. Young people, in particular, know absolutely nothing about these things. Is this kid a butcher by trade? I've never heard of anyone slaughtering pigs in Dongshan. We usually hire a butcher to slaughter them. If I hadn't seen this kid go to college with my own eyes, I would have thought he was a professional pig butcher. Those around Zhao Chong were full of praise for his skillful technique. Even the kitchen helper who had been complaining a moment ago couldn't help but come to Zhao Chong's side and show him an admiring look. Zhao Chong, how did you do that? The dark-skinned kitchen helper greeted him with a smile, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, stuffed it into Zhao Chong's hand, and asked with a grin, "That's right. Teach us." The employer always looked down on us when we used to do this, another kitchen helper said with a smile. Zhao Chong looked at the 2 men from the village. These 2 men were his uncles, and he had never seen them so kind and approachable before. But how should this be explained? Could it be that the system helped us? Seeing the 2 people staring at him expectantly, Zhao Chong's eyes darted around, and he coughed softly. Nothing special, just practice makes perfect. The 2 were stunned by what they heard, they hadn't expected such an outcome. Have you heard the story of Butcher Ding carving up an ox? Zhao Chong asked, smiling at the 2 of them. What is dissecting an ox? The 2 of them shook their heads, looking completely bewildered. You know that oil seller, right? Zhao Chong asked, changing the subject. My son seems to have learned this when he was in school, the dark-skinned man said, scratching his head. It's the same principle, Zhao Chong said earnestly. The 2 of them were even more confused. What is all this? I don't understand at all. Just as the 2 were about to ask more questions, Zhao Dezu called them over. Because we have a lot of guests coming tomorrow, we need to start preparing the food now. In rural areas, wedding banquets typically have 16 to 18 dishes per table, the purpose of which is to bring good luck. The income in Zhao family village is not bad. Zhao Dezu spent a lot of money for his son's wedding, preparing a total of 18 dishes. Zhao Chong, take a look at these dishes. Do you know how to cook them? Zhao Dezu found Zhao Chong and handed him the menu. Zhao Chong took the menu and glanced at it briefly. The dishes listed were all ordinary. Zhao Chong had eaten at grand banquets a few times before, and they were all similar to those on the menu. However, since people in rural areas have accumulated some wealth in recent years, they have started eating seafood such as crabs and sea cucumbers. When the locals first ate seafood, they had no idea it was seafood, and they even complained about it to others after the feast. This family is so stingy, they only gave each person a small bowl with just 1 piece of meat in it. Others nearby echoed this sentiment, joining in the criticism. Zhao Chong, do you know how to cook these hairy crabs? Fengzi asked a classmate to bring them back so that everyone in our village could try them. Zhao Dezu pointed to the crabs on the menu and said, we don't usually eat these around here, we mostly steam them, but we can't exactly serve them at a wedding banquet. Uncle Zhu, leave this to me. Zhao Chong put the menu away. Crabs are a delicacy. In the coastal areas, they are a must-have for wedding banquets. They call crabs, abalone, sea cucumbers, and prawns the 4 delicacies. This can really be served? Zhao Dezu suddenly realized. We don't eat much here, so we're counting on you. No problem. Zhao Chong readily agreed. By the way, uncle, how many tables are there tomorrow? Zhao Dezu thought for a moment, then counted on his fingers. There will be about 20 tables, no more than 25 at most. Doesn't this coincide with Wang Kei's housewarming celebration? Some people won't come. More than 20 tables. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chong immediately felt the pressure. 3 chefs prepared over 400 dishes, cooking a grand banquet is more than just a technical skill. However, since he had already agreed, Zhao Chong had no complaints. The thought that there were cold dishes among the dishes meant that they didn't need much preparation. A little processing was all it took to arrange them on a platter and serve them. This made Zhao Chong visibly relieved. As for chicken, duck, fish, meat, stir-fries, and stews, I did all of that myself. Afterwards, Zhao Dezu led Zhao Chong to check the ingredients. Okay, I know all the ingredients. Zhao Chong discovered that Zhao Dezu had prepared quite a lot of ingredients, more than enough to cook for more than 20 tables. Then you'll come first thing tomorrow morning? We'll start at 4? Zhao Dezu asked tentatively. Okay. Zhao Chong nodded. The next morning, before dawn, Zhao Chong left his home and went to Zhao Dezu's house. Large red double happiness characters were pasted in every corner of the village, and several large pots had been set up in Zhao Dezu's yard. A dozen or so people were busy inside and outside the courtyard. When they saw Zhao Chong arrive, they went up to greet him. Master Zhao is here? After witnessing Zhao Chong's masterful butchering skills yesterday, everyone's perception of him changed. He used to be called Xiao Chong, but now he's called Master Zhao. You are all my elders, please don't be so polite, Zhao Chong replied, feeling embarrassed. So what if we're the elders? You're really skilled. You have to come to my house to help slaughter the pig this Chinese New Year, a woman in her 50s said with a smile. Okay, no problem. Seeing the villagers' enthusiasm, Zhao Chong had no choice but to agree. I'll go to Uncle Zhu's place first to make some preparations. Zhao Chong bid farewell to the villagers and went straight into the house. Upon seeing Zhao Chong arrive, Zhao Dezu quickly stepped forward and handed him a packet of Yuxi cigarettes and a few pieces of wedding candy. Go for it. I'm counting on you today. Uncle, I don't smoke. Zhao Chong was about to return the cigarette. A few pieces of candy will do. These are wedding cigarettes, take them home for your dad if you don't smoke them. Zhao Dezu waved his hand. Once this is all over, I'll go see your dad properly. Seeing this, Zhao Chong couldn't refuse, so he put it in his pocket. Uncle, shall we begin now? Zhao Chong accepted the wedding candy and cigarettes, feeling embarrassed to continue standing there, since he had come to help. Wait a minute, let everyone have something to eat first. Zhao Dezu looked at the villagers bustling around him. We can't let them work on an empty stomach. Today is Zhao Feng's wedding day. Everyone around is busy preparing, and they probably won't be able to rest until noon. If they don't eat something, they probably won't make it to the wedding banquet at noon. Okay, then I'll make something, Zhao Chong said, walking towards the large pot in the yard. Generally speaking, this kind of breakfast is very simple. Usually, it's just cooking a pot of noodles. Anyone can do this kind of work, but Zhao Chong had nothing else to do, so he simply started making breakfast. Zhao Chong was making stir-fried noodles. Zhao Dezu's family had a lot of vegetables, so he could just grab some and use them. If it were just a simple bowl of noodles, these people would probably eat it, but who knows what they'd say behind their backs. Zhao Chong took some vegetables from the side. As for the scallions, ginger, and garlic, they were already laid out on the shelf, so he didn't need to lift a finger. After chopping the scallions, ginger, and garlic, Zhao Chong started heating the oil in a wok. When the oil was about 60 to 70% hot, Zhao Chong added the scallions, ginger, and garlic to the pan and stir-fried them. Then he added light soy sauce and oyster sauce and stir-fried until fragrant. After that, he added some 13 spice powder and finally added some vegetables one by one. Soon, a fragrant aroma wafted out from the courtyard. Those who were helping stopped what they were doing and instinctively looked toward the source of the fragrance. It smells so good. Are they starting to cook? No way. It's not even 5 o'clock yet. Who would start cooking so early? Could it be breakfast made for us? But breakfast doesn't smell this good. Last time I helped out at someone's house, I only had noodles for breakfast. What delicious food is Dezu making for us? People who smelled the aroma came over out of curiosity, and when they saw Zhao Chong making stir-fried noodles, they were once again amazed. Isn't this cooking? Is this noodles? A middle-aged woman looked at Zhao Chong adding water to the pot and immediately realized, this looks like he's making stir-fried noodles. Stir-fried noodles? Don't lie to me, I've been making stir-fried noodles for decades, and I've never had them smell this good before, said the woman in the floral jacket standing next to him in surprise. You know what, I've been making noodles for decades, but Zhao Chong's noodles taste completely different from mine, the others chimed in. Stir-fried noodles are not a particularly rare dish, almost every household knows how to make them. Sometimes when people are too lazy to cook, they will make some stir-fried noodles. But who would have thought that Zhao Chong could make such tempting stir-fried noodles? You can smell the fragrance from a great distance. These middle-aged women seemed to have forgotten their work, standing beside the large iron pot, greedily inhaling the aroma wafting from it. Soon, another person walked in from outside, and after smelling the aroma, they couldn't help but come over. Young lady, what delicious food are you making? A middle-aged man came nearby, sniffed the air, and exclaimed, it smells so good. Stir-fried noodles, don't bother me. The middle-aged woman stared at the iron pot, unable to resist wiping the drool from the corner of her mouth. Stir-fried noodles? Are you kidding me? Several middle-aged men nearby poked their heads out and looked into the pot. Hey, it really is stir-fried noodles. How can it smell so good? How could that be? I eat stir-fried noodles at home every day. I'm almost sick of it. Just smelling this stir-fried noodle dish by Chef Zhao makes me feel like I could eat several bowls of it. The man next to him said, drooling. You haven't finished your work, and you're already thinking about eating? Get back to work. Yes, let's get to work. You guys go ahead. I'll wait here. What if it's not ready when it's done cooking? After arranging for someone to guard the area, the others reluctantly left to get back to their work. But because of the stir-fried noodles, they couldn't help but look into the yard while they were working, and their stomachs started growling uncontrollably. The people who came to help early in the morning hadn't eaten yet. They didn't think it would be a big deal to go hungry for a meal, but after smelling the stir-fried noodles Zhao Chong made, everyone wished they could be lying by the pot waiting right now. Tiger, who was inside the house, was also attracted by the fragrance. He was decorating the new house with his friends, but when the fragrance wafted in, the people working inside looked out. Tiger, what are you making? It smells so good. Tiger also smelled the aroma. You stay here, I'll go check it out. After Hu Ziyi finished speaking, he walked outside and happened to see Zhao Dezu coming out of the house. Tiger, where are you going? Zhao Dezu asked, glancing at Tiger. Uncle Zhu, who's cooking outside? Tiger stared intently at the outside. Zhao Chong. He's making noodles for everyone. Zhao Dezu answered instinctively. That's right, no wonder it smells so good. Tiger's eyes lit up, and he started to walk outside. I knew your nose was sharper than a dog's. Zhao Dezu glared at Hu Ziyi. We'll be eating in a minute, what's the rush? Uncle, I'm not in a hurry. What are you doing with those bowls and chopsticks? Hu Ziyi chuckled as he looked at the bowls and chopsticks in Zhao Dezu's hands. Soon, a group of people surrounded Zhao Chong, eagerly watching him make stir-fried noodles. Because there were so many people, Zhao Chong used all 3 iron pots, making 3 large pots of stir-fried noodles, which was enough for everyone. Master Zhao, when will the noodles be ready? After Zhao Chong put the lid on the pot, the people in front asked anxiously. Once the water boils, it'll be ready in 3 to 5 minutes, Zhao Chong said helplessly, looking at the villagers in front of him. These people's eyes were terrifying, as if they were about to devour Zhao Chong before the noodles were even cooked. After 3 to 5 minutes, the people around quieted down, their eyes fixed on the water in the pot. For the first time, those around felt that a few minutes could be so unbearable, it was like torture for them. As the water temperature rose, the aroma of vegetables wafted through the gaps in the pot lid and the iron pot, causing those around to close their eyes and look up to smell the fragrance filling the air. Glug! Some people couldn't help but swallow their saliva after smelling the aroma. Why isn't it ready yet? Why is the water taking so long to boil today? Yes. Master Zhao, do you think the fire is too low? Yes. Master Zhao, turn up the fire. The villagers around couldn't help but urge him on. Uncles and aunts, the fire is already at its highest setting. Only 2 minutes have passed. How could such a big pot of water have boiled? Zhao Chong said with a helpless smile. What? Only a minute has passed? I thought half an hour had gone by. Time is passing so slowly. Oh, this is making my mouth water. Zhao Dezu held his bowl and chopsticks, waiting expectantly. Looking at the villagers waiting to eat noodles, he didn't complain at all. After all, eating was the most important thing, and besides, it would only take a few minutes, so there was no need to urge them to work. Look, the water's boiling. After a while, someone pointed at the iron pot and shouted loudly. The water's boiling? Let me see. The water's really boiling, Master Zhao, look. Let's make noodles. I can't wait any longer. Urged on by everyone, Zhao Chong opened the pot lid and found that the water had indeed boiled, but only just begun to boil. Adding noodles now would affect the taste. But seeing the eager looks from those around him, Zhao Chong had no choice but to pick up the noodles and put them in the pot. At this moment, everyone who smelled the aroma stopped what they were doing and rushed into Zhao Dezu's yard, forming a circle around the 3 large iron pots. The 2 kitchen helpers who were originally standing next to Zhao Chong to help him forgot their work at this moment and stared at the boiling noodles in the pot with the surrounding villagers. It felt like I was afraid the noodles would fly away. Just as everyone was waiting for the noodles to cook and for dinner to begin, a Mercedes-Benz pulled up at the entrance to the courtyard. The car door opened, and Lu Jingjing got out of the car. Seeing that there was no one working outside the yard, she couldn't help but frown slightly. Today is a joyous occasion, why is no one helping out here? Lu Jingjing closed the car door and walked in, puzzled. She was the bride's best friend and arrived a day early. Zhao Dezu arranged for her to stay at the town's guest house. This was Lu Jingjing's first time in the countryside. As soon as she arrived, she couldn't help but want to go back to the city, but because she was the bride's best friend, she had no choice but to stay. She made a point of not sleeping in today and got up early to check on the wedding arrangements. However, upon arriving at the scene, she found that no one was setting up anything, which puzzled her. Does this family not value anything at all? With a sense of doubt, Lu Jingjing walked into the courtyard and saw everyone gathered around several iron pots, as if waiting for a meal to be served. Seeing this, Lu Jingjing's face grew increasingly grim. This family didn't respect her best friend at all. Instead of properly decorating the wedding venue, they were just waiting to eat. Sister Jingjing, you're here. Just as Lu Jingjing was about to go forward to ask, a girl in a t-shirt walked over. Jasmine, you're up so early? Lu Jingjing greeted Jasmine warmly when she saw her. Jasmine is Zhao Feng's cousin. She is a senior in high school this year. Since Lu Jingjing came here, Jasmine has been accompanying her, and the two get along quite well. I was going to take a nap, but the aroma made me hungry. Jasmine glanced at the crowd, then came up to Lu Jingjing. You haven't had breakfast either, have you? I'll take you to get some noodles later. Noodles? Lu Jingjing asked, looking at the group of people in front of her. Are they all queuing up to eat noodles? Yes. Jasmine replied, this is the stir-fried noodles made by Chef Zhao. It smells so good. It's just noodles, what's so special about it? Lu Jingjing asked, looking puzzled. This is nothing like ordinary noodles, Jasmine said mysteriously. When that aroma wafted out just now, I couldn't help but want to lick it. You're exaggerating. Lu Jingjing shook her head. She grew up in the city, what hasn't she eaten? Speaking of noodles alone, I've tried all kinds of noodles, such as oil splash noodles, flat noodles, and mincemeat noodles, but the taste is just so-so. It's boiling. Suddenly someone in the crowd shouted. Soon, people around rushed forward, as if afraid of missing out. Ouch! Lu Jingjing was bumped and almost fell over. These people are crazy. Just as Lu Jingjing was about to call out to Jasmine beside her, she discovered that Jasmine, who had been standing next to her, had already rushed to the front with the crowd. Master Zhao, quickly serve me a bowl, I've been starving for ages. Move aside, everyone's hungry. I'm ahead of you in line. Looking at the crowded people, Zhao Chong said helplessly, everyone, don't rush. There's enough for everyone. Don't fight over it. Zhao Chong had just ladled out a bowl of noodles when Hu Ziyi took it away from him. Tiger ignored the heat, held the bowl with both hands, picked up his chopsticks, and went to the side to eat. Wow, this is so delicious. Tiger squatted on the ground, wincing from the heat, but that didn't stop him from eating the noodles at a fast pace. It smells so good. I never thought stir-fried noodles could be so delicious. Tiger took a bite of noodles when he suddenly saw a figure walking over. He instinctively covered his noodles, afraid that the other person would snatch them away. The person who had just arrived acted as if he hadn't seen him at all, and squatted down to eat. No, I have to finish eating quickly and then get another bowl. Tiger saw the noodles in the hands of the person next to him and couldn't help but speed up his eating. Jasmine brought a bowl of noodles to Lu Jingjing and blew on the steam rising from the noodles. Jingjing, have something to eat. Jasmine handed the bowl to Lu Jingjing. This. Lu Jingjing glanced at the noodles in the bowl. I'm on a diet, you eat first. Okay. Jasmine didn't stand on ceremony. After blowing on the noodles, she picked them up with her chopsticks. Once the noodles are separated and picked up, a rich aroma wafts out of the bowl. The aroma of scallions, ginger, garlic, and vegetables, along with the unique fragrance of noodles, blended together, making Lu Jingjing's stomach rumble. These noodles smell so good. They look delicious. Lu Jingjing couldn't help but glance at Jasmine, who was eating noodles, and swallowed hard. When the noodles were brought over, Lu Jingjing looked down on them. After all, she had grown up in the city and was used to eating too many good things. A simple bowl of stir-fried noodles didn't give her any desire to try it. But things are different now. As more and more people around her eat noodles, the aroma of noodles spreads throughout the courtyard, making Lu Jingjing want to take a bite as well. But because she had just refused, Lu Jingjing was too embarrassed to speak up and could only watch Jasmine eat her noodles. Watching Jasmine wolf down her food, Lu Jingjing couldn't help but lick her lips. Ah, it's so delicious. After finishing her meal, Jasmine tilted her head back and drank the remaining soup in her bowl, unable to help but exclaim in praise. Jingjing, are you really not going to eat? Jasmine turned around and asked Lu Jingjing. Lu Jingjing was about to speak when she saw Jasmine rush out like lightning. Sister Jingjing, I'll tell you later. I need to get a bowl, so they don't get there first. Lu Jingjing watched as Jasmine rushed to the iron pot, silently screaming in her heart. I want to eat it too. Just as Lu Jingjing was getting anxious, she suddenly noticed a bowl of noodles in front of her. Thank you, thank you. Lu Jingjing saw the noodles and quickly reached for them. What? Zhao Chong was taken aback. What's wrong with this person? Why did you come up here and snatch the noodles I made? Even if she's somewhat attractive, it's not that bad. You didn't give this to me to eat? Lu Jingjing was taken aback by Zhao Chong's words. Why should I give you any? Are you good looking? Zhao Chong said casually. Lu Jingjing suddenly felt wronged and wanted to cry. Although her figure and appearance cannot compare to those young models, she is still a campus beauty in college. Back in college, she had a lot of admirers. But now, facing Zhao Chong, he doesn't seem to have any appeal whatsoever. Don't cry, here you go. Zhao Chong sighed helplessly. This person is a relative or friend of the master's family, and there's no need for him to offend him. Although he's not afraid, he's afraid of trouble. Eat quickly. The noodles will get soggy. Zhao Chong handed the bowl to Lu Jingjing, then turned and left. Lu Jingjing stared blankly at Zhao Chong's departing figure. She sensed that the man in front of her was very different from the ones she had met in the city. Lu Jingjing was a campus beauty and goddess in college. She had a curvaceous figure, with full curves in the right places and firm, sexy body parts. Her long, slender legs, in particular, captivated many boys. But the man in front of her only brought her a bowl of noodles and didn't seem very interested in her. Am I not attractive enough? Lu Jingjing couldn't help but question her own looks. Wow! Sister Jingjing, did you get a bowl of noodles too? Jasmine exclaimed in surprise when she saw Lu Jingjing's noodles. Why did they add an egg for you? I didn't even get one. You're so unfair. Yes, it was delivered by that young master. Lu Jingjing said shyly. Zhao Chong sent this over? Could it be that he likes you? Jasmine teased. Don't talk nonsense. Lu Jingjing's face turned red. She looked down at the noodles in her hand and was quickly attracted by the aroma. The noodles smell so tempting. Although they are dried noodles, every single strand is incredibly alluring and exudes an irresistible aroma. Lu Jingjing subconsciously picked up a noodle and put it in her mouth. The aroma of vegetables and wheat noodles exploded in her mouth instantly. Lu Jingjing closed her eyes and felt the delicious impact. This noodle dish was thousands of times better than any other food she had ever eaten. When Lu Jingjing opened her eyes, she found that Jasmine was staring at her, and there were no more noodles in Jasmine's bowl. Seeing this, Lu Jingjing disregarded her image and quickly ate the noodles in her bowl. The villagers who came to help finished their noodles and left reluctantly. After all, they came to help, not to freeload. After the crowd dispersed, Zhao Dezu's family began to clean up the dishes. How come the kids from the Zhao family cook so well? I never knew that before. When Zhao Dezu's family was clearing away the dishes, they couldn't help but glance at Zhao Chong. You've never had anyone cook for you before? You're really lucky today, you'll probably have a lot of guests, said a neighbor who was helping out. When I came over earlier, I noticed that everyone in the village was asking whose family was making noodles. They all wanted to try some. We've counted everyone who's coming, there are only about 20 tables. Don't forget, it's Wangkei's housewarming day. I estimate half the village is going to their house, Zhao Dezu's family casually remarked. Then they're out of luck. I wonder how delicious the food will be at lunchtime today, the neighbor said expectantly. If even a simple stir-fried noodle dish can be this delicious, imagine how much better it would be with vegetables or meat. Thinking about this, the neighbor kept drooling. Almost all the villagers who were helping were looking forward to what delicious food they would have for lunch. Meanwhile, Zhao Chong was busy working with several kitchen helpers. The two helpers who were initially somewhat unconvinced had become completely impressed with Zhao Chong after witnessing his knife skills and stir-fried noodles. Where are the pig's trotters? Zhao Chong asked the two kitchen helpers. Let's cook the dishes that take the longest first. Okay, I'll bring it over right away. One of the kitchen helpers brought over a basin of pig's trotters and placed it next to Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong picked up a pig's trotter, touched it briefly, and then nodded in satisfaction. These pig trotters were bought from the market, not frozen ones, and they have a good texture. Zhao Chong put on gloves and used a flamethrower to burn the skin until it turned a charred yellow color. After burning it, he put it aside. Scrub these pig trotters clean with a steel wool pad, then put them in a pot to boil. Okay. The kitchen helper nodded and took the pig's trotter to grind it. Making braised pig's trotters requires a high level of skill from the chef. The meat cannot be too tender or too raw, and the control of the heat is crucial. In addition, the seasoning sauce is also very important. The reason why many braised pig's trotters don't taste good is that the sauce isn't seasoned properly. Zhao Chong wasn't worried about any of that. With the system's help, he had a unique feel for seasonings. After preparing the pig's trotters, Zhao Chong put them into the pot one by one, placing 10 trotters in each iron pot. Although the pots were large enough, Zhao Chong did not put in too many, as this would cause the trotters to clump together and affect the absorption of the seasonings. After putting the pig's trotters into the pot, Zhao Chong added more than a dozen spices, including star anise, cinnamon, Sichuan peppercorns, cloves, and nutmeg. He would wait a while after adding each spice before adding the next one. Some of these seasonings need to be left to stand for a few minutes to allow their flavors to fully develop. Turn up the heat, Zhao Chong said to the kitchen helper beside him after adding all the seasonings. After the fire was lit, Zhao Chong stirred the pig's trotters in the pot and then slowly covered the pot with the lid. Braised pig's trotters take a relatively long time, especially according to Zhao Chong's method, which requires at least 2 hours. As the fire blazed in the pot, a faint aroma of meat soon filled the courtyard. The villagers, busy inside and outside the courtyard, glanced at the several iron pots in the yard, seemingly unintentionally, after smelling the aroma of meat. Although they had just eaten noodles, the aroma of meat made them feel hungry again. If they hadn't been busy with their work, they would have already been waiting beside Zhao Chong. Even though we can't eat it, just smelling it is a treat. The aroma filled the air and quickly spread throughout the village. Zhao Yuki got up in the morning and rode his electric bike to work in the fields, but as soon as he stepped out of his house, he smelled the aroma of meat. He was instantly drawn in by the fragrance. Zhao Yuki followed the scent for a few steps and saw several people gathered together. Where is this smell coming from? It smells so good. Isn't today Zhao Dezu's son's wedding? Is it their family? How could that be? They don't even have a chef who can cook for banquets. I heard that the chef who cooks for banquets was hired by Wang Kei's family. How could it be their family? Several people took a deep sniff and couldn't help but swallow. Oh, is this Wang Kei's house? Should I take 100 yuan to give as a gift? You want to go eat, right? This smells so good, it's driving me crazy. You wait here, I'm going back to get the money. A middle-aged man turned and walked towards his home. Zhao Yuki was stunned when he saw this, and for a moment he also had the urge to go home and get the money. The aroma is so tempting. He had never smelled such a rich aroma of meat in his entire life. At that moment, a middle-aged woman riding an electric scooter passed in front of them. Miao's mother, where are you going? Zhao Yuki called out. I'm going to Dezu's house. The middle-aged woman said, stopping her car. What were you doing at Dezu's house? Zhao Yuki asked in surprise. You live at the north end of the village, you don't have any dealings with Dezu's family, do you? How can you say there's no contact? The middle-aged woman said unhappily. Back when Miao was a baby, Dezu even held her in his arms. Those around them were puzzled. What kind of relationship was this? I'm not talking to you anymore, I'm going to give my gift, the middle-aged woman said before starting the car. Miao's mother is usually very stingy, why did she suddenly decide to give a gift at Zhao Dezu's house? Someone nearby asked in confusion. That's right. In the past, when other people got married, she would pretend not to see the invitation she received. Why is she rushing to give a gift to Zhao Dezu's family today? While the group was still wondering, several more people walked over one after another. These people looked hurried, as if they were afraid of missing out on something good. What are you all doing together? Zhao Yuki asked as he stepped forward. Let's go help out at Zhao Dezu's house, said the man walking in front. Did Zhao Dezu's family invite you? Zhao Yuki asked. Why would I invite you? We're all from the same village, can't you go by yourself? The man raised an eyebrow. Bro, let's hurry. We'll miss out on seats if we're late. The guy next to me said, wiping his drool. I heard they're making braised pig's trotters now. The aroma is so tempting. You're talented. We'll talk again when we get back. We're leaving now. The man waved and walked towards Zhao Dezu's house. Those nearby immediately understood. Could it be that the aroma we just smelled was coming from Zhao Dezu's house? It smelled amazing. We could smell it even from some distance away, if it were inside Zhao Dezu's house. It smells so good. Could it be that Zhao Dezu brought a chef from the city? I have to go check it out. Wait for me, I'm coming too. I won money playing cards yesterday, perfect timing to give a gift. Soon, the people around Zhao Yuki headed towards Zhao Dezu's house. Just as Zhao Yuki was hesitating, his cell phone rang. Zhao Yuki took it out and saw that it was a call from his wife. Yuki, where are you? Take some money from home and go to Dezu's house to give as a gift. We'll have lunch together there. Hurry up, I heard from our neighbors that a very good chef came to Dezu's house today. Before Zhao Yuki could speak, the call was disconnected. After Zhao Chong took the braised pig's trotters out, he put them all in a jar, then poured in the broth to let the trotters continue to absorb the flavor. After finishing making pig's trotters, Zhao Chong didn't rest but continued making for happiness meatballs. For happiness meatballs are an indispensable dish at wedding banquets. Although the recipe is simple, making them delicious is not so easy. For meatballs to be smooth, delicate, soft, and delicious, you must chop the meat by hand, not with a machine, to ensure the meat is uniform in size. There are also specific requirements when choosing meat. Pork with a ratio of 3 parts fat to 7 parts lean will make the meatballs taste better. When Zhao Chong was slaughtering the pig, he had already considered this point and specifically set aside the meat for making for happiness meatballs. Knock knock knock. Zhao Chong patted a piece of meat a few times, then placed it on the cutting board and began to chop it. The chopping speed gradually increased, and the two knives quickly became a blur as they landed on the pork. After preparing the minced meat, Zhao Chong began to season it. Scallions, ginger, garlic, water chestnuts, cornstarch, oyster sauce. Stir the seasonings into the minced meat to ensure they are fully incorporated, resulting in meatballs with a uniform flavor. It smells so good. What are they making now? The aroma of the minced meat spread, attracting the attention of those around them once again. Even though it was just minced meat, it smelled delicious, which completely amazed them. Everyone has seasoned the meat filling, but Zhao Chong's seasoning tastes very different. It smells so good that you know the dish must be especially delicious. Sizzle. Zhao Chong threw the 4 happiness meatballs into the oil, and a series of frying sounds came from the pan. The sounds were not loud, and it sounded quite enjoyable. Then, a delicious aroma of meat slowly wafted through the air, making everyone around swallow hard. What time is it now? I checked, it's only 8 o'clock. It's only 8 o'clock? There are still several hours before the banquet starts, how can I wait? Those around him glanced at the time and sighed helplessly. They seemed to have forgotten that they had just eaten noodles, but Zhao Chong's noodles were just so delicious. The 4 happiness meatballs were fried quickly, and all that was left was to boil them. Zhao Chong didn't need to do that at all, it could be left to a few of the kitchen helpers. Zhao Chong, how should we cook these crabs? Steamed or? Zhao Dezu came to Zhao Chong carrying 2 baskets of crabs. Zhao Chong glanced at the still lively crab and made a simple decision. How about I make a drunken crab? Drunken crab? Zhao Dezu was taken aback. Do you have any alcohol at home? Zhao Chong asked. Of course. We have as many as you want. Zhao Dezu said. Is this drunken crab you mentioned delicious? After hearing Zhao Chong's description of how to make drunken crab, Zhao Dezu couldn't help but drool. Alright, stop talking, or I'll be tempted to stay and eat here. Zhao Dezu quickly waved his hand, signaling Zhao Chong to stop talking. The main reason was that Zhao Chong's description was too tempting. Just that description alone made Zhao Dezu want to pick up a crab and take a bite. Time passed by, and the people who had come to help finish their work and gathered around Zhao Chong to watch. Some people had already closed their eyes, savoring the aroma of Zhao Chong's cooking, and were quickly captivated, unable to tear themselves away from it. Especially when Zhao Chong was pickling drunken crabs, it made many people's mouths water. Some people couldn't resist sitting next to the vat of pickled drunken crabs just to smell the aroma. Chef Zhao, when will this dish be ready? Someone couldn't help but shout at Zhao Chong. What's your hurry? It's like you'd eat it even if it were cooked. Someone next to me couldn't help but say. What, can't I even ask? The man retorted. If I can't eat it, can't I at least have something to look forward to? We can do it when the banquet starts, Zhao Chong said with a smile, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Zhao Chong hadn't expected that preparing a large banquet would be such a physically demanding task. He had been busy for 3 or 4 hours since morning. If he hadn't exercised regularly during his university years, he probably wouldn't have been able to keep going. The fragrance in the courtyard grew stronger and stronger, and soon it filled the entire village. By this time, several villagers had arrived at Zhao Dezu's door. Is Zhao Dezu home? A middle-aged woman walked over and called out from the doorway. After a while, Zhao Dezu came out and was stunned when he saw who it was. Sister-in-law, is something the matter? Isn't today Xiao Feng's wedding? I've come to offer my congratulations, the woman said, then stuffed 100 yuan into Zhao Dezu's hand. This? Zhao Dezu was a little confused. When he went to deliver the invitation, the other party said they were busy at home and couldn't get away. But now they're offering money as a gift? What's going on? After the middle-aged woman stuffed 100 yuan into Zhao Dezu's hand, she went inside the next moment. Save me a seat later, I'll go in and see if there's anything I can help with. Okay. Zhao Dezu looked at the 100 yuan in his hand, his face full of doubt. In the village, unless it's a relative who gives a small amount of money as a gift, people with ordinary relationships only need to give 100 yuan. To Zhao Dezu's surprise, he wasn't very familiar with this middle-aged woman. They rarely interacted, and his initial visit to deliver the invitation was just a formality. He never expected her to come knocking on his door. Before Zhao Dezu could react, several more villagers walked over. Dezu, congratulations! Several middle-aged men came up to Zhao Dezu to offer their congratulations. What are you doing here? Zhao Dezu looked at the group of people in front of him, a mechanical smile on his face. Isn't this your son's wedding? Shouldn't we, as his uncles, come to offer our congratulations? One of the middle-aged men said with a smile. After saying that, the man took out a red envelope from his pocket and handed it to Zhao Dezu. This is my betrothal gift. Please keep it safe. We'll come to see the bride at noon. The others also took out their monetary gifts and handed them to Zhao Dezu. After seeing off those few people, another group arrived. Zhao Dezu was stunned by the situation. What's going on? When did my home become so popular? Zhao Dezu had invited all of these people, but they all declined with various excuses and reasons. I thought they wouldn't come, but they came on their own initiative. When Zhao Dezu approached the person in charge of bookkeeping with his doubts, he found that someone had just put down a red envelope and turned to leave. Dezu, I've brought the gift money. I'll come back at noon. I have some things to take care of first. Zhao Dezu nodded subconsciously. Third uncle, what's going on? Zhao Dezu placed the received gift money on the table. Why are all these people coming to give gifts? What happened? It's all thanks to Zhao Dongshan's son. The old man keeping the accounts exclaimed. I smelled the aroma as soon as I got up, and now the whole village can probably smell it. This is the first time that a banquet can fill the entire village with its fragrance. This wedding was great. It was impressive. The old man said enviously to Zhao Dezu. If I had known, I would have asked him to do the same for my 60th birthday celebration. You never told me before. Third uncle, I only asked Zhao Chong for help because the chef who cooks the big feast went to Wang Kei's house. I didn't expect his dishes to be so delicious. Zhao Dezu said helplessly, scratching his head. This is a blessing for our family. The old man said with a smile, stroking his beard. Luckily I prepared extra food, otherwise we really wouldn't have had enough for these people who suddenly arrived. Zhao Dezu couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. When I was buying groceries, I was lucky I was careful and bought extra because I was afraid I wouldn't have enough. Now it's come in handy. Diakju, congratulations. Soon, several more people came up to him. When they saw Zhao Dezu, they showed a slightly embarrassed expression and then cupped their hands in congratulations. Thank you. Zhao Dezu looked at the people who had come, who were just some villagers he didn't know very well. Since the other party had come to offer their congratulations, Zhao Dezu couldn't say anything. After all, they were from the same village. Moreover, the more people who came to Zhao Feng's wedding, the more face she would have, which meant that she was well liked in the village. The group handed over the gift money to Zhao Dezu, but instead of leaving, they chatted with him. Dezu, where did you find the chef to cook this grand feast? The smell is wafting into my house. A middle-aged man in a short-sleeved shirt and shorts asked curiously. Zhao Dezu took out cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to the people next to him. This is that kid from the Dongshan family. Zhao Dezu said. Dongshan's son? Zhao Chong? Isn't he a college student? How come he can hold such a grand banquet? Someone nearby exclaimed in surprise. Yes, I heard she got into a prestigious university, and she's about to graduate now. When did she come back? A college student burning a large feast? You're not kidding us, are you? Hearing the questions from those around him, Zhao Dezu quickly explained, the chef who cooks the big banquet for my family had something come up, so I had no choice but to ask Dongshan for help. But Dongshan injured his back while working, so I had to ask Zhao Chong to help. I didn't expect him to do such a good job. Zhao Chong came back this time to help with the housework, and he'll probably go back in a few days. No way. My son is going to graduate from high school, and I was thinking of having a graduation banquet for him. The person next to him objected. Dezu, you have to put in a good word for him. I even helped you harvest wheat a few years ago. As time passed, the aroma wafting from Zhao Dezu's house grew stronger. Several elderly women, accompanied by children, followed the scent to the vicinity of Zhao Dezu's house. The mischievous children in their arms dragged the elderly women inside. Grandma, I want to eat meat. It smells so good. The old lady glanced at the yard and licked her lips. Grandma, I want to eat. Let me eat quickly. The child let go of the old man's hand and rolled on the ground, throwing a tantrum. Looking at the child on the ground, the old lady had no choice but to walk over to Zhao Dezu. Zhu Zi, is dinner ready at home? Can my child have a bite? This isn't your ordinary home-cooked meal, and it's not even mealtime yet, Zhao Dezu said with difficulty. It wasn't that he didn't want to give it. At other times, Zhao Dezu could just give the child some meat, but not now, because the meal couldn't start until the appointed time. How can you be like this? My grandson just wants a bite to eat. Whose wedding feast doesn't allow people to eat? The old lady glared at Zhao Dezu, her voice sharp but her voice weak. Get the child something to eat right now. Sigh. Zhao Dezu looked at the unreasonable old lady and had no choice but to leave the yard. Get up quickly and go inside to eat something. The old lady shouted at her grandson on the ground. Upon hearing this, the mischievous child scrambled to his feet, ignoring the mud on his clothes, and ran into the yard. At this moment, many people were gathered around Zhao Chong in the courtyard, watching him cook. Make way, everyone, let my grandson have a taste first. The old lady called out when she saw so many people. What are you all doing here? The people around her were displeased upon hearing this, and they turned around, all giving the old lady unfriendly looks. Auntie, what are you doing? The wedding banquet hasn't even started yet, why are you eating already? Yes. Auntie, wait a minute. We've been waiting for so long, don't break the rules. The old lady seemed not to hear the advice of those around her. How about we come here for a celebratory feast? This is to give Zhao Dezu face. The old lady walked up to Zhao Chong without saying a word. Quickly serve some dishes so my grandson can have a good time. Zhao Chong looked up and frowned when he saw the old lady. This old lady is notorious in the village for taking advantage of others. When building her house, she would encroach on her neighbor's land, and she would often sneak into their fields to dig up potatoes and sweet potatoes. She has a very bad reputation in the village. But because she was so old, no one wanted to mess with her. It's not ready yet, Zhao Chong said casually. Aren't there pig's trotters over there? The old lady's eyes swept over the pig's trotters, and she pointed and said, Get one for my grandson. 1 pig's trotter per table. Zhao Chong replied casually. What's wrong with 1 per table? My grandson is hungry, the old lady insisted. But if you eat it, the other tables probably won't get any, Zhao Chong said, putting the lid back on the pot and wiping his hands. Why don't you ask these people which table is willing to give you a pig's trotter? Zhao Chong's words displeased the surrounding villagers, who turned around and glared angrily at the old woman. Every dish Zhao Chong makes is incredibly tempting, no one wants to miss a single one. Auntie, why don't you wait until the feast starts before you eat? The portions of these dishes are fixed, if you eat them, there won't be any left for us. If you're really hungry, how about we ask Chef Zhao to make you something else? Upon hearing this, the mischievous child became unhappy and lay on the ground, rolling around incessantly. No, I want to eat pig's trotters, meat, and crab. What's wrong with you people? The old lady shouted, hands on her hips. How can you be so cruel to a child? You're all so stingy. My precious grandson didn't eat breakfast this morning, and now you're being so stingy with a little bit of pig's trotter? Upon hearing the old woman's voice, someone in the crowd could no longer hold back and stepped forward. Have you no shame? Did you come to this banquet to collect gifts? They haven't even started the meal yet and you're already expecting the fancy dishes. Why does everyone have to fawn over you? I'm calling you auntie, but don't act like you're so important just because you're old. It's someone's wedding, and you're causing a scene here with your grandson? Come on, call her son right now. I refuse to believe we can't control her. Seeing everyone's accusations, the old woman trembled with anger, but since she was surrounded by villagers, she couldn't lash out. Nanny, I want to eat pig's trotters, I want meat. The sound of the child crying and making a fuss could be heard again. The old lady went up and kicked him hard. What are you eating? Come back with me right now. Wah! The little boy burst into tears and was dragged out of the yard by the old lady. After the old lady left with the child, the courtyard returned to peace. Chef Zhao, don't let her spoil your cooking mood. That's right. Little Zhao, don't take it too seriously. Keep your eyes peeled, don't let anyone else disturb Chef Zhao while he's cooking. People gathered around Zhao Chong, flattering him. Zhao Chong looked at the villagers in front of him and couldn't help but smile. Most of the villagers in Zhao family village are simple and kind-hearted. There are some villagers like the old lady who are unreasonable and domineering, but they are rare. Soon, the braised pork knuckles were cooked and scooped out of the water. The rich aroma of meat wafted over, making the surrounding villagers want to take a few bites once again. Time passed slowly, and the sound of firecrackers rang out one after another. Presumably, the wedding procession had returned, and the bride and groom walked in. Next, the village officials presided over the wedding, went on stage to give speeches to the newlyweds, and said some formalities. But the people around him just went through the motions mechanically, glancing in Zhao Chong's direction every now and then, as if afraid someone would steal the food. The wedding ceremony was proceeding smoothly, while Zhao Chong focused on cooking. Several of the more difficult dishes had already been prepared, and now it was just stews and the like. They would be stewing now so that it wouldn't delay everyone's meal after the wedding ceremony. Half an hour later, it was almost noon, and the wedding ceremony was coming to an end. The bride and groom scattered wedding candies on the platform they had set up, which attracted a frenzy of grabbing from the surrounding villagers, all wanting to share in the joy. Thank you all for coming. Please take your seats. Zhao Dezu went up on stage and shouted loudly to the villagers. The surrounding villagers had been waiting for this sentence. After Zhao Dezu finished speaking, they all ran to the table outside and sat down. After Zhao Dezu finished speaking, he checked the time and then came to Zhao Chong. Master Zhao, how are the preparations going? No problem, you can have the food served now. Zhao Chong glanced at the dishes prepared behind him and quickly responded. Good. Zhao Dezu nodded in satisfaction. Now, let's begin the feast. After Zhao Dezu began the banquet, everyone applauded. They had been itching to eat Zhao Chong's delicious food for a long time. After being tormented by the rich aroma all morning, they were starving and wished they could run to Zhao Chong right now and grab a bite. Those who came to attend the wedding sat down at the tables. In rural areas, during a large banquet, the elderly usually sit at one table, the men at another, and the women and children at yet another. The elderly were placed in the courtyard, while the men and women were placed outside. The people sitting at the table looked expectantly in Zhao Chong's direction, waiting for the food to be served. The waiting time was torture for them, but thankfully it didn't take long before they saw people bringing over the dishes. It's finally here. I've been waiting all morning. It smells so good. Is this a cold dish? I can smell the aroma from this far away. I have to say, Chef Zhao's cooking is much better than those of the professional chefs. The surrounding villagers exclaimed in admiration, watching eagerly as the person serving the dishes approached. As soon as the cold dish was placed on the table, everyone immediately picked up their chopsticks and started eating it. If you don't fight for the food, you probably won't get to eat any of it. The portion of a cold dish was limited, and with 7 or 8 people sitting at the table, it was quickly devoured, leaving only some broth on the plate. I only took 2 bites. How is it all gone? Can't you guys be a little more civilized? Someone started complaining. You should be grateful. I only took 1 bite and was still savoring it. Now I see you've eaten it all. Luckily, I was quick and managed to take 3 bites. I've never tasted anything like this in the city. The same thing happened at almost every table. The cold dishes were snatched up as soon as they were put down. Zhao Deze stood at the door, glancing back at Zhao Chong, who was cooking from time to time, feeling extremely anxious. Sigh, I wonder if there will be any left over from such delicious food. Dezu, I had something to do at home, so I'm late. Just as Zhao Deze was looking for a place to eat, he suddenly saw a family walking towards him. The family handed the gift money to Zhao Deze and looked at the surrounding tables. The tables are all full. I thought you weren't coming. Zhao Deze said with a troubled expression. I had some things to take care of at home that kept me from coming. I just finished and brought the whole family to congratulate you, the man in the family said, stepping forward and taking Zhao Deze's hand. Dezu, you know I helped you before, right? How about we have a table together? Why don't you squeeze over to the side? Zhao Dezu said helplessly. He couldn't possibly set up a new table just for this family. As soon as Zhao Deze finished speaking, several more people walked over and ran up to him. Dezu, we're not late, are we? The man approached Zhao Deze warmly and handed him 200 yuan. Didn't you go to the city? Zhao Deze asked, puzzled, as he looked at the person in front of him. I just finished my work and immediately took a car back, afraid of missing my nephew's wedding banquet, the man explained. Zhao Deze looked at the person in front of him with a helpless expression on his face. He had invited all of these people once, but they had all declined with various excuses. Who would have thought that they would all come over at this time? The original reservation for 20 tables had already been expanded by 2 tables this morning because someone came to deliver a gift of money, and now more people are arriving. Before Zhao Deze could figure out how to make arrangements, several more people came to his side. Without saying a word upon meeting, he simply stuffed the money into Zhao Deze's hand. How about we open another table? Zhao Deze said, looking at the dozen or so people in front of him. Good, I knew Deze was straightforward in his dealings. Upon hearing this, the people around him immediately smiled. They came specifically for Zhao Chong, wanting to try such delicious food. Zhao Deze put together a few tables before letting the others sit down. But not long after they sat down, some more people came to Zhao Deze's house. This terrified Zhao Deze. What's wrong with me today? When the village holds a large banquet, there are usually a dozen or so tables. Zhao Deze has prepared a full 20 tables, which is already considered a large-scale event. But looking at it now, it's still not enough. As people came to offer their congratulations one after another, Zhao Deze felt that most of the villagers had come. While this brought Zhao Deze some pride, it also put him in a very difficult position. What should we do? If you don't have enough tables, you can combine them, but if you don't have enough chairs, that's a problem. I'm so sorry, there's really no room left. Zhao Deze quickly explained to the people who came later, there are too many people today, I didn't prepare that many tables and chairs. There's no room left? The people who came in later looked anxious when they heard this. The food has started being served now, and they can smell the aroma of the dishes just by standing here. Wouldn't it be a shame if they couldn't eat them? If there's not enough room, we can go home and get chairs ourselves, one of them suddenly said. Dezu, tell them to slow down the serving of the food. I'll go home and get chairs right away. After saying that, the person turned around and ran away. Seeing this, the people around hurried home, eager to get their chairs back and enjoy the wedding feast. Zhao Deze stared at the villagers in front of him, stunned. This is the first time their family has ever attended a wedding banquet to this extent. After more than 10 minutes, they ran back, covered in sweat, carrying not only chairs but also chopsticks. Upon seeing this, Zhao Deze quickly arranged a place for them. The people at the table who had been there all showed displeasure when someone cut in. There wasn't enough food for them to begin with, and now someone is trying to take it from them? However, since they were all from the same village, they didn't say anything, but just held their chopsticks tightly in their hands. Hey, how dare you cheat like this? Why do you have 2 pairs of chopsticks? These are from home, I'll have to make up for it since I'm late. You're shameless. A cacophony of noise and complaints filled the surrounding area, but these sounds disappeared immediately after the dishes were served. Everyone rushed to pick up their chopsticks and start eating as soon as the dishes were placed down, just like in a 100-meter sprint. Some women holding children forgot about their children at that moment and desperately tried to grab food from those around them. Wow! The child burst into tears when he saw that the plate was empty. "Mommy, I'm hungry. I want to eat." "Don't cry, I'll serve you some of the next dish first." The middle-aged woman picked up the child after hearing the crying and comforted him softly. For happiness, meatballs, spicy fish, Mandarin duck chicken, braised prawns. One dish after another was served, and each dish was devoured by everyone in less than 2 minutes. Even at the tables of the elderly and men, everyone was eagerly waiting for the next dish. Like in the old days, at wedding banquets, they would drink some wine, chat for a while, smoke a cigarette, and then slowly savor the dishes. But today was different. The drinks on the table were still unopened, and those heavy smokers who had been smoking for decades seemed to have quit smoking at this moment, constantly holding chopsticks and waiting for the next dish to be served. These 4 happiness meatballs are so delicious. They're silky smooth and tender, and not greasy at all. I've never had such a delicious dish before. Spicy fish is the best. It retains the freshness of the fish while adding the fiery heat of chili peppers. No other chef can replicate this flavor. Chef Zhao's skills are amazing. I feel like he can rival the imperial chefs. While waiting for the food, the surrounding villagers praised it one after another. Several families in rural areas hold large banquets every year, but none can compare to the one we have now. The plates on the table were spotless, not even a drop of soup remained. Even so, the people around were still impatient, urging the food to be served quickly. "Master Zhao, this is the first time I've ever seen such a grand feast," the kitchen assistant next to Zhao Chong said in surprise. "With your skills, you could be a head chef in a high-end restaurant in the city." "Not at all," Zhao Chong said modestly with a smile. "This is my first time cooking a large banquet." Zhao Chong never expected his cooking skills to be so popular with the villagers. In fact, he didn't feel much of a difference. It was just like cooking any other dish he had before. "Master Zhao, you're being too modest. How are we supposed to make a living?" the kitchen helper said with a bitter face. "It seems like all the skills we've learned over the past 10 years are wasted." Zhao Dezu came running over, panting, and wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Zhao Chong, thank you so much for your help today." "Uncle, don't be so polite," Zhao Chong said, pointing to the dishes. "Are you running out of food? I'll hurry up and prepare some more." "Yes, the villagers have been urging me on, and I don't know what to do," Zhao Dezu said with a wry smile. "I've never seen other people's wedding banquets this complicated." "Dezu, you're getting a good deal and then complaining. You're the first in the village to host a wedding banquet on this scale. Even the village chief's wedding banquet isn't this popular," the people around him teased. "Thanks to everyone for your support." Zhao Dezu clasped his hands in thanks to the other party. "We're mainly here to support Master Zhao, you're just passing by," someone joked. Yes, if I didn't have to serve the guests, I would have had to compete with you guys for food." Zhao Dezu wasn't angry, instead, he joked with them. "Don't bother Master Zhao here, we're still waiting to eat." The people around him jeered again. "How about we bring up the braised pork knuckle and pig's trotters first? The drunken crab should be ready soon too," Zhao Chong said, glancing back at the table. All right, I'll serve the food right away, or they'll eat me alive." Zhao Dezu called to the group, taking out the braised pork knuckle and other dishes and placing them on the table. This sparked another frenzy of buying. Unlike the lively atmosphere at Zhao Dezu's house, Zhao Wangkei's house seemed rather quiet. Zhao Wangkei moved into his new house and specially prepared a grand banquet with 20 tables. The chefs he hired were all recruited from Zhao Dezu's family. They started cooking before dawn. However, unexpectedly, only 3 or 4 tables of the original 20 tables were occupied, and the remaining dozen or so tables were completely empty. "What's going on here?" Zhao Wangkei frowned as he looked at the deserted courtyard. "This shouldn't be happening. There should be at least a dozen tables." At that moment, a young man walked in. "How's it going with your inquiries? What are they all busy with?" "The banquet is almost here," Zhao Wangkei said with dissatisfaction. "I asked, and they all went to Zhao Dezu's house to attend Zhao Dezu's son's wedding," the young man said breathlessly. "Go to Zhao Dezu's house? They don't even have a big feast to cook at. What would we do there? Go see the bride?" Zhao Wangkei said, frowning. "They invited Zhao Dongshan's son to cook a big feast. There are so many people here today. They originally booked 20 tables, but now they've set up 25. The young man said breathlessly, "And each table has at least 10 people. I've never seen anything like it before. You're hiring a mere kid to cook this big feast?" Zhao Wangkei said in surprise. "And so many people are going to support you? Have they all gone crazy? Eating food cooked by a kid who hasn't even grown up yet?" Zhao Wangke couldn't understand why people were going to Zhao Dezu's house to eat at his housewarming banquet, even though he had poached the chef who cooked the main course at a high price to make his housewarming banquet more lively. I painstakingly prepared food for 20 tables, but there were fewer than 30 people eating it? Zhao Wangke's face turned green. He had wanted to show off, but instead, he was slapped in the face. Master, all the dishes are ready, shall we serve them? The chef asked Zhao Wangke as he approached. Go my ass. There aren't many people here. Zhao Wangke cursed. What should we do with all these dishes? The chef who was preparing the banquet was also encountering this situation for the first time and was quite helpless. You're asking me? Nobody eats the food you cook, that's your fault. Zhao Wangke yelled angrily at his master. Get out of here. Zhao Dezu's house was still bustling with activity, with a group of people vying for the food. Many people blushed with embarrassment at not being able to grab a dish and had no choice but to wait for the next course. This pork knuckle isn't greasy at all. How is that made? It melts in your mouth. Even I, who don't eat fatty meat, ate a lot. I wish I could eat this delicious food every day. I probably wouldn't be able to eat any other food after this. The pork knuckle that was served was quickly reduced to a large bone, with not a single bit of meat left, as it was cleaned very thoroughly. This was a rare sight at previous banquets, where almost no one touched the braised pork knuckle, but Zhao Chang's braised pork knuckle was devoured in less than a minute. Next, the other dishes were served, and basically none of them lasted more than 3 minutes. You should know that the portions at a rural banquet are very generous, but these people acted as if they hadn't eaten for days, stuffing food into their mouths without a second thought. When the bride and groom came to toast, there were only empty plates left on each table. After finishing the last dish, Zhao Chang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Preparing this grand banquet is exhausting. We've been busy since morning without a break. This is food for over 200 people. Even experienced banquet chefs would be exhausted, let alone a novice like Zhao Chang. Fortunately, Zhao Chang exercised regularly during his university years, which helped him get through it. Zhao Chang gently rubbed his shoulders, looking at the empty temporary kitchen, a smile appearing on his face. Zhao Dezu walked over and looked at Zhao Chang with gratitude. If it weren't for Zhao Chang, his son's wedding wouldn't have been so successful. With over 20 tables of guests, this was already a record-breaking wedding banquet in the entire Zhao family village. And that was with some people sharing seats. If they had set up a larger banquet, even 30 tables wouldn't have been enough. Even when the village chief's son got married, there were never so many tables for the banquet. Zhao Chang, you've been a huge help to me. Zhao Dezu handed over a bottle of water. Have some water, you must be exhausted. We're all from the same village, why are you asking for help? Zhao Chang took the bottle of mineral water and gulped it down. Without you, Zhao Feng's wedding banquet wouldn't have been able to get off to a decent level, Zhao Dezu said gratefully. Look around, in our village, whose wedding banquet has ever had so many people? Zhao Chang glanced around and saw that the table was full of guests. In the village, it's not the large number of visitors that's the problem, but the lack of visitors. If many people come, it proves that you are well liked in the village, and people like to be around you. It also brings honor to the host family. However, if few people come, or there are only a few tables of guests, this person will not have any status in the village. Therefore, every wedding, whether it's a joyous occasion or a happy event, is always celebrated on a grand scale. You wouldn't believe it, the guests ate all the food today, Zhao Dezu said with a smile. I even prepared some plastic bags to pack up some of the leftovers, but I didn't expect that we didn't need to pack them up at all, and we didn't even need to wash the plates. It can't be that exaggerated, Zhao Chang said in surprise. Don't believe me? Take a look. Zhao Dezu pulled Zhao Chang to the table. Look how clean these people are eating. The people around Zhao Dezu, upon hearing his words, were not angry at all. Instead, they looked at him with smiles. Dezu, this is all thanks to Chef Zhao. If his cooking hadn't been so delicious, we wouldn't have made a fool of ourselves at your house. Yes. How did you know Chef Zhao could cook such delicious food? I'm going to have my son's 1-month celebration next month, so I'm going to ask Chef Zhao to cook for me. Don't try to take it from me. I'm still looking to hire Chef Zhao for my kid's college entrance celebration banquet. Is this your son's college admission celebration? Did he get accepted into Langxian Vocational School? Get lost. Ha 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 ha. The guests chatted and laughed without restraint, but everyone looked at Zhao Chang differently now. Previously, they only knew that Zhao Chang was a college student and the top scorer in the city's college entrance examination, but those things were far removed from their lives, and they didn't feel anything about them. Now, Zhao Chang has won them over with his skills. These people have eaten many grand banquets before, but none have been as enjoyable as today. They ate all the soup in the plate by dipping their steamed buns in it, leaving the plate spotless, as if it had just been washed. Zhao Dezu didn't chat with them in detail, but instead led Zhao Chang to each table for a casual chat. The host led the head chef to introduce each chef, something that had never happened before. Generally speaking, the chefs who prepare large banquets are only responsible for cooking, and they leave after they're done and collect their money. But this is nothing like what's happening now, with Zhao Dezu pulling Zhao Chong from table to introduce the dishes, mostly showing off. When the villagers saw Zhao Chong, they greeted him warmly. "Zhao Chong, do you have a girlfriend? I'm a well-known matchmaker in our village. I've introduced so many couples to each other." Zhao Chong is a college student, and what kind of people are you introducing? Zhao Chong: "I have a niece who is also a college student, just started university. I'd like to introduce you to her." "How can you do this right after starting university?" Zhao Chong: "Listen to your aunt. I have a relative who's a graduate student, about 3 years older than you. They say a woman 3 years older than you is a lucky match. How about I give you his contact information?" When Zhao Dezu led Zhao Chong to the table of middle-aged women, they immediately surrounded him, holding his hands enthusiastically and introducing him to potential partners. Zhao Chong was terrified by the enthusiasm of these people. The older women looked at him as if they wanted to devour him whole. "Auntie, ma'am, I just graduated," Zhao Chong said shyly. "So what if you just graduated? It's a good opportunity to start dating." Yes, let's try everything." Hearing what the people around him said, Zhao Dezu laughed. When he saw Zhao Chong's pleading look, he stepped forward and said, "Ladies, you need to talk to Zhao Chong's family about this. Can't you see how shy Zhao Chong is?" "That's right, I'll go tomorrow." The surrounding middle-aged women nodded in agreement. After walking around for a while, Zhao Chong went back inside to rest. Zhao Dezu gestured for Zhao Chong to sit down, then went into the house and came out shortly afterward. "Zhao Chong, thank you for your help today. Here's a red envelope, please accept it." Zhao Dezu handed a bulging red envelope to Zhao Chong. "I just came to help, this is too much." Zhao Chong took the red envelope and weighed it in his hand. There was at least 5,000 yuan inside. "This is what you deserve." Zhao Dezu pressed down on the red envelope and stuffed it into Zhao Chong's pocket. "Without you, this wedding banquet wouldn't be so lively today." "Yes, Zhao Chong, you should just accept it." Zhao Dezu's family members around him also began to persuade him. Left with no other choice, Zhao Chong had to put it away. "Come and have something to eat." After seeing Zhao Chong accept the red envelope, Zhao Dezu handed him a few steamed buns. "You guys bring some vegetables." The people around him didn't move, staring intently at Zhao Dezu. "Why are you looking at me like that? Do you expect Zhao Chong to just eat steamed buns?" Zhao Dezu said with a displeased expression. "We don't want this either." A woman stepped forward. "There's no extra food left, and we haven't eaten yet." "No more food? How is that possible?" Zhao Dezu couldn't believe it and searched the house himself. But he searched for a long time and couldn't find a single dish, not even the remaining dishes. "You've eaten all the food?" Zhao Dezu asked in surprise. "Not only did they finish it all, it wasn't enough," the woman said aggrievedly. "Didn't you add another table later?" The last table was even short of a few dishes. If it weren't for Chef Zhao's delicious cooking, they probably would have been cursing. "How about we make some?" Zhao Dezu looked at Zhao Chong and said apologetically, "We still have some food prepared at home, right?" "It's all gone, all gone." The people around shook their heads. "All we have left in our homes are pickled vegetables." Zhao Chong never expected that after preparing such a grand feast, he would end up not being able to eat any of the dishes and only being able to eat some pickled vegetables. "Forget it, I'll go home and get something to eat." Zhao Chong was exhausted and just wanted to go home, eat something, and get some sleep. "How about I go buy some groceries?" Zhao Dezu quickly said. "You've come to my house to help out, how can you not even get a hot meal?" "No need to trouble yourself, I'll just make something at home." Zhao Chong waved his hand and walked outside. "I reckon I won't be able to leave once I buy the groceries, since all the people who came for the banquet are still here. If I buy the groceries, they'll be eating until dark." Thinking about this, Zhao Chong was terrified. "I'm not a robot, I can't withstand this kind of torment." After Zhao Chong left, Zhao Dezu's family was in a dilemma. "What should I do? I've been busy all morning and haven't had a decent meal." "Don't even mention it. You ate noodles this morning, but I didn't get to eat anything." "Oh dear, I was thinking of waiting until the food was served so I could really enjoy it. What am I going to do now?" People around complained that it was all because they hadn't gotten to eat any of Zhao Chong's cooking. They were so captivated by Zhao Chong's cooking that they almost wanted to sneak a couple of pieces into their mouths if not for the many people watching. "Now look what's happened, we haven't gotten to eat anything." "Well, you'll have to eat some pickled vegetables." Zhao Dezu walked in carrying a large basin of pickled vegetables. "These are just scooped out of the pickle jar." The people around were dumbfounded when they saw the pickled vegetables, and unconsciously showed disgust in their eyes. If it were just normal help, eating some pickled vegetables wouldn't be a problem. But now it's different. Zhao Chong's cooking has whetted their appetites, and these pickled vegetables can't satisfy them. But now that the banquet is over, it's impossible to let Zhao Chong come back to cook. The villagers around them were still enjoying their meal, and even though the dishes on the table had been cleared out, they showed no sign of leaving. I've been eating at grand banquets for so many years, and I've never had such delicious food before. Who says otherwise? Where did this young master Zhao learn his skills? I should have hired him before. Sigh, is anyone hosting a big banquet soon? If they do, I'm not going unless Chef Zhao cooks. I'm not going either. From now on, I won't eat at any big banquet unless Chef Zhao is in charge of the cooking. By the way, aren't you and Chef Zhao neighbors? Why don't you let Chef Zhao open a restaurant? Why would he open a restaurant? He's a college graduate. If he's going to open a restaurant, he should open one in the city. The villagers were talking amongst themselves, cracking sunflower seeds and smoking cigarettes, plotting how they could get a meal from Zhao Chong. Some even wanted to go to Zhao Chong's house for a free meal. After finishing his meal, Zhao Dezu was about to clear the table when he noticed that more than half of the people were still there. Dezu, is Chef Zhao coming to cook again tonight? Yeah, shall we do it tonight? I'm not cooking anymore, we're out of food at home. How about I treat you guys to a restaurant? Zhao Dezu said with a headache. A restaurant? Forget about it. Everyone shook their heads and showed disdain when they heard about going to a restaurant. Can restaurant food taste as good as Chef Zhao's? After hearing that there would be no food for dinner, the people around reluctantly got up. Uncle, where is the chef? Lu Jingjing asked Zhao Dezu as she approached him. It's Jingjing. Zhao Dezu recognized Jingjing immediately. She was his daughter-in-law's best friend. He went back. Why do you need to see him? Yes, my family owns a restaurant, right? I'd like to ask that chef to help out. Lu Jingjing stated her purpose directly. That's unfortunate. Zhao Dezu explained after hearing this isn't our village's cook. Upon hearing this, Lu Jingjing looked puzzled. Zhao Chong is a college graduate from our village. He just graduated this year and came back to take care of his parents and help with the housework. Zhao Dezu told the truth. I had to ask Zhao Chong to come and help because my chef for the banquet was poached by someone else. I estimate he will go back to work in the city in a few days. College student? How can a college student have such good cooking skills? What universities still offer culinary arts programs? She's a proper undergraduate student, from a top university, Zhao Dezu quickly explained, knowing that Lu Jingjing had misunderstood. But college graduates don't probably earn very high salaries these days. Lu Jingjing's eyes darted around. Uncle, where does he live? You're still not giving up, girl. Fine, I'll tell you in a bit. Since the other party was a guest, Zhao Dezu couldn't refuse, so he promised to tell her Zhao Chong's home address after he finished his work. After returning home, Zhao Chong ate something quickly and fell asleep immediately. I slept until after 4 p.m. before getting up. Zhao Chong heard the system notification sound as soon as he got up. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission and receiving a reward of 80,000 yuan. You have also gained 5 physical skill points. Please allocate them as soon as possible. Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Chong couldn't help but feel puzzled. Skill points? What is this? However, the next moment, Zhao Chong actually saw his own body attribute diagram. Physical strength, speed, intelligence, charisma. These attributes are displayed on their respective virtual images, and each attribute point is very average with no significant differences. 5 attribute points? Where should I add them? Zhao Chong was a little confused for a moment, but as he was about to get out of bed to think things over, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm. Let's add it to stamina. Zhao Chong suddenly had an idea. Gourmet system. There will definitely be many more tasks like preparing large banquets in the future, so putting in physical effort can help me avoid getting too tired. As soon as the thought crossed Zhao Chong's mind, he saw that his stamina had increased by 5 points. As soon as the attribute points were added, Zhao Chong immediately felt the soreness in his body disappear, and his body felt full of vitality, with inexhaustible energy. Bite. Zhao Chong's phone suddenly beeped. When he opened it, he found that there was an extra 80,000 yuan in his bank account. Has the money arrived in your account? That's 80,000 yuan. After all the hard work of preparing a grand banquet, the host only gives you 3 to 5,000 yuan, which is quite a bit less than the 80,000 yuan reward from the system. If people ask me to cook big banquets again in the future, wouldn't I be able to make even more money? 80,000 yuan at a time. If you hold 10 large banquets a year, that's 800,000. Thinking of this, Zhao Chong couldn't help but smile. This system isn't anything revolutionary, but it's stable. The job I found in the city only paid around 5,000 yuan as an intern. How could that compare to the money I could make cooking a big feast at home? For the rest of the time, Zhao Chong helped with household chores. I originally thought that after the last time, people would gradually come to me to cook large banquets. But 3 days have passed and there's still no sign of it. Although no one asked him to host a large banquet, some people came to propose marriage to Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong's mother was also completely bewildered. After hearing about Zhao Chang's performance in burning down the banquet, she looked at him differently. Dad, have you been teaching Zhao Chang how to cook? Zhao Chang's mother secretly asked Zhao Dongshan, who was stretching out. After a few days of rest, Zhao Dongshan's back injury has improved considerably, and he can now move around a little. No. Zhao Dongshan stretched his body slightly and asked doubtfully, shouldn't I be criticizing you for this? It's Dezu's wedding banquet, why did you send Zhao Chang to cause trouble? What if things go wrong and we get talked about behind our backs? Don't talk nonsense. Do you think our son is such an unreliable person? Zhao Chang's mother rolled her eyes at Zhao Dongshan. Let me tell you, everyone in the village is praising Zhao Chang's skills now. Although I didn't go to Dezu's wedding banquet that day, I heard that most people in our village went. Even Wang Kei's housewarming banquet paled in comparison. Really? Zhao Dongshan said in surprise. Is it because Zhao Dezu is popular? What nonsense are you talking about? This is all thanks to our son. Zhao Chang's mother said proudly. You have no idea, I heard that everyone was eagerly waiting to eat the dishes our son cooked that day. No way. I've never taught him, Zhao Dongshan said with a look of surprise. I'm okay at cooking in the mess hall, but I'm nowhere near as good as those chefs who cook big banquets. That means our son is a culinary genius, Zhao Chang's mother said excitedly. These past few days, people have been coming to our house every day to propose marriage, and they all rave about our Zhao Chang. This kid's really something, much better than his old man, Zhao Dongshan said with satisfaction as he looked at Zhao Chang, who was busy at work. Of course, Zhao Chang's mother said. Don't just stand there, go and rest for a while. The corn harvest is coming up in the next few days, and I need to find a truck to haul the corn. My old back can't be of much help, Zhao Dongshan said with a look of self-reproach. Alright, just stop making things worse. Zhao Chang's mother rolled her eyes. Go get some rest. Zhao Chang was tidying up the yard. The corn was almost ripe. Although the family didn't have much land, only about 6 or 7 acres, he would probably have to work for several days by himself to harvest the corn. Fortunately, I put all my attribute points into stamina, which is enough to handle these farm chores. Buzz! Suddenly, the sound of a tricycle came from outside and stopped in front of Zhao Chang's house. What's going on? Zhao Chang heard a car parked in front of his door and quickly walked outside. After Zhao Chang stepped out of his house, he found a tricycle stopped and turned off. A middle-aged man got out of the car and greeted Zhao Chang with a warm smile. Zhao Chang, you're home. The middle-aged man greeted Zhao Chang. Uncle Yuan Shan? What's this? Zhao Chang asked in surprise, looking at the tricycle loaded with corn. I was harvesting corn in the field when I saw that your corn was ripe, so I picked it up for you on my way, Zhao Yuanshan said, pointing to the corn on his tricycle. Your corn is really big. Corn? Zhao Chang was stunned when he heard this. He had originally planned to harvest the corn in the next day or two, but he didn't expect Zhao Yuanshan to harvest it for them. Uncle Yuanshan, what's wrong with you? Zhao Chang didn't know what to say. It's all right, we're all from the same village. I heard your father's back injury hasn't healed yet, so I came to help, Zhao Yuanshan said warmly without any formality. Where should we put the corn? This open space will do, Zhao Chang said, pointing to an open space in front of the door. Alright, step back a bit, Zhao Yuanshan said to Zhao Chang, then got on the tricycle. The tricycle started up, drove to an open space, and then dumped the corn on the ground. Before Zhao Chang could even step forward to express his gratitude, another tricycle drove up behind him. Yuan Shan, move aside, let me through. The middle-aged man on the tricycle shouted to Zhao Yuanshan. It's unloaded here, right? Yes, Zhao Chang nodded mechanically. The third, fourth, and fifth vehicles followed. Zhao Chang roughly counted them and found that there were actually 6 tricycles helping his family harvest corn. Soon, Zhao Chang's mother heard the noise and came out as well. What's going on? Zhao Chang's mother was dumbfounded when she saw the tricycles appearing one after another. Whose corn are they harvesting? Why are they parked in front of our house? They said it was for our family. Zhao Chang said, stunned. They collected it for our family? Zhao Chang's mother was even more surprised. What's going on? Did you hire someone? No, it was Uncle Yuan Shan and the others. Zhao Chang said helplessly. I don't know what happened. I just heard some noise and went out to check. I found that Uncle Yuan Shan and a few other people had helped us bring the corn back. Oh dear, this is so embarrassing, Zhao Chang's mother said with an embarrassed expression. You wait here, we'll have them stay for a meal, I'll go pick some vegetables and then go buy some meat. Before Zhao Chang could speak, he saw his mother pushing her electric scooter out. It's quite common to help out with chores in the village, and people usually treat each other to a meal. If you offer money, it seems too formal, and most people won't accept it. Zhao Chong hadn't expected these people to be so enthusiastic about helping him harvest corn. If Zhao Chong were to go to the field to harvest corn himself, it would probably take him a whole day, including finding a vehicle and a corn harvesting machine. But now, it's completely saved him the trouble. With 6 trucks, it's estimated that each truck can harvest the corn in 2 trips. They're being too enthusiastic. I'm finding it a bit overwhelming. Zhao Chong shook his head and began tidying up the corn on the ground. Half an hour later, Zhao Yuanshan and his group drove back to their house. After all the corn had been harvested, Zhao Yuanshan and the others came to Zhao Chong's side. "Uncle Yuanshan, please sit down and rest for a while." Zhao Chong took out a few stools and handed them to Zhao Yuanshan. "Thank you so much for today." "No need to thank me, we're all from the same village. I was originally planning to handle this for you by myself, but these people insisted on getting involved." Zhao Yuanshan looked at the villagers around him with dissatisfaction. "What? You've taken on this all by yourself?" Another middle-aged man chuckled and scolded. "Zhao Dongshan and I are classmates, you know. How could I not help you with this? My mom just said we're having dinner here tonight." Zhao Chong took out cigarettes from the house and handed them to Zhao Yuanshan and the others. When the group heard about dinner, their eyes lit up, and they all forgot to take the cigarettes Zhao Chong offered them. Zhao Yuanshan and his group helped harvest the corn, but they were only doing it to freeload a meal. But if Zhao Chong doesn't bring it up, the others won't feel comfortable speaking up either. Ever since you ate the banquet prepared by Zhao Chong last time, Zhao Yuanshan and the others have been unable to sleep all night, their minds filled with the taste of Zhao Chong's cooking. Just these past few days, while I was harvesting corn, I noticed that Zhao Chong's corn hadn't been harvested yet, so I drove over to help with the harvest, hoping to get a free meal after the work was done. Unexpectedly, after seeing him, many people started to imitate him. The 6 of them worked together and finished harvesting Zhao Chong's corn in just 2 hours. "Brother Yuanshan, you're so clever. How come I never thought of this way to freeload a meal?" The middle-aged man standing next to Zhao Yuanshan said with a smile as he sat in the courtyard. "You guys are pretty cunning, aren't you? I've only loaded half the truck, and you guys came right after smelling it." Zhao Yuanshan looked at the people around him and said helplessly, "I was planning to eat more myself, but you guys just had to come and try to take it from me. You'll all have to eat less later, I can't let you always get the better deal. How about we let you take the food first?" Someone joked. "That's more like it." Zhao Yuanshan nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Zhao Chong came out of the house, carrying a teapot and several teacups. "Uncle Yuanshan, have some water first." Zhao Chong placed the teacup in front of Zhao Yuanshan, then put the tea leaves into the teapot. "We don't have any good tea at home, so please make do with this." "Xiao Chong, you're too kind. We're all from the same village, this is what we should do." Zhao Yuanshan poured tea into the cup. "Don't you all agree?" "Of course. We're all from the same village, isn't this a small matter?" Yes, we've finished harvesting our own crops, so this is just a matter of lending a hand." Those around him echoed his sentiments. "Okay, you guys drink some water first. When my mom comes back, I'll make you something to eat," Zhao Chong said. "Okay." Upon hearing about food, Zhao Yuanshan and the others revealed excited eyes, looking intently at Zhao Chong. "Finally, I can eat Zhao Chong's cooking again." "Alright, then I'll have to keep you uncles waiting," Zhao Chong said apologetically. "We happen to have some playing cards at home, I'll take them out and you can play for a bit." "Okay." Zhao Yuanshan readily agreed. Soon, Zhao Chong took out a deck of cards from the house. There were 4 decks in total, enough for 6 people to play a local game of Guji. In Zhao Chong's hometown, everyone gathers together during the Spring Festival. When there are many people, they play Guji, a card game, and when there are few people, they play Mahjong. Zhao Chong's father, Zhao Dongshan, also came out from the inner room, stretched his body, and watched Zhao Yuanshan and the others play cards. "Oh dear, what a terrible hand. I can't go, you guys go." Zhao Yuanshan glanced at his cards after drawing them, quickly closed them, and sighed helplessly. "My hand is terrible. I can't even open a hole," said the person next to Zhao Yuanshan with a bitter face. "Go easy on me." About half an hour later, Zhao Chong's mother returned, bringing back several large bags of vegetables on the back of her electric scooter. "Sister-in-law, why are there so many dishes?" Zhao Yuanshan's smile deepened as he looked at the dishes in Zhao Chong's mother's hands. "How can we possibly eat all of this? Take what you can't finish," Zhao Chong's mother said with a smile. "We really owe you all this today." After Zhao Chong's mother finished speaking, she handed the vegetables to Zhao Chong. "Go wash them and then cook them." "Okay." Zhao Chong readily took the vegetables and walked towards the tap. Zhao Chong knew perfectly well that Zhao Yuanshan and his group wanted to eat the dishes he cooked, so he didn't let his mother help and instead washed and prepared the vegetables himself. These vegetables are all grown at home. They are common vegetables such as cucumbers, chives, green beans, and cabbage. After rinsing the vegetables, Zhao took them into the kitchen. There's still pork in the refrigerator, including a large pork hock and ribs, which Zhao Dezu delivered yesterday. Zhao Chang's mother initially didn't want to accept it, and the two of them argued for a long time before finally accepting it. 6 people, at least 6 dishes. Zhao Chang looked at the meat and vegetables in his house and started to make plans. You can make 1 braised pork belly, 1 stewed pork ribs with potatoes and green beans, 1 braised eggplant, 1 smashed cucumber, 1 shredded potato, and then make a braised pork knuckle, and that should be about it. After thinking it over, Zhao Chang sat up. Zhao Chang's mother was helping out, while Zhao Chang's father was watching the others play cards. Soon, a fragrant aroma wafted from inside the house into the courtyard. Zhao Yuanshan and the others, who were playing cards, were stunned by the aroma of the meat and took 2 deep breaths. I have to say, Xiao Chang's cooking is really delicious. Just smelling it makes me want to eat it. Yes. Brother Dongshan, how did you teach him? The dishes you make are even more delicious than those of professional chefs. I didn't get enough to eat at the big feast at Dezu's house a few days ago, because everyone was grabbing the food so fast. Zhao Yuanshan and the others looked into the room with expectant expressions, and then began to discuss. Zhao Dongshan also smelled the fragrance, and felt a wave of surprise and astonishment. How come this kid's cooking smells so good? How come I didn't know that before? Who taught him? Zhao Dongshan wondered to himself. Although he was the head of the mess hall in the army, he could only cook large pot dishes, and the taste was just average. Compared with the dishes cooked by Zhao Chang, the difference was very obvious. At first, I only heard Zhao Chang's mother say that her son's cooking was so good that many people couldn't get a bite, and I thought it was a bit of an exaggeration. But now that I smell it, it's not an exaggeration at all. This tastes so good, even a 5-star chef couldn't make it. Wait, I'll burn you. 2 kings, 2 twos, 1 3. Zhao Yuanshan finished playing his cards, stood up, and went to Zhao Dongshan. Brother Dongshan, why don't you let Zhao Chang open a restaurant in our village? Open a restaurant? Zhao Dongshan asked, puzzled. That's right. Everyone in our village loves Zhao Chang's cooking. If he opened a restaurant, I'm telling you, it would be a huge success, Zhao Yuanshan continued. I don't know about others, but for me, I eat there 7 times a week. Stop talking nonsense. There are only a few people in our village. If we're going to open a restaurant, we should open one in the county town. Someone said. My son just bought a house in the county town. If we open a restaurant, I can live in the city every day. You're so full of ideas. Zhao Yuanshan scolded irritably. I'm not playing anymore, I haven't even opened the hand yet. After the game ended, someone started putting away their cards. The food should be almost ready by now. The aroma has been wafting around for half an hour. No sooner had the man finished speaking than Zhao Chang's mother brought over a plate of smashed cucumbers. Get ready, the food's here. After seeing the dishes that Zhao Chang's mother brought over, Zhao Yuanshan and the others quickly cleared the table. Sister-in-law, let me help you. After finishing cleaning up, Zhao Yuanshan quickly got up and took the plate from Zhao Chang's mother. As soon as Zhao Yuanshan took the plate of food, he couldn't help but take a deep sniff, and almost couldn't resist picking up a piece with his hand to eat. Hey, Yuanshan, what are you doing? Don't steal any food. One of them shouted as soon as he saw Zhao Yuanshan's actions. Who stole some? Did you see it? Zhao Yuanshan glared at the person, then placed the cucumber salad on the table. Don't worry, there's more to come. Zhao Chang has prepared 6 dishes for you today. That's enough, Zhao Chang's mother said with a smile. 6 dishes? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuanshan and the others beamed with excitement. Sigh, we're really troubling Zhao Chang. Zhao Yuanshan and the others said. What's the trouble? It's just a meal, Zhao Chang's mother said casually. You've been helping us harvest the corn, so Zhao Chang can take a break. Cooking a meal for you isn't much trouble at all. Dongshan, do we still have any wine at home? Bring it out for your younger brothers. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dongshan slapped his forehead and exclaimed, look at my brain. Wait a minute. Not long after, Zhao Dongshan took 2 bottles of liquor out of the house and placed them in front of Zhao Yuanshan and the others. Brother Dongshan, there's no need to go to so much trouble. We can just have some vegetables, Zhao Yuanshan said with a smile. That's right. We're really craving this. Zhao Chang's cooking is truly the most delicious food in the world. I wish I could live at your house and eat Zhao Chang's cooking every day. That would be such a happy thing. Hearing the praise from Zhao Yuanshan and others, Zhao Dongshan's smile grew wider and wider. Seeing his son so successful, Zhao Dongshan's vanity was satisfied. The braised pork is here. Zhao Chang's mother brought out a plate of brightly colored braised pork. The rich aroma of the meat immediately drew the attention of Zhao Yuanshan and the others, and everyone's face showed a shocked expression. The braised pork in the dish had a rich broth and a strong aroma of meat, but it wasn't greasy at all. This braised pork is absolutely delicious. Yes. The color and the aroma of the meat make me want to take a bite. Don't touch your chopsticks yet, know some manners. Someone couldn't resist picking up their chopsticks to take a bite, but Zhao Yuanshan immediately stopped them. "It's all right, everyone, please eat," Zhao Chang's mother said with a smile when she saw how eager the group was to eat. "Brother Dongshan, please sit down too, let's eat together." Zhao Yuanshan gestured for Zhao Dongshan to sit in the main seat, then poured him a glass of wine. "Are you all right drinking? I'm almost fully recovered, it's nothing." Zhao Dongshan carefully moved his body. "Although my back injury has almost healed, I still experience some pain if I sit in the wrong posture." After Zhao Dongshan and Zhao Yuanshan had a drink together, they started eating. In fact, Zhao Dongshan was also looking forward to Zhao Chang's cooking skills. He had only heard others say that their son's cooking was delicious, and today he finally had the opportunity to try it. He picked up a piece of braised pork with his chopsticks, put it in his mouth, and a burst of meaty aroma immediately filled his mouth. It's fatty but not greasy, the aroma of the meat is completely locked in, and there's no smell of various seasonings, perfectly preserving the flavor of braised pork. Zhao Dongshan couldn't help but close his eyes and chew slowly. Back when he was in the army, Zhao Dongshan had eaten braised pork made by some master chefs. These were chefs who cooked for the army leaders, but even they couldn't make braised pork as good as Zhao Chang's. "This kid's amazing. His cooking skills are incredible." A smile appeared on Zhao Dongshan's face. Just as he was about to pick up a second piece, he discovered that the braised meat on the plate had been completely eaten. "So fast?" Zhao Dongshan didn't expect that the people around him were like starving ghosts who had been reincarnated, and they finished the braised pork in no time. Left with no other choice, Zhao Dongshan picked up a piece of cucumber salad, which provided yet another unique taste experience. This shocked Zhao Dongshan. If we're talking about how good Zhao Chang's braised pork is, that's already beyond his imagination. But he never expected that even a simple cucumber salad could be made into such a delicious dish. Crisp, sweet, and with a hint of sour and spicy flavor. "It's so damn delicious. What divine food. Did my son make this?" Zhao Dongshan sighed and quickly swallowed the cucumber. This time he was smarter and didn't savor it. Instead, he started fighting with Zhao Yuanshan and the others for it. Even so, Zhao Dongshan only managed to grab 2 pieces, the rest were all snatched up by Zhao Yuanshan and his group. When Zhao Chang's mother brought out the hot and sour shredded potatoes, she was surprised to find that the dish had already been devoured. "What's going on? I remember this dish was just served, wasn't it? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and put the dishes down." Zhao Dongshan couldn't help but urge. Oh, Zhao Chang's mother put down the shredded potatoes and watched as Zhao Dongshan and Zhao Yuanshan and the others wolfed them down. Several people even forgot about drinking and frantically picked up food from their plates. Zhao Chang's mother hurriedly returned to the kitchen and went to Zhao Chang's side. "Son, you have to hurry, they are eating at a frightening speed." "Okay, the braised pork knuckle is almost done. I'll make a sauce and it'll be ready to serve in a bit." Zhao Chang understood instantly upon hearing his mother's words. This wasn't the first time he'd experienced something like this. Having learned from his previous experience at Zhao Dezu's house, Zhao Chang was used to it. One dish after another was cooked, which finally alleviated the embarrassment of not having enough food. However, every time a dish was served, Zhao Yuanshan and his companions would keep picking at it, eating greedily. By the time the last dish, stewed potatoes and green beans, was served, the previous dishes had all turned into broth. "I'll take this empty plate away," Zhao Chang's mother said, seeing the plate was almost empty, and was about to reach for it. "Sister-in-law, don't touch this, I'll clean it up in a bit." Zhao Yuanshan placed the plate of braised pork in front of him. "What's the point of keeping this? I'll just swipe it later," Zhao Chang's mother asked Zhao Yuanshan helplessly. "Save it to dip the steamed buns in." Zhao Yuanshan pointed to the soup on the plate. "You know, I didn't get to eat any at Zhao Dezu's house a few days ago. This soup will definitely taste delicious with steamed buns." Upon hearing Zhao Yuanshan's words, the people around him all brought their plates to their own sides. Just as they were grabbing the plates, there was a knock on the door. "Excuse me, is this Mr. Zhao's house?" Soon, a middle-aged man in a shirt walked in and saw Zhao Yuanshan and his group fighting over empty plates. "What's wrong with this family? Have they not eaten any vegetables in ages? They're actually fighting over an empty plate." The middle-aged man frowned upon seeing this. He was Wang Laoliu from the next village. His grandson had just turned 1 month old and he was going to hold a banquet. He had originally decided to hold one in the city, but the daughter-in-law insisted on inviting Master Zhao from their village to put on a show in the village. This made Wang Laoliu very unhappy. According to him, the family banquet should be simple and not too grand. But his daughter-in-law insisted on this, so he had no choice but to come to Zhao family village from the next village. After finding out Zhao Chang's address, he hurried over. But to my surprise, as soon as I entered, I saw these people arguing fiercely over an empty plate. How long have these people been starving? Who are you? Zhao Chang's mother stood up and asked the stranger who walked in. "I'm from the next village, my name is Wang Laoliu." is this Master Zhao's house? Wang Laolio asked, looking at the people in the yard. Master Zhao? Which Master Zhao? Zhao Chong's mother turned around and looked after hearing this. It's Zhao Chong, the one who cooks the big feasts for you, Master Zhao. Old Wang Lu said hurriedly. Didn't he cook the big feast for Zhao Dezu's family in your village a few days ago? It was for my grandson's full moon celebration, and I wanted Master Zhao to help out. Zhao Chong's mother then realized that she wanted Zhao Chong to cook a large feast. Son, come here, I'm looking for you. Zhao Chong's mother beckoned to Zhao Chong. Looking for me? Zhao Chong had just sat down and taken a sip of water when he immediately got up and went to Wang Laoliu. Your Master Zhao? Old Wang looked at Zhao Chong, who had delicate features and a handsome appearance, and showed a shocked expression. He found it hard to believe that the chef who his daughter-in-law had hailed as a god was actually a baby. This Zhao Chong looks to be only in his early 20s. Is such a young master chef really reliable? Yes. Zhao Chong nodded. Are you the best chef in your village when it comes to preparing large banquets? Wang Laoliu asked again, uncertainly. Zhao Chong was at a loss for words when he heard this. The best master? That doesn't really seem like it. But the dishes I make are quite popular with everyone else. It's all right. Zhao Chong scratched his head and said with a smile. Sigh. Wang Laoliu's heart sank when he saw Zhao Chong's appearance. Why did my daughter-in-law insist on hiring a chef like Zhao Chong, who specializes in preparing elaborate banquets? He's obviously unreliable. Nowadays, most of the good chefs who can cook large banquets are around 40 years old and are experienced masters. If word got out that someone in their early 20s could cook a large banquet, their family would laugh themselves to death. Are you here to invite our young chef Zhao to cook a grand feast? Zhao Yuanshan walked over, looking at Wang Laoliu with envy. You're from Wangjia's Wang next door, right? I think I've seen you before when I visited your village. You look somewhat familiar to me. Wang Laoliu glanced at Zhao Yuanshan, as if he vaguely remembered him, but couldn't quite place his name. Let me tell you, it's a great thing that you can have Chef Zhao cook a big feast for you, Zhao Yuanshan said enthusiastically. Our Chef Zhao is the best cook in our village. Last time Zhao Dezu's family held a wedding banquet, more than half of the people in our village went. Really? Wang Laoliu looked at Zhao Yuanshan, then at Zhao Chong, still looking incredulous. Of course it's true, why would I lie to you? Zhao Yuanshan's face turned cold. If you don't trust our Master Zhao, you can try someone else. Let me tell you, even in our county, you won't find anyone who can compare to Master Zhao. Uncle Yuanshan, this is going too far. Zhao Chong said quickly, looking at Zhao Yuanshan's expression. I've only just started doing this, and I need to go back to the city to look for a job in a few days. Master Zhao, do you have time for my grandson's 1-month celebration? After Zhao Yuanshan's boasting, Wang Laoliu began to believe in Zhao Chong's abilities. With his daughter-in-law's strong recommendation, Wang Laoliu couldn't refuse. Zhao Chong thought for a moment, but did not agree immediately. Zhao Chong wanted to burn a large feast because he could get a system reward, but there was no system notification yet, and Zhao Chong was hesitant about whether he should accept it. Is it only possible to have a grand feast in one's own village? Seeing Zhao Chong hesitate, Wang Laoliu became a little anxious. Master Zhao, what I said earlier was a bit inappropriate, please don't take offense, I really didn't mean it, Wang Laoliu explained to Zhao Chong. How about this? I'll add 300 yuan to the original price. Zhao Chong still did not react, so Wang Laoliu couldn't help but look at Zhao Chong's mother. Zhao Chong's mother was a kind-hearted and soft-hearted person. Seeing Wang Laoliu's anxious look, she couldn't help but come to Zhao Chong's side. Zhao Chong, if you have time, go and help out. If you don't, then forget it. Ding! The system has detected a new task, help Wang Laoliu prepare a grand feast. Do you accept? Just as Zhao Chong was wondering how to answer, the system's voice came again. Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Chong's face gradually broke into a smile. Finally, the system task arrived. Okay, I still have some time, Zhao Chong said with a smile. When do you guys start? 3 days from now. Wang Laoliu said excitedly when he heard Zhao Chong agree. 3 days later, okay. I'll come to your house then, and you can prepare the dishes. Zhao Chong thought for a moment, then said slowly. Would you like to provide the menu? Wang Laoliu asked Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong didn't know how to come up with a menu either. After all, the last time he cooked a grand banquet, Zhao Deza gave him the menu, and he just followed the names on the menu. Now, even he's a bit at a loss when asked to come up with a menu. What kind of menu do you want? Zhao Yuanshan asked Wang Laoliu. Our young chef Zhao can cook anything. Just tell us what you want, and he can make it for you. Really? Wang Laoliu's eyes lit up when he heard Zhao Yuanshan's words. Okay. Zhao Chong nodded. Tell me what dishes you need, then give me a menu and I'll cook them for you. But you need to prepare the dishes in advance. No problem, I'll go back and ask. then I'll bring you the menu, Wang Laolio said happily. He didn't expect that the young chef Zhao would ask him to create the menu, unlike other chefs who would prepare the menu in advance and even recommend ingredients to the customers. Generally, chefs who prepare large banquets not only earn money from cooking the banquets, but also receive a cut from the vegetable vendors. Wang Laolio was already prepared. As long as the other party didn't overcharge him too much, he could accept it. Unexpectedly, Zhao Chong did not provide his own recipes or recommend buying ingredients, he only provided the cooking services. This made Wang Laolio think more highly of Zhao Chong. Let's put aside whether he's a good cook or not, at least he's an honest person. Then I'll have to trouble you, Master Zhao. Wang Laolio thanked Zhao Chong. Normally, it would be almost impossible to book a large-scale banquet within 3 days. However, Wang Laolio did not initially plan to hold a grand event. After all, it was his daughter-in-law who strongly requested it, so he came to Zhao Chong's place to try his luck. If Zhao Chong did not agree, Wang Laolio would probably just hold a simple event. After all, his son and daughter-in-law have now settled in the county town and rarely come back. Wang Laolio didn't stay long. He exchanged a few pleasantries with Zhao Chong, then left a pack of Yuxi cigarettes and departed. Zhao Chong, I need to trouble you with something, Zhao Yuanshan said to Zhao Chong, looking apologetically. What's wrong, uncle? Just say it. We're all from the same village, there's nothing we can't talk about, Zhao Chong said with a smile. Isn't it all because of my son? Zhao Yuanshan said helplessly. Xiao Hao? Zhao Chong asked in confusion. Yes, Zhao Yuanshan looked worried. Xiao Hao is online all day now, making short videos. He's not doing anything productive. If you're going to host a big banquet next time, could you take him with you? Short videos? Zhao Chong chuckled upon hearing this. There are countless short video platforms now, which are very popular among young people and have gradually become a new form of entertainment. Many people who make short videos have also monetized their traffic, which Zhao Chong was aware of. As long as you don't make videos like those featuring Tian Miai and Madao, it's not a big deal. You might even become a minor internet celebrity. However, this way of life is not accepted in the village. In Zhao family village, you either farm properly or go out and work on screws. What kind of job is it to just stay at home all day? Hearing that Zhao Yuanshan was troubled by this matter, Zhao Chong smiled. Uncle, this is a lifestyle for young people. There are many people around us who make videos, Zhao Chong explained. What kind of video are you filming? Can you even make a movie out of it? Zhao Yuanshan said with a bitter face. This will make your uncle lose face in the village. With his own child like this, people will talk behind my back. Zhao Chong, why don't you take Xiao Hao with you? That boy is quite honest. Zhao Chong's mother saw that Zhao Yuanshan was about to cry and stepped forward to persuade him. When you're not home, this kid helps your dad and me a lot with chores. Sometimes he even comes over to help with the farm work. Okay, I happen to need a helper. Zhao Chong agreed immediately when he saw that his mother had pleaded for him. Bringing someone along was no problem for Zhao Chong, especially someone like Zhao Hao, the kid who used to follow him around calling him Brother Chong so affectionately when they were kids. Since I went to university, we've rarely kept in touch. That's great. Zhao Yuanshan grasped Zhao Chong's hand tightly. I'll have him come an apprentice under you tomorrow. But about this money, Zhao Chong said after thinking for a while. What money? I just want him to have something to do. Zhao Yuanshan waved his hand. What apprentice needs money? Sigh, let's talk about that later, Zhao Chong said slowly. After chatting for a while, Zhao Yuanshan led the others away from Zhao Chong's house. Zhao Chong's father and mother were overjoyed to see how popular he was. They never expected their son to bring them so much honor. The next day, Zhao Chong got up and went to check on the field. Although the corn harvest was complete, there might still be some left over, so Zhao Chong rode his electric bike to the fields with 2 bags in hand. Hey, isn't this Master Zhao? Are you heading to the fields? Master Zhao, do you need any help? Master Zhao, if you need any plowing done at home, just let me know, and I'll plow yours too when I'm plowing my own land. When the surrounding villagers saw Zhao Chong, they greeted him warmly. Zhao Chong nodded in response to each of them, and then thanked them. When Zhao Chong returned before, he wasn't so popular. Ever since the grand banquet, everyone's gaze towards Zhao Chong has changed, and their attitude towards him has undergone a complete transformation. Even after Zhao Chong's figure disappeared, the surrounding people continued to chatter as they squatted on the ground. Zhao Chong is a really promising kid. He's good at studying and he can cook a grand banquet better than those chefs who have been doing it for 20 or 30 years. Yes. At the last wedding banquet of Zhao Dezu's family, Wang Kei's family thought they could outdo Zhao Dezu's family, but unexpectedly, because of Zhao Chong, almost no one from Wang Kei's family attended. Yes, I heard that too. Wang Kei's family prepared more than a dozen tables of food, and it was all wasted. They still haven't finished eating it. In a few days, I'll have Zhao Chong cook at my child's teacher appreciation banquet. When Zhao Chong arrived at his field, he was surprised to find that less than a dozen ears of corn had been left behind. I didn't expect Zhao Yuanshan and the others to be so meticulous in their work, much more so than I was. After looking around, Zhao Chong realized that he didn't need to do anything else. All he had to do was plow the land and then sow the seeds. When Zhao Chong returned home, he found a chubby boy wearing glasses. "Who are you, Xiao Hao?" Zhao Chong asked in surprise, looking at the chubby boy in front of him. "Yeah, it's my brother Chong." Zhao Hao chuckled and walked towards Zhao Chong after seeing him. "Why have you gotten so fat?" Zhao Chong was almost afraid to recognize Zhao Hao when he first saw him. The two hadn't seen each other for several years. Zhao Chong would go out to work every time he had a holiday, so he didn't spend much time at home and rarely met up with his old friends. In addition, Zhao Hao was also a homebody, so the two had even less interaction. Zhao Hao rolled his eyes at Zhao Chong helplessly. "Alright, your dad's already told you everything." Zhao Chong quickly changed the subject. "I told you, you want me to follow you," Zhao Hao said casually. "Not to follow me, but to learn something from me?" Zhao Chong rubbed his temples helplessly. Looking at Zhao Hao's appearance, he actually felt like he was facing a Chuyunibiu, a person with delusions of grandeur. "It's all the same, it's all the same." Zhao Hao waved his hand. "Don't worry about the details. I'll just do whatever Brother Chong tells me to do." "Do you know how to chop vegetables?" Zhao Chong asked after glancing at him. "No." Zhao Hao shook his head. "Are you picking vegetables? Are you preparing the vegetables?" Zhao Chong continued to ask. "No." Zhao Hao shook his head. "Then what can you do?" Zhao Chong had an urge to strangle Zhao Hao. "I can eat vegetables." Seeing that Zhao Chong was about to lose his temper, Zhao Hao quickly explained, "I don't know how to cook, but I can make videos." "Does this have anything to do with your cooking?" Zhao Chong asked, rubbing his forehead. "Of course it's related. As long as I put your cooking videos on the platform, the number of views will skyrocket," Zhao Hao said excitedly. "When we have a big feast, I'll post another video, and your fame will spread. You'll be a social media influencer then." "How many fans do you have now?" Zhao Chong asked Zhao Hao, frowning. "It's almost 5,000 already," Zhao Hao said proudly. "Almost 5,000? Zhao Chong was utterly speechless. He didn't even have 10,000 followers, yet he wanted to become an internet celebrity. This guy is too influenced by short videos. "In another 2 years, I will be able to reach 10,000 followers." Zhao Hao's eyes shone with enthusiasm when he talked about short videos. 10,000 followers is already a great achievement in our village. "You have a really good attitude." Zhao Chong looked at Zhao Hao and smiled helplessly. "Even if you have 100,000 followers, you might not become an internet celebrity, let alone monetize them. Zhao Hao isn't a woman who can live off her older brother. She can't rely solely on those videos with only a few hundred views. Xiao Hao, if you come with me, you should first learn to cook properly, at least you won't starve," Zhao Chong advised. "That's no problem." Zhao Hao nodded. "But I won't give up on my dream." Seeing that Zhao Hao was already obsessed, Zhao Chong didn't say anything and simply handed Zhao Hao over to his father. His cooking skills are entirely dependent on the system. He's fine for cooking, but he's not good at teaching others, mainly because he doesn't know how to teach. But his father was different. He was a veteran of the cooking squad, and his basic skills were top-notch. For the entire morning, Zhao Chong's father taught Zhao Hao how to cook, while Zhao Chong dug out some books on cooking from home and crammed on the basics. "Now that we have the system, we can maintain our current lifestyle by burning large sums of money, so there's no rush to find a job. After all, what job can be as comfortable as a system? Not only can you get cash rewards for participating in the grand feast, but you can also gain attribute points to improve your physical fitness and strength. There's no other place like it in the world." Around noon, Zhao Chong saw Zhao Hao still being abused by his father and walked towards the kitchen with a smile. Since Zhao Chong demonstrated his culinary skills, the responsibility of cooking at home has been entrusted to him. Besides tending the vegetable garden, Zhao Chong's mother also tidied up the house. Because Zhao Hao was there, Zhao Chong specially prepared an extra dish. 1 meat dish, 2 vegetable dishes. When Zhao Chong finished cooking, a fragrant aroma filled the entire courtyard. "What's that smell? It smells so good." Zhao Hao sniffed hard and looked around. "Let's take a break." Zhao Chong should have finished cooking by now. Zhao Dongshen stretched and turned to leave. "Cooked by Brother Chong." Zhao Hao's eyes lit up. His father often nagged him about how delicious Zhao Chong's cooking was, to the point that Zhao Hao was tired of hearing it. Zhao Hao didn't believe it at first. After all, he had grown up with Zhao Chong and had never heard of him being a cook. He thought his father was trying to provoke him, but he didn't expect that just smelling this aroma today would make him feel unbearable. "This smells amazing. What kind of dish is this?" Zhao Hao immediately put down the cleaver, ran to Zhao Chong, and drooled with envy. It's just regular stir-fried water chestnuts, stir-fried potatoes, green peppers, an eggplant, and stir-fried pork. Zhao Chong placed the dishes on the table. Stir-fried water bamboo shoots? Zhao Hao took a closer sniff and noticed a faint sour smell emanating from the water chestnut, which, combined with the water chestnut's unique freshness, gave the entire dish a special aroma. Is this stir-fried with vinegar? Zhao Hao asked, wiping his drool. The taste is so unique, it's the first time I've ever seen anything like it. It's vinegary. Zhao Chong took out a few steamed buns. Wash your hands and have some. Okay. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao quickly ran to the tap to wash his hands and then hurriedly returned to the dining table. Before Zhao Chong's family could even sit down, Zhao Hao couldn't resist reaching out and picking up some food. What a delicious treat. Zhao Hao picked up a piece of water chestnut and put it in his mouth. It had a slightly sour taste and a hint of garlic spiciness. It was very crisp to bite into, and a little bit of juice flowed out of the water chestnut after it was bitten open. It's so delicious. After swallowing it, Zhao Hao felt as if he had eaten a ginseng fruit. He was so damn happy. This is some kind of divine delicacy. This is the delicious food described in Wang Wei's poem. Eat slowly. Don't choke. Zhao Chong's mother said with a smile when she saw Zhao Hao's expression. No one's going to take it from you. Auntie, let me tell you, this is so delicious. Zhao Hao took a big bite of the steamed bun, then stuffed a piece of water chestnut into his mouth. Don't just eat one dish, try something else, it's good too, Zhao Chong's mother said with a smile. Okay. Zhao Hao responded vaguely, and took a bite of the stir-fried potatoes, eggplant, and green peppers. Delicious. So delicious. Zhao Chong also started eating slowly. He knew that the food he had made was very delicious, but it wasn't as exaggerated as what Zhao Hao and the others had said. Are there any more steamed buns? Zhao Chong asked as he was eating when he suddenly heard Zhao Hao's voice. Still eating? How many have you eaten? Zhao Chong looked at the empty plate. There were 5 or 6 steamed buns in there, each one of which was quite large. A normal person would be full after eating just one of them, but Zhao Hao seemed to have eaten 1.5. I still want to eat. Zhao Hao looked at Zhao Chong pitifully. Even though I'm already full, the smell of this food makes me unable to resist. That's all, you should eat less. Zhao Chong decisively refused. Zhao Hao was already a little fat boy, and if he continued to eat, his weight would be enough to kick a ball. Brother Chong, can I learn to cook with you every day from now on? Zhao Hao reluctantly put down his chopsticks and looked at Zhao Chong expectantly. Do you want to eat or learn to cook? Zhao Chong glanced at Zhao Hao helplessly, having already seen through the other's thoughts. I want to eat both. Zhao Hao chuckled. It's mainly because Brother Chong's cooking is so delicious. Zhao Chong ignored Zhao Hao and, after finishing his meal, had Zhao Hao continue learning how to prepare dishes and such. After all, Zhao Hao came here to be Zhao Chong's apprentice, so it would be a bit unreasonable if he didn't know anything. For the next 2 days, Zhao Hao was exhausted and his back ached, but he didn't complain at all in order to be able to eat the food cooked by Zhao Chong. Soon it was time for the full-month celebration of Wang Laoliu's grandson from the next village. Wang Laoliu's family had prepared some dishes early in the morning. When Wang Laoliu's daughter-in-law, Zhao Xiaowan, saw Wang Laolia take out the dishes, she looked puzzled. Zhao Xiaowan had originally planned to prepare food for at least 20 tables, but when she looked at the table, she realized there were only about 15 tables available. That's not enough. Zhao Xiaowan approached Wang Laoliu and asked in confusion, Dad, weren't you supposed to prepare more? Why did you only prepare so little food? That's far too little. Wang Laoliu placed half a pig on the cutting board, took a breath, and said, Isn't this enough? We didn't even plan how to celebrate this full moon celebration. If you hadn't insisted that I go to Zhao Chong, we could have just held it in the county town. You don't know Zhao Chong's cooking skills. Zhao Xiaowan glanced helplessly at Wang Laoliu. Dad, let me tell you, there's nothing wrong with preparing more food. There will definitely be a lot of people coming today. Many? How many can there be? Wang Laoliu remained unmoved. I'd love for more people to come. The more people attend a large banquet in the village, the more face the host will have. The reason why Wang Laolia didn't want to hold the banquet at home was simply because he was afraid that too few people would come. After all, Wang Laolio had never really interacted with the villagers. Although their family also shares the surname Wang and lives in Wangjia's Wang, they moved here later. Their ancestors were a branch of the old Wang family in Wangjia's Wang, and by their generation, they had no relatives left. Therefore, Wang Laoliu insisted on holding the wedding in the county town so as not to lose face in the village. Dad, listen to me, prepare more food. Zhao Xiaowan continued to persuade him. Zhao Ziajuan's husband, Wang Feng, also chimed in, Dad, just listen to Xiaowan. I heard from a friend that the chef we hired is incredibly skilled. Zhao Dezu originally planned for 20 tables, but about 30 ended up coming. That's because Zhao Dezu's family has a lot of people. Unlike us, they moved here later. Wang Laoliu took a puff of his cigarette. Alright, if it's not enough, we have plenty of vegetables in our garden. There's a butcher in town, so what's there to be afraid of? Wang Laoliu seemed indifferent, assuming that his son and daughter-in-law were just trying to save face by preparing so many dishes. If we can't finish it, won't it all be a waste? After Wang Laoliu left, Zhao Xiaowan pulled Wang Feng aside. Honey, go buy some more meat and vegetables. If we listen to Dad, we probably won't be able to live in the village with our faces down anymore. Okay, I'll listen to you. Wang Feng nodded and set off on his electric scooter. After leaving his house, Wang Laoliu went straight to Zhao Chong's house. Zhao Chong knew what day it was, so he didn't sleep in and got up early to prepare. He had just stepped out of his house when he saw Wang Laoliu arrive at his doorstep in his tricycle. Young Master Zhao, what a coincidence. Wang Laoliu quickly got out of the car to greet Zhao Chong. I was thinking of riding my bike there myself. Why did I trouble Uncle Lu to pick me up? Zhao Chong replied with a smile. What's the big deal? Get on. Wang Laoliu pulled Zhao Chong onto the tricycle. I heard you have an apprentice? He's not really an apprentice, just a childhood friend of mine who's currently unemployed and comes to help me out, Zhao Chong explained. They're pretty much the same. Where does he live? I'll pick him up and take him home. Wang Laoliu started his tricycle, and with Zhao Chong's directions, he quickly arrived at Zhao Hao's house. When they picked up Zhao Hao, he still looked half asleep and got into the car in a daze. When Zhao Chong arrived at Wang Laoliu's house, he found that it was already surrounded by people. These people included those from this village, those from Zhao family village, and those from neighboring villages. Upon hearing that Zhao Chong was going to hold a grand feast, they all came to Wang Laoliu's house to offer their congratulations. Regardless of whether they had any dealings with Wang Laoliu, anyone who heard that Zhao Chong was coming to hold a grand banquet would use various connections to come to Wang Laoliu's house to offer their congratulations. When Wang Laoliu saw this scene, he was immediately dumbfounded. What does this mean? Why are there so many people here? Sixth brother. You're really something, not even letting anyone know when your grandson turned 1 month old. Luckily, I heard about it from Wang Fuxian in our village, otherwise I wouldn't have known. Yeah, sixth brother. You're being too polite. You're one of us from Wang Jiazhuang, how could you not even let us know? Sixth brother, hurry up and find someone to record the gift money. I've been carrying this red envelope for ages. When Wang Laoliu saw dozens of people gathered at his door, he was momentarily speechless. Zhao Hao, who was on the vehicle, was also frightened by the situation. The group of people quickly surrounded the tricycle. This must be Master Zhao from Zhao family village. He looks so young. Yes. Master Zhao, I heard you're a college student, that's really impressive. A college student from a top university, who also cooks delicious food. It's making all the girls in the surrounding villages green with envy. When the villagers of Wang Jiazhuang heard that Zhao Chong was coming to Wang Laoliu's house to cook a big feast, they had already made an appointment to come and taste Zhao Chong's cooking. Wang Jiazhuang and Zaya Jiazhuang are just across the street from each other. Last time, when Zhao Chong cooked a big feast at Zhao Dezu's house, the aroma not only wafted in Zaya Jiazhuang but also reached Wang Jiazhuang. However, Zhao Dezu had no connection with the people of Wang Jiazhuang, so the people of Wang Jiazhuang felt it inappropriate to visit him with gifts and congratulations. So much so that when people later visited Wang Jiazhuang, they would say how good Zhao Chong's cooking was, and how the dishes were as delicious as heavenly delicacies. This made the villagers of Wang Jiazhuang extremely envious. Just hearing about it from the people of Zaya Jiazhuang made their mouths water, and they couldn't wait to find a reason to hold a big feast at home and have Zhao Chong cook. Just a few days ago, when they learned that Zhao Xiaowan had asked Wang Laoliu to invite Zhao Chong, they all had their own ideas. So he arrived at Wang Laoliu's house early in the morning, waiting to try Zhao Chong's cooking. Looking at the enthusiastic villagers, Zhao Chong smiled and said, "Uncles and aunts, I'm not much of a chef, it's all thanks to your support." Oh, don't be modest. Last time you cooked a big feast for Zhao Dezu's family, I couldn't eat for 3 days. I felt like the dishes I cooked had no flavor. Who says otherwise? Ever since my husband heard his brother-in-law say how delicious Chef Zhao's cooking is, he's been talking about it to me every day. You've all heard that I happened to be in Zhao village on business that day, and I stood in front of Zhao Dezu's house for more than 2 hours. Now that Master Zhao has come to our place, we can finally taste some delicious food today. Seeing so many people praising Zhao Chong, Zhao Hao looked over curiously. Brother Chong, are you an internet celebrity? You're so popular in Wang Jiazhuang. Internet celebrity my ass. Zhao Chong glared at Zhao Hao helplessly. Stop dawdling and get out of the car. Uncles and aunties, please make way, I'll go get ready, Zhao Chong said with a smile to the villagers around him. Alright, everyone move aside, don't delay Chef Zhao from cooking. What are you still standing there for? Is your butt too heavy to move? Little Zhao, come here, let's go this way, the road is smoother here. The The villagers warmly pulled Zhao Chong toward Wang Laoliu's house. Seeing this commotion, Wang Laoliu had already run inside to prepare. Zhao Hao slowly got out of the car, took out his phone, and went to the elderly couple next to him. "Uncle and Auntie, please help me follow this account. TCH. The people around Zhao Hao rolled their eyes. Wang Laoliu ran into the house and found that the entire living room and rooms were crowded with people. "Son, what's going on?" Old Wang asked his son, completely bewildered. "They've all come to celebrate the baby's 1-month birthday," Wang Difa explained. "Why are there so many people?" Wang Laoliu looked at the people in front of him in confusion. Most of them were from Wang Jia's Wang, and there were some he didn't even recognize. "These are people from our village, and people from Ziajuan's village also came after hearing the news," Wang Difa said, looking at his father who was covered in sweat. "We think we'll have more than 20 tables this time. But I only prepared food for a dozen tables, not that much," Wang Laoliu said with some regret. "If only I had listened to Xiao Wan and bought more. The vegetables are fine now, but what about the meat?" "It's all right, I'm all ready," Wang Difa said. "Ready?" Wang Laoliu excitedly grabbed Wang Difa. "Son, are you all ready?" "Yes." Wang Difa comforted his elderly father. "This is all thanks to Xiao Wan. She gave me the money to buy it. Our Wan family has found a wonderful daughter-in-law." Old Wang Lu searched everywhere for Xiao Wan. "Where is Xiao Wan?" "She's gone to see the children. Let's hurry and get Xiao Zhao ready. Otherwise, all these relatives and friends will blame us for waiting," Wang Difa reminded them. Yes, you take care of them, I'll go take care of Master Zhao." Old Wang slapped his forehead and quickly turned and walked out. When Wang Laoliu found Zhao Chong again, he discovered that Zhao Chong had already been surrounded by the villagers, who were showing him all sorts of concern and care. "Everyone, please make way, please make way." Wang Laoliu squeezed his way to the front of the crowd. "Sixth brother, you're really lucky to have managed to invite Chef Zhao. We're in for a treat now." "Yes, sixth brother, I heard that Chef Zhao is coming to cook a big feast. He got up before dawn and didn't even have breakfast." "Sixth brother, you'd better prepare more food today, so we don't go hungry." Wang Laoliu had never been surrounded by so many people before, and he couldn't help but get excited. "Don't worry, fellow villagers, we'll make sure you have a good meal today." After saying that, Wang Laoliu looked at Zhao Chong and said, "Young Master Zhao, thank you for your help today." "It's nothing, it's what I should do." Zhao Chong waved his hand and walked towards the iron pot next to him. It was still quite early, so Zhao Chong started by processing some fish and meat. He picked out a few pieces of pork belly and cut them into several pieces. He's making braised pork now, which is also the dish that Wang Laoliu specifically requested. The best way to make authentic braised pork is to choose a pig weighing around 40 kilograms, because pork from such a pig has the best texture. Pigs that are too heavy tend to have tough meat that is too greasy, while pigs that are too small have too little meat that is too tender and lacks chewiness. Then, select the 3 layers of pork belly from the pig's abdomen. This is the best quality cut. But people in the countryside don't care about these things when they hold a big feast, so Zhao Chong just made do. After cutting the meat, Zhao Chong picked up the cattail grass he had prepared earlier, tied the meat together, and threw it into the pot. "Zhao Hao, this meat needs to be cooked for 20 minutes, and it needs to be heated evenly," Zhao Chong instructed. "Okay, no problem." Zhao Hao readily agreed and began to focus intently on the meat in the pot. After Zhao Chong finished, he continued to prepare the marinade. The initial steps of making braised pork belly are all done, but the marinade is quite particular. Normally, at home, it's just made with common seasonings such as scallions, ginger, garlic, and dark soy sauce. However, Zhao Chong did not do that. Instead, he added more Chinese medicinal herbs to it, which could bring out the aroma of the meat and also have a nourishing effect. As soon as the marinade was picked out, the people around couldn't help but look in Zhao Chong's direction. "This marinade smells amazing. Is it for making braised pork?" "What braised pork? Does braised pork need a sauce?" "This should be braised pork belly." "Braised pork belly? I've seen it on TV, but I've never eaten it. But the sauce smells so good. It smells amazing. I've eaten there in the county town, and the taste was pretty good, but I've never seen their sauce before. Chef Zhao's skills are truly amazing." The braised pork belly hadn't been made yet, but Zhao Chong's expert marinade had everyone eagerly anticipating it. Zhao Hao, who was looking at the pot, couldn't help but glance at Zhao Chong a few more times and swallowed hard. "Keep an eye on the pot, don't overcook the meat," Zhao Chong reminded him. "Overcooked meat will affect the taste." "Okay, almost done," Zhao Hao said, scooping up the foam. "Okay, take the meat out in a bit and rinse it with cold water." After preparing the sauce, Zhao Chong set it aside and started heating the pan to fry the meat. The pork belly needs to be fried to render out the excess fat, making the meat less greasy and improving its texture. Sizzle. After Zhao Chong put the pork belly into the pot, glistening oil jumped out of the pork. Before long, the surface of the pork belly turned golden brown, and the aroma of fried meat wafted out. It smells so good. Can fried pork belly really smell this good? This tastes different from what I make at home, it's so fragrant. Smelling this aroma, I feel like I could eat 10 bowls of rice. People gathered around, drooling and staring intently at Zhao Chong. The feeling was as if these people were afraid that Zhao Chong would run away. For a typical family banquet, you just need to arrive an hour early, give your gift money, and then prepare to eat. It was the first time I'd ever seen a group of people gathered around a chef preparing a large feast at Wang Laoliu's house. This group of people seemed to have abandoned their farm work at home, focusing solely on watching Zhao Chong cook and waiting for the feast to begin. Zhao Chong, however, was unaffected and focused on making braised pork. After the pork belly was coated with color, Zhao Chong scooped out the excess pork belly, poured the remaining fat into the basin, and left only a small portion. Sauté scallions, ginger, garlic, and chili peppers in a pan until fragrant, then add the pork belly and the sauce. After the sauce was poured in, a wonderful aroma wafted out. This isn't the aroma of meat, but rather the scent of cinnamon, angelica, and other spices. These flavors, combined with the aroma of meat, made everyone around them salivate. How can it smell so good? The aroma came out as soon as the meat was added. If it were stewed for a while, it would be so delicious. I can't resist anymore, it smells so good, I really want to lick the spoon. I can't take it anymore, I'm going to find a steamed bun and eat it while it smells good. The aroma of the meat wafted out, instantly stunning everyone, their eyes glued to the pork belly in the pot. At this moment, Wang Laoliu also smelled the aroma of meat and came over, glancing at the pot. Master Zhao, what are you doing? Old Wang couldn't help but ask. This is braised pork belly, Zhao Chong said. It was made according to the menu you gave me. Braised pork belly? Braised pork belly can be made this fragrant? Old Wang asked in utter astonishment. Dad, I told you Chef Zhao's cooking skills are top-notch, and it's not just talk, Zhao Xiaowan said earnestly. Last time in our village, everyone wanted to eat Chef Zhao's cooking every day. Great, great, great. Old Wang was extremely excited. Sixth uncle, is the chicken I asked you to prepare ready? Zhao Chong handed the pot to Zhao Hao. Once the pork belly is stewed, there's basically no need to keep turning it. Just let it soak in the sauce for a while after the sauce has seeped into the meat. Chickens? I've already taken care of them as you instructed. Old Li pointed to a large vat. They're all right there over there. It hasn't been opened, has it? Zhao Chong glanced at the vat, which was more than half a meter tall. Wang Laoliu shook his head honestly. You told me on the phone, how could I dare to do anything? That's good. Zhao Chong walked to the water vat, grabbed the rope on top of the vat, and lifted it up. Seeing Zhao Chong casually lift the water vat once again shocked everyone. This jar must weigh over 100 pounds. How could Zhao Chong, with such a thin and weak frame, be lifted up with just one hand? That takes a lot of strength. The jar contained more than 20 chickens, along with some sauce and water. People usually use jars like this to pickle vegetables. When Zhao Chong saw that Wang Laoliu's menu included roast chicken, he asked Wang Laoliu to find a jar. After processing the chickens, he soaked them in the sauce, sealed it, and left it overnight. Young Master Zhao is so strong? I never would have guessed. Master Zhao's skills are amazing. I can't even imagine how he can have so much strength. Yes, I feel like I'm not as strong as Master Zhao. People around him were chattering amongst themselves, their eyes fixed on the water vat in Zhao Chong's hand. Sixth brother, what did you say was in here? The person next to him asked, staring at the vat in front of him. This is roast chicken made by Chef Zhao. He asked me to prepare it in advance. Wang Laoliu answered honestly. Roast chicken? Chef Zhao is simply omnipotent. Someone nearby exclaimed upon hearing this. Do you have a lot of chicken prepared? Will we be able to eat some? Of course. Wang Laoliu said with a smile, looking at the anxious villagers. There are 20 or 30 of them in total. Hearing Wang Laoliu's words, the people around were relieved. Every table would be able to eat, and there would be no fighting over the food. This would never happen at other grand banquets, but this is a grand banquet prepared by Zhao Chong. Everyone comes here just to eat the delicious food that Zhao Chong makes. Wouldn't it be a loss if they didn't get to eat it? What does the roast chicken in this jar taste like? Someone came to the jar and couldn't resist leaning over to take a sniff. Don't touch it. Master Zhao didn't say to open the vat. If you touch it, the taste will be wrong. The person next to him glared angrily. Yeah, what are you doing? Come here and wait, don't move. And those of you with children over there, keep an eye on your kids and don't cause trouble for Master Zhao. If anyone causes trouble, I'll be the first to punish them. People formed a circle around Zhao Chong's cooking area, afraid that someone would come in. The villager who had sneaked to the water tank earlier has already been dragged away. Seeing these people surrounding him, Zhao Chong didn't feel any restraint and continued cooking. Wang Difa brought over rows of tofu. These tofu were all custom made from tofu makers in the neighboring village. A whole block of tofu was placed on the cutting board. Tofu? What's this for? Could it be mapo tofu? It doesn't look like it to me. Tofu stew with glass noodles? This tofu is too tender, it'll probably fall apart if you stew it. How can I stew it with glass noodles? When the people around saw the tofu, they all started guessing what dish Zhao Chong was going to make. Old 6, tell us quickly. What kind of dish is this? The person standing next to Wang Laolia was so anxious that he scratched his head and cheeks. My dish is called Wensi tofu, and this is the first time I've ever heard of it, Wang Laolio said, puzzled. I was originally thinking of making tofu stew with vermicelli, but when Chef Zhao heard that there was water tofu, he suggested this dish to me. Wensi tofu. I've never heard of it, but the name is quite nice, people around said. Yes, I also thought the name was good. My son said it would mean my grandson would have a brilliant mind, so we decided on this name as soon as we heard it, Wang Laolio said earnestly. Speaking of which, I really admire Chef Zhao for coming up with such a wonderful name for a dish. That's why we say your family got a great deal. We're so envious that you were able to hire Chef Zhao to cook your baby's full-month celebration. The people around Wang Laoliu looked at him with envy. When my family hosts a big banquet, we must invite Chef Zhao to come. Zhao Chong casually cut off a piece of tofu, removing the outer layer of tough skin, leaving only a piece of tender white tofu. Making Wensi tofu requires exceptional knife skills, a challenge for any chef. It's typically found only in high-end restaurants, and using it at a large rural banquet would be a waste. However, upon hearing that there was tofu here, Zhao Chong immediately had the idea of making Wensi tofu, which would be a good opportunity to test his knife skills. Zhao Chong placed a piece of tofu on the table and took a deep breath. Other chefs who make Wensi tofu use silken tofu for convenience, but authentic Wensi tofu actually requires soft tofu, which makes it taste much better. After all, silken tofu might involve some advanced technology and ruthless techniques. Zhao Chong first rinsed the tofu with water, then placed the knife on the tofu and gently held it with his left hand. After all, tofu is too delicate. If you press it too hard with your hands, it is easy to crush it, making it impossible to cut it into thin strips. The most important aspect of making Wensi tofu is cutting it into thin strips. The entire block of tofu must be cut into thin strips, and each strip must be able to pass through the eye of a needle to be considered qualified. This was also Zhao Chong's first time making this dish, and he couldn't help feeling a little excited and nervous. He took a deep breath before starting to slice the ingredients into strips. Knock knock knock. Zhao Chong flicked his wrist, slicing the tofu with the simplest skipping knife technique. Soon, the knife in Zhao Chong's hand became a blur, all that could be heard was the sound of chopping vegetables, and the knife was nowhere to be seen moving. When Zhao Chong started cutting, it immediately drew gasps of surprise. Master Zhao's knife skills are amazing. Is that a shadowless knife? What kind of invisible blade is this? This is divine craftsmanship. What are you trying to do by cutting tofu like that? It takes 8 to 10 years of practice to master this knife skill. 10 or 8 years? It's at least several decades of skill. I couldn't even see the knife fall clearly, I only saw a blur. I once learned from those chefs who cook large banquets, but no one could do it to this extent. It's simply unbelievable. Zhao Chong's knife skills amazed everyone, who couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. Zhao Chong was completely absorbed in the moment and didn't notice the strange looks from the villagers around him. Soon, a row of tofu slices were cut. Zhao Chong rinsed them with water to wash away the residue. Then Zhao Chong used a knife to make a light cut at the bottom, causing the tofu slice to tilt in one direction. After doing all this, Zhao Chong continued to slash with his knife. Knock knock knock. The cleaver landed on the cutting board with a rhythmic sound. Those around him were once again captivated by the moment. Everyone felt that watching Zhao Chong cook was a pleasure. 3 minutes later, Zhao Chong stopped. Zhao Hao, prepare a basin of water, Zhao Chong instructed Zhao Hao beside him. All right. Zhao Hao quickly brought over a basin of water and placed it in front of Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong carefully picked up the sliced tofu and put it into the water. After being placed in water, the shredded tofu spread out, like threads floating in the water. Wait, what is this? What am I seeing? Is this tofu strips? Tofu strips as thin as hair. Tofu can be cut like this? That's incredible. These tofu strips are all perfectly even, like they were cut by a machine. Is this Chef Zhao's knife skills? It's amazing. The villagers were completely stunned when the tofu strips dispersed in the water. They had never seen such terrifying knife skills before. They actually cut the tofu into strips as thin as hair? This was simply beyond their comprehension. Zhao Hao, who was standing next to him, was also shocked. He had seen other people make Wensi tofu before, but those were all videos, and it might take many attempts to succeed. Zhao Chong, on the other hand, did it in less than 3 minutes. Moreover, Zhao Chong used soft tofu and cut it into much larger pieces than the others, making it more difficult to cut. Brother Chong, with your knife skills alone, you could become a culinary celebrity. Zhao Hao looked at Zhao Chong intently and said in astonishment, "What's so great about being an internet celebrity?" Zhao Chong rolled his eyes at Zhao Hao, then put the sliced tofu back into the water. "If you become an internet celebrity, can you cook automatically? How is that possible?" Zhao Hao replied instinctively. "Then why don't you hurry up and help?" Zhao Chong urged. Okay. Zhao Hao nodded quickly. At this moment, Zhao Hao was completely captivated by Zhao Chong. After Zhao Chong finished cutting all the tofu, he put it all into the water. The wensi tofu has been cut, and the next step is to make the broth. This is how to make delicious wensi tofu. Zhao Chong happened to need to make spare ribs and pork bones, which would be perfect for making soup. Remember, when you're stirring, use the bottom of the spoon to gently break up the tofu strands. Be gentle and use a light touch, Zhao Chong instructed Zhao Hao beside him after stirring the tofu a few times. Okay, I got it. Zhao Hao took the spoon and nodded vigorously. Zhao Chong didn't say much, but continued to prepare the next dish. This time cooking is much more troublesome than last time. Last time there were 2 kitchen helpers, but now there is only Zhao Hao as an assistant. Fortunately, Wang Laolia's relatives came to help pick and wash the vegetables, otherwise, Zhao Chong alone really couldn't have managed it. Braised beef, peanuts in aged vinegar. Zhao Chong first prepared some cold dishes, and Wang Laolia's family members plated the prepared dishes and placed them on the table. Wang Laolia borrowed several long tables from somewhere, arranging them for over 10 meters, specifically for serving dishes. The prepared cold and hot dishes were placed on the table. When the meal begins, the dishes will be served directly so as not to delay the guests' dining. Woof woof woof. Wang Laolia's dog suddenly started barking wildly and charged at the table where the dishes were placed, as if it had gone mad. If he hadn't been chained up, he probably would have rushed to the table and started eating. "What are you yelling about? Here's a steamed bun for you." Wang Laolia walked to the doghouse and threw a steamed bun over. The stray dog swung its paw, sending the steamed bun flying, and continued barking at the dining table. "You brat, stop yelling, you'll get some to eat in a bit," Wang Laolio shouted angrily. Woof woof. The stray dog seemed to understand Wang Laolia's words, stopped barking, and lay down on the ground howling. "Greedy dog." Old Wang cursed irritably and went back into the yard. "Sixth brother, when do we start the feast?" The relatives who came from the surrounding area checked the time and went up to ask. "Yes, we've been waiting for hours, and it's almost noon now. The feast will begin soon." Wang Laolia reassured the somewhat excited villagers around him. It was only 11 o'clock, and it's not usually this early for a banquet, but faced with the questions from the surrounding villagers, Wang Laolia couldn't delay any longer. "Defa, please help the guests to their seats." Old Li Wang called his son over, worried that the guests might get impatient. "Put out plenty of peanuts and melon seeds, and let them wait a while." "Okay, I'll go right away." Wang Defa knew what Wang Laolia meant. Ever since Zhao Chong started cooking, the courtyard has been filled with a delicious aroma. Not to mention the surrounding villagers, even Wang Defa couldn't resist the urge to start a meal. The time for the banquet cannot be changed, it's an auspicious date that has already been set. Although everyone urged them on, they also knew the rules and took their seats, but their eyes were always fixed on Zhao Chong. The villagers of Wangjia's Wang sat at the table, eagerly waiting for the food to be served. Those who arrived early had been waiting all morning and were starving. Some of the more cunning villagers went to Wang Laolia's house early and took a steamed bun. They ate a couple of bites after smelling the aroma, which was enough to keep them going. Why isn't the food served yet? Time is passing so slowly. Yes, it felt like these past half-day had been 3 months. I should have eaten at home. I was planning to eat more of Chef Zhao's food on an empty stomach, but who would have thought? Stop talking, save your energy. Drink some water first. All 20-odd tables of guests turned to look at Zhao Chong, their eyes glancing intentionally or unintentionally at the dishes on the table. Wow! As the villagers waited for the feast to begin, a child suddenly started crying. What's wrong with this child? The middle-aged women around the table all looked over when they heard the crying. They're probably hungry. A woman in her 30s smiled sheepishly. We rushed here for the feast, and we didn't even give the kids breakfast. Hungry? Nonsense, I saw it just now, you clearly pinched her. A burly man next to her stared at the woman and said, "Were you just craving something and deliberately trying to get the child to ask for food?" "No, that's not true, don't talk nonsense." The woman blushed and hurriedly defended herself. "No? Bean Sprout, do you think your mom pinched you?" Someone next to him teased. The child called Bean Sprout glared fiercely at his mother. "Mommy, pinch me, you're mean, it hurts." Ha 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 ha. Upon hearing this, the people around burst into laughter. "You brat, what nonsense are you talking about?" The woman slapped the child's bottom. The villagers around them laughed again as they watched the woman beat her own child. No one said much. They were all from the same village and would see each other all the time, so they just laughed it off. Wang Laoliu and his family stood in the courtyard, their legs trembling as they looked at the predatory eyes of the people around them. Judging from their posture, it feels like they'd love to eat me alive. Wang Laoliu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with lingering fear, "Luckily, our daughter-in-law is sensible and prepared extra food, otherwise, we might be finished today." "Dad, now you know how popular Master Zhao is," Wang Defa said excitedly. "If it weren't for Master Zhao, no one in Wangjiazhuang would visit us. Now, we'll probably have more people coming to visit us in the future. Old man, this time we need to give Master Zhao a big red envelope. After all, he helped us a lot," Wang Defa's mother said to Wang Laoliu. "Don't worry about that, we're not slackers." Wang Laoliu nodded, then checked his phone. "When did we set the banquet for?" 11:45, I've already had it calculated, Wang Defa said. "Let's start the feast quickly. If we don't start soon, they probably won't be able to sit still." Wang Laoliu checked the time and sighed helplessly, there's still some time to go. This banquet is different from the banquets held by others. In the past, when people were seated at banquets, they could eat some melon seeds, chat, and brag while the dishes were being served. Today was different. Everyone at the table was eagerly waiting for the dishes to be served. As for the melon seeds and fruit platter, they only ate a little bit, since everyone wanted to save room for the main dishes. Time ticked by, and finally it was 11:50. "Time's up, hurry and announce that the banquet is about to begin." Wang Laoliu rushed to the side as soon as the time was up. Soon, a middle-aged man came up, carrying a large megaphone. "The full moon feast is about to begin. Everyone, please be seated. The dishes are about to be served." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, a round of enthusiastic applause erupted from the people around him. More than half of the applause was for the dishes Zhao Chong made, and the rest was for Wang Laoliu's big, fat grandson. Wang Laoliu and his family carried the dishes up to each table, and the aroma wafted from Wang Laoliu's house. The fragrance wafted for miles, reaching not only the people of Wangjiazhuang but also several surrounding villages. Zhao Family Village. Someone had just finished eating and went out for a stroll when they happened to smell this aroma. "What's going on? I just finished eating, why am I hungry again? This smells so good, it's like Chef Zhao's cooking." It was made by Chef Zhao. Today, Wang Laoliu from the next village is having his baby's 1-month celebration, and they invited Chef Zhao. Everyone in our village with connections went. "Oh, what a blessing! When will we be able to eat the food cooked by Chef Zhao? Is there anyone else having a wedding in our village? Why don't we ask? I remember so-and-so's son got engaged, right? When are they getting married?" People around couldn't help but look in the direction of Wangjiazhuang, their faces full of envy. Next door, Yangjiazhuang. Yang Jian's family was also holding a banquet, his son was getting married, and they invited a full 20 tables of people. In order to make this grand banquet a success, Yang Jiangguo specially invited the best chef in town. In recent years, Yangjiazhuang has become one of the best developed villages in the entire town. Every household has started greenhouse vegetable farming, and every villager has made a profit. Therefore, when Yang Jian's family held their wedding banquet, they were very generous. They spent 30,000 yuan just to hire a chef to cook the main dishes, and the dishes they prepared were all large fish, meat, and seafood. Those who came to the Yang family for the feast ate with great relish upon seeing such a sumptuous meal. Not long after, a rich aroma of meat wafted into Yang Jian's home, causing the guests to put down their chopsticks and look around curiously. "Jiangguo, what smells so good? Are you cooking other dishes at home?" "Yeah. You have some good dishes but didn't bring them out." "What? Are you saving them for last?" "Jiangguo, that's not fair. You're hiding this from us." Friends and relatives at other tables also shouted at Yang Jiangguo. Yang Jiangguo was dumbfounded when he heard what these people said. "What dish? What vegetables do I have left at home? Haven't all 20 dishes been served?" Faced with everyone's questions, Yang Jiangguo couldn't help but frown. "Dear friends and family, all the dishes have been served. There are 20 dishes in total." Upon hearing Yang Jiangguo's explanation, everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes. "Nonsense, if there's no food left, where is this aroma coming from? It smells like stewed meat." "Yes, this is the smell of meat, just like braised pork belly." "Wait a minute, didn't we already have braised pork belly? This doesn't taste like it. How could this be? I bet this is what braised pork belly tastes like." The surrounding villagers were all talking about it. They initially thought that Yang Jiangguo had secretly kept something a secret, but they didn't expect that the food on their table didn't taste like it at all. Where does this flavor come from? Are there other families hosting such large banquets? People around them stood up, inhaling the aroma wafting through the air, completely captivated. I remember now, Wang Laolia's family in Wangjiazhuang, the village next to ours, is also having a big feast. Is it like the kind of feast they have there? Wang Laoliu? Their family isn't wealthy. How can they afford a chef to cook such delicious dishes? Didn't Jian Guo say he hired the best chef? How come someone else cooks even better? When the villagers who came to Yang Jian's house smelled this aroma, they suddenly felt that the food in front of them didn't taste as good. Everyone, eat up. Don't just stand there, Yang Jianguo said warmly when he saw that everyone had put down their chopsticks. I'm not eating anymore, I can't eat anymore, I feel full. A middle-aged man took a sip of his drink and sighed. How can you be full so soon after the meal has just started? Yang Jianguo looked at the villagers with a puzzled expression. The meal had only been going on for less than 10 minutes, and the dishes had just been served, yet these people were already saying they were full? Are your stomachs only as small as your appetite? I'm not eating anymore, I can't eat anymore. Someone put down their chopsticks, got up, and walked out of Yang Jian's house. Seeing that some people were leaving, the people around them also left one after another. After these people left, they all headed towards Wangjiazhuang. With such a rich aroma, what delicious dish could have been made? Soon, only Yang Jian's family members remained in his home, staring blankly at the table full of dishes. He's gone already? There's no one left? Stewed meat, stir-fried yam, sweet and sour pork, wensi tofu. As dishes were placed on the table, their aromas instantly filled everyone's nostrils, causing everyone around to close their eyes and greedily savor the food. Soon, they snapped out of their reverie at the aroma, picked up a piece of braised pork with their chopsticks, and placed it on their plates. They've been eyeing this meat for a long time, ever since Zhao Chong started making it. The cooked braised pork looks very tempting, with the meat juices coating the meat and making it look glossy. After putting the pork belly in my mouth, I didn't feel any greasiness from the fat. Instead, it had a sticky, fragrant aroma with a hint of soy sauce umami, allowing the whole piece of fat to retain its flavor. Gently tap your teeth, and the juices from the fatty meat slowly enter your mouth. With almost no chewing required, the fatty meat flows into your throat. When you bite into the remaining lean meat, a burst of meaty aroma wafts out, retaining the proper firmness of lean meat without being too dry. My God, this braised pork is so delicious. How is it made? Yes, this is the first time I've ever tasted such delicious braised pork. It's fatty but not greasy, and it melts in your mouth. I've fallen in love with this delicious dish, and I doubt any other meat will ever elicit this reaction from me again. Chef Zhao is still the best at cooking. The flavor is just right, and I just can't eat any other meat in the future. There were only a few slices of braised pork in the plate, and it was quickly devoured. Some people hesitated to eat the braised pork because they were afraid it would be too greasy. By the time they realized it, the plate of braised pork only had some broth left. Luckily, there's still some soup left. A woman was about to grab the soup and lick it when she saw the plate being snatched away by someone else. You all ate meat, but I didn't get any. I just used the bottom of this plate to dip my steamed buns in. The man chuckled, placed the plate in front of him, and carefully protected it. When the others saw this, they were all filled with regret, wondering why they hadn't thought of this and had been beaten to it by others. Wensi tofu. When I watched Master Zhao make tofu, every single strand was as fine as a hair. A middle-aged man with a beard stood up and took a small bowl to serve wensi tofu. After the wensi tofu is boiled, it looks like a cloud of mist, and from a distance, it looks like a landscape painting condensed in a soup bowl. Don't move, everyone listen, how about we find someone to share? A middle-aged man with mostly white hair stood up to stop them, otherwise, none of us will get any. Great! The people around him echoed in agreement. That's how each person got a small spoonful, and the food was finally divided evenly. Great, this is wonderful. This is the best tofu soup I've ever had. It's so soft, tender, and melts in your mouth. Someone started spouting fancy words, and after taking a small sip, closed their eyes to savor the taste. Upon hearing this, the people at the next table all began to try it. After taking a bite of wensi tofu, they immediately shook their heads and closed their eyes, as if they had entered a fairyland. The guests at other tables were also enjoying the dishes Zhao Chong had prepared, and everyone was full of praise for them. Chef Zhao's cooking skills are unparalleled. He's so young and he can make such delicious food. If I were decades younger, I would definitely want to pursue him. Hey you old lecheer, you're old enough to be Master Zhao's mother. I've heard your daughter is nice, why don't you introduce her to Master Zhao? That's right. Introduce him to Chef Zhao. If the two of you get together, you'll be in-laws. Then you can eat as much as you want, right? I'd like to too, but I think my daughter won't agree. Ever since she graduated from university, she's wanted to stay in the city. The group of women started gossiping as they ate, discussing with Zhao Chong how to find a partner. Of course, the prerequisite for finding a partner is that they must be from Wangjiazhuang. In this way, Zhao Chong would be the son-in-law of Wangjiazhuang. Stop gossiping, everyone. How could someone with such excellent skills as Master Zhao be short of partners? Besides, I heard that Master Zhao is a graduate of a prestigious university and will stay in the city to work in the future. That's a real shame. Does that mean we won't be able to eat Chef Zhao's cooking anymore? You all go back and check if there are any happy events in your family or among your relatives. Take advantage of the fact that Master Zhao is still at home, otherwise it will be too late. Yes, let's all go back and check on things, hurry up. Several middle-aged women around them started discussing it animatedly. Hey, don't steal it. There's only the chicken's tail left. You don't want the chicken head? Perfect, I'll have it. I love Sola chicken heads the most. You've gone too far. You ate the whole plate of yams. Didn't you say you were allergic to yams before? It used to be like that, but it's different now. You and him. The courtyard of Wang Laolio's house was bustling with activity, as people inside and outside were doing everything they could to get an extra bite to eat. In this way, every dish on the table was eaten clean. The bones of the roast chicken were chewed down to the last bits, and the braised fish was also eaten clean, with not a single piece of meat left on the fish bones. Even the fish heads were cleaned out. In the past, who would eat chicken bones or fish bones? Wang Laolio smiled as he watched the table full of food being eaten. He never dreamed that the full moon celebration would be such a success. This is all thanks to Master Zhao. Thinking of this, Wang Laolio took 2 red envelopes and walked towards Zhao Chong. At that moment, Zhao Chong was surrounded by several middle-aged women. Young Master Zhao, I heard you just graduated from university. What kind of girl do you like? I can introduce you to someone. What? You don't want to get married? You can date. Maybe it'll work out. Yes. If all else fails, just date a few more. There are plenty of pretty girls in our village. I can introduce you to girls of any age you like. Looking at these enthusiastic middle-aged women, Zhao Chong couldn't help but complain. Zhao Chong was already a bit socially awkward, and now, listening to these middle-aged women's lewd words, he couldn't help but blush. It seemed that as long as he agreed, these middle-aged women would be eager to shove the girl directly into Zhao Chong's bed. Auntie, madam, I'm single too. How about you introduce me to someone? Zhao Hao called out anxiously. You? An older woman holding a palm leaf fan glanced at Zhao Hao and shook her head. You're not good enough. I can't ruin that girl's life. Zhao Hao lowered his head in disappointment. 6th uncle is here. Just as Zhao Chong was wondering how to deal with these older women, he suddenly saw Wang Laolio walking over and quickly went over to him. Ha ha ha, are you shy? Wang Laolio teased, looking at Zhao Chong's expression. That's how we country folk are, we say what we mean. They're just too enthusiastic. Zhao Chong said, shaking his head. You'll get used to it. Wang Laolio stuffed the red envelope into Zhao Chong's hand. We owe this full moon celebration to you. This is a red envelope for you. So much? Zhao Chong touched the envelope. It contained at least 3,000 or 4,000 yuan, and Wang Laolio had given him 2 at once. Uncle Lu, this is too much. More than what? If it weren't for you, we'd have a dozen or so tables full. Now look, most of the people in our village are here, Wang Laolio said happily. Some even called me, begging for a seat. This makes your Uncle Lu so proud. Seeing that Zhao Chong was still declining, Wang Laolio said with a stern face, today is a joyous day, you are not allowed to refuse. All right. Seeing Wang Laolio's serious expression, Zhao Chong didn't refuse and accepted the 2 red envelopes. You should rest for a while and have something to eat. Wang Laolio patted Zhao Chong on the shoulder. Okay. Zhao Chong nodded. Because Wang Laolio prepared a lot of dishes this time, Zhao Chong had some leftovers after he finished cooking, so he cooked some for himself. Seeing Zhao Hao busy, Zhao Chong took out a red envelope. Zhao Chong took some money out of the red envelope, leaving only 1,000. Zhao Hao, this is your red envelope. Zhao Chong came to Zhao Hao's side and threw a red envelope over. Wow, so many. Zhao Hao opened the red envelope and was immediately stunned, looking at Zhao Chong with a bewildered expression. Brother Chong, this is way too much. As the guests began to leave, each person made a point of coming to Zhao Chong to express their gratitude. Generally speaking, people thank the host for their hospitality, but no one ever thanks the chef who prepared the feast. But now, at Wang Laolio's house, after congratulating Wang Laolio, everyone came to Zhao Chong to curry favor. For a moment, Zhao Chong was acting like the master of the house. Zhao Chong rarely spoke up, after all, he was only there to prepare the feast, not to host the family. He didn't want to upset the host. When he secretly glanced over, he found that Wang Laolio didn't seem to have any complaints. Instead, he had a smile on his face. Young Master Zhao, do you have any travel plans for the rest of the trip? Let's exchange phone numbers. We'll contact you next time we have a big family feast. Young Master Zhao, I heard you're going back to work in the city? Is that true? I won't go back to the city for now, Zhao Chong said with a smile. I'll stay home for a while and then we'll talk about it. Upon hearing Zhao Chong's words, everyone's faces showed excitement. Not going back to the city for now? Does this mean that from now on, anyone who needs to hold a wedding or funeral can contact Zhao Chong? Wouldn't that mean we'd be able to enjoy Master Zhao's cooking again? No, I need to go back and ask who's hosting a banquet. Those people gave Zhao Chong a brief greeting and then hurriedly left Wan Laoliu's house. Zhao Xiaowan came out of the house carrying the child, and quickened her pace when she saw Zhao Chong. Xiao Chong, thank you so much this time. Zhao Xiaowan patted the child in her arms. Give your uncle Zhao Chong a smile. Sister Xiaowan, don't be so polite, we're all from the same village. Zhao Chong wiped his hands and went over to tease the child. The child burst into laughter upon seeing Zhao Chong. My eldest grandson and Master Zhao are really destined for each other, said Wang Laoliu with a smile after seeing this. How about we become godparents? Zhao Chong didn't expect Wang Laoliu to say such a thing, and for a moment he didn't know how to respond. Finally, Zhao Xiaowan stepped in to smooth things over. Dad, how can you just say something like that so casually? Shouldn't we have someone calculate it? You can't just randomly choose godparents. Ha ha. Wang Laoliu immediately realized his mistake and scratched his head sheepishly. It's my fault. I spoke too bluntly. In fact, Wang Laoliu didn't have any ulterior motives, he just wanted to get along well with Zhao Chong. Alright, if there's nothing else, I'll head out with Zhao Hao. Zhao Chong took off his apron, tidied himself up a bit, and said to Wang Laoliu's family, how about I drive you around in my tricycle? Wang Laoliu said, getting ready to drive off. Uncle, no need, it's not far, we can walk back. Zhao Chong waved his hand, I've been cooking for half a day, it's good to stretch my muscles. How can that be? I brought you here, of course I have to send you back. Wang Laoliu insisted on pulling Zhao Chong into the car. Uncle, really, there's no need. You have a lot of things to do here. Zhao Chong looked at Zhao Xiaowan for help. Dad, just let them wander back. Zhao Xiaowan said as she walked over, carrying the child. We still have dishes to clean up and things to return. Only then did Wang Laoliu slowly release his grip and escort Zhao Chong to the doorstep. Zhao Chong didn't use it mainly because Wang Laoliu's tricycle was too noisy, and the uneven terrain in the village made the tricycle ride like a roller coaster, bumping along the way. When he and Zhao Hao sat in the back, they felt like their whole bodies were being shaken numb. Wang Laoliu watched Zhao Chong leave, then began to pack up the tables, chairs, and benches outside the courtyard. Old Lu, are you having a big feast at home? Just as Wang Laoliu was tidying up, an old man in a shirt walked over. Isn't this old Yang? What brings you here? Old Wang recognized the old man immediately. It was my grandson's 1-month celebration today, and it just ended. Old Yang, also known as Yang Baishuan, was from the neighboring Yangjiazhuang village. He had interacted with Wang Laoliu before, but they didn't have much contact. So, when Wang Laoliu held his baby's full moon celebration, he didn't invite old Yang. Unexpectedly, after the banquet, Yang Baishuan came to find them in person. I was seated at Yang Jian's house, and after only a few bites, I was drawn in by the aroma of your food. Yang Baishuan didn't mince words and asked directly, which chef did you hire? After leaving Yang Jian's house, those people had already gathered together and arrived at Wang Laoliu's house. 7 or 8 people quietly hid to the side, watching the people around them eating their food with gusto, extremely envious, and their mouths couldn't help but drool. However, since they didn't have much contact with Wang Laoliu on a regular basis, they didn't know what to say if they went up to him rashly, so they could only watch from the sidelines. After the banquet ended, they asked Yang Baishuan, who knew Wang Laoliu, to come out and inquire. It's Master Zhao from Zhao family village next door. Old Wang said, clearing away the plates. Master Zhao? Yang Baishuan asked, somewhat puzzled. He had never heard of any master chef in Zhao family village who could cook grand banquets, nor any Master Zhao. Yes, it's that college student from Zhao Dongshan's family. You might not know him. Wang Laoliu looked at Yang Baishuan's confused expression. Do you remember the top scorer in the college entrance exam from our town a few years ago? It's him, top scorer in the college entrance examination? The chef who cooks the large banquet? Yang Baishuan's eyes widened upon hearing this. He found it difficult to reconcile the two identities. How could a top student possibly be a chef who cooks elaborate banquets? This is all thanks to my daughter-in-law. If she weren't from Zhao family village, I wouldn't have known that Chef Zhao's cooking skills are so good. Wang Laoliu put the plates into a basin, looked up at Yang Baishuan, and said, his cooking skills are even better than those of chefs in 5-star hotels. Yang Baishuan nodded heavily. The grand feast he had just witnessed had made this man, who had lived most of his life, incredibly hungry. He had been eating at grand feasts since he was a child, and he had never smelled such a delicious aroma before. You go ahead with your work, I'm leaving now. After getting the news, Yang Baishuan turned around and said goodbye to Wan Laoliu. Yes, come visit often when you have time, Wan Laoliu replied politely. Yang Baishuan had only taken a few steps when several men jumped out of the haystack next to him and surrounded him, bombarding him with questions. So, did you find out? Who has such excellent skills? I can't eat dinner tonight because of this smell, it's so irritating. Hey, brother Yang, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us. Looking at the anxious and agitated person in front of him, Yang Baishuan smiled and said, Of course I asked. You'll never guess what I'm asking. Who? The crowd quickly gathered around. Yang Baishuan smiled mysteriously. Our county's top scorer in the college entrance examination. Zhao Chong led Zhao Hao back home slowly. Thanks to the attribute points added to physical fitness, Zhao Chong only felt slightly tired. Zhao Hao, on the other hand, was different. Weighing nearly 200 pounds, he had been busy all morning, and the journey had left him feeling terrible. As soon as he got back to Zhao Chong's house, Zhao Hao plopped down in a chair and picked up a fan from the table, fanning himself vigorously. I'm so tired. I feel like I've done a year's worth of work in one day. I can't take it anymore, I'm going to die. Zhao Chong glanced at Zhao Hao, shook his head helplessly, and casually poured him a glass of water. Have some water. Zhao Chong placed the water glass next to Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao didn't stand on ceremony and immediately picked up the water glass and gulped it down. That was great, Zhao Hao said, panting heavily after finishing his drink. Brother Chong, aren't you tired? I'm not a god, how could I not be tired? Zhao Chong poured himself another glass of water and then sat down next to Zhao Hao. I can't tell at all. You're not sweating or panting. Zhao Hao looked at Zhao Chong with suspicion. You've been cooking all morning. Are college students this fit these days? It's all right. I just exercise a lot. Zhao Chong said casually. Your physique can't go on like this. You need to exercise more. Otherwise, when you get a girlfriend, you'll only be on the bottom. He. Zhao Hao smiled sheepishly. You're back. Zhao Dongshan came out from the inner room when he heard the noise. Dad! Zhao Chong saw his father come out and quickly got up to help Zhao Dongshan sit down. Then he took out a red envelope from his pocket. This is a red envelope from 6th uncle. I'll give it to mom later. This is money you've worked hard to earn. Keep it for yourself. We still have money. Zhao Dongshan didn't accept it. You're all grown up now. You should keep some money for yourself. I have more. Zhao Chong stuffed the red envelope into Zhao Dongshan's hand. Keep this money with your mom, eat whatever you want. All right. Zhao Dongshan put away the red envelope, gave Zhao Chong a deep look, and then lit a cigarette. After a short while, Zhao Dongshan stubbed out his cigarette, slowly stood up, and stretched his body. You guys keep chatting, go outside and get some exercise. Just as Zhao Dongshan stepped into the yard, Zhao Chong's mother returned from outside, carrying several plastic bags of vegetables. Did you go to the vegetable garden? We still have some at home, Zhao Dongshan asked, puzzled. Why go to the vegetable garden? The villagers forced me to go there, Zhao Chong's mother said. I just went out to see the vegetable garden, but a group of women stopped me and kept me talking for 2 hours. While we were chatting, they pulled me into their vegetable garden and insisted on bringing me some vegetables back with them. Just take it if someone offers it to you. It's no different from taking it from your own home, Zhao Dongshan said casually. Do you think I'm the kind of person who's greedy for cheap deals? They won't let me leave unless I ask them to. Zhao Chong's mother glared at Zhao Dongshan. You have no idea how popular our son is right now. I've never seen those old ladies so enthusiastic, vying to introduce him to potential partners. Oh my. That's because my son is outstanding, Zhao Dongshan said proudly. What do you mean, your son? He's my son, okay. Zhao Chong's mother retorted defiantly. That's my seed too, Zhao Dongshan retorted. The sound of the two bickering reached Zhao Chong's ears, causing him to smile involuntarily. His parents had been bickering since he was a child, neither willing to give in. Sometimes when the argument got really heated, they would ignore each other. At first, Zhao Chong was a little scared, but over time he got used to it. Although the two bickered, they made up within a few hours. Zhao Hao slumped in his chair, scrolling through his phone, watching the videos he had posted, and shaking his head repeatedly. It only has a paltry dozen views, and the comments are even fewer. Sigh. Am I really not cut out to be an internet celebrity? Zhao Hao sighed. There are plenty of people who want to become internet celebrities. You should just focus on doing something worthwhile. Zhao Chong advised Zhao Hao, looking at his expression. It's not that Zhao Chong doesn't support Zhao Hao making short videos, but you need to have the talent. Aren't most internet celebrities these days packaged by big companies? Very few people become popular based on their own abilities. Zhao Hao has no special talents, so how could he possibly entertain the public? Since the emergence of short videos, many people have become tempted to gain something for nothing. Sigh. Zhao Hao sighed and stood up from his chair. Maybe my method is wrong. Seeing Zhao Hao's insistence, Zhao Chong couldn't bear to continue persuading him. If he discouraged him, it would be counterproductive. However, although Zhao Hao had some unrealistic fantasies, he was serious and meticulous when working in front of Zhao Chong, and never thought of slacking off. Just like when the big feast was being prepared, Zhao Chong thought Zhao Hao would slack off and not do any work, but Zhao Hao worked very hard, which impressed Zhao Chong. Brother Chong, I'm going back to get some sleep. Zhao Hao put away his phone, stood up, and rubbed his shoulders and back. I feel like my whole body is falling apart. Take a good rest. You should be able to rest for a while these next few days, Zhao Chong said with a smile. Bye-bye. Zhao Hao waved and swayed away. Zhao Chong watched Zhao Hao leave, then returned to his chair and closed his eyes to rest. The full moon feast has been completed. Why hasn't the system settled the accounts yet? Just as Zhao Chong was wondering what was going on, he heard the system's long-lost voice. Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. You have received a reward of 150,000 yuan and gained 6 attribute points. Congratulations, host, on completing 2 missions and receiving a bottle of soy sauce, plus the secret recipe for soy sauce brewing. As Zhao Chong heard about the system's reward, a smile gradually appeared on his face. A prize of 150,000? 6 attribute points left? Looking at the rewards, Zhao Chong immediately allocated his attribute points, this time putting all of them into stamina and strength. After all, the goal is to complete the task and obtain rewards by burning large feasts, so physical strength and power are the most important factors. After the skill point was added, Zhao Chong immediately felt all his fatigue disappear, and he felt refreshed, as if he had just had a good night's sleep. The last reward is soy sauce? And there's even a method for brewing soy sauce? Zhao Chong looked at the secret method with some doubt. Soy sauce isn't anything rare, there's so much soy sauce on the market now. Why would the system reward you with a soy sauce brewing method? In Zhao Chong's eyes, this reward was completely useless. However, since it was a system reward, Zhao Chong took out the soy sauce. This is a plastic bottle of soy sauce, and its color is quite dark, much brighter than the soy sauce that Zhao Chong's family bought. Zhao Chong gently unscrewed the bottle cap and was immediately stunned. Does this taste like soy sauce? A rich aroma of soy sauce and esters wafted over. Commercially available soy sauce generally has a strong flavor and a very salty taste. But the soy sauce in front of him was completely different. Zhao Chong poured out some of the soy sauce that the system had rewarded him with and tasted it. Besides being salty, it also has a subtle sweetness, with a perfect balance of saltiness and sweetness, a rich, mellow, and lingering flavor. As expected of soy sauce produced by the system, this flavor is amazing. Zhao Chong threw the soy sauce at home directly into the trash can and put the soy sauce rewarded by the system back on the table. Even though Zhao Chong isn't a chef now, he can still tell the difference between good and bad soy sauce. Looking at the soy sauce that the system had rewarded him with, Zhao Chong was immediately reminded of the time when he was a child and would carry a few cents to buy soy sauce. However, that still can't compare to the soy sauce that the system rewards now. Could the soy sauce brewing method rewarded by the system really produce such soy sauce? Zhao Chong thought to himself, recalling the soy sauce brewing method that the system had just rewarded him with. If such soy sauce were brewed using a systematic method, the flavor of the dishes would perhaps be even more delicious. Zhao Chong, what are you standing there for? You've been busy all day, why don't you take a break? Zhao Chong's mother had just entered the room when she saw him standing there in a daze. Mom, do we still have any soybeans at home? Zhao Chong asked, turning around. Yes. What's wrong? Zhao Chong's mother replied casually. You should go and rest. No rush to rest, where are our soybeans? Zhao Chong's mind was now filled with the method of brewing soy sauce, and he couldn't wait to try it out. There are several bags containing them in our east room, Zhao Chong's mother said. The east room, right, Zhao Chong said as he ran outside. This child, why don't you take a rest? Zhao Chong's mother called out to his retreating figure, but by then Zhao Chong had already walked out. After searching around, Zhao Chong indeed found bags of soybeans in the east room. Zhao Chong untied the bag, poured out half a bucket of soybeans, and then drew water from the well at home to soak the soybeans. The first step in brewing soy sauce is to soak the soybeans, allowing them to fully absorb water and swell. Once the soybeans are fully soaked, Zhao Chong picks out any defective ones. The selection of soybeans is crucial for brewing high-quality soy sauce. Zhao Chong set up a stand in the yard and then placed a large iron pot on it. Son, what are you doing? Zhao Dongshan, who was exercising outside, asked curiously after seeing Zhao Chong's actions. Let's brew some soy sauce ourselves, Zhao Chong said casually. Brewing soy sauce? Upon hearing this, Zhao Dongshan stopped what he was doing and slowly walked up to Zhao Chong. You know how to do this? Old Hay from the village used to brew soy sauce. Back then, everyone in our village went there to get soy sauce. It's a pity that the old man passed away a few years ago. Zhao Dongshan muttered to himself while watching Zhao Chang's hand movements. Although Zhao Dongshan was once a chef and knew a lot about sauces, he knew absolutely nothing about brewing soy sauce himself. I heard that soy sauce brewing requires soy sauce koji. Those are all industrial processes. Mine is purely handmade fermented soy sauce. Zhao Chang put the soaked soybeans into the pot and then began to steam them. This is also an essential step in brewing soy sauce. The cooking temperature must be well controlled, the soybeans should not be overcooked, but steam should rise from them. As Zhao Chang started the fire, the aroma of soybeans wafted from the pot and filled the courtyard. The aroma of these beans is so strong. Zhao Dongshan couldn't help but sniff and glance into the pot. Steam rose from the soybeans, and the aroma of the soybeans spread around them, quickly wafting out of Zhao Chang's house. Near Zhao Chang's house, several people were sunbathing and playing cards. After smelling the aroma, they all stopped what they were doing. What's that smell? It smells so good. Someone couldn't help but stand up and search for the source of the fragrance. I smell it too, it's the aroma of beans. Are they cooking edamame? This doesn't taste like edamame. Is someone making tofu? What tofu? It tastes more like stir-fried soybeans to me. The people around them argued incessantly, then dispersed, wanting to know where the fragrance was coming from. It's the Dongshan family. This fragrance is coming from Zhao Dongshan's house. Dongshan? Isn't that Master Zhao's house? What delicious food are they making there? It's not time to cook. I just saw Chef Zhao bringing Zhao Hao back from Wang Jia's Wang. They even greeted each other on the way. Did they not eat enough in Wang Jia's Wang? Why worry so much? Let's go and see for ourselves, then we'll know. A group of people slowly walked towards Zhao Chang's house, and along the way everyone was guessing what was going on at Zhao Chang's house. Soon, they arrived at Zhao Chang's house. Seeing that the door was open, they went straight inside. Dongshan, you're home. After a group of people came in, they saw Zhao Dongshan and greeted him warmly. Hey, third brother, what brings you here? Zhao Dongshan greeted the approaching people. We were playing cards at the village entrance when we were suddenly drawn in by the delicious aroma wafting from your house. Yeah, Dongshan, what are you doing at your house? It smells amazing. Was it Master Zhao who did this? Yeah, he's been busy doing nothing since he got back. Zhao Dongshan nodded and pointed to the disheveled Zhao Chang. He said he's making soy sauce. Making soy sauce? Zhao Sansi was stunned after hearing Zhao Dongshan's words and looked over in confusion. Everyone else looked surprised. Everyone knows about soy sauce, but can soy sauce be made to smell this good? This doesn't smell like soy sauce at all, it's clearly the aroma of a rare delicacy. Dongshan, you wouldn't be lying to us, would you? Yeah, soy sauce doesn't smell this good, it's actually quite unpleasant. Is Chef Zhao making soy sauce? Dongshan, you're not worried that we'll come and steal our food, are you? Why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, go ask them yourselves, Zhao Dongshan said helplessly. Ever since Zhao Chang's cooking became famous, it seems that he has been targeted by these people. Every time they eat at home, there are people loitering at the door. Now, this group of people has come directly to my home. I don't believe it. Zhao Sansi walked up to Zhao Chang, refusing to believe it. Little Master Zhao, what are you doing? Making soy sauce, Zhao Chang replied without looking up, then put the thermometer into the pot to test the temperature. The temperature at which soybeans are steamed or boiled is crucial to making good soy sauce. Zhao Sansi was stunned again when he heard Zhao Chang's words, staring incredulously at the iron pot steaming soybeans. Is this really for making soy sauce? Zhao Chang watched the temperature changes inside the pot intently, constantly adjusting the heat. Third brother, have you found out what Master Zhao is doing? Yeah, don't just stand there and say nothing, what is he doing? Third brother, stop keeping me in suspense, I'm getting impatient. Seeing that Zhao Sansi didn't speak, the people around him came up and asked him questions. Master Zhao said, Zhao Sansi still said in disbelief. But before he could finish speaking, he was pulled and interrogated by those around him. Say it, then say it. What did Master Zhao say? You're usually so quick-wit, how come you're so clumsy now? Urged on by the people next to him, Zhao Sansi got angry. Why are you rushing me? I haven't finished speaking yet. Can't you let me finish? Third brother, calm down. We're just anxious, said a middle-aged man with a small mustache standing nearby. Third brother, we were wrong, please tell us quickly. The people around him immediately put on smiling faces and looked at Zhao Sansi in a fawning manner. Master Zhao said he's making soy sauce, Zhao Sansi said, calming down. Upon hearing Zhao Sansi's words, everyone's expressions became quite interesting, filled with disbelief. Are they really making soy sauce? Zhao Dongshan didn't lie to us? But isn't Chef Zhao supposed to be cooking elaborate banquets? Why is he researching soy sauce? Master Zhao, please don't go astray. Zhao Chong had finished his work and saw Zhao Sansi and the others beside him. "Third uncle, when did you arrive?" Zhao Chong greeted them. "We just got here a little while ago," Zhao Sansi stammered. "Are you going to start a soy sauce business?" "What do you mean, starting a soy sauce business?" Zhao Chong asked, somewhat puzzled. "I just came up with a recipe for brewing soy sauce, so I came here to try it out." "Just trying it out?" Zhao Sansi and the others' expressions gradually softened upon hearing this. "So you're saying you'll still be holding grand banquets in the future?" "Of course." Zhao Chong looked at everyone in surprise. "Are you all right?" "No, it's nothing." Zhao Sansi and the others smiled sheepishly. "It would be good if we could confirm that Zhao Chong was still preparing a grand feast, otherwise, we probably wouldn't be able to eat any of his dishes. But it smells so good." The person standing next to Zhao Sansi said softly, "Master Zhao, may I try some?" "Eat this?" Zhao Chong was taken aback when he heard the other party's request. "What's wrong with these people? Are you starving? Do you eat all the soybeans used to make soy sauce?" "Master Zhao, I'll just have a little bit to satisfy my craving," the man pleaded when he saw that Zhao Chong remained silent. "These are just the raw materials, the taste might be so-so." Zhao Chong didn't know how to refuse the other party. "This isn't anything special, it's just ordinary soybeans." Zhao Chong didn't feel bad about the soybeans, but he thought it was a bit strange to give such things to the villagers. "It's all right," the man said, moving closer to the iron pot and grabbing a handful without caring that it was too hot. "Ouch, it's hot." Although it was very hot, the person refused to let go and instead stuffed it into their mouth. It's burning hot. It's so delicious," the person exclaimed, panting. "It smells amazing." Zhao Sansi and his companions stared longingly at their friends, secretly regretting their actions. "I wonder why I didn't think of such a shameless method in a short time." "Master Zhao, can we have some?" Another person jumped out from beside Zhao Sansi, looking at Zhao Chong expectantly. "All right," Zhao Chong replied with a wry smile. It was just ordinary steamed soybeans, nothing special, but these people acted as if they had seen a delicacy and all wanted to try it. After receiving Zhao Chong's permission, Zhao Sansi and the others scurried away from Zhao Chong and rushed to the iron pot as if fleeing for their lives. "Wow, this is delicious. It's really delicious. This is clearly boiled soybeans, but why does it feel like I've eaten a peach? Can you talk? How can this be a peach? This is practically a magic bean. Whoosh, it's so hot, but I can't stand it." The men in their 30s and 40s, including Zhao Sansi, were now acting like children fighting over candy, none of them willing to give way to the others. "Are these soybeans really that delicious?" Zhao Dongshen walked over suspiciously. "Did you add something to them?" "What did I add?" Zhao Chong asked innocently. "This is properly boiled soybeans. I was thinking of making some soy sauce, but I reckon there won't be much left. You should start over," Zhao Dongshen teased from the side. "It seems this is the only way." Zhao Chong looked helplessly at the person in front of him. "These are all fellow villagers, they only ate some soybeans. If we stop them, wouldn't they laugh at us?" The group ate for a full half hour before stopping, patting their round bellies with satisfied expressions. The feeling was like having just been served by a gentle and lovely younger sister. "Delicious." Zhao Sansi smacked his lips, as if savoring the taste. The flavor of the soybeans is fully released, sweet and soft, with a lingering aftertaste. "Yeah. That bastard Zhao Yuanshan ate a meal here last time and bragged about it to me for days afterward. He's not going to get any soybeans today. I feel like I've eaten all the soybeans I'll ever eat in my life, they're so delicious." Zhao Sansi and the others discussed amongst themselves, savoring the feeling from just now. "Oh no!" Suddenly, Zhao Sansi glanced at the soybeans in the pot, and an embarrassed expression appeared on his face. The pot of soybeans, which was originally more than half full, is now less than half full. What should we do? We ate more than half of it. This was what Chef Zhao was going to use to make soy sauce. "Oh no, I hope Master Zhao won't blame me." "Third brother, you have a good relationship with Dongshen, why don't you put in a good word for him?" Everyone looked at Zhao Sansi, waiting for him to make a decision. Sigh. Zhao Sansi sighed, then approached Zhao Dongshen somewhat embarrassedly. Dongshen, it's just some soybeans, isn't it?" Zhao Dongshen knew what the other person was going to say, so he quickly waved his hand. "Zhao Chong saw it a long time ago and is tidying up the soybeans in the east room. We can just cook another pot later." "Master Zhao didn't blame us?" Zhao Sansi asked in surprise. "What's so strange about it? You are his elders, and you keep calling him Master Zhao, which makes him a little embarrassed." Zhao Dongshen comforted Zhao Sansi and the others. "If you want to eat more later, feel free to continue. This is all grown on our own land and doesn't cost much." "That's so embarrassing." Zhao Sansi secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to look at the others who were still standing there in a daze. "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and go inside to help Master Zhao with his work. Zhao Chong had already noticed that most of the steamed soybeans had been eaten, so he started preparing them again early on. While he was busy, Zhao Sansi came over with a few people to help. Zhao Chong was about to refuse, but Zhao Sansi and the others showed angry expressions after hearing his refusal, which forced Zhao Chong to agree. With the help of Zhao Sansi and others, the soybeans were quickly washed clean and soaked. For the entire afternoon, Zhao Sansi and the others helped Zhao Chong. Although they had already eaten boiled soybeans once, they still couldn't resist when they saw the aroma of soybeans emanating from the pot. If they weren't so full, they probably would have eaten a few more bites. This time, Zhao Dongshen was smarter. When he saw Zhao Chong start cooking soybeans, he quickly closed the door. Although the soybeans were grown on their own land, there are over 1,000 people in the entire Zhao family village. If everyone were to eat them, the village couldn't handle it. Master Zhao, your soy sauce will be absolutely amazing, someone nearby said expectantly. Uncle, let's stop calling me Master Zhao. I'm your junior. Zhao Chong quickly explained, I can't accept you calling me that all the time. What's wrong with that? If you're so capable, we're happy to call it that. Someone nearby joked. By the way, aren't there plenty of soy sauces on the market now? Why bother brewing your own? You just don't understand. Someone retorted. The soy sauce on the market is full of additives and preservatives. Our chef Zhao is a master chef. A good chef uses the best ingredients. I heard that there are no additives in foreign products. I happen to have a relative who works in customs. I'll have him bring some back with me. Abroad? You might as well go abroad. This soy sauce was invented by our ancestors. Why should we buy foreign products? I don't have the same quality as things from abroad, but I can bring them back for Chef Zhao to cook. Come on, I can't get used to foreign food. Seeing that the villagers were about to start arguing again, Zhao Chong quickly advised, I just had a sudden urge to make some soy sauce. I heard that most soy sauce on the market now is a Hextech product. Wouldn't it be better to make it myself? Hextech? What kind of technology is that? Zhao Sansi and the others looked at Zhao Chong with suspicion. It's made by mixing industrial raw materials, Zhao Chong explained helplessly. Actually, it meets national safety standards, but I feel that if I have the means, I should still brew some. After all, this is a technique passed down from our ancestors. Yes, I agree. Zhao Sansi and the others nodded in agreement after hearing Zhao Chong's words. How could our ancestors' wisdom be inferior to those foreigners? Master Zhao, when you finish making it, could you sell me 2 jin? Someone whispered to him. Sell? I'll send some over to you later, Zhao Chong said casually. We're all from the same village, and we usually help each other with chores. If we were to sell it, I doubt my parents would accept the money. I'm so sorry. How about this? I'll take care of all your grain harvesting from now on, the man said excitedly. What are you taking care of? Aren't we from Zhao family village? Aren't we family to Master Zhao? The others were unhappy and said one after another, when it's time to plant wheat, I'll take care of Master Zhao's land. You've gone too far. Zhao Dongshen said angrily. Are you not treating me like one of your own? Master Zhao, you're being fair. Do you need my help with planting wheat in a few days? Zhao Chong looked at these elders, who had almost come to blows over planting wheat for their family, and couldn't help but laugh and cry. Uncle, I'm still at home. When the time comes. Zhao Chong was about to explain when Zhao Sansi interrupted him. Okay, I understand what you mean. We'll all help each other out then, right? Zhao Sansi didn't give Zhao Chong a chance to explain and interrupted. Dongshen, you agree, right? They say it takes 100 days to recover from a broken bone, and you've only had a few months left. Besides, back injuries are prone to recurrence, so you need to rest properly for a year or 2. When the time comes, you can rest assured about any work in the fields. Leave it to me, Zhao Sansi, and I guarantee I'll handle it perfectly. Just as Zhao Dongshen was about to speak to persuade them, he noticed that Zhao Sansi and the others were staring at him, as if they would pounce on him if he said another word. Left with no other choice, Zhao Dongshen had to nod in agreement. We're all from the same village, it's only right that we take care of each other. Zhao Sansi chuckled. Dongshen, from now on, you can leave the work on our land to me. I guarantee you won't have to worry about it. The others also laughed happily, as if being able to help Zhao Chong's family with chores was a great honor. Zhao Chong continued brewing soy sauce, steaming and cooking the koji, and then setting it aside to dry. To ensure the quality of the soy sauce, the temperature had to be controlled between 30 and 40 degrees Celsius. After drying, add some flour and salt to begin fermentation. During fermentation, the container must be covered with a cloth and sealed for preservation. Each sealing process has a limited time. Once the time is up, the sealed jar must be opened and stirred. This process continues until the soy sauce is successfully brewed. Is this all right? Zhao Sansi asked, looking at the sealed soybeans. Well, it'll be about half a month before we can enjoy the authentic soy sauce, Zhao Chong said, putting the jar aside. Normally, brewing soy sauce takes more than a month, but Zhao Chong shortened the time several times through the system's methods, so that he could eat freshly brewed soy sauce in at most half a month. Upon hearing this, Zhao Sansi and the others all showed expectant eyes. After finishing his work, it was already close to evening, so Zhao Dongshan invited Zhao Sansi and a few others to have something to eat at his home. After all, they had been busy with Zhao Chong all afternoon, and it was almost lunchtime, so naturally, he had to treat them to a meal. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Zhao Chong didn't prepare much. He just arranged some home-style dishes such as cold dishes, hot and sour shredded potatoes, and pork and cabbage stew with vermicelli. After the group finished eating, they chatted with Zhao Dongshan for a while, and then left around 8 or 9 p.m. In the following days, Zhao Chong spent his time either looking after his soy sauce or with his parents. Since Zhao Chong rejected the arranged blind date, the matchmakers stopped bothering him and instead turned their attention to Zhao Hao. It was no secret in the village that Zhao Hao was apprenticing under Zhao Chong. Since Zhao Chong can't break through, we might as well go find Zhao Hao. After all, Zhao Hao is Zhao Chong's childhood friend. If he were to get married, wouldn't Zhao Chong personally host the grand wedding banquet? Or rather, even if Zhao Hao could only learn a little bit from Zhao Chong, he could still satisfy their appetites once Zhao Chong returned to the city. Zhao Yuanshan couldn't stop smiling when he saw so many people introducing potential partners to his son. He knew it was Zhao Chong's fault, so he delivered vegetables to Zhao Chong's house every few days. Since Zhao Chong became famous for his culinary skills in preparing large banquets, he no longer needed to go into his vegetable garden. Someone would deliver some vegetables to him every day. Xiao Chong, I just picked some green beans. There are only a few people in my family, so we can't finish them all. I brought some to help you finish them. Master Zhao, we just picked some tomatoes and cucumbers today, let us give you a taste. Zhao Chong, your uncle caught 2 fish in the river today. How about trying some fish from our family's Fulong Lake? Every day around 10 a.m. and 4 p.m., someone will come to deliver vegetables on time. At first, Zhao Chong didn't think anything of it, but as time went on and he did it on time, he realized what was going on. They always brought a lot of food, which Zhao Chong's family of 3 could never finish. Thinking of this, Zhao Chong would invite the villagers to eat with him every time he finished cooking. Dongshan, why don't you tell them not to come and deliver vegetables anymore? At this rate, all the vegetables in our garden will turn yellow, Zhao Chong's mother said helplessly after checking the time. For several days in a row, people from the village have been bringing vegetables. The vegetables I grow are almost withered, and if I don't pick them soon, I'll probably have to plant them in the ground. I've already told them that, but they won't listen. Zhao Dongshan said helplessly, we can't just close the gate and not let them in. Oh dear. What can we do? Zhao Chong's mother shook her head helplessly. Oh, sister-in-law, are you home? Just as Zhao Chong's mother was having a headache, a woman around 50 years old walked towards her with a basket on her arm and greeted Zhao Chong's mother from a distance. Xiang's mother, what's this? Zhao Chong's mother looked at the woman walking towards her. My family really doesn't lack vegetables. Oh dear, this is cauliflower that we grew ourselves. Look, this one is the biggest, so I brought it to you. Xiang's mother took a cauliflower out of the basket. Xiangzi isn't home, and Xiang's father and I can't eat much. Really, there's no need. Zhao Chong's mother quickly declined. You're being too polite, Xiang's mother said, shoving the cauliflower into Zhao Chong's mother's hands. Just take it and eat it. There's no need for us sisters to be so formal. I'm so sorry. Zhao Chong's mother wanted to return it, but the other party held her down firmly. Hearing this in the courtyard, Zhao Chong slowly walked out of the door. And Wang, we have enough vegetables at home, you don't need to deliver them every day. Xiao Chong. Xiang's mother greeted Zhao Chong with a smile as she walked up to him. He's getting more and more handsome. I always said when he was little that he would be a heartthrob when he grew up, and now I see he's really good looking, much more handsome than those TV stars. And Wang, it's not as exaggerated as you say, Zhao Chong said with a smile. Please come in and sit down. I won't sit down. I still have to cook for your uncle when I get home. Xiang's mother waved her hand, showing no intention of going inside. Zhao Chong, take out the pickled vegetables you made yesterday and let your Aunt Wang take them back to try. Zhao Chong's mother winked at Zhao Chong. All right. Zhao Chong instantly understood his mother's meaning and quickly turned around and went inside. Oh, no need, really no need, Xiang's mother said, turning to leave. Zhao Chong's mother quickly caught up and took Xiang's mother's hand, saying, it's nothing valuable. Yesterday I went to the vegetable garden and cleared out some cucumbers, and Zhao Chong pickled them for me. Try them and see how they taste. Well, look, I came to bring you some vegetables, but I'm taking things back with me. That's not right, Xiang's mother said awkwardly. It's all right, it's all right, Zhao Chong's mother said with a smile. That's how it is in the village. People usually give each other things they have, which is a way to strengthen the bond between neighbors. Soon Zhao Chong came out with a plate and wine. Please have a taste first. So many? Xiang's mother saw a whole plate of pickled cucumbers and couldn't help but go over and smell them. They smell so good. The cucumbers pickled by Zhao Chong are crystal clear and look like jade. When you get close, you can smell the coolness of cucumbers and their unique fragrance. Seeing this, Xiang's mother couldn't resist picking up a piece and putting it in her mouth. Crunch, crunch. As she chewed, Xiang's mother felt a sweet and sour taste explode in her mouth, with a slight saltiness that added a touch of spiciness. Upon closer tasting, there was also a hint of spiciness. This is so delicious. Xiang's mother suddenly widened her eyes, revealing an expression of disbelief. Pickled vegetables are something that every household makes in order to eat when there are no other vegetables available in winter. Xiang's mother has been making pickled vegetables for decades, but she has never made such delicious pickled vegetables. The pickled vegetables she had prepared earlier looked utterly unappetizing next to this plate of cucumbers. How did you do this? Xiang's mother asked Zhao Chong. It's just normal cooking: soy sauce, salt, chili peppers, vinegar. Zhao Chong listed all the seasonings needed for marinating. Xiang's mother listened attentively, just like a primary school student listening attentively in class. Is that all? Xiang's mother asked, blinking, after Zhao Chong finished speaking. Yes, but it's been a while, so the flavor is a little weak. You can sprinkle some salt on it and let it soak a little longer when you get back, Zhao Chong reminded him. No, I wouldn't dare. Xiang's mother quickly shook her head. This is pickled vegetable made by your master Zhao. If I touch it, the taste will change. In Xiang's mother's opinion, although the pickled vegetables were not very salty, they tasted great, were crisp, and had a sweet and sour flavor with a hint of saltiness and spiciness. They were the best pickled vegetables she had ever eaten in her life. If you mess it up yourself and it turns out badly, then you'll lose more than you gain. Xiang's mother chatted for a few more minutes before carrying the plate toward her door. Xiao Chong, if this continues, I feel like we won't be able to grow any more vegetables in our garden. Zhao Chong's mother looked at the cauliflower in her hand. They deliver vegetables every day, which is fine for a day or two, but it won't last long. A few days ago, when Zhao Chong's mother went to the vegetable garden, she found that the cucumbers were almost wilted. In order not to waste them, she picked them and brought them back to pickle. We should still plant, Zhao Chong said to his mother with a smile. If all else fails, you two can open a small restaurant, and I'll help you cook some dishes when I have time. Open a restaurant? Upon hearing this, Zhao Chong's mother looked at Zhao Chong in surprise. What? You're not going back to the city? You're staying in the village? Seeing his mother's anxious expression, Zhao Chong immediately explained, Go back. It's nothing serious for now. You've opened a restaurant, and I can help you. Besides, look at the people in our village, they're all like wolves and tigers. That's true. Ever since we ate your cooking, it feels like the whole village is bewitched. Zhao Chong's mother nodded. But I need to talk to your dad about that restaurant you mentioned. Of course, I was just saying. Whether we do it or not still depends on you two, sirs. Zhao Chong chuckled. The idea of opening a restaurant was just a spur-of-the-moment thought for Zhao Chong. Even if he returned to the city someday, he could still run it with his father's skills, since his own brand had already been established. These two banquets, in particular, made Zhao Chong's culinary skills known to almost everyone in the surrounding villages. Every now and then, people from other villages would ask someone to visit Zhao Chong's house to build a good relationship so that they could invite him to cook for future large banquets. Okay, I'll discuss it with your dad. Zhao Chong's mother smiled at her son. Once the wheat is planted, there won't be much work to do. Opening a small restaurant will be a good way to keep busy. Opening a restaurant in the village is almost impossible to make money. Some people have opened small restaurants in the village before, but they all went out of business after only a few months. In rural villages, how many people are willing to spend money on a meal at a restaurant? It's so nice to have a vegetable garden at home, where you can pick some vegetables and cook them at home whenever you want. Zhao Chong and his mother went into the house, and the elderly couple started discussing things after finishing their meal. These past few days, Zhao Chong has been researching his own soy sauce. After several days of fermentation, the aroma of soy sauce can be fully smelled. He believes that the soy sauce will be ready in a few days. The normal process of brewing soy sauce takes a month or even longer, but Zhao Chong greatly shortened the time after using his secret recipe. Zhao Chong, help me start the fire later. Zhao Chong's mother came out with a basin. What are you doing? Steaming buns? Zhao Chong quickly stepped forward and took the basin from his mother's hands. Aren't there still some buns at home? Why steamed buns? Your dad said he wants a change of pace and wants to eat the pancakes I made, Zhao Chong's mother said. Now that your dad says that, I want some too. Pancakes? Upon hearing this, Zhao Chong suddenly thought of the days when he ate pancakes as a child. The happiest thing back then was waiting for my mother to make pancakes, which were soft, chewy, and full of the rich aroma of wheat. However, later on, because I went to university, I spent very little time at home and almost never ate the pancakes my mother made. Although you can find them outside, they are all machine-made and lack the handmade feel. I'll give it a try today, Zhao Chong said to his mother. You little rascal, do you even know how? Zhao Chong's mother teased. When you were little, I used to ask you to make pancakes for me. Every time, you would grab a pancake as soon as it came out of the pan and run away. I was young and didn't know any better back then, Zhao Chong explained with a smile. Soon, Zhao Chong carried the basin into the inner room, added some warm water, sprinkled some salt, and began kneading the dough. Making flatbread is a traditional delicacy in Zhao Chong's village. Almost every family knows how to make it. Freshly made flatbread is topped with an egg, sprinkled with salt and sesame seeds, then rolled up. The taste is simply divine. However, the most important thing in making flatbread is kneading the dough. Knead the dough several times to make it smooth and delicate, so that it won't break when you pull it. Only in this way can you make a chewy and elastic flatbread. Slap, slap. Zhao Chong slapped the dough on the board a few times, then started kneading it. After kneading, rubbing, pressing, and squeezing for about 10 minutes, Zhao Chong had finished kneading the dough. He then divided it into fist-sized portions, put them back into the bowl, covered them with plastic wrap, and let them rest for a while. This step is called proofing the dough. Once this step is complete, you can begin processing the dough. While Zhao Chong and his mother were making pancakes at home, a black Mercedes pulled up in front of their house. Lu Jingjing stepped out of the car wearing high heels, black stockings, a professional style skirt, and a white printed shirt. Following behind him was a large man dressed as a chef, who looked around with disdain. Lu Jingjing's purpose in coming here was simple. She wanted to invite Zhao Chong to work at their hotel. Ever since her best friend's wedding, Lu Jingjing has been craving the delicious food Zhao Chong made, reminiscing about it for days. After returning home, Lu Jingjing found her father and told him what she had seen and heard. However, her father simply did not believe that someone who cooked large banquets in the countryside could have such good culinary skills, and decisively rejected Lu Jingjing's suggestion to recruit Zhao Chong. But Lu Jingjing kept repeating it every day, and eventually her father had no choice but to agree to let Zhao Chong give it a try. However, Lu Jingjing also had her hotel's head chef accompany her, wanting to test Zhao Chong's strength. Master Lu, this is it. Lu Jingjing turned around and said to a middle-aged fat man. Wow, the roads in this village are really hard to travel on. They're all dirt roads, Mr. Lu complained. Country roads are just like this, you'll get used to them, Lu Jingjing explained with a smile. I wasn't used to them either the first time I came, but you'll get used to them. What do you mean by habit? Hurry up and take me to meet the people. I really can't imagine what kind of great chef could be found in this place. Chef Lu waved his hand and urged, what would a great chef be doing holed up in the village? Master Lu had no hope for Zhao Chong at all, assuming that Lu Jingjing was acting on someone else's behalf. Okay, Chef Lu, please wait a moment. Lu Jingjing knew Chef Liu's temperament. He was the head chef of their hotel. The hotel's success in the city is partly due to Master Liu's efforts. Therefore, even Lu Jingjing's father treats Master Lu with great respect in the hotel. Lu Jingjing stepped forward and knocked on the door. Soon, Zhao Chong's mother's voice came from inside. Auntie, I'm Lu Jingjing, here to see Master Zhao. Lu Jingjing introduced herself outside the door. Lu Jingjing? Is she Xiao Chong's classmate? Zhao Chong's mother opened the door and was stunned when she saw Lu Jingjing wearing black stockings. No, I'm best friends with old Zhao's daughter-in-law. I met Master Zhao at Zhao Feng's wedding, so I came to pay a visit, Lu Jingjing said with a smile. So, why did you come this time? Zhao Chong's mother asked Lu Jingjing curiously. I'm here to discuss something with Chef Zhao. Lu Jingjing turned to look at Chef Lu. He's Chef Lu from our restaurant. Master Lu. When Lu Jingjing turned around to look at Master Lu, she suddenly saw that he was standing still with his eyes closed, looking completely absorbed in the moment. What's going on? Lu Jingjing was also stunned by what she saw. What happened? Why is Mr. Lu standing still? Lu Jingjing's face turned ugly. She had come to invite Zhao Chong to work at their restaurant, but Chef Lu was putting on airs. Auntie, please wait a moment. Lu Jingjing turned around and said apologetically to Zhao Chong's mother, then turned to Lu Shifu. Master Lu, what are you doing? Lu Jingjing's voice held a hint of anger. I can tolerate your diva-like behavior at the hotel on ordinary days, but why are you being so rude in front of others now? Ha! Master Lu immediately came to his senses, looked at Lu Jingjing's angry face, and asked in confusion, were you calling me just now? This is Zhao Chong's mother. When I introduced you, you didn't even glance at her, Lu Jingjing complained. Oh. Master Lu nodded quickly. Jingjing, I'm sorry, I was a little distracted by the fragrance just now. Upon hearing Lu Jingjing's words, Chef Lu quickly stepped forward and said, Hello, I am Lu Dashan, the head chef of Gai He Restaurant. Zhao Chong's mother was at a loss as she watched Lu Dashan's actions. Jingjing, did you smell a wheat aroma just now? Lu Dashan asked Lu Jingjing beside him. Wheat flavor? After Lu Dashan reminded her, Lu Jingjing also smelled a faint wheat aroma. This wheat aroma has the scent of a wheat field, sweet, but with a hint of saltiness. It smells so good. Lu Jingjing sniffed hard. What's that smell? It looks like they're making pancakes. Lu Dashan, being a chef, quickly guessed. But even Lu Dashan couldn't make such a fragrant pancake. Auntie, do you make pancakes at home? Lu Jingjing asked subconsciously. Yes. Zhao Chong's mother nodded. Zhao Chong is making pancakes. Master Zhao? When Lu Jingjing heard that Zhao Chong was making pancakes, her eyes lit up. If it's Chef Zhao, wouldn't that mean we'll have another delicious treat to try? Zhao Chong. Lu Dashan looked surprised upon hearing Zhao Chong's name. Can we go in and take a look? Look at my memory, Zhao Chong's mother said embarrassedly. Come on, come inside, and sit down. Upon hearing Zhao Chong's mother's words, Lu Dashan rushed out in a flash. Soon, Lu Dashan arrived in the courtyard and saw Zhao Chong making pancakes. An iron griddle was placed in the yard, with firewood burning underneath, and a snow-white flatbread lay on the griddle, clearly freshly placed. Zhao Chong didn't notice anyone approaching. Instead, he skillfully picked up the pancake flipper, gently inserted it under the pancake, and then gently moved it to separate the pancake from the griddle. With a gentle push, the pancake flipped in the air and landed steadily on the griddle. When Lu Jingjing came in, she was once again stunned by Zhao Chong's skillful movements. My god, that technique is amazing. Lu Jingjing couldn't help but cover her mouth, staring wide-eyed at Zhao Chong. That flip of the pancake just now, making it rotate 180 degrees in the air and then land perfectly, is something that probably very few people can do. That's amazing. Master Lu couldn't help but exclaim. He originally thought Zhao Chong was just going to coast along at the hotel, but he didn't expect that the other party had real skills. This one skill alone made him look up to him. Master Lu, what kind of tool is this? Lu Jingjing asked, looking at the dark iron griddle. Why would you bake pancakes on this? You don't know this, do you? This is called an aizai, something left by our ancestors. It existed as early as the Song dynasty. Lu Dashan introduced it as if he knew it by heart. This thing is made of iron. The back looks like a tortoise shell, so it is called an aizai. Now, because of electric griddles, very few people use iron aizai to make pancakes. The Song dynasty? That's quite a long time ago. Lu Jingjing said in surprise. Yes, Lu Dashan said, but many places don't use it anymore. I didn't expect that Master Zhao had such a great skill. What are you all standing there for? Come and sit down. Zhao Chong's mother took out 2 stools and placed them in front of Lu Jingjing. Zhao Chong, a friend has come to see you. Let me cook. You rest for a while. Wait a minute. This pancake will be ready soon, Zhao Chong said without turning his head. Mom, add some firewood for me. Just as Zhao Chong's mother was about to make a move, she discovered that Lu Dashan had gotten there first, plopped down in front of the griddle, grabbed a handful of branches, and was about to stuff them in. 3 strands at a time, spread out evenly, Zhao Chong said after glancing at them. Oh, yes, that way the flame will be more even. Lu Dashan nodded repeatedly. I've learned something? Who are you? Zhao Chong then noticed that the person next to him was not his mother, but a fat man. My name is Lu Dashan. Lu Dashan replied with a smile, completely devoid of his previous arrogance. You can call me Brother Lu. Oh, Zhao Chong gave a light oh, then dipped the dough in the oil bowl, placed it on the dough on the work surface, and rolled it out with a rolling pin. The dough spun rapidly in Zhao Chong's hands, and soon a round pancake appeared in front of Lu Dashan. Fuck you. Lu Dashan couldn't help but swear when he saw this. That move was so skillful. It takes decades of experience to make this. But Zhao Chong looked to be only in his early 20s. How did he do it? In less than a minute, a perfectly round crepe is made. Zhao Chong, however, did not see Lu Dashan's surprised expression, and instead flipped the pancake on the griddle. Soon, small light brown spots appeared on the cake, evenly spaced, like flowers imprinted on it. After checking and finding that it was almost done, Zhao Chong packed the pancakes and spread the dough he had rolled out onto the griddle. Lu Dashan saw that the pancakes Zhao Chong made were thin and even, and as soon as they were placed on the griddle, a fragrant aroma of flour wafted out. This smells so good. A pancake made to this quality is simply divine. Lu Dashan stared at the pancake on the griddle, swallowing hard. Lu Jingjing, who was standing next to her, couldn't hold back any longer. Ever since the pancake was taken out, she had been staring at it without blinking. Auntie, can I try some? Lu Jingjing asked, looking at the steaming hot pancake. Ha! Zhao Chong's mother looked at Lu Jingjing's appearance, got up and took the pancake over. Here, help yourself. It smells so good. Lu Jingjing didn't care that her hands were burning, she greedily smelled the unique aroma of wheat, and was completely intoxicated. Just as Lu Jingjing was about to take a bite, she suddenly saw Lu Dashan walk over and grab the edge of the pancake. Jingjing, can I have half of it? A simple flatbread was fought over by two people. After finishing one, they were still not satisfied and stared at the flatbread on the griddle with eyes that looked like they were starving. This made Zhao Chong's mother very curious, especially about this fat man, who had just claimed to be a chef. Could this be a scam? The chef has seen all sorts of delicacies, surely he wouldn't fight over a single pancake. Thinking of this, Zhao Chong's mother couldn't help but sit down in front of the griddle and add some firewood. Xiao Chong, they seem like scammers to me, Zhao Chong's mother warned. You have to be careful and don't fall for their tricks. Mom, don't worry. Zhao Chong said with a smile, I'm not stupid, how could I fall for that? That's good. Do you want to go and talk to them? Zhao Chong's mother glanced over and noticed that Lu Dashan had already finished his pancake and was staring longingly at Lu Jingjing. Never mind, I don't think they're good people. It's okay, let's do our thing. Zhao Chong ignored Lu Dashan and Lu Jingjing. He didn't know either of them, and he was busy here and didn't have time to deal with them. Soon, Lu Jingjing finished her pancake, wiped her mouth, and looked at Zhao Chong. How come you finished eating so quickly? You didn't even leave me any. Lu Dashan complained to Lu Jingjing, Jingjing, I'm still your elder. Didn't you say you didn't want to come? Lu Jingjing retorted, and you looked down on Master Zhao. Hey, don't talk nonsense. Lu Dashan quickly interrupted Lu Jingjing, Master Zhao is already better than me at making pancakes alone. This flatbread is very chewy and has a subtle wheat aroma that wafts out with every chew. Master Lu, this isn't the way you were when you first arrived. Lu Jingjing teased with a smile. That was all because I was ignorant. Who knew that this remote place was full of hidden talents? Lu Dashan quickly waved his hand. There are always people more capable than you, and there's always something beyond your understanding. Master Zhao's skill in making pancakes is enough to make him a local tyrant in our city. I think so too, which is why I told my dad to invite Chef Zhao to our hotel. Lu Jingjing looked at Zhao Chong with anticipation and said, as you know, ever since some Western restaurants and eateries have sprung up in our city, the hotel's business has plummeted. Who says otherwise? Lu Dashan was also very angry. How can those barbecues, sushi, salads and the like taste as good as our traditional dishes? They're not made with any care at all. But now those young people actually consider eating Western food an honor. I can't stand seeing some young people taking their partners to eat Western food and acting all high and mighty. Lu Dashan complained helplessly about the current situation. Since Western restaurants and Japanese barbecue restaurants became popular a few years ago, they have attracted the attention of many young people. More and more people have started to patronize Western restaurants, thinking that they are more classy and can save face. In Lu Dashan's eyes, those Japanese barbecue dishes could not be called dishes at all. They were basically not technically sophisticated and were things that their ancestors had already done, but which were carried forward and developed by other ethnic groups. But Lu Dashan had no other choice. Although his skills were good, they were only relatively good, not at all up to the level of being considered a master. If Zhao Chong joined, things would be different. He can make even a simple flatbread so delicious than the other dishes. At this moment, Lu Dashan couldn't help but believe Lu Jingjing's assessment of Zhao Chong. Look, the pancakes are ready again. Seeing one pancake being folded up, Lu Jingjing immediately got up and went to the vicinity, gazing longingly at the neatly stacked pancakes. I can still eat up. Zhao Chong waved his hand. Thank you, Master Zhao. Lu Jingjing quickly picked up the pancake. Jingjing, give me some. Give me some. Lu Dashan called out as soon as he saw the pancake in Lu Jingjing's hand. The two squatted down next to Zhao Chong and each ate 3 pancakes. In the end, their stomachs were so full, but the aroma of the pancakes still made their mouths water. It's so delicious. This flatbread is so delicious that you don't need to roll anything in it. It's the most original and delicious thing ever. Lu Dashan licked the flour off his fingers and couldn't help but exclaim, yes, this is absolutely delicious. Lu Jingjing didn't care about her image and licked her lips. After the two finished eating, they sat down next to Zhao Chong and watched him make pancakes intently. Neither Lu Jingjing nor Lu Dashan expected that watching Zhao Chong make pancakes would be so pleasing to the eye. Each pancake is perfectly round and as thin as a cicada's wing, becoming obedient and docile in Zhao Chong's hands. By the time Zhao Chong finished making all the noodles, it was nearly evening. You've been waiting here all this time? Zhao Chong asked, looking at Lu Jingjing and Lu Dashan, who were still sitting, after putting away the last single cake. Ha! Lu Dashan suddenly realized, it's done. Master Zhao, your skills are the best I've ever seen. I just did it casually, Zhao Chong said truthfully. Zhao Chong had never made flatbread before, but after acquiring god-level culinary skills, everything became incredibly simple. Whether it was rolling out dough or cooking, it all seemed to be ingrained in his genes, something he could do effortlessly. When Zhao Chong's words reached Lu Dashan's ears, he was even more shocked. How can you make such a delicious pancake so easily? This is absolutely outrageous. Lu Dashan did not doubt what Zhao Chong said. After all, the other party did not know before they came, and this pancake was just a common meal. What brings you here? Zhao Chong asked, looking at the two men. Master Zhao, we've come to invite you to join our hotel, Lu Jingjing said excitedly. Our hotel is currently in dire need of a master chef like you. Yes, as long as you come to our hotel, I'll be your assistant. You can be the head chef, Lu Dashan chimed in. Originally, Lu Dashan had some reservations about Zhao Chong, but after eating the pancakes made by Zhao Chong, he no longer had any intention of looking down on Zhao Chong. Instead, he was filled with admiration for Zhao Chong. The last time I felt this kind of admiration was when I was facing my master. Make me a cook? Zhao Chong raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. I burned the large banquet to get the system task rewards. I never intended to work for someone else. Not a cook, but the head chef, Lu Dashan explained. Yes, we can offer you a salary of 12,000. Lu Jingjing said to Zhao Chong, and there's also a performance bonus. 12,000 a month? Zhao Chong instantly lost the will to continue the conversation. 12,000 might seem like a lot to others, but who is Zhao Chong? Zhao Chong is a chosen one, possessing a cheat system. A single large banquet can bring in tens of thousands of yuan. Isn't that much better than working for someone else? Hey, young lady, my son didn't study culinary arts in college. How could he become a chef? Zhao Chong's mother said in surprise. Auntie, Chef Zhao's skills are amazing. If he could come to our hotel, we can give him the best treatment. Lu Jingjing quickly explained, if you think 12,000 is too little, we can arrange to increase it to 15,000. If he works for 5 years, we'll give you shares. When Zhao Chong's mother heard about the salary of 15,000 yuan, she was immediately shocked. 15,000 is a bit too high a salary. Last time, someone from the village got a job at a foreign company, and I heard the salary was only around 10,000 yuan. Now, Lu Jingjing is offering 15,000 yuan directly. This made Zhao Chong's mother hesitate. Although Zhao Chong was a college graduate, if he went to an ordinary company, he probably wouldn't earn 15,000 yuan a month. Xiao Chong, Zhao Chong's mother tugged at Zhao Chong. Think it over yourself. Mom won't stop you. Zhao Chong smiled, seeing his mother's troubled expression. He knew that she was somewhat tempted, but 15,000 yuan was not attractive to Zhao Chong at all. It was only a little over 100,000 yuan a year. I've now hosted 2 large banquets and earned over 100,000 yuan, plus various attribute bonuses. If I went to work at a hotel, I wouldn't have time to host large banquets, and there wouldn't be any other rewards. Therefore, Zhao Chong didn't need to consider it at all. It held absolutely no appeal for him. I still prefer a free and easy life. Zhao Chong shrugged and said apologetically. Sorry, I can't grant your request. Are you not satisfied with your salary? Lu Jingjing asked Zhao Chong, not giving up. If the salary isn't enough, I can apply for more for you. It's not just about the salary. I feel more comfortable in the village and have no desire to leave for the time being. Zhao Chong refused. Even when the other party raised the price to 20,000, Zhao Chong had no interest whatsoever. Upon hearing Zhao Chong's words, Lu Jingjing's face showed a disappointed expression. That's a pity. Lu Jingjing knew that once someone like Zhao Chong made a choice, it was impossible to persuade him otherwise. It's a pity that their excellent culinary skills couldn't be of any help to their hotel. If you have a big feast going on over there, you can call me over, Zhao Chong said softly, looking at the somewhat disappointed Lu Jingjing. Burning a large feast? Lu Jingjing was immediately bewildered upon hearing this. Their hotel is in the city, not in the countryside, so how could they possibly have a large banquet? Master Zhao, this is called a wedding banquet in the city, Lu Jingjing explained. Yes, I know, Zhao Chong said casually. They're all pretty much the same thing. If needed, I can consider it. Zhao Chong said this not out of excessive sympathy or a desire to help the beautiful Lu Jingjing, but purely to complete system tasks. I just don't know if weddings and funerals in the city count as large banquets. If it counts, then you can also get a reward. Okay, Lu Jingjing said, rubbing her forehead. In her eyes, Zhao Chong was like a weirdo, who had the opportunity to stay in a nice hotel but insisted on hosting a large banquet in the countryside instead. Do some reclusive sages all have this kind of quirk? Seeing that she couldn't persuade Zhao Chong, Lu Jingjing had no choice but to turn around and leave. After Zhao Chong and his mother saw Lu Jingjing off, they watched the Mercedes-Benz disappear from their sight. This car is really nice, Zhao Chong's mother said enviously. We'll buy one after a while, Zhao Chong said with a smile. Don't talk nonsense. I heard this car is very expensive, hundreds of thousands. Zhao Chong's mother glared at Zhao Chong. We can't afford a car like this. City people are really rich these days. As Zhao Chong's mother spoke, she went back into the house, and Zhao Chong shook his head helplessly and followed her in. For Zhao Chong, a car worth a few 100,000 yuan is something he might consider, but if it's a car worth several million yuan, he would give up on it immediately. After all, his system wasn't some kind of super-rich entity that could make money while lying down. Zhao Kong must use his own hands to achieve his dreams. Actually, life in the countryside is much more pleasant than in the city. At least the pace of life is slower, the air is fresher, and you can go out to the fields and enjoy the beauty of nature. Zhao Chong had never thought the countryside was so nice before, but now he actually felt like he didn't want to go back. Actually, living in the village is quite nice, unless you wait until you have money and then buy a big villa in the city. Zhao Chong, when do you plan to go back? Zhao Dongshan asked Zhao Chong during dinner. My injuries are almost healed, and the family doesn't need you to take care of them anymore. I haven't decided yet, Zhao Chong said honestly, swallowing the food in his mouth. I don't plan to go back for the time being. After all, graduation season is over, and I need to find a new job. That is a problem, it's all my fault, Zhao Dongshan said with some self-reproach. Dad, what are you saying? How am I blaming you? Zhao Chong quickly said, afraid that his father would misunderstand. Actually, I have my own plans. Besides, with my skills, where can't I find a job? Yes, our son has a skill. Even without education, he won't starve, right? Zhao Chong's mother explained. Today, a hotel offered to have our son cook, paying him 15,000 yuan a month. Really? Zhao Dongshan looked at Zhao Chong in shock after hearing this. The chefs in restaurants are paid so much now? Pretty much. Zhao Chong nodded. This is still in our city. In some first-tier cities, like Shanghai or Beijing, the salary would probably be even higher. Zhao Chong had heard before that in high-end restaurants in Shanghai and Beijing, a meal could cost at least 10,000 yuan, and the waiters there earned 10,000 yuan a month. For Zhao Dongshan, this was like a fairy tale. That high? Are there that many rich people in the city now? Zhao Dongshan asked in surprise. That's too exaggerated. Of course. Zhao Chong nodded. By the way, Xiao Chong, your dad, and I have discussed opening a restaurant, and it's definitely something we can do. Zhao Chong's mother put down her chopsticks. Anyway, the busy farming season is over now, so we have time to manage it. Alright, since you want to do it, let's start preparing. Zhao Chong had no objections. Otherwise, their parents would be idle at home anyway. People like Zhao Chong's parents have worked hard all their lives, and they probably wouldn't be able to stay idle. It's good that there's a restaurant where they can keep each other company and relieve their boredom. Soon, the news that Zhao Chong's family was going to open a restaurant spread throughout the village. Oh my, today is a great day. Xiao Chong is finally going to open a restaurant. Yes. When I first heard the news, I didn't quite believe it, but now it seems to be true. Of course it's true. Zhao Dongshan even contacted me to ask how much it would cost to build a restaurant. You didn't overcharge, did you? If you dare to make money off Master Zhao, I won't let you get away with it. How could I dare? I even wanted to do it for the Dongshan family for free, but Zhao Dongshan was not happy about it. The villagers of Zhao family village were all discussing it at the village entrance, then thinking about how to help. In rural areas, whether it's building a house or constructing other buildings, there are no formal construction teams, it's all done by the villagers helping out. Carpentry, bricklaying, painting, these skilled jobs can all be found in the village, and even if there aren't any in the village, there are people in neighboring villages who know these jobs. Although they may not be the most fashionable, they all have their own unique techniques. After all, the houses in the village were built with the help of people from all around, and some of the old men in the village have inherited the houses from their families. It's just unknown where Zhao Chong chose to locate the restaurant. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing a dark blue shirt walked over. Hello, village chief. Where are you headed? Village chief, come have a smoke. When the villagers saw the village chief, they greeted him warmly. The village chief took the cigarette, put it in his mouth, and someone around him took out a lighter to light it for him. No need, I have my own. The village chief waved his hand and took out a lighter from his pocket. Thud! The village chief lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. It's not like Dongshan wants to build a restaurant and asks me where he has land, the village chief said, exhaling a smoke ring. Dongshan is looking for you? Upon hearing this, the person next to him lit up. It seems this matter is true. Yes, the village chief nodded. I don't know what's going on either. Opening a restaurant in our village is just throwing money down the drain. I'll go and talk to him and tell him to give up the idea. If he really wants to, wouldn't it be better to go to the town or the county seat? You don't agree? Upon hearing the village chief's words, the villagers nearby all stood up. What are you doing? The village chief was startled by the looks in the eyes of those around him. I told you so. Village chief, how can we refuse this? The Dongshin family's restaurant will generate revenue for our village. That's right. Chef Zhao's cooking is so delicious, he'd definitely have a thriving restaurant in our village. This is a great thing, village chief, you mustn't refuse. The village chief looked at the villagers in front of him with a bewildered expression. What was wrong with these people? Why did they actually approve of Zhao Dongshan opening a restaurant in the village? Didn't all those people who used to run restaurants in the village lose everything? What do you mean? What Master Zhao? What thriving? The village chief asked, looking at the villagers in front of him. Village chief, you haven't been in the village these past few days? A villager nearby asked. He's not here. He went to a meeting in the county, which lasted for half a month, the village chief said. He just got back early this morning. That's right. You don't know, something big has happened in the village these past few days. The villager pulled the village chief aside. Come, let me tell you about it. The village chief sat down, and the surrounding villagers began to recount the events of the past month. The village chief was horrified. What? 20-odd tables weren't enough. What? Other villages invited them to host lavish feasts, the food even better than a 5-star hotel. The little Zhao master you're talking about is Zhao Chong? That kid from Dongshan? The village chief asked, bewildered. Yes, he's Zhao Dongshan's son. The person next to him nodded in agreement. But wasn't Zhao Chong attending a top university? Why did he switch careers to become a chef? The village chief became increasingly puzzled. Could it be that the kid gave up a good university to go to New Oriental or Langxian for further studies? That's impossible. I don't know, it must be the kitchen god who descended to earth and enlightened Zhao Chong. Now Zhao Chong is an excellent cook. A villager nearby couldn't help but drool as he thought about Zhao Chong's dishes, especially that braised pig's trotters. Not only braised pig's trotters, but also braised pork belly is quite good. It's fatty but not greasy, and melts in your mouth. None of you have ever had Wang Laoliu's full moon feast. The Wensi tofu made by Chef Zhao is absolutely amazing. Yes, and braised pork belly too. My god, that's the best meat I've ever eaten in my life. The village chief looked at the villagers in front of him. When they talked about the dishes Zhao Chong had made, everyone's eyes lit up, as if they hadn't eaten for days. Is it really that delicious? The village chief asked, somewhat skeptical. Of course, everyone in our village knows. If you don't believe me, ask the people in Wangjia's Wang, they know too, the surrounding villagers said in unison. At that moment, the village chief's phone suddenly rang. The village chief took out his phone and saw that it was Wang Jiangguo, the village chief of Wangjia's Wang, calling. Hey, Lao Zhao, have you heard? Your son, Chef Zhao, is going to open a restaurant in the village. How about we open one between our two villages? Wang Jiangguo's voice came through the phone as soon as it connected. How did you know that? The village chief asked, glancing at the villager in front of him. I heard it from the villagers. Sigh, we went to the county for a meeting and training, and I missed a big feast. My wife has been telling me ever since I came back how delicious the food is, especially the dishes cooked by Chef Zhao from your village. Wang Jiangguo said. How about it? There's a piece of land near the entrance of your village and our village, not far from Chef Zhao's house. Why don't we choose that place? It'll be convenient for people from both villages. I'll go ask about it. The village chief said instinctively. Where are you now? I'll go with you. Wang Jiangguo said eagerly. Forget it. Let's meet at Master Zhao's house. I'll be there in a bit on my electric scooter. Wang Jiangguo hung up the phone as soon as he finished speaking, giving the village chief no chance to explain. Is Zhao Dongshan's son really a good cook? The village chief confirmed. Village chief, don't worry, we would never lie to you. Yes. Village chief, let us know once you've chosen a location, and we'll build a restaurant for the Dongshan family free of charge. Yes, I'm a bricklayer, I can help. I have a tractor at home, which can haul soil and sand for Mr. Zhao's family. People around him started talking all at once, sharing their own skills. You all wait here. I'll go check it out. The village chief waved his hand, deciding to go and find out first. The village chief walked towards Zhao Dongshan's house without looking back. When he arrived at the door, the horn of an electric vehicle rang out. Old Zhao, wait for me. Wang Jiangguo's voice came from behind. Wang Jiangguo quickly got out of the car and took the village chief's hand. Old Zhao, such a good thing can't just be enjoyed by your village. We are a neighboring village, shouldn't we also take care of it? Aren't you afraid the villagers will cheat you? The village chief glanced at Wang Jiangguo and said speechlessly. This is a matter concerning our own village, and this guy is even more anxious than I am. What are you lying about? Let me tell you, my wife secretly saved me a piece of braised pork. Even though it's been in the fridge for several days, the taste is still authentic. Wang Jiangguo said with lingering relish, how can I put it? It's so much better than what the restaurants in our county make. Let's go in and take a look. The village chief walked to the door, pushed it open, and went inside. "Dongshan, are you home?" the village chief called out as he walked in. "Hey there? Who is it?" Zhao Dongshan called out as he walked out. When he saw it was the village chief, he exclaimed, "Village chief, what brings you here? This must be Zhao Dongshan." Wang Jiangguo saw Zhao Dongshan and quickly stepped forward to shake his hand. "Do you remember me?" Wang Jiangguo from Wang Jiazhuang. Oh. Zhao Dongshan was taken aback by Wang Jiangguo's enthusiasm. "Is this village chief Wang Jiangguo? What brings you here?" Zhao family village and Wang family village are adjacent, and I've seen most of the people in the village, but I'm not that familiar with them. I heard you're thinking of building a restaurant. Your village chief and I will come and give you some ideas, Wang Jiangguo said cheerfully. "Should we build a 2-story one?" "Old Wang, what nonsense are you talking about? Building such a big structure in the village is a waste of money." The village chief glared at Wang Jiangguo. "Dongshan, you'd better think this through. Village chief, we're both just sitting at home doing nothing anyway. I can cook a little, so why don't we give it a try?" Zhao Dongshan said with a smile. 3 rooms are enough, there's no need to make it that big. Just think it over. I heard Zhao Chong is back." The village chief glanced into the house. "Yes, I've been back for a while now," Zhao Dongshan said. "Let's not stand outside anymore, let's go inside and have some tea." "Okay, let's go inside and talk." Wang Jiangguo walked towards the living room as if they were old friends. As soon as Wang Jiangguo entered the living room, he smelled a fragrance. "What's that smell? It smells so good." Wang Jiangguo sniffed hard and looked around curiously. "Zhao Chong is cooking," Zhao Dongshan explained. Village Chief Wang, have you eaten yet?" "I've already eaten," the village chief said casually, and sat down in a chair. "May I try some?" Wang Jiangguo asked Zhao Dongshan somewhat shyly. "Didn't you eat?" the village chief asked, frowning as he looked at Wang Jiangguo. "I only ate a little before I had to get back to work," Wang Jiangguo explained, blushing. "My wife told me that Zhao Chong's cooking is delicious, so I came to try it. It's just that the villagers are giving me face," Zhao Dongshan said modestly. Soon, Zhao Chong came out carrying a plate of shredded pork with green peppers, and was stunned when he saw the 2 village chiefs. "Son, this is Wang Jiangguo, the village chief from Wang Jiazhuang next door," Zhao Dongshan introduced, knowing that Zhao Chong did not know Wang Jiangguo. "Hello, Uncle Wang." Zhao Chong greeted him with a smile. "Master Zhao, what dishes are you making today?" Wang Jiangguo stared at the plate in Zhao Chong's hand, wishing he could take it and start eating, but since they were in someone else's house, he could only watch anxiously. "Stir-fried pork with green peppers. Just something I made on the spot." Zhao Chong placed the plate on the table, and immediately a fragrant aroma of meat wafted over, along with a faint hint of spiciness. "Xiao Chong, go get your Uncle Wang a pair of chopsticks and add another dish." Zhao Dongshan glanced at him and instructed. "All right." Zhao Chong turned and went into the kitchen, then came out carrying a plate of cabbage. "I'll make some shredded potatoes later. That'll be quicker." "No need for that," Wang Jiangguo said to Zhao Chong. "It's nothing, just home-style dishes." Zhao Dongshan took the chopsticks from Zhao Chong and handed them to Wang Jiangguo. "That's so embarrassing," Wang Jiangguo said, staring at the food on the plate. "Is this stir-fried cabbage with vinegar?" "Yes, old chef cabbage," Zhao Dongshan nodded and said. "Old chef cabbage?" The village chief couldn't help but take a second look when he heard the name. This is a local dish made primarily with cabbage, pork, wood ear mushrooms, and glass noodles. Choose the tender leaves of the cabbage, tear them into small pieces by hand, and then cut the cabbage stalks into diamond-shaped pieces with a knife. This makes it easier for the flavor to penetrate. The village chief has eaten this dish many times, and it is sometimes an indispensable dish when cooking at a large banquet in the countryside. But now, seeing the plate of old-fashioned cabbage in front of him, the village chief couldn't help but lean forward. The flavor is refreshing. The vermicelli, cabbage, wood ear mushrooms, and sliced meat are mixed together like a painting, with carrots as a garnish. The village chief, who had already eaten his fill, suddenly felt hungry again after smelling the old chef's cabbage. "Village chief, why don't you have some too?" Zhao Dongshan handed the chopsticks next to him to the village chief. "I won't eat, I've already eaten." The village chief said this, but his eyes were still fixed on the dishes in front of him, unable to look away. Zhao Dongshan immediately understood the village chief's intention. He was simply trying to save face and find a way to back down. "Aren't we planning to open a restaurant?" "It's perfect, village chief, let us sample some dishes," Zhao Dongshan said deliberately. "Yes, you're right." The village chief's eyes lit up when he heard Zhao Dongshan's words, and he quickly took the chopsticks. "Old Zhao, didn't you say you weren't going to eat?" Wang Jiangguo glanced at the village chief and swallowed the food in his mouth. "Did I say that?" "I didn't say that." The village chief picked up a piece of cabbage and put it in his mouth, then immediately widened his eyes. The cabbage was fragrant and crisp, with a hint of cabbage's unique sweetness and vinegar's sourness, which almost made the village chief jump up. This is so delicious. The village chief picked up another piece of vermicelli. The rice noodles are smooth and soft, yet have a slight chewiness when you bite into them. Was this delicious dish made by Zhao Chong? How come I didn't know Zhao Chong had such good skills before? Only then did the village chief realize that what the villagers had said was true, and there was not a single lie. Old Zhao, eat slowly. Wang Jiangguo saw that village chief Zhao kept picking up cabbage and grabbed him. I haven't even eaten a few bites of this old chef's cabbage. Don't finish it all. I didn't eat much of the green pepper and shredded pork either, did I? The village chief stared at the green pepper and shredded pork in front of Wang Jiangguo. What was originally a full plate of shredded pork with green peppers is now reduced to just the bottom of the plate. Didn't you say you weren't hungry? Wang Jiangguo picked up the plate of shredded pork with green peppers and shoveled all the food into his mouth, as if afraid the village chief next to him would snatch it away. The two village chiefs went back and forth, vying for the vegetables in front of them. By the time Zhao Chong brought out the shredded potatoes, the shredded pork with green peppers and the old chef's cabbage had already been devoured. Zhao Chong was speechless when he saw the two of them each holding a plate and neither of them giving way to the other. How could these two do this? This is their family's lunch. Village chiefs, how long has it been since you last ate? Zhao Chong put down the shredded potatoes and said helplessly, "Not long ago, we just had lunch." The two replied instinctively. After they finished speaking, the two realized something was wrong and quickly put down their chopsticks. Zhao Chong, your cooking is so delicious. I've been eating Lao Chu by CAI, Old Chef by CAI, for over 40 years, and yours is the best I've ever had, the village chief said, smacking his lips. Young Master Zhao, your skills are hundreds of times better than those professional chefs. If you open a restaurant, Wang Jiangguo, will definitely be there to support you. Wang Jiangguo patted his chest and said, Old Zhao doesn't agree, does he? Why don't you open one in our village? I'll find someone to build you a 2-story restaurant. Who said I disagreed? The village chief glared at Wang Jiangguo. What do you mean? Zhao Chong is from Zhao family village. Opening a restaurant in your Wang family village? Are you crazy? Zhao Chong saw the two village chiefs about to start fighting again and quickly stepped forward to stop them. I opened the restaurant because I was afraid my parents would be bored at home. I never thought about how big it would be. Why didn't you think about opening a bigger one? The village chief was displeased by Zhao Chong's words. With your skills, you could at least build a 2-story house, otherwise how would you have enough to eat? On my way here, I heard them say that everyone from far and wide is eager to come and eat your cooking. TCH, I wonder who was it that was trying to persuade people not to waste money just now, Wang Jiangguo said with a disdainful sneer. If you say that again, don't ever come to Zhao family village again, the village chief threatened on the spot, enraged by Wang Jiangguo. Hey, Lao Zhao, I was just kidding. Wang Jiangguo immediately softened. Our two villages are neighbors, wouldn't it be nice to visit each other more often? Besides, we're in the same production brigade. Back when you were peeping at so-and-so in the village taking a bath, I was the one keeping watch for you. Shut up. The village chief stood up abruptly. Wang Jiangguo, stop talking nonsense and get out of here. Look at you, getting angry again. Wang Jiangguo quickly apologized, then offered the village chief a cigarette, which calmed the village chief down. Why can't this guy take a joke? Don't touch me, the village chief said, giving Wang Jiangguo a disgusted look. After a while, the two of them calmed down a bit. Dongshan, I think you can open a restaurant. Don't worry, the village will definitely give you policy support. The village chief said to Zhao Dongshan, I think as long as Zhao Chong cooks, we can open a restaurant in the town. It's not that exaggerated. It's just that my wife and I are bored and want to find something to do. Zhao Dongshan waved his hand. Besides, there are so many people going to Kaichen. We probably won't be able to take care of them all. Yes, village chief. Zhao Chong's mother walked in at some point. My Zhao Chong has to go to work in the city. When he leaves, we'll be so busy. What are you afraid of? We'll all go and help. Wang Jiangguo said, taking full responsibility. Do we need you? There's no one else in our village. The village chief retorted defiantly. Seeing this, Zhao Chong didn't interrupt, but went into the kitchen and cooked 2 more dishes. After more than 10 minutes, the village chief and Wang Jiangguo finally left. Zhao Chong put the dishes back on the table and took the 3 empty plates away. I never expected that opening a restaurant would even attract the attention of Wang Jiangguo, the village chief next door, Zhao Chong's mother said proudly, looking at Zhao Chong. Isn't this all because of my son? Zhao Dongshan said with a smile. Now our son's skills have spread far and wide. Every family that holds a wedding or funeral asks our son for help. Yes, Zhao Chong's mother quickly replied, my aunt's family even called me today. Why did she call you? Zhao Dongshan frowned after hearing Zhao Chang's mother's words. Zhao Chang's mother, that old aunt, was shrewish and mean-spirited. I remember one year during the spring festival, Zhao Dongshan and Zhao Chang's mother went to visit each other with gifts, but they were not allowed to enter and were even thrown out. This angered Zhao Dongshan so much that he couldn't calm down for 3 days, and they haven't been in contact since. Isn't it because they want Zhao Chang to cook a big feast for them? Zhao Chang's mother said. His grandson is getting married soon, and he heard that our son is a good cook, so he called directly to help out. Go where? He's got some nerve, Zhao Dongshan said irritably. When we went to see her, she gave us the cold shoulder, and later when we were building the house, she came over and started making sarcastic remarks. You didn't agree to be with her, did you? Zhao Dongshan suddenly asked, as if something had occurred to him. No, Zhao Chang's mother shook her head. Then I won't go, Zhao Dongshan said decisively. While listening to his parents chat, Zhao Chang listened quietly. He had some impression of this relative. He had been scolded by him a lot when he was a child, especially when he was admitted to university. The relative did not forget to come over and make fun of him. What's so great about going to college? It still costs money. Look at my eldest grandson, he's already started his own business. In a few years, my grandson will be a big boss, and then I'll have your son work as a security guard. Because the other party was an elder of Zhao Chang's parents, they couldn't speak up and could only swallow their anger. Who would have thought they'd have the audacity to cook their own banquet now? Do you want a grand farewell feast? Even if his parents agreed, Zhao Chang would not agree. Zhao Chang was known for holding grudges. By the way, Xiao Chang, go visit your aunt after you finish eating, Zhao Chang's mother said. What's wrong? Zhao Chang put down his chopsticks and asked, puzzled. Isn't it all because of your brother? Zhao Chang's mother sighed and said, he broke up with his girlfriend and stays at home all day, glued to the computer and never goes out. He's practically growing mold. Break up? Didn't we break up a long time ago? Zhao Chang thought of his older brother, Zhao Bo. Zhao Bo and Zhao Chang were childhood friends, and their families had been neighbors, so they got along quite well. When they were children, Zhao Bo often played with Zhao Chang and Zhao Hao. However, Zhao Bo dropped out of school early to work and met a girl in the city. They were both planning to get married, but then the other cheated on them. This angered Zhao Bo, who returned from the city and stayed at home for more than half a year. But even though more than half a year has passed, Zhao Bo still hasn't gotten over the heartbreak. Xiao Bo is just too stubborn, Zhao Chang's mother said, putting down her chopsticks. It's making your aunt so anxious. When she heard you were back, she insisted that you go and try to persuade him. I don't think I can persuade them. Zhao Chang shook his head helplessly. Zhao Chang knew his older brother well. He had always been stubborn and inflexible. Once you get stuck on a single point, nothing can pull you back. Even if you can't persuade them, go and see them. After all, you haven't seen each other for several years, Zhao Chang's mother said sternly. I understand. Zhao Chang smiled at his mother. I'll try my best. That's more like it, Zhao Chang's mother said with satisfaction. Actually, your aunt has had a hard life too. Your uncle's health has always been poor, sigh. As Zhao Chang listened to his mother rambling about village matters, half an hour passed without him realizing it. Zhao Chang was originally planning to clean up the dishes, but to his surprise, his mother started cleaning them up herself. You've been back for so many days, hurry up and go visit Xiaobo's family, Zhao Chang's mother said as she cleared away the dishes. Perfect timing, I'll go and catch up with my brother Bo. Zhao Chang walked out with a grin. As soon as Zhao Chang stepped out of his house, he received a call from Zhao Hao. Brother Chang, what are you doing? Zhao Hao's voice came from the other end of the phone. It's nothing. We're going to Brother Bo's house later, Zhao Chang said casually. Going to Brother Bo's house? Wait for me, I'm coming too, Zhao Hao shouted excitedly. Immediately afterwards, a burst of noise came from the phone. Zhao Chang hung up the phone and headed towards Zhao Hao's house. Zhao Chang, Zhao Hao, and Zhao Bo are childhood friends who have been together since they were young and have a good relationship. Later, Zhao Chang went to university, which reduced his contact with them. Young Master Zhao, where are we going? Hey, Master Zhao, I heard you're planning to build a restaurant. Let me know if you need any help. Little Zhao, come to my house later. I just picked some tomatoes, you can take some home with you. As Zhao Chang walked along the village road, villagers kept greeting him. After Zhao Chang walked over, the middle-aged women who were chatting nearby continued their discussion. Ah, the Dongshan family has a good son, these old couple are truly blessed. Yeah, look at Zhao Chang, he's such a good student, I heard he even got a scholarship in college. And now his cooking is so delicious, I'm so envious. Now that you mention it, it reminds me of my son. I made him learn to operate an excavator, but he still hasn't mastered it. The middle-aged women around them were cracking sunflower seeds and chatting. In the village, people usually gather together in the afternoon to chat and play cards. At this time of year, the farm work in the fields is almost finished, and apart from tending to the vegetable garden, there's almost nothing else to do. When Zhao Chong arrived at Zhao Hao's door, he found that Zhao Hao was already waiting. "Hey, Chong Ji, you're finally here." Zhao Hao rushed over to Zhao Chong as soon as he saw him. "You have no idea, my dad has been nagging me to death these past few days. Have you got any work done lately?" "What? You don't want to stay home anymore?" Zhao Chong said with a smile. "Didn't you used to enjoy staying home? Isn't it because I haven't been hanging out with you?" Zhao Hao said obsequiously. "Now I feel that hosting a grand banquet is the only way out for me in life." "Speak like a human," Zhao Chong said, staring at Zhao Hao. "I posted the video of you cooking the big feast online." Zhao Hao immediately wilted and said honestly, "You don't mind, do you?" "Oh," Zhao Chong simply replied. "Upload the video online?" Zhao Chong didn't care about this. After all, it wasn't a big deal, and it would only increase his fame. Since the last time he cooked a big feast for Wang Laolia's family, no one has come looking for him anymore. What Zhao Chong didn't know was that it wasn't that no one was looking for him, but rather that too many people wanted to see him. It was just that there weren't any weddings or funerals at home, and some people even came up with the crazy idea of throwing a full-month celebration for their piglets. "Brother Chong, let me tell you, when I posted your video of making Wensi tofu, it got over 10,000 likes and dozens of comments." Zhao Hao said as he walked. "They all told me it was a fake video, and I gave them a piece of my mind. Why should we care about them? Aren't there enough trolls online already?" Zhao Chong said dismissively. "Let them say whatever they want. How can this be allowed? They dare to slander my brother Chong. They're an absolute scourge," Zhao Hao said sternly. "I'm definitely going to give them a piece of my mind." Zhao Chong smiled helplessly as he looked at Zhao Hao's fully charged fighting power. The two quickly arrived at Zhao Bo's house. At Zhao Shulan's home in Zhao family village, Zhao Shulan pulled his daughter aside and asked, "Meili, have you and your boyfriend settled down?" Zhao Meili was wearing yoga pants and a t-shirt. She had a graceful and curvaceous figure, looking every bit the part of a city girl. "Yes," Zhao Meili replied, "it was just decided." "What's up?" "I'm thinking of throwing you an engagement party," Zhao Shulan said, taking a drag of his cigarette. "What do you think?" "My boyfriend said he'll get one in the city," Zhao Meili said, painting her nails. "Why are you still doing it in the city? Why don't you do it in our village?" Zhao Shulan stepped forward with a stool. "Let me tell you, our village's young chef Zhao is an absolute master at cooking. If he puts on a show for us, it will definitely make us look good. Let's just forget about it," Zhao Meili said tactfully. After graduating from university, Zhao Meili stayed in the city to work and met a boyfriend there. She even brought him back home for the spring festival, and Zhao Shulan was very satisfied with him. The two had already arranged to hold an engagement banquet in the city, but Zhao Shulan wanted to hold it in the village instead. How embarrassing is this? What's there to calculate? "Let me tell you, our village's chef Zhao cooks way better than any of those big-name chefs in the city," Zhao Shulan said, glaring. "Your Uncle Dezu's wedding banquet made everyone in our village so happy." "Yes, Meili, let's go back to the village and do it." Zhao Meili's mother also came over. "My sisters have asked me many times. They want to take advantage of our engagement banquet to taste Chef Zhao's cooking. Is it really that delicious?" Zhao Meili looked at her parents with doubt. When she returned, the wedding banquet at Zhao Dezu's house had already ended, but she heard from others that it was a great success, with not a single empty plate on any table. Many villagers were filled with regret because they couldn't get enough to eat. At first, Zhao Meili thought the other party was exaggerating, but now that her parents also praised it so highly, she was a little undecided. "How about this? I'll ask my boyfriend when he comes to pick me up later." "Why ask? Just tell him it'll be done right here in our village." Zhao Bo's home. As soon as Zhao Chong and Zhao Hao walked in, they heard a woman nagging. "You're such a grown man, what are you doing staying at home all day? Staying up all night and not sleeping, then not getting up for breakfast? Are you trying to breed maggots in your house? You're 30 years old, is it worth it for a woman?" The middle-aged woman cursed at the door, just in time to see Zhao Chong and Zhao Hao walk in. "Xiao Chong, Xiao Hao, you're here." The middle-aged woman quickly put on a smiling face. "Come in and sit down, don't stand there." Soon, the middle-aged woman beckoned Zhao Chong and the other man into the house. "Auntie, where's my brother Bo?" Zhao Chong couldn't help but glance towards the house. "He's not up yet, is he? Let's just ignore him and let him do whatever he wants," the middle-aged woman said helplessly. "I woke up this morning and he was still playing games. He didn't even get up for lunch. Is he trying to become an immortal? It's alright, go and talk to him. He's 30 already, and he won't even look at the blind dates I introduce him to. It's infuriating." The middle-aged woman got angrier as she spoke. "That brat seems to be bewitched by some vixen. But you can't just skip meals," Zhao Hao said worriedly. Should I go and try to persuade them? Go ahead, Zhao Chong said to Zhao Hao. I'll be there in a bit. Zhao Hao nodded, got up, and walked out. Auntie, don't be angry, you'll feel better in a few days, Zhao Chong comforted Zhao Bo's mother. It's normal to feel sad after a breakup. It's normal, but it's been almost a year and he still hasn't recovered, Zhao Bo's mother said angrily. These past few days, when he heard that Vixen was getting married, he hasn't eaten for days. I'm afraid he'll starve. Isn't he hungry? Zhao Chong asked curiously. I don't know either, Zhao Bo's mother said helplessly. Xiao Chong, do you have any ideas? Well, I really can't help it. I've never been heartbroken before, so I don't know what's going on. Zhao Chong helplessly scratched his head. If it were anything else, I might be able to handle it, but after a breakup, I can't eat. I don't think I've ever experienced that. All I can think about right now is that he can eat something. If this continues, I'm afraid something bad might happen to him, Zhao Bo's mother said worriedly. Actually, I have a solution, but I need Xiao Chong's help. What method? Zhao Chong asked, looking at Zhao Bo's mother, puzzled. Could you help your auntie cook some dishes? Zhao Bo's mother said slowly. Zhao Chong thought the other party had some other good ideas, but he didn't expect them to ask him to cook. This isn't a difficult thing, but will it really work? What? Is there a problem? Zhao Bo's mother looked at Zhao Chong. I have no other choice. The problem is there, but is this method reliable? Zhao Chong said helplessly. I could make 10 or 100 without any problem, but my brother Bo is suffering from a mental illness. What do you mean by heartache? I don't believe he's not hungry. Your mother ate the dishes you made at Zhao Dezu's house. Zhao Bo's mother seemed to be savoring the memory. That taste, who wouldn't want to eat more? Let me tell you, there's someone in our village who has anorexia. Ever since he ate your cooking last time, guess what? Now he can eat 3 big steamed buns in one meal. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chong's eyes widened in surprise. Homemade food has these health benefits? This is too weird. Finally, at Zhao Bo's mother's invitation, Zhao Chong couldn't refuse. Okay, I'll give it a try. Zhao Chong readily agreed. Thank you so much, Auntie. Zhao Bo's mother got up and led Zhao Chong to the kitchen. Zhao Bo's family has a fairly complete selection of dishes, including spare ribs, mackerel, tenderloin, and even pork knuckle. I bought all this for your brother Bo, but after I cooked it, he wasn't interested at all. Zhao Bo's mother was arranging the vegetables. Xiao Chong, what are you planning to cook? Braised pork ribs, braised mackerel, and dry pot cauliflower, please, Zhao Chong said, glancing at the dishes in front of him. Okay. Zhao Bo's mother readily agreed. She had eaten braised pork ribs before, at Zhao Dezu's wedding banquet, but because others were quick, Zhao Bo's mother only managed to eat one piece. Watching Zhao Chong make braised pork ribs, I couldn't help but swallow. Zhao Chong put the chopped ribs into a pot to blanch them, then added scallions and ginger, and poured in some cooking wine to remove the fishy smell. After the foam came out, Zhao Chong picked up a spoon and skimmed it off, then took it out and let it dry. This way, the ribs won't splatter oil when stir-frying, and they'll also coat with caramel color more easily. Auntie, could you find me 2 pieces of rock candy? Zhao Chong said, turning around. Okay, you wait here. Zhao Bo's mother quickly turned around and brought over a bag of white sugar. The first step in making braised pork ribs is to caramelize sugar. This makes the ribs look appealing, flavorful, and gives them a slightly sweet taste amidst the aroma of the meat. Xiao Chong, where did you learn this skill? Zhao Bo's mother couldn't help but praise from the side. Ever since you started cooking the big feast, you've become famous in our village. I, as your aunt, have also benefited from your fame. I was just thinking about it for no reason. Zhao Chong watched as the caramelized sugar in the pot turned a light yellow before putting the ribs in. Then add scallions, ginger, and star anise, and continue stir-frying. Soon each piece of rib was coated with caramelized sugar. Then water, cooking wine, light soy sauce, and oyster sauce were added, and the mixture was stir-fried again. Soon, the aroma of meat filled the kitchen, and Zhao Bo's mother couldn't help but take another look, staring intently at the ribs in the pot. Zhao Chong added water last, covered the pot, and brought it to a boil over high heat. Brother Chong, are you cooking? Zhao Hao walked into the kitchen at this moment and excitedly called out when he saw Zhao Chong cooking. Didn't you go to see Brother Bo? How did it go? Zhao Chong wiped his hands and asked after turning down the heat to low once the pot boiled. Don't even mention it, Brother Bo just won't get up no matter what I do, he's completely stubborn, Zhao Hao said dejectedly. I'm at my wit's end. If there's no other way, just wait. Zhao Bo's mother handed Zhao Hao a stool to sit down. Zhao Hao sat down, puzzled, completely unable to understand what this meant. Weren't you here to comfort Brother Bo? How come the food is being served? Zhao Chong didn't waste any time. The ribs needed to stew for a while, so he took the opportunity to make the braised mackerel. Fortunately, Xiaobo's mackerel had already been cleaned, which saved Zhao Chong a lot of trouble. Place the mackerel on a cutting board and make cuts on both sides. This will help it absorb the flavors better when cooking. Heat oil in a wok until it's hot, then add the mackerel. When frying mackerel, wait a while until it sets before flipping it over and frying it for a bit longer until both sides are golden brown before taking it out of the pan. Zhao Chong poured all the oil used for frying fish into a bowl. The oil would be very fishy after frying fish, so it couldn't be used for cooking and could only be used for frying fish again. Then, heat oil in a wok, add dried chili peppers, scallions, ginger, and star anise, stir-fry until fragrant, and then add the mackerel. Soon, the aroma of fish wafted over. While Zhao Chong was cooking, a tall, thin man appeared outside the window, staring intently at him. When Zhao Chong looked up and saw it was Zhao Bo, he was almost startled. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw it was Zhao Bo. "Brother Bo, you've come out of the house?" Zhao Chong opened the window and looked at Zhao Bo, who had dark circles under his eyes, and sighed. Zhao Bo used to be such a handsome young man, over 1.8 meters tall, with a well-proportioned figure and muscles, but now he looks like his body has been hollowed out. "What are you cooking? It smells so good." Zhao Bo glanced inside and stared intently at the pot. "This smells amazing. Didn't you say you wouldn't eat? Are you on a hunger strike?" Zhao Bo's mother said with a snort when she saw Zhao Bo. "Who said I was on a hunger strike? I'm just in a bad mood. You guys keep bothering me." Zhao Bo replied rudely. "Zhao Chong, move aside. What are you doing?" Zhao Chong took a few steps back and found that Zhao Bo had actually climbed in through the window. After Zhao Bo jumped into the kitchen, he ignored the expressions of others and went to the pot of stewed ribs. He couldn't help but lean over and smell it. "This smells amazing. Is it pork ribs?" Zhao Bo asked Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong nodded. "Mom, where can I find some steamed buns?" "I'm hungry," Zhao Bo asked, turning around. "It's in the pot, I saved it for you," Zhao Bo's mother said irritably. Zhao Bo quickly ran to the pot, picked up a steamed bun, and took a bite. "How much longer until it's ready?" Zhao Bo took a bite of his steamed bun, staring intently at the steaming pot. "Wait 10 minutes, Zhao Chong said after glancing at it. "What is this?" Zhao Bo asked, his eyes widening as he saw the mackerel that Zhao Chong had prepared. "This is braised mackerel," Zhao Chong replied. Just as Zhao Chong finished speaking, he saw Zhao Bo think it best to continue asking, "This will also take more than 10 minutes. 10 minutes is too long," Zhao Bo said indignantly, taking a bite of his steamed bun. He then squatted down and ate the bun while smelling the aroma. Zhao Hao was completely stunned. I called Zhao Bo out for a chat, but he absolutely refused to come out. No matter how much I pleaded or begged, or even offered to share my beloved doll, he remained unmoved. But now, smelling the aroma of Zhao Chong's cooking, he's eating steamed buns himself? When Zhao Bo's mother saw this, a smile appeared on her face. "My son has finally started eating. It seems Zhao Chong's cooking skills are really good." At that moment, a series of footsteps suddenly came from the courtyard outside. "Zhao Bo's mom, what delicious food are you making? I can smell it from far away. Is this pork ribs? And fish too? It smells amazing. Who's cooking this? Are you at home? You wouldn't be secretly eating here, would you?" Upon hearing the noise from outside, Zhao Bo's mother immediately became alert. "I'm not home," Zhao Bo's mother shouted in a panic. After she finished speaking, she immediately realized she had said the wrong thing and slapped her mouth. "Why is my mouth so clumsy?" After Zhao Bo's mother finished speaking, she walked out. There were already 4 or 5 people standing in the yard, all looking towards the kitchen. "What are you doing at home? This food you made smells amazing." "Yes. Did your family learn from Master Zhao? The smell of this food reminds me of the grand feast I had a few days ago." When Zhao Bo's mother came out, the people around her immediately surrounded her. "What do you mean by stealing skills? Why are you talking so rudely?" Zhao Bo's mother said unhappily. "My Xiao Bo hasn't eaten for several days, so I asked Zhao Chong to come and cook something for him. That Xiao Bo is really lucky to have Chef Zhao come all the way to cook for him." "What did you say?" Zhao Bo and Zhao Chong are brothers within 5 degrees of kinship. They grew up together. Isn't it normal for them to cook together? Yes. How about we ask Chef Zhao to cook a few more dishes so that we old ladies can have a taste? We haven't had Chef Zhao's cooking for days, and we're really craving it." The people around them were all talking at once. "Wait a minute, let Xiao Bo finish eating first," Zhao Bo's mother said. "You all know, Xiao Bo has suffered a setback in his love life. It's just a breakup, isn't it?" One of the older women said. "I'm not trying to criticize you, but leave this to me. I'll introduce Zhao Bo to a few nice girls in the next few days." "Really?" Zhao Bo's mother asked excitedly after hearing this. "Why would I lie to you? Don't you know how many successful introductions I've made in our village?" The man continued. But let me make this clear, if I successfully introduce you to someone, you'd better hurry up and hold a banquet, and you'd have to ask Chef Zhao to cook a big feast. Isn't this what he should do? I watched Xiao Chong grow up, how could he not help with this little thing? Zhao Bo's mother readily agreed. If you let Chef Zhao cook a grand feast, I'll introduce him to your son Zhao Bo. And me, I know quite a few nice girls too, I don't believe Zhao Bo won't find a girlfriend. Hearing that the neighbors were all vying to introduce potential partners to Zhao Bo made Zhao Bo's mother beam with joy. Zhao Bo's marriage was a major headache for her, and now that so many people were helping, it was like sending charcoal in snowy weather. Shall we try Chef Zhao's dishes later? Someone asked a probing question. Okay, no problem. I'll tell Xiao Chong to make more. Zhao Bo's mother readily agreed. But it's just for a taste. We can't ask for too much. Xiao Chong works hard cooking. Don't worry, just get us a plate. We'll each have a little bit, the person next to us said with a smile. Soon, the dishes Zhao Chong had prepared were ready. The braised pork ribs are a beautiful reddish-brown color, like crystal, and look incredibly tempting. Each rib is coated with a rich broth. Zhao Bo couldn't resist picking up a piece, and with a gentle bite, the bone slid out from the middle of the meat. After Zhao Chong cooked the ribs, the meat was tender and juicy, and the flavor had already seeped into the meat. Every time you chewed, a fresh and delicious meaty aroma would linger in your mouth. Delicious, so delicious. Zhao Bo couldn't help but say something. Glug. The neighbors around Zhao Bo couldn't help but swallow hard after seeing how he ate. They all knew that Zhao Bo hadn't eaten for several days, so they couldn't bear to take food from him. You guys want some too? Zhao Bo asked, noticing the people around him. Why don't we sit down and have some together? After hearing Zhao Bo's words, the people around him all stepped forward and sat down. Zhao Chong watched as the room full of people ate happily, and couldn't help but smile. Let's go. Zhao Chong glanced at Zhao Hao beside him. Are you leaving already? Zhao Hao asked, puzzled. Now that Brother Bo is alright, what are we still doing here? Zhao Chong whispered. Let them stay here a little longer, our mission is complete. After Zhao Chong finished speaking, he left with Zhao Hao. When Zhao Chong returned home, he found a Buick parked in front of his house. Zhao Chong walked in with a puzzled look on his face and found a middle-aged man sitting in the house, wearing a shirt. There were some gifts at his feet, and he was exchanging pleasantries with his father. Brother Dongshan, you have to help me this time. The middle-aged man said excitedly, grabbing Zhao Dongshan's hand. Brother, what's up with you? Zhao Dongshan looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, completely bewildered. My dad's 80th birthday is in a few days. I originally wanted to bring him to the city to celebrate, but he insists on having Master Zhao cook a big feast and set up a table in the village. The middle-aged man said with difficulty, my dad is already 80 years old, and as his son, I can't go against his wishes, can I? So I've come to beg you to help us set up a few tables and have Master Zhao cook a big feast. A grand feast? After hearing the middle-aged man's request, Zhao Dongshan finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Judging from the way the middle-aged man acted just now, I thought something serious had happened. It turns out they were just going to burn a large feast. Please, Brother Dongshan. The middle-aged man pleaded, gripping Zhao Dongshan's hand tightly. It's not a big deal, Zhao Dongshan comforted him. Let Zhao Chong come back and tell him if he has time. If he does, then we can go. Dad, Zhao Chong called out as he entered the house. Xiao Chong is back? This is your Uncle Jianyi, Zhao Dongshan greeted him. Uncle Jianyi. Zhao Chong greeted Zhao Jianyi. He had some impression of Zhao Jianyi. He was one of the first people to go out to work. Later, Zhao Jianyi did quite well in his career and started his own business. Now he is quite famous in the village. I just don't know what they're doing at my house today. Zhao Chong, you've grown so tall in the years I haven't seen you. Zhao Jianyi was startled when he saw Zhao Chong, who was now a head taller than him. What are Uncle Jianyi and my dad talking about? Zhao Chong asked with a smile. Your Uncle Jianyi asked you to prepare a large feast for his birthday, but I don't know if you have time, Zhao Dongshan explained. A birthday banquet? Zhao Chong glanced at Zhao Jianyi. Another job coming up? I've been idle for several days since I took on the last job, and I didn't expect to get another job so soon. Yes. My father specifically asked you to cook the grand feast. Zhao Jianyi said embarrassedly, I heard you just graduated from university and are facing the problem of finding a job. I wonder if you have time. Ding! A new task has been detected. Help Zhao Jianyi's father prepare a grand feast. Choose to accept or refuse. As soon as Zhao Jianyi finished speaking, Zhao Chong heard the system's voice. Without a second thought, Zhao Chong accepted the offer. The Burning the Feast event is a system task. In addition to monetary rewards, you can also obtain attribute points and other rewards. You can't possibly lose out on this task. Only a fool wouldn't accept that. Uncle Jianyi, when? Zhao Chong didn't answer immediately, but asked with a smile. About 2 weeks later, Zhao Jianyi said, "Young Master Zhao, you really have time? That's great. If my dad knew you had time, he'd be overjoyed. Is it really that exaggerated?" Zhao Chong asked, somewhat embarrassed, looking at Zhao Jianyi's excited expression. "You have no idea, my dad talks about you like you're a god descended from heaven, saying the feast you cook is the most delicious thing in the world. Zhao Jianyi also started praising you. My dad can't be lying to me, can he? Uncle Jianyi, how many tables do you plan to have?" Zhao Chong asked after thinking for a while. "How many tables?" "More than 30. Zhao Jianyi roughly calculated. "Anyway, I've made some money these past few days. I'll hold as many tables as I can for the old man's birthday banquet. Looks like you're going to treat the whole village to a feast." Zhao Chong joked with a smile. "So what if I invite you? When I was a kid, my family was poor, and I survived only because of my neighbors," Zhao Jianyi said. "I heard that everyone didn't get to enjoy the last banquet, so I made sure to make this grand birthday celebration for the old man." Zhao Chong was startled by Zhao Jianyi's tone. If the whole village were to come for the feast, there would be at least 50 tables. A banquet with 50 tables, that's not something just anyone can handle. After all, a chef who can cook a large banquet has limited energy. Normally, cooking 20 tables is already the limit. 50 tables? That would probably exhaust a chef. "By the way, Chef Zhao, some friends will be coming this time, so what about the dishes?" Zhao Jianyi said, looking a little embarrassed. "Should we make it a bit more upscale?" Zhao Chong understood what Zhao Jianyi meant. After all, Zhao Jianyi is an entrepreneur, and the people who came were all people of status and position. Naturally, Zhao Jianyi didn't want to lose face in this regard. Yes. Zhao Jianyi nodded vigorously. "Don't worry, I'll come up with the specific menu for you. You can take a look then." To dispel any doubts the other party might have, Zhao Chong continued, "If it works out, we'll follow it. If not, we'll discuss it." Okay, then I'll trouble you, Master Zhao." Zhao Jianyi nodded his thanks repeatedly. The next moment, Zhao Jianyi took out a wad of cash from his bag and placed it on the table. "Master Zhao, take this money first. I'll give you another 10,000 after the birthday banquet." Zhao Chong glanced down and saw that the stack of money must have been around 10,000. This birthday banquet cost 20,000 yuan? Zhao Chong was somewhat surprised. Zhao Jianyi is indeed a generous business owner. Thinking back to when I used to cook a big feast for Zhao Dezu, it only cost a few thousand yuan. It was rare for it to cost more than 10,000. Zhao Chong was able to command such a price thanks to his skill. A typical master chef preparing a grand banquet wouldn't earn that much. "Jianyi, this is too much." Zhao Dongshan quickly returned the money to Zhao Jianyi. "You don't need so much. Our village doesn't have such high prices. Brother Dongshan, Master Zhao's skills are worth the money. Besides, my father only celebrates his 80th birthday once a year, so it's okay for me to splurge a little." Zhao Jianyi waved his hand. "You know, I haven't been home for the past few years, and I've been very grateful for the help from the villagers." "That won't do." Zhao Dongshan was an honest man, how could he take more money from others? But Zhao Jianyi refused to accept it, leaving Zhao Dongshan with no choice but to turn to Zhao Chong. "Dad, don't be so polite with Uncle Jianyi," Zhao Chong advised. After hearing Zhao Chong's words, Zhao Dongshan accepted the money. Master Zhao is the most reliable. Zhao Jianyi was relieved to see that Zhao Chong had agreed. Afterwards, Zhao Jianyi chatted for a while longer before leaving Zhao Chong's house. "Isn't 20,000 too much?" Zhao Dongshan said after Zhao Jianyi left. "Dad, if we don't accept this money, Uncle Jianyi will definitely think we didn't put our heart into it," Zhao Chong said with a smile. "Besides, this way Uncle Jianyi will have face to speak of." "Is that so?" Zhao Dongshan asked Zhao Chong, puzzled. Zhao Dongshan didn't quite understand Zhao Chong's views, but seeing how confident Zhao Chong was, he didn't ask any further questions. Not long after Zhao Chong saw Zhao Jianyi off, he saw Zhao Shilin leading Zhao Meili toward their door. Upon seeing Zhao Chong, Zhao Shilin quickened his pace and walked towards Zhao Chong from a distance. "Master Zhao, wait a moment." Zhao Shilin quickly walked a few steps and came to Zhao Chong and said, "What's wrong, Uncle Shilin?" Zhao Chong asked Zhao Shilin with a smile. "Uncle needs to talk to you about something," Zhao Shilin said. "Isn't it because your beautiful sister is having her engagement banquet? She urgently needs you to come and cook a big feast." "Burn a grand feast?" Zhao Chong was delighted when he heard this. Wasn't this a task delivered right to his doorstep? "That's right. Everyone wants to try Master Zhao's cooking." Zhao Shilin said to Zhao Chong, "I just don't know if you have time." "When?" Zhao Chong asked, ushering Zhao Shilin inside. "The 8th of next month," Zhao Meili said from the side. "The 8th? Zhao Chong calculated the time and, thinking of the time Zhao Jianyi had just set, was stumped. "What's wrong?" Zhao Shilai's heart tightened when he saw Zhao Chong's eyes. This is not a good sign. Could it be that something has happened to Zhao Chong? Uncle Jianyi just came to ask me to organize a birthday banquet for the old master, which happens to be a day or two different from your date, Zhao Chong said with difficulty. If it were 4 or 5 days, he would still have time to prepare, but now it's 2 days, there's simply no time to prepare. What should we do then? Zhao Shilin asked, a look of disappointment on his face. The reason for inviting Zhao Chong to host the grand banquet was originally to save face for himself, but he didn't expect it to clash with the grand banquet hosted by Zhao Jianyi's family. What should we do? Dad, what should we do? Zhao Meili tugged at Zhao Shilin's sleeve. It seems like we can't do anything about this. Can't it be done? Zhao Shilin looked helplessly at Zhao Chong. Young Master Zhao, how many banquets have you booked so far? There's only one right now. Zhao Chong replied immediately. 1. Zhao Shilin's eyes lit up when he heard this. Then I'll place the order first. Zhao Chong looked at Zhao Shilin, not understanding what he meant. After all, the two happy occasions were too close together. It wasn't that Zhao Chong was too busy, but he was worried that some dishes wouldn't taste good in a short time. Moreover, while I can hold on, Zhao Hao probably can't either. This job is extremely physically demanding. Meili, we can change our engagement date, Zhao Shilin said, turning to Zhao Meili. Should we change the engagement date? Zhao Meili's eyes widened when she heard her father's words. Although the engagement date is not the wedding date, there is no such thing as changing the date. It's all right in the city, but especially in the countryside, if this gets out, there will definitely be rumors and gossip. What else can we do? Your wedding date clashes with your uncle Jianyi's. What are we going to do? Zhao Shilin said to Zhao Meili. It's okay, this is just an engagement banquet. We'll pick a better date for the wedding later. Since it's not common to hold engagement banquets in rural areas, Zhao Shilin felt that the date could be changed. Ever since the villagers ate Zhao Chong's cooking, they have never forgotten it. Several of Zhao Shilin's relatives and neighbors urged Zhao Meili to get married as soon as possible so that they could come and have a big feast. Especially after hearing that Zhao Meili was going to hold an engagement banquet, everyone asked Zhao Shilin to hold it in the village and let Zhao Chong cook. Unexpectedly, Zhao Chong had already agreed to Zhao Jianyi's request. Dad, how can this engagement banquet be rescheduled? Zhao Meili said reluctantly. What can we do? Master Zhao is too busy. Zhao Shilin said helplessly. How about this? Zhao Chong stepped forward to persuade the two who were about to start arguing. How many tables are you planning to book? I'm willing to work hard for 2 days. Really? Zhao Shilin's face lit up with joy upon hearing Zhao Chong's words. We won't be hosting too many, just 20 tables. 20 tables, with a little effort, it's achievable. After thinking about it carefully for a while, Zhao Chong felt that 20 tables wouldn't be too difficult for him. Zhao Jianyi hosts a large banquet with 50 tables, and almost the entire village comes to eat. Won't the villagers get tired of eating such a lavish feast for 2 days in a row? Zhao Chong voiced his concerns. He was capable of handling it, but he feared that not many people would come. Zhao Shilin laughed after hearing Zhao Chong's concerns. Master Zhao, you don't understand your skills. Let me tell you, you could host a big feast every day and the people in our village would never get tired of it. That's right. The people in our village wish they could eat at your feast every day. Zhao Meili's expression immediately improved after hearing that the date didn't need to be changed. When Zhao Chong hosts a grand feast, it's like celebrating the new year. Many villagers were hoping that Zhao Chong would cook a grand feast so they could enjoy themselves to the fullest. Ding! New task detected. Prepare a grand feast for Zhao Meili's family. Accept. After silently reciting the instructions, Zhao Chong saw that the system had accepted the task of preparing a grand feast. Alright, since you've both said so, I'll help you decide, Zhao Chong said slowly, seeing that neither of them had any objections. However, we'll need the help of your aunties. No problem, they'll do anything you ask them to do, Zhao Shilin said, patting his chest. Then I'll go back and prepare. Okay, I'll head over ahead of time. Zhao Chong nodded. Alright, thank you very much, Master Zhao. Zhao Shilin looked at Zhao Chong gratefully. Zhao Chong's agreement was a great help to them. At least this engagement banquet will make us look good in the village. Although it wasn't as extravagant as Zhao Jianyi's 50 tables, 20 tables was still pretty good. You should know that in the past, the village's big feasts only had about a dozen tables. But since Zhao Chong started cooking a big feast at Zhao Dezu's house, the number of people who could eat at the feast has increased by nearly 100. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhao Chong for a while, Zhao Shilin left Zhao Chong's house satisfied. When Zhao Dongshan and Zhao Chong's mother heard that Zhao Chong had accepted another large banquet, they both became worried. Son, we can't risk our lives for money. That would be too exhausting. That's right. Who works so hard? The chefs who cook a big banquet only need to rest for a few days after cooking one big banquet, but you've come to cook 2 big banquets in a row. His father, you should quickly persuade him not to do anything reckless. I'm just advising you, Xiao Chong, your health is the most important thing. Zhao Chong listened to his parents nagging without arguing back, but instead smiled and comforted them. Mom and Dad, your son is young and energetic. He can run 800 miles in one go. After the news spread that Zhao Chong was going to hold 2 large banquets in a row, it quickly became the talk of the village. Being able to enjoy a feast prepared by Zhao Chong once is already a great happiness. To enjoy it for 2 days in a row is double the joy. Hey, have you heard? Next month, we'll be able to enjoy 2 big feasts cooked by Zhao Chong. I've heard about it before. Jianyi's dad's 80th birthday celebration and the beautiful engagement banquet. That's so wonderful. I feel even more excited than during the Spring Festival. The Spring Festival has lost its festive atmosphere these days. Luckily, Chef Zhao's cooking is so good that it gives me something to look forward to. By the way, when are you planning to have a second child? Make a decision soon so that Chef Zhao can cook a big feast when the time comes. Get out of here. I'm over 50, and you want me to have a second child? What? I heard your son didn't get into university? Why don't you take advantage of this time to level up an account? The villagers chatted and joked around, laughing and talking. Everyone in Zhao family village wore a smile and walked with their heads held high. This made the people of Wangjiazhuang and Yangjiazhuang around them very envious. Look how smug they are, they're practically wagging their tails in the air. What can we do? Master Zhao from the village is cooking big banquets, and I heard he'll be hosting 2 more next month. We don't have that kind of treatment. It's because nobody in our village can cook well. Sigh, stop talking about it. Let's think about how we can get a free meal. It wasn't just these 2 villages, villagers from other surrounding villages also looked at Zhao family village with envy. Although it was only 2 large banquets, the aroma wafting from each one was enough to reach several surrounding villages. Some of them, due to kinship ties, were fortunate enough to eat at the grand feast prepared by Zhao Chong, and went back to rave about it, making the others who had never eaten their drool with envy. The food Zhao Chong cooked was almost like heavenly delicacies, captivating everyone and leaving them mesmerized. But right now in Zhao family village, a large group of people are heading towards Zhao Chong's house with various tools. A large group of dozens of people, such a huge group, gave people the feeling that they were about to fight. Slow down, wait for me. Wait my ass. Can't you see how many people there are? This time, Master Zhao's family is building a restaurant, and all the skilled people in our village have come. If you walk too slowly, you probably won't get any work. Exactly. With your build, you should go back. We're enough here. Why should you get all the good work? I'm a genuine bricklayer by trade. The people around them were talking all at once, and soon they arrived at Zhao Chong's door. Zhao Chong was just taking out the trash when he was stunned to see so many people. What's going on? Young Master Zhao, you're going out to take out the trash? Why do you have to do this yourself? Let me do it. Someone stepped forward and immediately took the trash from Zhao Chong's hands. What are you doing here? Zhao Chong looked at the people carrying tools and was momentarily at a loss. Aren't you going to build a restaurant? We'll help you. That's right. The village chief already told us he'd give you a restaurant at the village entrance. Yes, Master Zhao, my carpentry skills are the best in our village. I'll take care of all your tables, chairs, benches, and the like. Me. My family's bricklaying skills were passed down from our ancestors. Hearing what these people were saying, Zhao Chong understood what was going on. It turned out that these people all wanted to help because he was building a restaurant. Zhao Chong originally planned to have his father find a construction team in the village, but who would have thought that these people would arrive before he even started? Soon, Zhao Dongshan heard the shouts outside and came out to see what was going on. He was startled when he saw the people there. They're here to help us build a restaurant. Zhao Chong explained with a smile after seeing his father's expression. So many people? Zhao Dongshan exclaimed in surprise. Anyone who didn't know better would think our family had gotten into some kind of trouble. Brothers of Dongshan, do you think we're enough people? That's right. Brother Dongshan, we'll work for you for free, as long as we can eat a bite of Master Zhao's food. Yes. We are definitely reliable and honest in our work, so you can use us with confidence. There are too many people. Zhao Dongshan looked at the villagers in front of him and roughly counted them. There were at least 20 people. With so many people, building a restaurant is out of the question, and building a few houses would be an easy task. Many hands make light work. Brother Dongshan, we're neighbors, you can't make me go back. I've gone fishing in the river with my Dongshan brothers. We've been friends since we were kids. Who do you think you are? If I were to seriously consider the Dongshan brothers, I would have to call him my third maternal uncle. A group of people kept arguing, afraid of being eliminated. This was a chance for them to enjoy Zhao Chong's delicious food. They hadn't had a proper feast for several days, and they felt embarrassed to have to bring food and eat at his house every day. Now that Zhao Chang's family was building a restaurant, wasn't this giving them a legitimate opportunity to eat there? Although there were more than 20 people here, everyone wanted to do something for Zhao Chang, so no one was willing to give way to anyone else. Everyone, calm down. Zhao Dongshan saw that the group was getting more and more heated and was afraid that they would start fighting on the spot, so he quickly tried to persuade them, our family really doesn't need so many people. Why don't you take a look and assign some work? How should we allocate the resources? We'll all listen to you. Someone shouted at Zhao Dongshan. Zhao Dongshan couldn't think of a good solution for a moment, so he could only pull Zhao Chang out. Zhao Chang, you tell me. Zhao Chang knew his father was too embarrassed to speak, so he had no choice but to step forward and address the group. Actually, we really don't need this many people this time. How about this, we split into 2 groups and take turns working one day at a time? Zhao Chang said loudly, looking at the people in front of him. Workers need rest too, right? Upon hearing Zhao Chang's words, the villagers in front of them gradually calmed down. Master Zhao is right. Since we don't need that many people, let's split into 2 groups. Yes, Master Zhao has spoken, so we'll listen to Master Zhao. Okay, we'll do as Master Zhao tells us to do. We'll do whatever Master Zhao tells us to do. Seeing that everyone around him had calmed down, Zhao Chang breathed a sigh of relief. Now that we're here today, let's take a look at the construction site. It's perfect timing since we're starting work today. Someone in the crowd shouted, and Zhao Chang turned around and glanced at Zhao Dongshan. Go take a look. The village chief has already spoken to me. Zhao Dongshan nodded. Let's go. Zhao Chang waved his hand and led the villagers toward the village entrance. As soon as Zhao Chang arrived at the village entrance, he was dumbfounded. The open space at the entrance of the village was densely packed with people, about the same number as the villagers Zhao Chang had brought. These people are already working feverishly, digging foundations and hauling soil out. Holy crap! Who is this? How dare they steal our village's territory? Let's go, let's take them down. This is Chef Zhao's restaurant, who dares to do this? This is outrageous. Everyone grab your weapons and come with me. We'll subdue them with virtue. Before Zhao Chang could even speak, the surrounding villagers were already unhappy. In their view, this place belongs to Master Zhao, how can it be occupied by others? Just as the people around Zhao Chang were about to make a move, they saw Wang Jiangguo walk in from afar. Master Zhao, you're here. Wang Jiangguo greeted Zhao Chang warmly when he saw him. Village Chief Wang, what's going on? A person standing next to Zhao Chang asked, puzzled. Hey, don't misunderstand. I told your village chief that this restaurant of Chef Zhao was built together by the people of Wangjiazhuang. After all, we are all neighbors, Wang Jiangguo said, looking at the menacing people around him. Why should we? Master Zhao is from our village, so naturally people from our village will help build it. Yes, that's right. How can we let you help with the work that we can do ourselves in the village? Doesn't this make our Zhao family village look incompetent and cowardly? The surrounding villagers protested. By working at Master Zhao's house, we can eat the meals he cooks. Originally, all of them were supposed to be working in shifts and there weren't enough people to go around. Now, with so many more people added, how can this be allowed? Everyone, please calm down. We're here to help, not to cause trouble, right? Wang Jiangguo quickly shouted. I understand what you're thinking. Don't worry, you'll handle the main tasks. Leave the rest to our village, okay? Wang Jiangguo knew he was in the wrong. Although he came to help with the work, Master Zhao was now highly sought after, especially since everyone was going to great lengths to get to eat his cooking. But these people don't listen to Wang Jiangguo at all. If it were the village chief, it might be useful, but Wang Jiangguo, how can you, the village chief of Wangjiazhuang, interfere in the affairs of Zhejiazhuang? Left with no other option, Wang Jiangguo turned to Zhao Chang. Master Zhao, could you please make this easier for me? Village Chief Wang, you've put me in a difficult position. Zhao Chang said helplessly. It's not like I'm building a villa, why bring so many people here? Just consider it helping your uncle out, Wang Jiangguo pleaded helplessly. These people have no other intentions, and they don't need wages, they just want a meal from you. If other villagers received this treatment, they would be overjoyed. But Zhao Chang is different. As soon as Zhao Chang beckoned, dozens, even hundreds of people would swarm over. Let them go back first. I'll arrange the rest, Zhao Chang said with a sigh. Okay. Wang Jiangguo nodded repeatedly after hearing Zhao Chang agree to make the arrangements. With Zhao Chang's words, he felt reassured, at least able to give the villagers an explanation. These people are all here for Zhao Chang. If we let them go back, they'll probably stay at my house tonight. While ensuring jobs for his own villagers, Zhao Chang gave Wang Jiangguo 5 more spots. 5 people can come to work each day, and Wang Jiangguo can decide which 5 to come. Even after these adjustments, there are still more than a dozen people on the construction site. Other villagers who were passing by were dumbfounded when they saw this. Whose house is starting construction and has hired so many people? Didn't you know? Chef Zhao is opening a restaurant, and all these people are here to help. Opening a restaurant in the village? Has this young Chef Zhao gone mad? How dare you insult Chef Zhao? Which village are you from? You can forget about eating Chef Zhao's feasts from now on. Those who didn't know the situation were completely confused. They had only complained about someone burning a large banquet, yet they had attracted everyone's hatred. Yes, everyone glared angrily at the strangers. Seeing that things were not going well, the outsiders turned tail and ran. After making the arrangements, Zhao Chong originally wanted to go back and prepare something to eat for them. Just as he was about to leave, he saw someone carrying several iron pots over. "What are you doing here?" Zhao Chong asked in surprise as he saw these people approaching. "Master Zhao, we brought you the iron pot that the chefs in the village use to cook big banquets. You can cook some dishes for us here from now on." The man put down the iron pot, took a puff of his cigarette and said, "We'll set the iron pot up in a bit. I brought all the dishes from my home." Zhao Chong glanced at the person who had just spoken. He vaguely remembered this person. His name was Zhang Mki. He's usually so stingy, the kind of person who'd squeeze water out of a toad, but now he's not only coming to work for free, but also bringing his own food, all for a meal I cooked. "That's right. Little Zhao, since it's our turn to work tomorrow anyway, we'll just help you out," someone next to him said. "You don't have to worry about anything, just cook some big pot dishes." "Okay." Zhao Chong smiled awkwardly. "These people work for me without charging a penny. They even bring their own vegetables from home, and all I have to do is cook a dish." When it comes to cooking for them, Zhao Chong doesn't need to prepare too much, since it's not a grand banquet. Even so, these people would be overjoyed. Zhao Chong watched these people busy at work. He wanted to help, but the others pushed him away. In their words, Master Zhao's hands are for cooking elaborate banquets. How could he do such heavy work? Left with no other choice, Zhao Chong could only close his eyes and rest. To make it easier for Zhao Chong to rest, the group specially prepared a rocking chair. By noon, the people had set up the large iron pot, and some had finished washing the vegetables. "Master Zhao, what shall we eat today?" someone asked Zhao Chong as they approached him. "Let me take a look in a bit." Zhao Chong got up and glanced at it, finding that it had basically every kind of vegetable and meat: pork, cabbage, and glass noodle stew. Zhao Chong said casually, "Excellent. Pork and cabbage stew with glass noodles, this is a famous dish. I've never tried this dish before. I can't wait." Yes, you can't even get dishes like this at a grand banquet. Those around Zhao Chong drooled upon hearing his words. "Chicken stew with mushrooms." Zhao Chong continued, "Braised pork with potatoes, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and shredded potatoes." "Wow, so many dishes? My goodness, 5 dishes? That's incredibly lavish. Thank goodness I came today, otherwise I would have missed such delicious food. Master Zhao, shall we start cooking? We can't wait any longer." Zhao Chong did not hesitate at all, but got up and started cooking. As for washing and preparing vegetables, Zhao Chong didn't need to worry about it at all. He just needed to name the vegetables, and everyone around him would start scrambling to wash, pick, and prepare them. Pork and cabbage stew with glass noodles is a common dish in northern China, and we often make it, but the taste varies from person to person. The best choice for sweet potato noodles is authentic sweet potato noodles, not the kind sold in the market. Commercially available sweet potato noodles have too high a content of gluten, and although they are chewy, they lack the unique aroma of sweet potato noodles. The aroma of sweet potato enhances the fragrance of cabbage, which in turn brings out the aroma of meat. This is how you make pork and cabbage stew with glass noodles that has a rich and satisfying flavor. Heat the wok, then pour in a little oil and stir-fry the cabbage. This method removes excess water from the cabbage during stir-frying, making it more flavorful and delicious when stewed. A few minutes later, remove the cabbage from the pan, then add peanut oil again, put the blanched meat into the pan, and start stir-frying. Soon, a few drops of oil flowed from the pork belly. This method of stir-frying pork belly makes it fatty but not greasy, and dishes cooked with lard will also be more fragrant. Then add oyster sauce, light soy sauce, and a little dark soy sauce. Stir-fry until the meat changes color slightly, then add the cabbage and continue to stir-fry for a while. Once the cabbage has softened slightly, add boiling water, salt, star anise, and other seasonings. It smells so good. This is the aroma of stir-fried cabbage and pork that I can't stop eating. Stop using fancy words. I'm starving and waiting for food. Waiting for food? Have you finished your work? If you can't do your job well, do you deserve to eat Chef Zhao's dishes? The aroma of stewed cabbage and glass noodles immediately drew everyone's attention, and drool dripped from their mouths. Normally, pork and cabbage stew with glass noodles wouldn't interest them at all, but this time it's different. This is made by Chef Zhao, and the aroma is incredibly enticing. It's like a sexy woman beckoning to you while slowly taking off her clothes. Who could resist such temptation? After putting the vermicelli into the pot, Zhao Chong put the lid on and continued cooking the next dish. Chicken stew with mushrooms. This dish isn't difficult to make, but when choosing a chicken, you need to use a wild pheasant, that is, a free-range chicken, like the pheasant they brought to Zhao Chong, which walks at least 50,000 steps a day. This kind of chicken is tender and delicious, unlike those broiler chickens that taste like feed when you bite into them. The person next to him handed a whole chicken to Zhao Chong, who casually placed it on the cutting board. Master Zhao, wait a moment, I'll go find you an axe, someone nearby said quickly upon seeing the pheasant on the cutting board. No need. Zhao Chong shook his head with a smile. The pheasant in front of me weighs a full 10 pounds and requires a cleaver to cut it open. But in the countryside, there aren't so many rules. You can just find an axe, wash it, and chop it up. But does Zhao Chong need it? If he also needs an axe, he might as well just uninstall the system. Those nearby looked puzzled after hearing Zhao Chong's words. No need for an axe? What do you use to chop up a whole chicken? Using a kitchen knife? The blade would probably curl up after only a few cuts. While everyone was wondering what was going on, Zhao Chong grabbed the pheasant with one hand and slammed it heavily onto the cutting board. Snap! A crisp sound came from the cutting board, where the pheasant trembled as if it had been hit violently. At this moment, Zhao Chong picked up a kitchen knife, with the back of the blade facing down, and quickly chopped several times on the chicken. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Those around only saw a blur. When they looked over again, they found that Zhao Chong had already started cutting up the chicken. The chicken seemed boneless, and Zhao Chong easily sliced it open. What kind of swordsmanship is this? It must be the swordsmanship from Wang Wei's poem. This is swordsmanship from Jin Yang's novels. What just happened? I didn't even see it clearly. I didn't see it clearly either, but this whole chicken used to take me a lot of effort to chop up with an axe, but now, Master Zhao, this is incredible. It's like I've witnessed unparalleled martial arts. After Zhao Chong briefly demonstrated his skills, he astonished the surrounding villagers. They never expected that Zhao Chong's way of chopping chicken would be so special, even a bit magical. Zhao Chong didn't notice any of this at all, picked up another chicken, and repeated the same action. Snap! Knock knock knock! Before long, the 3 chickens were chopped into pieces. Put the chicken together, pour in light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, salt, and chicken bouillon, stir it, and then marinate it. Chicken marinated this way absorbs the flavors better and tastes more delicious. Zhao Chong reached into the bowl of chicken and gently rubbed it, gradually allowing the sauce to seep into the chicken. Afterwards, Zhao Chong washed the shiitake mushrooms and some other mushrooms, and rinsed them briefly. After all, the texture of mushrooms and similar fungi is extremely difficult to clean. They need to be cleaned with salt water and then blanched to ensure they are clean. This will also make them taste much better. The next steps are much simpler. Heat oil in another pan and stir-fry the chicken first. Normally, blanching chicken before stir-frying makes it more delicious, but Zhao Chong had already marinated the chicken, so blanching would actually reduce the flavor of the seasonings, so he simply skipped blanching. After a while, the aroma of chicken wafted through the air. This caused the villagers who were working to stop. The pork and cabbage stew with glass noodles was already making it hard for them to concentrate on their work, and now the smell of stir-fried chicken is on top of that. This made everyone put down their tools and look at Zhao Chong. It was noon, and the other villagers from both villages were returning from the fields. They originally intended to go home and have lunch, but after smelling the aroma, they couldn't help but come to the village entrance, where they started drooling from a great distance. My goodness, this smells amazing. I'm so envious of them. What's the use of being envious? You don't know how to do these things. If you did, I could at least get a taste of your soup. What's the use of being able to do it? All the best construction workers in our village have come. Where is there room for us? I heard there are even people from Wangjiazhuang. This is too difficult. When will we finally get a bite to eat? Wait a few days. In a few days we'll be able to enjoy a grand feast. Wait for what? There are still 2 weeks to go. It feels like an eternity for us. The aroma wafting from them grew stronger and stronger, quickly captivating everyone around them. Soon, dozens of people gathered not far from the village entrance. Several women prepared a meal at home, but when they realized their husbands hadn't returned, they went out to look for them. When they saw a group of men standing around Zhao Chong, they quickly went up to him and tried to take their husbands home for dinner. But just as they got closer, Zhao Chong started cooking. An even richer aroma filled the air once more, causing drool to drip from the mouths of those around them. The aroma of braised cabbage and pork with sweet potato noodles wafted towards everyone, making them involuntarily take a few steps forward. Why are you squeezing? Stop squeezing, or you'll get pregnant. Pregnant? Are you crazy, you 2 grown men? Then don't argue with me. People around them kept shouting. Everyone, wait a moment, don't rush, everyone will get a share. A villager standing in front of the pot shouted to the people in front of him. If this group of people pushes any further, they might overturn the huge iron pot in front of them. Finally, with Zhao Chong's coordination, the people around him sat down one by one, eagerly waiting for Zhao Chong to start serving the food. As soon as a large pot of steaming hot stewed cabbage and pork with glass noodles was served, everyone couldn't resist picking up their chopsticks and starting to eat. The pork is incredibly flavorful and tender, each piece of pork belly melts in your mouth, offering a delicate and silky texture. This was absolutely delicious to them. This is incomparable to ordinary pork, cabbage, and glass noodle stew. Chicken stew with mushrooms. Other dishes were served one after another. Soon, these people were moved to tears as they ate. Although they had just enjoyed the grand feast prepared by Zhao Chong a few days ago, it felt like half a year had passed. If they ate Zhao Chong's cooking every day, they probably wouldn't get tired of it. There's nothing else to it, Zhao Chong's cooking is just too delicious. The villagers who were watching swallowed hard as they watched others eat. This smells so good. I'm so envious of them. I'm so envious. Now I can eat 5 big steamed buns just by smelling them. Yes. Why didn't I learn architecture back then? The women nearby forgot about the food they had cooked at home and stared enviously at those who were eating. Zhao Chong also discovered their presence, but there was nothing he could do. There were already a lot of people coming today, and the amount of food prepared was limited, just enough for everyone. As for the onlookers outside, Zhao Chong was powerless to help them. After the workers finished eating, they started working, but the other villagers remained watching and did not leave. As Zhao Chong was clearing away the dishes, a villager approached. "Master Zhao, are you busy?" A villager walked over and said warmly. "Yes, Uncle Zhu, what's this?" Zhao Chong replied with a smile when he saw the person who came. The person in front of him should be addressed as ninth uncle according to seniority. "Seeing you're cleaning up by yourself, I'll help you," a villager said as he helped Zhao Chong clean up, putting all the bowls and chopsticks into an iron basin. "After we finish cleaning up the dishes and chopsticks, we'll wash them all together." Upon seeing this, the other villagers gathered around and helped Zhao Chong pack his things. "I can manage on my own," Zhao Chong said shyly, looking at the enthusiastic villagers. These people have been watching since the meal started, and they probably haven't eaten yet. But there are no vegetables around now, so I can't cook anything for them. "Uncle and aunt, you should go back and eat," Zhao Chong said to the people around him. "We're not in a hurry," the people around him said, looking up and smiling at Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong tried to persuade them a few more times, but found that they wouldn't listen to him at all. 10 minutes later, the people finished washing the dishes and chopsticks, then came to the iron pot and stared at it for a long time. "There's no food here." Zhao Chong knew exactly what they meant, but there really was no food left. "Can we have some of this leftover food?" a woman asked, pointing to the leftover food at the bottom of the pot. Yes, let's share these leftovers. You could leave me some soup, I've been feeling itchy and uncomfortable all over since I haven't had any of Chef Zhao's cooking for the past few days." "Me too, I just want a small bowl of soup to soak steamed buns when I get home." Hearing what the people around him said, Zhao Chong smiled helplessly. There was only a tiny bit of food left in the pot, and most of what remained was broth, but these people didn't even waste the broth. "All right, you guys clean it up." As soon as Zhao Chong finished speaking, the villagers around him began to move. You take a spoonful, I take a bowlful, and soon all the large iron pots were cleaned. Some people even brought steamed buns from home and were wiping the pot. For several days in a row, there was always a group of people waiting for Zhao Chong and his group to finish eating so they could start cleaning the bottom of the pot. As time went by, with the help of these people, the small restaurant was almost ready to take shape. Normally, it would take about a month to complete, but now it only takes about half a month. This made Zhao Chong realize the power of having many people. However, because it was almost time for Zhao Jianyi's grandfather's birthday banquet, Zhao Chong stopped cooking for them. These people had been eating Zhao Chong's cooking for half a month and were already quite satisfied, so when they heard Zhao Chong's words, they didn't complain at all. Instead, they urged Zhao Chong to prepare properly. After all, once Zhao Jianyi's family's grand feast begins, they will be able to eat more dishes. However, this displeased those who came every day to eat leftovers, and they left with disappointed expressions. The day after tomorrow is old Master Zhao Jianyi's birthday banquet. How about we go hungry for a few days? There are still 2 days left, can you hold out? I think we should be patient these next few days. There are 2 big banquets coming up, just thinking about it makes me happy. Let's go early and get a good spot. Yes. Just bear with it for the next few days. Zhao Chong went straight to Zhao Jianyi's house after leaving home. Zhao Jianyi's family is considered a wealthy household in the village, otherwise, they wouldn't have spent 20,000 yuan to invite Zhao Chong to cook a grand feast. You should know that paying 20,000 yuan to a master chef is an astronomical sum. But Zhao Jianyi didn't care, he only cared about whether the birthday banquet would go well. For his father's 80th birthday, he invited many of his business partners. As a result, Zhao Jianyi was teased in the industry, and his friends tagged him in group chats. A businessman as big as you, holding such a grand banquet in a village? It should at least be in the best hotel in the city. Exactly, you're being a bit stingy. Jianyi, if you're reluctant to spend the money, we brothers will chip in to host a birthday banquet for the old man. Zhao Jianyi smiled faintly after seeing the message in the group. Remember what you're saying now, or you'll start fighting over vegetables later. Zhao Jianyi's words drew disdainful looks from his friends and business partners. What delicious food is served at a traditional rural banquet? Among them were many people from rural areas who had enjoyed several grand banquets in their youth, memories that were indeed fond. Now that they have achieved great success and are used to eating delicacies, they find the grand banquet somewhat ordinary. Who hasn't eaten at a grand banquet? Who are you trying to embarrass? Most of us come from rural areas. Boss Zhou Kun is right, Jianyi, stop trying to fool us. Jianyi, if it doesn't taste good when it's done, we'll beat your shit out. Just as Zhao Jianyi was about to argue with them, he heard Zhao Chang's voice. I have to go pick up Master Zhao now. After finishing speaking, Zhao Jianyi closed the chat software and walked outside. Just then, Zhao Chong walked in from outside. Master Zhao, you've arrived. Zhao Jianyi hurriedly went to greet him. Come in and have a seat. Thank you for your help, Uncle Jianyi, Zhao Chong said with a smile. This was Zhao Chong's first time visiting Zhao Jianyi's home. The courtyard was quite impressive, with flowers and plants growing around it, and several brightly colored flowers and plants hanging in the pavilion. What's the trouble? Zhao Jianyi said, leading Zhao Chong into the house. Boil water and make tea. Zhao Jianyi was extremely attentive, which Zhao Chong found somewhat unbearable. Uncle Jianyi, you're too kind, Zhao Chong said gratefully. You should know that Zhao Jianyi is his elder, but now he is very respectful and shows him great respect. This feeling is very strange. Jianyi, is that Master Zhao? Suddenly, a sprightly old man walked in from outside. Grandpa Zhao. Zhao Chong stood up immediately upon seeing Zhao Jianyi's father. When Zhao Jianyi's father saw Zhao Chong get up, he quickly took 2 steps forward. Young Master Zhao, please sit down, don't be shy, said Zhao Jianyi's father. Grandpa Zhao, you flatter me. You are my elder, and I can't accept being called that. Zhao Chong felt a little uncomfortable seeing Zhao Jianyi's father's enthusiasm. What's the big deal? It's an honor for this old man to have Chef Zhao cook for my birthday banquet. Zhao Jianyi's father said excitedly, holding Zhao Chong's hand. Grandpa Zhao, it's only right, Zhao Chong replied with a smile. Zhao Jianyi's father held Zhao Chong's hand and chatted nonstop. If Zhao Jianyi hadn't told him to go and rest, he probably would have talked with Zhao Chong until dark. After seeing Zhao Jianyi's father off, the two continued to chat about the details of the banquet. There were 50 tables in total, with 20 dishes on each table. This was decided by Zhao Jianyi a long time ago. Now the main thing is to order the dishes. According to Zhao Jianyi, a few signature dishes are needed to make the event more impressive, while the other dishes can be just regular ones. Master Zhao, could you please order a few of these specialty dishes? Zhao Jianyi said apologetically, handing a cigarette to Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong took the cigarette and put it aside. It's alright, it doesn't matter if you don't have any. Just do what you think is best. With your skills, even if you just make a simple soup, you'll be praised by a whole bunch of people, Zhao Jianyi comforted Zhao Chong, assuming he didn't know how. Zhao Jianyi had also learned that Zhao Chong had only recently started cooking large banquets, so it was normal that he didn't know how to cook some of the dishes. The villagers didn't want fancy dishes, they just wanted to eat the food cooked by Zhao Chong himself. No matter how many different kinds of dishes there are, if they aren't made by Zhao Chong, the villagers probably won't buy them. Like other chefs who cooked large banquets in the area, after Zhao Chong made a name for himself, they also tried to research new dishes and then invited others to taste them, but they were all scolded mercilessly. Actually, I don't really know what kind of specialty dish this is, Zhao Chong said after thinking for a while. How about we add 2 Qianlong cabbages and some mock crab? Qianlong cabbage? Upon hearing this name, Zhao Jianyi slapped his thigh hard. This Qianlong cabbage sounds good, okay, this is it. As for mock crab, what is that? Is it even tastier than crab? Faced with Zhao Jianyi's question, Zhao Chong didn't know how to explain for a moment. Okay, let's add these too. Zhao Jianyi agreed without waiting for Zhao Chong to explain. I trust Chef Zhao's cooking skills, so we'll do the rest as you say. However, braised pork, pork knuckle, and braised chicken with spare ribs are a must. These are all things that the villagers specifically requested. Okay, no problem. Zhao Chong agreed with a smile. I thought Zhao Jianyi wanted some other strange or unusual dishes, but I didn't expect him to be so easily satisfied. Alright, I'll go buy the groceries now. Zhao Jianyi nodded and said, you can rest tonight, and we'll start early the day after tomorrow. Let's not do it the day after tomorrow. I'll bring Xiao Hao over tomorrow afternoon. Zhao Chong said. After all, it's 50 tables and 1,000 dishes, so we need to prepare in advance. Sure, it's all up to you. Zhao Jianyi had no objections whatsoever. Zhao Jianyi trusted Zhao Chong completely and had no worries whatsoever. Afterwards, Zhao Chong left Zhao Jianyi's house and went home to start preparations. The next day, Zhao Hao received the news and rushed over early in the morning. "Brother Chong, are we going to burn it for 2 days straight this time?" Zhao Hao asked Zhao Chong as soon as he entered the door. "Yes." Zhao Chong nodded. "Let me tell you what you need to do next." "Sure, no problem." Zhao Hao readily agreed. "Can I film a video?" "Take pictures all you want," Zhao Chong said casually, seemingly unconcerned. For the entire morning, Zhao Chong explained things to Zhao Hao, who listened very attentively and wrote everything Zhao Chong said down in his notebook. After the two finished lunch, they headed towards Zhao Jianyi's house. As soon as we arrived near Zhao Jianyi's house, we saw 3 pigs being unloaded from the truck. Each pig weighed over 200 jin, approximately 100 kilograms, and was driven aside to be slaughtered by designated personnel. Not long after, another truck arrived carrying dozens of pheasants. These pheasants are all alive and need to be slaughtered on site. There are people in the villages near Zhejiazhuang who specialize in animal husbandry, so they have no shortage of common meats like chicken, duck, and fish, and can even eat fresh ones. My goodness, what a grand spectacle! Zhao Hao exclaimed, looking at the vehicles coming and going. Today's birthday banquet at Zhao Jianyi's house is probably one of the largest not only in the entire Zhao family village, but also in the surrounding villages. A grand feast with 50 tables. This scale is unprecedented. As soon as Zhao Chong led Zhao Hao inside, Zhao Jianyi came to greet them. "Master Zhao, you're here. Take a rest first. This time, I heard that there were only 2 of you, so I specially found you several helpers." Zhao Jianyi led Zhao Chong to the vicinity of the tent that had been set up. To make it easier for Zhao Chong to cook, Zhao Jianyi specially set up a tent and placed several large iron pots next to the tent. Vegetables and similar items were stored inside the tent. As soon as Zhao Chong walked in, the people inside the tent came out one after another. These are all older women or young wives from the village. Their eyes lit up when they saw Zhao Chong. "Hey, isn't this Master Zhao? You've gotten even more handsome these past few days." "Our Master Zhao is the most handsome. How can you say he's getting more and more handsome? If I were decades younger, I would definitely be pursuing Master Zhao every day. I hate myself for getting married so early. I should have waited for Master Zhao." Whether they were older women or young wives, they all joked with Zhao Chong. These people didn't care about their lewd jokes. Even though Zhao Chong could usually have a fling with young women, he had to give in to this group of women. "Young Master Zhao, a few of us will help you tomorrow. Just let us know if you need anything," an older woman said, trying to ease Zhao Chong's unease. Zhao Chong recognized the woman. She was Wang Quifang, the village's women's director. "Aunt Wang, thank you for your help," Zhao Chong said with a smile. "What trouble or not?" Wang Quifang waved her hand. "If it weren't for you, how could we have enjoyed such a wonderful meal? In the end, we should thank you." "Yes, little Zhao, we'll be waiting for you to show off your skills tomorrow." The people around them echoed their agreement. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhao Chong began preparing braised pork knuckle and roast chicken, meats that needed to be marinated and seasoned. Last time, because Zhao Deza was in a hurry, although I made braised pork knuckle and roast chicken, the flavors didn't fully blend in, so they could only be considered average. But in the eyes of those villagers, they were gourmet food. As Zhao Chong prepared the seasonings, the aroma of braised food wafted from Zhao Jianyi's courtyard. "Master Zhao, would you like to have this pig's head as part of a dish?" Just as Zhao Chong was processing the meat, a man carrying 2 pigs' heads came over and asked, "A pig's head?" Zhao Chong saw the pig's head on the man's shoulder, thought for a moment, and said, "Just put it here. Clean it up later, and I'll give you a whole pig's head to eat." Pig's head meat. Upon hearing this, the man's mouth immediately watered. So-called pig's head meat is the meat taken from the pig's head. It was originally made for good luck, such as good fortune and status. Every household would prepare some pig's head meat to eat during festivals. However, the authentic recipe for braised pig's head has long been lost, and each family has its own way of making it, resulting in different flavors. Now that they heard Zhao Chong was going to make a pig's head, how could they not be excited? "Okay, I'll clean it for you." The man carried the 2 pig heads to the tap, rinsed them, and removed the hair. By this time, a group of people, mostly children, had gathered around Zhao Jianyi's house. "Uncle Zhao is hosting a big feast again. My mom told me tomorrow that she's taking me to the feast. My mom said I should call him Brother Zhao, so he'll give me meat when he cooks. You all have to listen to me. Brother Zhao Chong is so good to me. I can take you out for a bite to eat tomorrow." Several children were peering out from beside the door into the yard. "Make way, be careful not to bump into anything." Several middle-aged people came in from outside carrying a basket of vegetables. What are you little brats doing here so early? After glancing back, the children made faces at the middle-aged men and then ran away. These people continued moving the dishes. After all, there were 50 tables to be served tomorrow, and if they didn't prepare in advance, they probably wouldn't be able to handle it all by tomorrow. As Zhao Chong began to work, the aroma filled the air and quickly enveloped the entire Zhao family village. After smelling the aroma, everyone couldn't help but look towards Zhao Jianyi's house. Woof woof woof. Woof 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 woof. A dog barked. The dogs seemed to have gone mad, trying desperately to break free of their leashes. At first, it was just the dogs in Zhao village that couldn't help but bark because of the aroma, but the dogs in Wang village started barking as soon as they heard the sound. Yang Jiazwan, Liu Jiatun, Sun Jiazai. The dogs in the surrounding villages started barking wildly. What's going on? Have these dogs gone mad? Who knew? I thought it was an earthquake, so I ran out of the house without even putting on my pants. I heard someone in Zhao family village is hosting a big feast, and even the dogs are drooling with envy. No way. Isn't the grand banquet a frequent event? When has it ever caused such a commotion? Things are different now. I've heard that a young chef named Zhao has come from their village. He makes such a grand feast that everyone in Zhao family village loses their appetite and only wants to eat at his feast. Really? The barking never stopped for the entire afternoon. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Zhao Chong couldn't help but stretch. Time flies, how come it's already dark? Zhao Chong looked up at the starry sky. Zhao Hao, who was sitting next to me, had fallen asleep on the stool at some point. Young Master Zhao, take a break. Zhao Jianyi handed him a glass of water. Thank you for your hard work this afternoon. Of course, if I promise to host a big banquet, I should do it well, right? Zhao Chong took the water and gulped it down in one go. After a busy day, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. This is just the preparation of ingredients, the actual cooking hasn't even started yet, and Zhao Hao is already exhausted. I reckon he won't be able to get out of bed for 3 days tomorrow. However, looking at Zhao Hao's wriggling 200-pound frame, more exercise would be good for him. Go home and rest early today. We'll be busy starting early tomorrow morning, Zhao Jianyi said to Zhao Chong. There are a few left. I'll take Zhao Hao back as soon as I'm done. Zhao Chong glanced at the remaining fish. Once these fish are marinated, I'll be done with today's work. It won't take more than a few minutes to finish. After Zhao Chong finished his work, he woke Zhao Hao up. Is it dawn? Is it time for the big feast? Zhao Hao asked groggily. Are you still half asleep? Zhao Chong cursed helplessly. Go back to sleep. Aren't you afraid of getting bitten to death by mosquitoes here? Oh. Zhao Hao rubbed his eyes and swayed as he followed Zhao Chong out of Zhao Jianyi's house. By the time Zhao Chong got home, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. The next morning, Zhao Chong arrived at Zhao Jianyi's house. Although it was only 4 in the morning, a lot of people had already gathered at Zhao Jianyi's house. Generally speaking, for events like birthday banquets, no one else's help is needed, you just need to invite everyone to come and eat together. However, Zhao Jianyi's father's birthday banquet this time was very grand and lively. This is related to the fact that Zhao Jianyi has made a lot of money, so he naturally wants to celebrate his father's 80th birthday in a grand and lively manner. Zhao Jianyi not only hosted a grand banquet with 50 tables, but also invited a performance troupe so that everyone could enjoy the feast while watching the show. This made the villagers give Zhao Jianyi a thumbs up. Now that he has made money, he is also so filial and willing to spend money on his family. There are very few people like him. Not only is Zhao Jianyi a good person, but his wife and son are also very good to the elderly. Although I live in the city, I come back to visit several times every few months. This made other elderly people in the surrounding villages very envious. Brother, you're so lucky. You've raised such a wonderful son. Brother, I envy you. Not only do you have such a good son as Jianyi, but you also have Master Zhao cooking a grand feast for you. When I have my birthday banquet, I will have to invite Master Zhao to come out of retirement as well. Brother, this birthday banquet was wonderful. After a while, several elderly men and women came to Zhao Jianyi's house and chatted with Zhao Jianyi's father. Ha ha, this is Master Zhao doing me a favor, Zhao Jianyi's father said with a smile. At noon, all of you brothers and sisters will come for the feast. I'll save the best seats for you. Haha, that's great. Thank you so much, big brother. I've never forgotten Chef Zhao's cooking skills since I had it once last time. Brother, I'm relieved to hear that. Upon hearing Zhao Jianyi's father's words, the people around him all smiled. Their main purposes in coming were twofold: first, to celebrate Zhao Jianyi's father's birthday, and second, to ask Zhao Jianyi's father to reserve a seat for them. Otherwise, when the banquet starts, these old folks won't be able to compete with the young people at all. Now, whenever Zhao Chong cooks a big feast, it's not just young people who want to eat, children and the elderly will also compete with a group of adults for the food. After talking with Zhao Jianyi's father, the elderly people showed no intention of leaving. Seeing this, Zhao Jianyi's father had no choice but to invite them into the house. These people didn't stand on ceremony, they simply sat down at home and leisurely drank water while waiting. It's not even 6 o'clock yet, and there are still several hours before the birthday banquet starts. Some people had already arrived at Zhao Jianyi's house one after another and were waiting. These people were not in a hurry. Each of them brought their own small stool and squatted at the door of Zhao Jianyi's house, greedily smelling the aroma of Zhao Chong's cooking. Zhao Chong took out the cooked pig's head. After marinating in seasonings overnight, a fragrant aroma wafted out as soon as it was taken out. The pig's head is first boiled and then smoked. Zhao Chong added the braising step simply to make the whole pig's head look more flavorful. Heat a pot over a low flame, sprinkle a layer of brown sugar on the bottom, and then heat it slowly. As the iron pot heats up, the brown sugar melts into syrup, and then wisps of steam rise from it. At this point, Zhao Chong placed the pig's head above the iron pot and smoked it with the smoke rising from the brown sugar. Soon, the entire pig's head was covered in a layer of red, and as the smoking time continued to increase, the red color on the entire pig's head became extremely bright. Judging from its color alone, it is a rare delicacy. Zhao Chong placed the smoked pig's head aside, and a waft of meaty and smoked aroma slowly wafted over. The aroma quickly reached the noses of the surrounding villagers, and everyone couldn't help but take a deep sniff. The taste of roast pork? My God, this is the taste of roast pork I ate when I was a kid. This smells amazing. I've never smelled roast pork before. Master Zhao's skills are top-notch. I, a roast pork vendor, am ashamed of myself. I'm going to smash up my roast pork stall when I get back and never touch roast pork again. Those squatting outside the door all looked into the courtyard. When they saw the pig's head on the table, they couldn't help but drool. Watching Chef Zhao cook is torture for me now. The taste is making me so hungry. Who says otherwise? It seems like what Chef Zhao is making isn't just food, but heavenly delicacies. We are so lucky to be able to taste it. I feel like eating Chef Zhao's cooking once can add 10 years to my life. How much longer until the banquet starts? I can't wait any longer. Soon, more and more people gathered at Zhao Jianyi's house, and soon more than 200 people had gathered. These people stared at Zhao Chong, hoping he would use his magic to finish cooking all the dishes so that time could pass quickly and the banquet could begin. Time passed by, and more people arrived. The aroma wafting from the courtyard made them feel like they were being tortured. These smells are like little kittens, tickling their hearts and making them itch. Adults can control it, but children are completely out of control. Dad, I want to eat. I want to eat. A little boy cried out, struggling. If his father hadn't stopped him, he probably would have rushed out long ago and gone inside to eat and drink heartily. Stop it, be good, have some potato chips. The middle-aged man handed potato chips to the little boy and comforted him. No, I don't want to, the little boy cried, knocking the potato chips out of the middle-aged man's hand. You're not listening, are you? The middle-aged man stopped trying to comfort him. So many people are waiting. What, are you the only one who's special? No, I want to eat. I want the food that brother Zhao Chong makes, the little boy cried, rolling on the ground. Eat my ass. If you keep making a fuss, I'll throw you out. The middle-aged man kicked the little boy in the buttocks and shouted angrily. No, I don't want to go back. The little boy stopped crying immediately after hearing this. All right, stop hitting the child. People around them tried to dissuade him. It's a birthday banquet. You made the child cry. What kind of behavior is this? The middle-aged man grabbed the child and said, if you don't behave, I'll throw you home and you won't get to eat at the feast today. The other children, who had initially intended to get something by crying and fussing, all abandoned the idea after seeing what happened to the little boy. If they cause trouble, they'll probably end up like that little boy. At this moment, several cars stopped in front of Zhao Jianyi's house. Several portly middle-aged men got off the bus and were dumbfounded when they saw hundreds of people in front of them. Are we here to eat or to fight? These people had never seen anything like it before. It was just an ordinary birthday banquet, yet hundreds of people came to attend. What kind of family is this? Could it be that Zhao Jianyi's father has some hidden identity? Zhao Jianyi's friends, who got out of the car, looked at each other in bewilderment, completely unable to understand what this meant. Hey, where did you come from? Did the host invite you? Yeah, so what if you can drive a car? This car isn't even as nice looking as my tractor. Yes, you guys go wait outside, don't block our way from smelling the aroma. The surrounding villagers shouted at the group of middle-aged men in suits. We are Mr. Zhao's friends, one of the middle-aged men said. Mr. Zhao? Zhao Jianyi? We're friends with Zhao Jianyi's father. Now, even the king of heaven himself would have to queue up for a seat. Yes, cutting in line at a banquet shows no sense of public morality. Hearing what the surrounding villagers said, Zhao Jianyi's friends were all stunned. What's going on? Do we have to queue for a banquet? Just as they were at a loss, Zhao Jianyi came out. Brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts, these are all my friends from the city, they're not here to freeload, Zhao Jianyi quickly explained after seeing the tense atmosphere. Are these people really your friends? I thought they were here for a banquet. Oh dear, you should have said so earlier. There are too many people who want to eat at Chef Zhao's feast now. We have to be careful. After learning that these people were friends of the host family, the surrounding villagers quieted down a bit. This left the group of people completely baffled. This wasn't their first time attending a banquet, but the scene left even these big bosses completely bewildered. Zhou Kun glanced back at the villagers sitting on the stools waiting, and quietly asked Zhao Jianyi, Jianyi, your village is having such a lively feast. It seems the old man is quite popular in the village. Yes, Zhao Jianyi nodded. We all have good relationships in our village. This is absolutely stunning, someone nearby remarked. Isn't this all because of Master Zhao? Zhao Jianyi looked at the person in front of him and explained with a smile. Master Zhao? Who's that? The friend next to me craned his neck, wanting to know who Master Zhao was. He's the chef who cooks our grand banquets. Everyone who has eaten at Chef Zhao's grand banquets raves about them and can't eat anything else. When Zhao Jianyi talked about Zhao Chong, it was as if he had opened a floodgate, and he talked endlessly about Zhao Chong's deeds. A buying frenzy? Are people going to stake out banquets every day just to get a ticket? Will they build a house for Zhao Chong's family for free? What is all this nonsense? Zhou Kun and the others looked at Zhao Jianyi in disbelief. How could there possibly still be such people nowadays? This is not like before. In the past, because families were poor, a big feast in the village was like celebrating the new year. Living conditions are much better now. Whether it's chicken, duck, fish, meat, or seafood, you can buy it as long as you're willing to spend the money. The traditional feasts in the countryside have lost their original flavor, and a lot of the meat and fish is left uneaten. Believe it or not, I'm giving you something delicious to eat this time, otherwise you'll accuse me of hiding good things from you. Zhao Jianyi didn't offer any further explanation when he saw the disbelieving expressions on their faces. Alright, you guys go inside and rest for a bit. I'll go take care of something for a while. After leading them to the living room, Zhao Jianyi brewed a pot of tea and then went to get busy. Zhou Kun and the others sat on stools drinking tea, with people occasionally passing by them. Chef Zhao is starting to make braised pork knuckle, and it smells so good. Yes, when Chef Zhao was making roast chicken, I was so tempted I could hardly move. I really wanted to snatch it and take a bite. Roast chicken? You guys probably haven't seen Chef Zhao's drunken shrimp. That's truly delicious. Oh dear, please stop talking, you're making me starve. Come and see, Chef Zhao is making roast duck again. As soon as the group went inside, discussing the dishes Zhao Chong had made, they heard someone outside shouting that Zhao Chong was cooking again, and everyone rushed out. Zhou Kun and the others looked puzzled as they saw that the once lively room was now empty except for a few of them. I feel something is strange. These people don't seem to be having a banquet, it's more like they're celebrating the new year. Come on, you're from the city, you don't know, even the new year here isn't this lively. Yes, who is this Chef Zhao they're talking about? Is his cooking really that good? Seeing the villagers who were somewhat obsessed, Zhou Kun and his group also became interested. You guys wait here, I'm going to the restroom. Zhou Kun took a sip of his drink and walked outside. Zhou Kun, who had just stepped out of the door, saw the tent next to the yard and walked over out of curiosity. It smells so good. As Zhou Kun approached the tent, a rich aroma suddenly wafted over. After smelling the fragrance, Zhou Kun quickened his pace. When he arrived at the source of the fragrance, he was completely stunned. The aroma is coming from the pig's head on the table. Is this roast pork? Zhou Kun looked at the pig's head on the table and immediately recognized it. Zhou Kun's parents run a cooked food shop in the city, and they usually make dishes like pig's head, pig's trotters, and pig's tail. However, this was the first time Zhou Kun had ever smelled such a fragrant aroma of pig's head meat. The rich meaty fragrance wafted out continuously, without feeling too greasy. This was an irresistible temptation for Zhou Kun, who had been eating roast pork for decades. This roast pork smells so good, I wish I could have a bite. Zhou Kun couldn't help but swallow. Immediately afterwards, a fishy aroma wafted from the side. Wow! Shredded pork with garlic sauce. Shredded pork with garlic sauce is ready. It smells so good. This is supposed to be Yusiang Ro Si, shredded pork with garlic sauce? There's no fish in it at all. Can't you smell the aroma of fish? That's the essence of this dish. After smelling the aroma of shredded pork with garlic sauce, Zhou Kun couldn't resist walking over. A whole pot of shredded pork with garlic sauce, its vibrant color alone is enough to outshine the skills of any master chef. When Zhao Chong made Yusiang Ro Si, shredded pork with garlic sauce, he did not use the fish seasoning. Instead, he used the leftover ingredients from making fish earlier to fry his own fish seasoning. The advantage of doing this is that the fish flavor will be even stronger. In addition to the fish fragrant flavor, there is also a sour, spicy, and sweet flavor mixed together, giving the whole dish a magical taste. Zhou Kun is a man who has seen the world and has been to first-tier cities in China, but he has never seen anything so delicious. At this moment, Zhou Kun finally understood why everyone here held Master Zhao in such high regard. Because Chef Zhao's culinary skills far surpass those of chefs in star-rated hotels, even Michelin-starred chefs would bow to Chef Zhao when they come here. The other people sitting in the room were drinking tea and chatting. Jianyi's father's birthday banquet was a great success. I want to do the same for my father's 80th birthday. Yes, it was such a grand affair. Almost the entire village came to the feast. Yes, yes, yes. Isn't the purpose of making money to give our families a better life? After chatting for a while, the group realized that Zhou Kun had not returned. What's wrong with Zhou Kun? Why is he taking so long to go to the toilet? Someone couldn't help but ask. Yeah. Someone next to him chimed in, even if he was just taking a dump, he should have come out by now. Could he have fallen in there? Go check it out, something must have happened. Realizing this, the group of people, fearing something might happen to Zhou Kun, quickly ran out of the house. As soon as they stepped out of the house, a fragrant aroma wafted towards them, immediately making their eyes widen. It smells so good. Several people shouted in unison. Strange, what's that smell? I didn't smell it when I arrived. That smells like food. Is the chef cooking? Could it be the Master Zhao they were talking about? After discussing it for a while, the group decided to go and see what kind of dish smelled so good. As for Zhou Kun, let him stay a little longer. The group quickly walked over to the side, and as soon as they got closer, they saw Zhou Kun. Zhou Kun, didn't you go to the restroom? What are you doing here? After discovering Zhou Kun, the group complained with dissatisfaction. Don't talk. Zhou Kun gestured for silence. Don't disturb Chef Zhao while he's cooking. When the crowd saw Zhou Kun's appearance, they looked at each other in bewilderment and couldn't help but take 2 steps forward. As soon as I got close, a delicious aroma of meat wafted from the pot. Pieces of pork were simmering in a pot, while a chubby young man was constantly skimming off the foam. Zhao Chong then prepared the sauce, putting light soy sauce, spring water, brown sugar, fennel seeds, bay leaves, cardamom, and 2-star anise into a pot and simmering it over high heat. What are you doing, Chef Zhao? Someone asked, puzzled, as they saw Zhao Chong cooking meat and preparing sauce. This is a local specialty called garlic pork belly, Zhao Chong said, pouring out the sauce that had been simmering in the pot. Zhao Chong continued to add minced garlic, chili oil, and the original broth from the pork to the sauce. In this way, the sauce for the garlic-flavored pork belly was completely prepared. By this time, the pork in the pot was almost cooked. Zhao Chong used a slotted spoon to scoop out the pork and put it on the cutting board. He reached out and picked up a kitchen knife, then gently patted the meat twice. After the meat had cooled down a bit, Zhao Chong placed his palm on the pork and then gently sliced it. 1 cut, 2 cuts, 3 cuts. Zhao Chong didn't even need to look. He sliced a piece of meat into 30 pieces before stopping. Everyone was puzzled by Zhao Chong's actions, wondering what he was doing. But when Zhao Chong removed his hand, they were all shocked. This whole piece of pork had layers of fine scratches on it. Did Master Zhao just cut this? Before anyone could react, Zhao Chong slapped the cutting board, and the pork actually bounced up. As the pork fell, it landed evenly on the cutting board, layer by layer, slice by slice. My God, what kind of divine technique is this? This pork was sliced into very thin pieces. This is amazing. Master Zhao's knife skills are incredible. The people around him applauded, marveling at Zhao Chong's skill. Zhou Kun and the others were also shocked by Zhao Chong's move. They had eaten garlic-flavored pork belly when they were in the south. It requires extremely high knife skills. The thinner the slices of pork belly, the better, so that the flavors can blend more easily with the sauce. But to slice meat as thinly as a cicada's wing, almost as thin as a snap of the fingers, as Zhao Chong does, is quite difficult. Even though they had eaten at countless star-rated hotels and seen countless chefs, none of them could slice white meat into thin slices as easily as Zhao Chong. This is practically a skill that borders on the Tao. This is something that cannot be achieved by human effort. The cooked pork was sliced into thin pieces, which once again drew cheers. When Zhao Jianyi finished his work and wanted to come back to have some tea and chat with some friends, he found that no one was in the house. Why are you all gathered around here? Zhao Jianyi couldn't help but laugh when he saw Zhou Kun and the others surrounding Zhao Chong. Previously, when these people heard in the group chat that they were going to hold a birthday banquet for the old man in the village, they were looked down upon. Now, this group of people are gathered around Master Zhao, staring intently at him. Zhao Jianyi called out 3 or 4 times before he finally managed to pull them back. Jianyi, when did you get back? Zhou Kun asked when he saw Zhao Jianyi. I've been back for half a day, and you guys act like you can't hear me when I call you, Zhao Jianyi complained. Come on, let's go inside and have some tea. The feast will start soon. When will the banquet begin? Upon hearing that the banquet was about to begin, Zhou Kun and the others' eyes lit up, and they quickly asked more questions. Zhao Jianyi checked the time. It was only a little past 10. The banquet will begin in less than 2 hours. 2 hours? Upon hearing this, Zhou Kun and the others all wore bitter expressions. Why does it still take 2 hours? Ever since they started watching Zhao Chong cook, they had been looking forward to it. Her knife skills alone are already so good, and the dishes she cooks are incredibly fragrant. If I could actually eat the dishes she makes, how wonderful that would be. Finally, after being persuaded by Zhao Jianyi, Zhou Kun and the others reluctantly returned to the house. Even after returning inside, these people were still worried and kept looking outside. Don't worry, we'll eat together when the banquet starts, Zhao Jianyi reassured his friends. These are all successful entrepreneurs with assets in the tens of millions. Zhou Kun, for example, already has assets exceeding 100 million. But now they are no different from the villagers outside. Time passed by, and more people gathered at Zhao Jianyi's house. 50 tables were not enough to fit in Zhao Jianyi's yard. With the village chief's coordination, the tables were set up starting from Zhao Jianyi's front door, and only then were 50 tables arranged. Although there were many people, things did not get chaotic. When the birthday banquet was held, Zhao Jianyi had already counted the number of attendees. As for what to do if more people came, Zhao Jianyi didn't need to worry about this at all. The surrounding villagers alone were enough to keep those who secretly came to freeload from getting close. This is a delicious dish made by Chef Zhao. Nobody wants to give it to anyone else. At 11:30, Zhao Jianyi's third uncle was busy arranging for the guests to take their seats and waiting for the dishes to be served. My goodness, the feast is finally starting after all this waiting. Yes, I've been waiting for this day for so long. I can finally enjoy Master Zhao's cooking. I'm so excited, I'm so incredibly excited. At the start of the banquet, Zhao Jianyi's father went on stage and said a few words. After Zhao Jianyi's father spoke, the villagers applauded. These are heartfelt joy and congratulations. After all, if it weren't for Zhao Jianyi's father, they probably wouldn't have been able to enjoy this grand feast. As for giving gifts, what's a mere 100 yuan if you can afford such a lavish meal? The food is here. As the sound rang out, Zhao Jianyi's family members began carrying dishes to each table. Qianlong's cabbage, garlic-flavored pork belly, shredded pork with garlic sauce. Some of the dishes that had been prepared in advance were put on the table. As soon as the dishes were set out, the villagers sitting around the table picked up their chopsticks and began grabbing food from the plates. Qianlong cabbage is made by mixing tender cabbage hearts with seasonings such as sesame paste, honey, sugar, aged vinegar, and salt. Legend has it that this dish was eaten by Emperor Qianlong during his incognito travels, hence the name Qianlong cabbage. Qianlong cabbage is simple to make, refreshing, and delicious, with a sweet and sour flavor that whets the appetite. It is a common cold dish in northern families. However, when eating at home, there are not so many formalities. People just mix some cabbage and eat it directly. Although Qianlong cabbage may not look as refined as snacks from Jiangnan, it does taste quite good. This is the dish Zhao Chong made. Usually, when they have cabbage at their big banquets, they probably don't even touch it. But as soon as Emperor Qianlong put down the cabbage, the people around him each took a chopstick and quickly finished it. My goodness, is this cabbage salad? It's so sour and sweet, it tastes amazing. Didn't you hear what Master Zhao said? This is the Qianlong cabbage. Emperor Qianlong himself praised it highly when he ate it. Master Zhao is amazing. It's just some simple cabbage, sesame paste, and a few other seasonings, yet he can make such delicious cabbage. When the villagers tasted the Qianlong cabbage, everyone showed expressions of admiration. In their opinion, this Qianlong cabbage was absolutely delicious. Zhou Kun and his group had already witnessed Zhao Chong's culinary skills, so when the Qianlong cabbage was served, the men immediately began to scramble for it. This cabbage, this flavor, it's absolutely amazing. I've eaten cabbage all over the country, but I've never tasted such delicious cabbage before. Hey, how can you grab 2 pieces at once? In less than a minute, a plate of Qianlong cabbage was completely devoured. Garlic-flavored pork belly, shredded pork with garlic sauce. These 2 dishes also met the same fate of being fought over and eaten. In less than 3 minutes, the first few dishes were completely devoured, with not even any soup left. Soon, the other dishes were served as well. Roast chicken, braised pork knuckle, braised pork belly, spare ribs. Upon seeing the dishes served, Zhou Kun and his companions disregarded their social status and began to eat heartily. This roast chicken tastes amazing. Didn't you used to not eat chicken? What's going on now? That was before, this is now. Hey, don't steal meat from my plate. You took most of it as soon as it was served. How am I supposed to eat it if I don't snatch it from you? The people around Zhou Kun showed no sign of stopping. When they saw that the plate was empty, they started eating the people around them. If Zhao Jianyi's friends are already in this state, one can only imagine how badly the villagers are faring. Although they had eaten Zhao Chang's cooking several times, it was still not enough. It's this braised pork that I've been craving for days. Pork knuckle, don't eat it all, leave some for me. You bunch of bastards, I didn't even get a single spare rib. Several villagers started arguing at the table. Chef Zhao's latest dish, mock crab. Just as everyone was scrambling for it, another sound came from behind. Mock crab? What kind of dish is that? Are you stupid? Don't you recognize this dish from its name? It must taste even better than crab. What is that? How should I know? I'll just come up and check. The villagers around the area knew from the name that this dish must be delicious. The villagers weren't unfamiliar with eating crabs, but this dish, called mock crab, made them quite excited. What kind of dish is mock crab? Zhou Kun was stunned when he heard the name of the dish. You don't know this, do you? Someone next to Zhou Kun explained, this is a traditional famous dish. Then why have I never eaten it? I've never even heard of it? Zhou Kun asked, puzzled. This dish is difficult to make. It's made with eggs, and you have to use eggs to make it taste like crab, the man explained. I had it once when I was on a business trip to Beijing, and the taste was somewhat like eating crab. Is it really that amazing? Zhou Kun and the others looked puzzled upon hearing this. It's not that they're ignorant, it's just that this is a bit too exaggerated. How can eggs taste like crab? Of course, the man said confidently. It's just that this dish is made using a family recipe, and most people really can't make the authentic mock crab. While they were talking, the crab-like dish was served. A clump of dish resembling crab roe sat on the plate, emitting a faint aroma. It smells so good. This doesn't smell like eggs. Zhou Kun looked at the imitation crab on the table, his face full of doubt. How can this be called crab racing? Before Zhou Kun could get an answer, he noticed that everyone around him had already started eating with their spoons. Seeing this, Zhou Kun quickly picked up a spoon and put a spoonful of the crab-like meat into his mouth. The moment the crab meat touches your mouth, it's soft, tender, and smooth, with a subtle burst of crab roe flavor. This isn't crab meat, but it's even better than crab meat, Zhou Kun exclaimed, his eyes wide, after swallowing the imitation crab. This tastes amazing. It's like egg yolk, but it tastes like crab. I give this crab-like dish a perfect score. It's far more delicious than anything I've ever had before. I feel that Chef Zhao's skills are even better than those of chefs who serve at state banquets. There are relatively few crab-like dishes. One person can finish it in about 2 spoonfuls at most. After seeing the crab meat being eaten clean, Zhou Kun's friend next to him reached out and took the plate to his side, gently licking it. This is clearly an egg, but it tastes like crab meat. The yolk tastes like crab roe, and the egg white tastes like crab meat. The eggs are made to look so realistic that they could easily be mistaken for real ones, as expected of Master Zhao. When the villagers around were eating the mock crab, because there were many people, each person got a spoonful, and some people swallowed it in one gulp, just like Pigsy eating ginseng fruit. When he wanted to continue eating, he found that there was none left. Oh dear, how could I have eaten so fast? I should have savored it properly, the man exclaimed, slapping his thigh in regret. Zhao Hao watched as everyone around him scrambled to eat the mock crab, and his eyes widened in surprise. Brother Chong, how did you make this crab-like dish? If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have really thought you made several crabs. Zhao Hao looked at Zhao Chong and asked admiringly, crab-like imitations? Looking at Zhao Hao, who was brimming with curiosity, Zhao Chong asked, you want to learn? I'm not cut out for this, I'm just curious, Zhao Hao said, scratching his head sheepishly. This crab-like dish is simple in some ways, but difficult in others. Zhao Chong picked up the water glass next to him and took a sip. Actually, this dish only has one requirement: the egg whites must be as white as crab meat, and the egg yolks must be as yellow as crab roe. By using seasonings, the eggs can be made to taste like crab. An egg can taste like crab? Zhao Hao was so shocked when he heard this that his jaw almost dropped. How is that possible? An egg is an egg, how can it taste like crab? After hearing Zhao Chong's explanation, Zhao Hao was somewhat incredulous. There's some more here, you can try some. Zhao Chong casually took out a plate containing imitation crab and placed it on the table. I happen to have some left here, you can try some. Really? Zhao Hao looked at the mock crab on the table in disbelief. Is this something I can eat? Don't be coy, are you going to eat or not? If not, I'll save it for later. Zhao Chong was about to reach for the plate when Zhao Hao stopped him with his hand. Eat, of course I'll eat. Zhao Hao looked at Zhao Chong in a flattering manner. I knew Brother Chong loved me the most. Come on. Zhao Chong rolled his eyes at Zhao Hao and continued cooking. The surrounding villagers ate with great satisfaction, each person receiving 2 dishes. Zhao Jianyi had also told Zhao Chong to make the portions larger so that everyone could eat their fill this time. After all, these villagers had no resistance to the dishes Zhao Chong cooked. Even if Zhao Chong just casually cooks a dish, it will cause everyone to scramble for it. There's no way around it, Zhao Chong's cooking skills are just too amazing. Wow, today is so wonderful, I can't eat anymore. Me too, I've never felt so satisfied in my entire life. Looks like your wife isn't up to PR either. Get lost. Who said anything about that? I was talking about eating. Yes, I know, I heard you're a 3-minute contestant. Are you looking for a fight? After the people at the table finished eating, they started chatting and joking around. Although they had finished eating, they should have left the table, gone home, and gotten some rest. But there are still leftovers on the table. Several people patted their bellies, staring longingly at the leftover food on the table. If everyone hadn't been staring at the food on the table, they would have wanted to pack it up already. Fourth brother, do you want to go for a walk with me? Zhao Yuanshan said quietly, looking at the middle-aged man beside him. What do you mean? The middle-aged man was taken aback and looked at Zhao Yuanshan in confusion. Keep your voice down. Let's go for a walk now, and we can probably still have some to eat when we get back. Zhao Yuanshan pointed to the ribs on the table. Look at those ribs, there's still more than half left. And that roast chicken, half of it is left too. Yuanshan, you're so clever. How come I didn't think of that? The middle-aged man's face lit up with joy upon hearing Zhao Yuanshan's words. Let's go quickly. The middle-aged man quickly got up and started moving around with Zhao Yuanshan. The two had only taken a few steps when they saw that other people were also doing the activity. After seeing each other, the group exchanged awkward smiles. Zhao Shilin, why are you still eating so much? Isn't it your family's engagement banquet the day after tomorrow? Someone spotted Zhao Shilin in the crowd and went up to tease him. Yes, but what does that have to do with me coming to the banquet today? Zhao Shilin glared at the other person. Otherwise, don't come to my house the day after tomorrow. No, I was just joking. The man immediately softened when he heard Zhao Shilin tell him not to go. It's not easy to get to eat the dishes cooked by Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong is currently only accepting the main banquet. This is the only way to get to eat his dishes. Things will be much better once Zhao Chong's restaurant opens, but who knows how long Zhao Chong will be able to stay at home. After all, Zhao Chong is a graduate of a prestigious university. He can't just stay in the village and cook lavish feasts for them forever. Therefore, the villagers have no intention of missing any of the grand feasts. Eat as much as you can whenever you have the chance. The group chatted and strolled around for a while, then returned to the table to continue eating. But not long after they started eating, a sudden gasp came from the surrounding area. Grandpa, what's wrong? Don't scare me. A group of people surrounded an old man, their faces tense. What happened? Everything was fine just now? We don't know either. The old man was eating when he suddenly collapsed on the ground. Then what are you standing there for? Hurry up and go to the clinic. Yes, please move aside, I'll carry my dad to the clinic. Zhao Ming picked up the old man and ran towards the village clinic. The old man who fainted was Zhao Ming's father, Zhao Qiuashao, who had a good relationship with Zhao Jianyi and was seated at the same table as the old man. Zhao Chong also put down the iron pot in his hand and quickly walked into the crowd. Could there be something wrong with the food I cooked? That shouldn't be the case. If it's your own fault for being bad at the game, then others should also have problems. Are you all right? Zhao Chong asked, looking at the elderly people around him. Upon seeing Zhao Chong, the elderly people quickly began to explain. Young Master Zhao, we're fine, don't worry, it must be old Zhao's own problem. Yes, I noticed old Zhao's expression wasn't quite right just now, so I told him to eat less, and he ended up giving me a good scolding. It shouldn't be anything serious. I never said old Zhao was unwell. He probably ate too fast and choked. Hearing the words of the elderly people around him, Zhao Chong finally felt relieved. As long as nothing serious happens, that's fine. If I were to cook a big feast and something went wrong, I'd probably be dead. They still have to rely on burning large mats to fleece people? Zhao Chong glanced at the dishes on the table and found that they had been almost completely eaten. Seeing this, Zhao Chong couldn't help but be surprised. If he remembered correctly, the table was full of elderly people, and all the food had been eaten. There were 20 dishes on the table, but this table only had 10 elderly people. Even some middle-aged people couldn't finish it, but these elderly people. This combat power is just too outrageous. You should eat less. Zhao Chong said timidly, looking at the old man in front of him. We've never eaten so much before. We used to just have a bowl of porridge at home, but this is all the food you made, Chef Zhao. Yeah, we definitely need to eat more of your food, otherwise those kids will come and steal our food. Yes, although we are old, we can still eat. The elderly people sat back down and picked up their chopsticks again. Zhao Ming carried his father, Zhao Qiuatao, to the village clinic. Upon seeing this, the doctor at the clinic quickly helped Zhao Ming put the old man on the bed. What happened? What's wrong with your dad? Zhao Ming panicked when he saw the doctor's expression. I hope there's nothing wrong with my dad. Whether there's a problem or not, we'll have to ask a doctor first to find out. The doctor glared at Zhao Ming and began examining Zhao Qiutao. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming quickly explained the situation. How is my dad? Is something wrong? Zhao Ming asked with concern. You guys are really carefree. The doctor looked at Zhao Ming helplessly. This old man is almost 80. Doesn't he know how to be a little more moderate? What on earth is going on? Zhao Ming asked anxiously after hearing the doctor's words. What's going on? You guys didn't go to a banquet and you've already stuffed yourselves to death, the doctor said irritably. Did it get overstuffed? After hearing the doctor's words, Zhao Ming finally understood. Could it be because I ate too much? Seeing that Zhao Ming still looked bewildered, the doctor explained helplessly, it's nothing, he just ate too much. Didn't any of you keep an eye on him? Zhao Ming didn't know how to answer for a moment. He didn't care at all, he was just focused on eating the food Chef Zhao made. The person next to him breathed a sigh of relief after hearing that nothing was wrong, and reminded Zhao Ming, don't talk about me, aren't you all eating and drinking like crazy too? Zhao Ming retorted to the people around him, and could I stop him? My dad usually doesn't eat much at home, who knew he would eat so much this time? You need to be careful in the future. You're so old, eating too much can easily cause problems, the doctor said while massaging Zhao Qiutao. We'll induce vomiting in a bit, and he'll feel much better after that. Yes. Thank you so much, doctor. Zhao Ming quickly thanked him. Alright, since there's nothing else, let's go back and have our feast. The people around them stood up to say goodbye. We initially thought the old man had some serious illness, but it seems he just overate. There's no point in them staying here, especially since Zhao Jianyi's family has a big feast waiting for them. If we get back late, there probably won't be a drop of soup left. Hey, bring some back for me, Zhao Ming said anxiously to the group. What time is it? You're still thinking about food? The doctor frowned and said bluntly. This dish was made by Chef Zhao, Zhao Ming said with a wronged expression. If it were a regular banquet, Zhao Ming wouldn't feel so wronged, but this is Zhao Chong's cooking. If we can't finish this, wouldn't we be at a huge loss? Upon hearing this, the doctor's legs seemed to move on their own, and he started to walk out. Doctor, you can't leave. My father is still lying here. Zhao Ming quickly grabbed the doctor. You're the only one in our clinic. If you leave. Sigh. The doctor sighed helplessly. Twice now, I've missed both of these grand banquets. Everyone says that Chef Zhao's banquets are delicious, but I've never been able to attend one. You can go to Zhao Shulin's engagement banquet the day after tomorrow, Zhao Ming said after thinking for a moment. Let's see my dad first today. All right. The doctor sighed helplessly. If he weren't the only doctor in the village, he would have liked to go and have a meal at Zhao Chong's feast. Everyone who finished the feast prepared by Zhao Chong praised him highly, which made him quite envious. After all, sometimes some villagers would come to get injections and medicine, and the most talked about topic was the big feast that Zhao Chong prepared. Alright, your dad's fine now. After treating him, the doctor came to Zhao Ming's side and said, drink more millet porridge for the next few days. You can't eat too much meat and fish anymore, the old man has trouble digesting it. Okay, I'll definitely be careful when I get back, Zhao Ming said excitedly, shaking the doctor's hand. We definitely need to be careful. When does Zhao Shulin's engagement banquet start? The doctor asked eagerly. Engagement banquet? How about the day after tomorrow at noon? Zhao Ming said without even thinking. The day after tomorrow at noon? Then I need to take care of everything. After hearing this, the doctor secretly began to plan. Having missed Zhao Chong's grand banquets twice, I absolutely cannot miss this one. When Zhao Ming brought his elderly father home, he still couldn't stop thinking about the dishes Zhao Chong had cooked. If his father hadn't been still feeling unwell, he probably would have gone back to Zhao Jianyi's house long ago. Son, Zhao Qiutao's voice suddenly came. What's wrong, Dad? Zhao Ming rushed over. I'm fine now. Help me to Zhao Jianyi's house. I still have a chicken leg in my bowl. Zhao Qiutao struggled to stand up. Dad, just calm down for a bit, Zhao Ming said, seeing that Zhao Qiutao was still thinking about the chicken leg even in this state. How about we don't eat it now, and we can eat it the day after tomorrow? The day after tomorrow is Zhao Shulin's engagement banquet, and they've invited us. After Zhao Ming's repeated persuasion, Zhao Qiutao finally went back to bed, looking dejected. At this time, the birthday banquet at Zhao Jianyi's home was also coming to an end. Zhou Kun and a few others were so full they could barely walk, and they had to be helped out by several people. I haven't eaten this much in years. Yes, this young Chef Zhao's skills are absolutely amazing. I've eaten countless delicious foods, but none of them can compare to Chef Zhao. As Zhou Kun and his group talked, they approached Zhao Chong. At this moment, Zhao Chong had just finished his work and was putting away the seasonings and knives. Master Zhao, Zhou Kun took a deep breath and walked with difficulty to Zhao Chong. What's wrong, uncle? Zhao Chong greeted Zhou Kun with a smile. have you ever thought about moving to the city? I know a really good hotel. Zhou Kun invited. The reason I invited Zhao Chong to the hotel in the city was so that I could eat the food he cooked. After all, if Zhao Chong were in the village, they would have to drive over if they wanted to eat his cooking, which would be too much trouble. What do you mean? Several villagers around Zhao Chong's face changed drastically upon hearing Zhou Kun's words, and they all stared at him rudely. What do you mean? Are you trying to steal Master Zhao from us? Why are you city folks so cunning? If you want to eat Chef Zhao's cooking, come and get it yourself. Our Chef Zhao is a top student who graduated from a prestigious university. What are you up to by making him a chef? Hearing the argument, the villagers nearby came over one after another. After learning what had happened, they glared angrily at Zhou Kun and his group. Zhou Kun looked at the villagers who had gathered around him and was immediately terrified, breaking out in a cold sweat. These people are looking at me like they want to eat me alive. Everyone, please don't be impulsive. We were just saying it casually, someone next to Zhou Kun quickly explained. We absolutely love Chef Zhao's food, it's heavenly cuisine. The expressions on the faces of the surrounding villagers softened slightly when they heard the praise for Zhao Chong's cooking. Zhou Kun and the others breathed a sigh of relief. What a close call. They felt like they were about to be beaten to death. Zhao Chong smiled when he saw the appearance of Zhou Kun and the others. Everyone, please don't be impulsive. Thank you for your support. Today is old Master Zhao's birthday banquet, and we can't cause any trouble for him. Yes. Master Zhao is right. Upon hearing Zhao Chong's words, the villagers nearby immediately changed their expressions, looking at Zhao Chong with a fawning expression. We'll listen to Master Zhao, whatever Master Zhao says goes. Yes, Master Zhao, could you make the crab mock feast again the day after tomorrow? The taste is absolutely wonderful. Yes. How is that Qianlong cabbage made? It's just ordinary cabbage, but it made my mouth water. And that roast chicken, the taste was absolutely delicious. The villagers were drooling as they talked. There's no way around it, every dish Zhao Chong makes is a delicacy. Although they were already full, they still couldn't resist wanting to have another meal when they thought of the dishes Zhao Chong had made. Since you all want to eat this so much, I'll teach you how to cook it for free once my restaurant is ready, Zhao Chong said, looking at the lovely villagers. Really? Upon hearing this, the villagers nearby all looked at Zhao Chong with delight. Of course. Zhao Chong nodded with a smile. You can make it at home yourself when the time comes. Oh my, everyone says that chef's cooking recipes are all secret and never passed on to outsiders, but Chef Zhao treats us like family and teaches us how to cook. This is simply amazing. Yes, Master Zhao, from now on you will be my master. Master Zhao, we're right to call you that. If you ever need anything, just let me know, and I, Zhao Yang, will go through fire and water for you. Don't talk such empty words, I'll take care of all the work in Master Zhao's fields from now on. If Zhao Chong hadn't stopped them, all these villagers would have knelt down and begged to become his disciples. Zhou Kun and the others looked at each other, feeling for the first time how happy they were to live in the village. I'm already thinking of moving to Zhao family village, what's the use of making more money? Yes. With Chef Zhao's skills, even if a dish costs 10,000 yuan, people would still be fighting over it. Right now I just want to hand over the company to my brat, and Jianyi and I will build a small villa in Zhao village. After the birthday banquet at Zhao Jianyi's house ended, Zhao Chong rested for a while and then took Zhao Hao to Zhao Ming's house. After all, Zhao Ming's father fainted after eating his food, so he should go and check on him. Zhao Minggang was pouring water for Zhao Qiuatao to wash his feet when he saw Zhao Chong and Zhao Hao walking over from afar. Master Zhao. Zhao Ming greeted Zhao Chong as soon as he saw him. Uncle, how is the old man? Zhao Chong asked Zhao Ming as soon as he saw him. It's nothing. Zhao Ming quickly waved his hand and said, I just ate too much at the banquet today and couldn't digest it properly, so I choked. Hearing Zhao Ming's explanation, Zhao Chong finally felt relieved. If anything were to happen to the old man, I imagine he would be devastated. That's good. I was worried something might have happened to the old man, so I came to check on him. Zhao Chong walked into the house and glanced at Zhao Qiuatao. At this moment, Zhao Qiuatao's complexion was noticeably better, his face was no longer so pale, but had some color in it. Master Zhao, you've arrived. Upon seeing Zhao Chong, Zhao Qiuatao quickly moved his body, trying to get out of bed. Grandpa, please don't move. Seeing this, Zhao Chong quickly stepped forward to stop Zhao Qiuatao. The old man has just recovered, so he can't move around too much. What if something else happens? Of course I'll welcome you when you arrive. Zhao Qiuatao said, looking at Zhao Chong. It's all my fault, sir. How are you feeling now? Zhao Chong said apologetically. How am I blaming you? Zhao Qiuatao quickly waved his hand. Little Master Zhao, don't be so harsh. It's not your fault. It's all my fault for being too greedy. This has brought you trouble. Didn't the surrounding villagers say anything? If they dare to slander you, Master Zhao, Zhao Qiuatao, will be the first to not let them off the hook. No, not at all. The villagers are very hospitable, Zhao Chong comforted him. Everyone is quite worried about your health and wants to come and see you. Ha ha, Zhao Qiuatao couldn't help but laugh. If I hadn't been so afraid of others snatching it and hadn't eaten so quickly, things wouldn't have turned out this way. By the way, Master Zhao, when is Zhao Shulan's engagement banquet the day after tomorrow? Zhao Chong was taken aback when he heard Zhao Qiuatao's words. What time is it? Why are you still thinking about a banquet? What if I eat too much? Grandpa, don't think about it too much. I'll make you some porridge. You can rest after you finish it, Zhao Chong said to Zhao Qiuatao. Please don't eat too much at once. Your health is the most important thing. Ha ha, I won't do that. Zhao Qiuatao's eyes lit up when he heard that Zhao Chong was going to cook porridge for him. He hasn't tasted the porridge Zhao Chong cooked yet. Are they trying to be the first to taste Zhao Chong's delicious cooking? Thinking of this, Zhao Qiuatao got off the bed and took Zhao Chong's hand. Come on, I'll take you to the kitchen. I definitely want to try the porridge that Chef Zhao made. Seeing Zhao Qiuatao's envious look, Zhao Chong smiled helplessly. I just heard Zhao Ming say that Zhao Qiuatao vomited a lot. I guess his stomach is empty now, and if he continues to eat other food, it will definitely be hard to digest. The only solution now is to get Zhao Qiuatao to drink some porridge, which will soothe his stomach and make him feel less uncomfortable. Millet and pumpkin porridge. This was a type of porridge that Zhao Chong had planned before he came. This porridge can nourish the stomach and strengthen the body. It also has the sweet flavor of pumpkin and millet, making it very suitable for the elderly. When Zhao Ming heard that Zhao Chong was going to cook porridge for his father, he put down what he was doing and devoted himself to helping. Before long, a bowl of millet and pumpkin porridge was ready. The golden millet porridge, topped with the sweet aroma of pumpkin, made Zhao Qiuatao's eyes widen in surprise. It smells so good. It's fragrant and sweet. Is this millet porridge? Zhao Qiuatao exclaimed in amazement as he looked at the millet porridge in the pot. It tastes like honey to me, the flavor is so pure. Zhao Ming exclaimed in surprise. It must have brought out all the sugar in the pumpkin. Zhao Hao couldn't help but lick his lips, staring longingly at the millet and pumpkin porridge in the pot. Although he had eaten some dishes with Zhao Chong earlier, the smell of porridge made him feel like he could drink 3 more big bowls. This millet and pumpkin porridge smells so good. Just as Zhao Chong finished serving a bowl of porridge, Zhao Qiuatao snatched it away. Zhao Qiuatao snatched the bowl and put it to his lips, wanting to take a sip, but he was burned as soon as it reached his mouth. Dad, be careful. Zhao Ming rushed to Zhao Qiuatao's side upon seeing this, trying to snatch the porridge from his hands. Unexpectedly, Zhao Qiuatao slapped Zhao Ming's hand away. If you want some, go get it yourself. Why are you taking mine? Zhao Qiuatao glared at his son. I was afraid you'd get burned, Zhao Ming said, feeling wronged. Zhao Ming was very worried when he saw his father get burned. After all, his father had just recovered from the fire, and if he got burned again, wouldn't he have to go to the clinic again? The doctor will definitely blame himself then. But his elderly father didn't believe him at all, thinking he was trying to steal the porridge. I may have a sweet tooth, but this is too much. What's so hot? I'll let it cool down in a bit. Zhao Qiuatao protectively held the bowl in his hands, looking at Zhao Ming warily. I'm warning you, if you dare to take it from me, I'll break your legs. Right now, the porridge in Zhao Qiuatao's hands is more important than anything else. Even if his own son, Zhao Ming, tried to take it from him, he would beat him away. Zhao Chong couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. The old man is still protective of his food, so it seems there shouldn't be any major problems. Zhao Chong stayed a while longer before saying goodbye to Zhao Qiuatao and Zhao Ming. When Zhao Hao came out of Zhao Ming's house, he looked unhappy. What's wrong? Zhao Chong asked, looking at the sullen Zhao Hao. What else could have happened? I didn't even get a sip of hot porridge, Zhao Hao said, feeling wronged. I thought something was wrong? Zhao Chong chuckled. Isn't this easy? You come home with me later, and I'll cook you a pot of it, okay? That's different. Zhao Hao shook his head. If you calculate it that way, then I've missed out on a bowl of porridge, haven't I? Ha! Zhao Chong was confused when he heard Zhao Hao's words. What does this mean? What does it mean to have missed another bowl of porridge? Think about it. Did I expect to get to drink this porridge today? But I didn't. Zhao Hao said seriously, even if you cooked a whole pot of porridge for me, I wouldn't drink this bowl. Zhao Chong felt completely confused after hearing Zhao Hao's words. Alright, just tell me if you're going to drink or not. Of course I'll drink. Only a fool wouldn't. Zhao Hao chuckled, revealing a row of bright white teeth. Let's go. Zhao Chong looked at Zhao Hao speechlessly. Zhao Chong led Zhao Hao home, and they happened to pass by Zhao Bo's house. I wonder how Brother Bo is doing. Zhao Hao glanced at Zhao Bo's house. We haven't been there since the last time he came. My aunt said everything's fine, Zhao Chong said casually. Since Zhao Bo ate the food I cooked, he has returned to normal. Because of this, Zhao Bo's mother even brought over 10 kilograms of eggs to express her gratitude. That's good, Zhao Hao said slowly. After all, we grew up following Zhao Bo around. What if Brother Bo couldn't think straight? As Zhao Hao was speaking, he suddenly heard a strange sound and immediately stopped in his tracks. What's wrong? Zhao Chong asked curiously when he saw Zhao Hao stop. Brother Chong, do you think the haystack can move by itself? Zhao Hao asked blankly. What do you think? Has your haystack come to life? Zhao Chong said irritably. How can a haystack move on its own? Look at the haystacks over there. Zhao Hao pointed to some haystacks made of corn stalks. Zhao Chong was stunned when he saw it. The haystack in front of them was swaying slightly. Why is this haystack shaking for no reason? Upon seeing this, Zhao Chong's expression turned wary. Could it be that some wild boar has crawled into the haystack? Zhao family village is located between mountains and the sea, and wild animals often come to the village looking for food. Throughout the year, villagers would often catch pheasants and wild ducks, but as for wild boars, those creatures were too fast to catch. Be careful. It could be dangerous if it's a wild boar, Zhao Chong warned. Zhao Hao bent down, picked up a brick, and followed Zhao Chong over. There was a hole in the haystack in front, and strange noises were coming from inside. Zhao Chong was startled when he heard the strange sound, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Could someone be inside? Just as Zhao Chong was about to turn around and grab Zhao Hao, he saw that Zhao Hao had already picked up a brick and thrown it in. Monster, take this brick. Zhao Hao used almost all his strength, and the brick flew into the hole in the haystack like a cannonball. Holy crap! Just as Zhao Hao was about to go forward to catch the wild boar, a scream came from inside. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao was stunned and stared blankly at the cave entrance. Isn't that a wild boar? Or is it a person? Who the hell is that? Soon, Zhao Bo came out, clutching his head. Brother Bo? Zhao Hao's eyes widened when he saw Zhao Bo. What are you doing here? Zhao Bo was shirtless, his pants were not even pulled up, and he was covering his head with his right hand, with streams of blood flowing from his head. Xiao Hao, which bastard threw bricks in there just now? Zhao Bo asked, grimacing as he covered his head. Zhao Hao stammered. You? Zhao Bo glared angrily upon hearing this. I didn't know, he just darted away. Zhao Hao quickly changed his tune after seeing Zhao Bo's expression. I thought it was a wild boar. What the hell is that wild boar? Zhao Bo said through gritted teeth. If I find out who it is, I'll crush his balls. Zhao Hao suddenly felt a chill in his lower body and instinctively squeezed his legs together. If Zhao Bo finds out that I did this, I'll definitely get a good beating. Brother Bo, what are you doing here? Zhao Chong stepped forward to help him out. Zhao Bo was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer, and began to stammer. Who is it, Xiao Bo? Before Zhao Bo could explain, a girl walked out while buttoning her clothes. When the girl saw Zhao Chong and Zhao Hao, her face turned bright red. I told you I was going to your house, but you insisted on staying here. Now someone has seen us. The girl complained as she ran to Zhao Bo's side. How am I supposed to face anyone now? We've tried it at home, but not outside, Zhao Bo argued. Who knew someone would throw stones in? We're all eating at the banquet right now. The party ended a long time ago. How long have you been going on like this? Zhao Chong looked at Zhao Bo with a strange expression. This guy is a silent but amazing person when he does speak. He used to be so heartbroken he couldn't eat, but now he's hooked up with a girl? Zhao Chong didn't know this girl at all. She probably wasn't from his village. The party's over? So fast? Zhao Bo looked at Zhao Chong with a bewildered expression. It hasn't been that long. Brother Bo, when did you guys get here? Zhao Hao asked curiously. Around 11 o'clock. Zhao Bo said after thinking for a moment. It's almost 3 o'clock. Hiss. When Zhao Chong heard that the two of them were here at 11 o'clock, he immediately gasped. How many hours will that take? Zhao Chong wasn't very good at math, so he hadn't calculated it. In short, it's absolutely terrifying. Even movies wouldn't dare to portray something like this. Brother Bo, who is this? Zhao Hao asked, looking at the little girl next to Zhao Bo. This is someone my neighbor introduced me to, Zhao Bo said shyly. Just introduced? Progress is that fast? Zhao Hao said incredulously. This is too fast. What are you saying? The girl next to her said, displeased. I sense a hidden meaning in your words. No, I didn't say anything, Zhao Hao quickly surrendered. I was just making things up. You know it, but if word gets out, I'll tear your mouth apart. The girl glared at Zhao Hao, then turned and walked towards Zhao Bo's house. Seeing how familiar the girl was with the place, it was clear that this wasn't her first time visiting Zhao Bo's house. Brother Bo, what's going on? Zhao Chong glanced at the girl's back and asked with a smile, "What are you laughing at?" "I just like her," Zhao Bo said, trying to hide his embarrassment. "Weren't you always so dramatic and suicidal?" Zhao Chong teased Zhao Bo. "Go to hell." Zhao Bo punched Zhao Chong. "Before, I couldn't see things clearly, but now I see things clearly. It turns out there are other girls who are better than her. So you're going to crawl into the haystacks?" Zhao Chong continued. "Are you looking for a beating?" Zhao Bo said, then ran towards Zhao Chong. "Xiao Hao, what are you standing there for? Come and get him." Zhao Chong didn't hesitate and picked Zhao Bo up. Seeing this, Zhao Hao rushed over and grabbed Zhao Bo's feet. The two men lifted Zhao Bo up and threw him onto the haystack. "You two bastards, let me go right now." Zhao Bo was still struggling. Zhao Chong and Zhao Hao didn't care about anything else and just threw him up there. "Damn it, you two just wait." Zhao Bo cursed angrily as he lay on the haystack, watching Zhao Chong and Zhao Hao's backs. "Brother Chong, do you think Brother Bo will be angry?" Zhao Hao turned around and glanced at Zhao Bo, who was cursing on the haystack, and asked with a smile, "Why are you angry? It's not like he hasn't caused us trouble before." Zhao Chong pouted. "Besides, does he even have time to be angry with us right now? He'll probably be going back to coax his wife in a bit." "Ha ha ha." Zhao Hao burst into laughter upon hearing this. "That's right, we used to follow him around and take the blame for him quite a few times. Let's go. Be careful when you sleep tonight, don't let Brother Bo smash your windows," Zhao Chong teased with a smile. After the two parted ways, Zhao Chong went straight home. Xiao Chong is back. Zhao Bo's mother greeted Zhao Chong as soon as he returned home. "Auntie? You're here." Zhao Chong greeted her with a smile. "Your aunt came here specifically to thank you." Zhao Bo's mother stepped forward, took Zhao Chong's hand, and said with gratitude, "If it weren't for you, your brother would be crippled. We're all family, auntie, don't be so polite." Zhao Chong quickly asked Zhao Bo's mother to sit down. "I saw Brother Bo on the way here earlier. I heard he's looking for a girlfriend?" "Yes." Zhao Bo's mother smiled. "I heard that if Xiao Bo gets married, you will hold a big banquet for him. Matchmakers have been coming to propose to him so many times that they've worn down my doorstep. Ever since the last time at Zhao Bo's house, whenever the neighbors heard that Zhao Bo was getting married and that Zhao Chong was in charge of cooking, almost everyone in the neighborhood had become a matchmaker or cupid. People come to Zhao Bo every day to act as matchmakers." At first, Zhao Bo was somewhat resistant, but when he saw the photos of those girls, he was also tempted. After several days of blind dates, Zhao Bo finally found someone. Oh dear, Xiao Bo is sometimes clueless. "Xiao Chong, can you talk to him and tell him not to be so formal around girls?" Zhao Bo's mother held Zhao Chong's hand. "You went to university in the city. How do city people date? Talk to your brother Bo about it. I always feel like he's too reserved." Zhao Chong secretly rejoiced as he listened to Zhao Bo's mother's words. Is Brother Bo unable to let loose? Do you not know how Brother Bo plays? No city dweller has ever tried having sex in a haystack. Zhao Bo's tricks are way more elaborate than those of city folks. Yes, don't worry, auntie." Zhao Chong was too embarrassed to directly expose Zhao Bo, so he could only nod in agreement. "Alright, that's all for now. Xiao Chong has been cooking all day and must be tired. He should rest for a while." After saying that, Zhao Bo's mother got up to say goodbye. Zhao Chong and his mother got up to see them out. "Son, when are you going to bring me a girlfriend?" Zhao Chong's mother asked, looking at Zhao Chong. "Me?" Zhao Chong didn't expect his mother to be targeting him, and quickly said, "I'm still young, I just graduated, and I don't have a stable job yet." "You should still get a girlfriend, right? I'm not pressuring you to get married," Zhao Chong's mother explained. Okay, I'll listen to mother." Zhao Chong was afraid that his mother would continue to nag, so he quickly raised his hands in surrender. In villages, once someone reaches a certain age, they'll be more anxious than anyone else to get married. If someone is over 30 and still unmarried, people from the surrounding villages will start gossiping about them. "Are you incompetent? Is that why you don't have a girlfriend?" After returning home, Zhao Chong went back to his room. Even with the system's support, preparing 50 large banquet tables was indeed no easy feat. After lying down on the bed, Zhao Chong closed his eyes and began to rest. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have gained 10 attribute points. Please allocate them as you see fit. You have also received a task reward of 200,000 yuan, a bottle of aged vinegar, a set of secret recipes for aged vinegar, a bottle of oyster sauce, and a set of oyster sauce brewing techniques. Zhao Chong's eyes lit up when he heard about the system's reward. This time, they actually gave out a reward of 200,000? That's way too much. Indeed, hard work leads to wealth. The reward of a grand banquet with 50 tables is simply amazing. There are also the brewing processes for aged vinegar and oyster sauce. If you can brew your own aged vinegar and oyster sauce, you can use them when you prepare a big banquet next time. Soon, 200,000 yuan arrived in Zhao Chang's phone. Combined with what he had earned before, he now had nearly 400,000 yuan. He's earned so much money in less than a month. If he were working a regular job, it would take him years to make that much. For a moment, Zhao Chang suddenly felt that the practice of burning large banquets could still be carried forward and developed. If you keep this pace, earning millions or even tens of millions is entirely possible. Zhao Chang lay in bed imagining the wonderful life ahead, and slowly drifted off to sleep. After sleeping for about 3 hours, Zhao Chang was awakened by a conversation. When Zhao Chang stepped out of the room, he saw that it was Zhao Shilin who had come to his house. He was carrying a red plastic bag filled with cigarettes and alcohol. "Shilin, what are you doing?" Zhao Dongshan asked Zhao Shilin to sit down. "You're here, why did you bring anything? You can take it all back with you later." Zhao Shilin scratched his head sheepishly. "Dongshan, this is just a small token of my appreciation, please accept it. I can't give you much money since Master Zhao cooked such a grand feast for me this time." Zhao Dongshan frowned upon hearing Zhao Shilin's meaning. Zhao Shilin quickly said, "I heard that Zhao Jianyi gave 20,000 for this grand banquet." Zhao Shilin came to find Zhao Dongshan because he heard from some villagers that Zhao Jianyi had spent 20,000 yuan to have Zhao Chang host a large banquet. He was startled when he heard about this. After all, 20,000 yuan is not a small amount in rural areas. No ordinary family would spend 20,000 yuan on a big feast. The normal price is only 3 to 5,000 yuan, and it is rare to spend 10,000 yuan. Zhao Wanke deliberately stole the chef who cooked the big banquet for Zhao De's family, and it only cost him 10,000 yuan. Of course, Zhao Shilin knew that hiring Zhao Chang for 20,000 yuan was not expensive. "The problem is, I don't have the money myself." 20,000? Zhao Dongshan laughed when he heard this. "Shilin, you're worrying about the wrong thing. We're all from the same village, we can't just ask for an exorbitant amount. Uncle, I didn't host this big banquet just for the money." After understanding the whole story, Zhao Chang came out of the room. "Master Zhao, you've had a good rest." Zhao Shilin's face lit up with joy when he saw Zhao Chang. "Uncle, it doesn't matter how much money it is. While I'm still at home, let's make sure the villagers eat and drink well," Zhao Chang said, comforting Zhao Shilin. As for the money given for hosting the banquet, it was at most 20,000 yuan from Zhao Jianyi, which was incomparable to the rewards he received from the system. Zhao Chang didn't actually intend to make money from the revenue of hosting large banquets, it was just because the system required it. So unlike other master chefs, he doesn't value money as much. "Young Master Zhao, you've really embarrassed me," Zhao Shilin said, feeling ashamed. "What's the big deal?" Zhao Chang looked at Zhao Shilin nonchalantly. "It's just a token gesture. We're not a restaurant that rips people off." Sigh. "If you ever need anything in the future, just let me know, and I'll definitely help you," Zhao Shilin said, patting his chest. "You're being too polite," Zhao Chang said, gesturing for Zhao Shilin to sit down. "We see each other all the time, we're all from the same village. Don't worry, I'll take care of whatever you want to do with your banquet. Actually, there's no need for a big celebration." Zhao Shilin smiled sheepishly. "Just some local specialties will do." That's no trouble at all." Zhao Dongshan nodded after hearing this. "How about I come help you the day after tomorrow? Xiao Chong, what do you say?" "Dad, you should just stay home and rest." Zhao Chong quickly shook his head. "Once the restaurant reopens, you'll be very busy." After Zhao Chong finished speaking, he looked at Zhao Shilin. "Uncle, then I'll do it the normal way. You can just prepare the dishes." "Okay." Zhao Shilin readily agreed. "A few of my buddies told me today that they want to eat your imitation crab again." No problem at all," Zhao Chong said with a smile. "And roast pork, braised mackerel," Zhao Shilin said, counting on his fingers, "and qianlong cabbage." Zhao Chong was speechless upon hearing Zhao Shilin's words. "There are more than 20 dishes in total. These dishes were all made by myself, and some of them were made more than once." "Uncle, are you sure it's these dishes?" Zhao Chong asked to confirm. "You've mentioned more than 20 dishes, and we've eaten these dishes several times already." "I know," Zhao Shilin nodded. "But they like to eat these things, and I actually want to eat them too." "All right." Zhao Chong nodded helplessly. "I'll get a few more new ones." "That works too." Zhao Shilin smiled with satisfaction after hearing that. He also wanted to try some new dishes. One reason he mentioned these dishes was that the villagers requested them, and the other was that he knew he hadn't given Zhao Chong much money and felt embarrassed to order the dishes himself. Now that Zhao Chong offered to cook more dishes for them, Zhao Shilin was naturally happy to oblige. "Okay, it's settled then, Uncle. You can start preparing the dishes tomorrow," Zhao Chong said. "I'll write down some recipes for you later. You can use them to braise the pork hock and pork, and I'll start cooking as soon as I arrive the day after tomorrow." Although he had been preparing a large feast all day, Zhao Chong did not feel tired. After all, she had the system's help, but Zhao Hao was different. He probably wouldn't be able to rest all day tomorrow. Zhao Shilin looked at Zhao Chong with suspicion. Aren't your seasoning recipes and methods supposed to be kept secret from others? Zhao Shilin's family has also hosted banquets before. The master chefs rarely let people watch them cook, let alone make recipes for braised meat. But Zhao Chong was different. He actually gave me the recipe directly and told me to go back and make it. Why can't I show you this? Zhao Chong seemed indifferent. Even if they had the recipe, they might not be able to make it. Zhao Hao has already tried this. Back then, Zhao Hao wanted to be able to eat his own braised pork, so Zhao Chong taught him for several days, even explaining the exact amounts of seasonings, but the taste was still a little off. Another point is that if everyone in the village learns it, it will lighten their burden. Otherwise, Zhao Chong would find it hard to accept that these people from the village would come to freeload meals every day in various ways. Don't worry, uncle. If anyone wants it, just give it to them, Zhao Chong said to the cautious Zhao Shilin. Although this recipe is a secret, the internet is so advanced now, you can easily find it by searching online. Hearing Zhao Chong's words, Zhao Shilin finally felt relieved. He was afraid that if he revealed the recipe, others would find out and steal Zhao Chong's recipe. Since Zhao Chong was so confident, Zhao Shilin stopped worrying. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Zhao Shilin left Zhao Chong's house. Before leaving, Zhao Dongshan asked him to take the gifts with him, but Zhao Shilin refused no matter what. In the end, he had no choice but to accept them. After that, Zhao Chong had a good rest for a day. However, the entire Zhao family village was filled with a happy atmosphere. Being able to eat the dishes cooked by Chef Zhao, and even eat them one after another, is a particularly happy thing for everyone in Zhao family village. When the surrounding villagers heard the news, they all showed expressions of envy. Ah, if only I were from Zhao family village, then I could enjoy a grand feast. Master Zhao's feast was really delicious. My sister-in-law went to eat there once and didn't want to leave when she came back. Isn't this all thanks to Chef Zhao's excellent cooking? I just don't have a daughter. If I did, I would definitely marry her off to Zhao family village. That's right. Aren't there still unmarried people in our village? When I have time, I'll go to Zhao family village to act as a matchmaker, and then we can all enjoy a big feast. People from other villages may envy them, but very few can attend the grand feast in Zhao family village. Unless a woman has ever come from Zhao family village or her in-laws live in Zhao family village, she might not have a chance to get a little something. But that's only a small percentage. Even if someone manages to snag a seat at a large banquet in Zhao family village, only a handful of people can manage it. After all, even people from Zhao family village can't get a turn, so how can we let people from other villages come? So people from other villages could only watch helplessly as the people of Zhao family village enjoyed their feast, while they could only stand by and shout, 666. No, we have to think of something. What can you do? I remember someone from Zhao family village took a fancy to your daughter, but you refused to marry her because you thought Zhao family village was too poor. Back then, who knew they had a master Zhao? Can I go ask him now? What a load of rubbish. I heard that other people's kids are old enough to run errands. Are you going to let your daughter become a concubine? People from other villages are talking about it, and now they all regret not getting involved with the people from Zhao family village. The Zhao family village has been holding a feast these past 2 days, and the aroma has easily drifted into their village, making the villagers feel that their own food tastes bland. The people of Zhao family village, however, paid no attention to all that and were busy preparing for the upcoming grand feast. Zhao Meili beamed with joy when she saw so many people coming. Things like engagement banquets are usually just a formality, optional, but now almost half the village has come. Just last night, some people wanted to come and offer their congratulations and have a meal cooked by Zhao Chong. However, Zhao Shilin's family was not as wealthy as Zhao Jianyi's. They could only afford to set up about 20 tables, leaving half of the people in the entire Zhao family village unable to afford a meal. That's just reality. Hey, brother Shilin, we're on pretty good terms, so could you make room for me? Brother, I really have no choice, Zhao Shilin said, looking at the person in front of him with a bitter expression. Today, it wasn't just this one person who came, many people came over to ask for a spot. The table that was originally booked for 10 people has now been expanded to 20. It's still not enough. Moreover, the people who come don't care at all how many people are at a table. Even if there are 30 people at a table, as long as there is food, that's fine. Even so, Zhao Shilin's family banquet couldn't accommodate so many people. Please think of a way to help us, brothers. There aren't many of us, only a dozen or so. The villager pleaded. A dozen or so. Zhao Shilin stared wide-eyed at the other man. Brother, a dozen or so is too many. Look at the people around you, they all want to be part of the feast. The villagers turned around and saw 4 or 5 people waiting behind them, looking anxious. Are you sure you can handle this? If not, get out of the way right now, we're still waiting. Yes, it's a forest. there are only 3 or 5 people here. 3 or 5 people is not a small number. I only have myself and one relative here. The surrounding villagers were chattering amongst themselves. Zhao Shilin looked helpless, and at that moment Zhao Meili came out. Uncles and elders, thank you all in advance. However, our place is small, and Chef Zhao just finished preparing a big feast, so we can't treat him like a beast of burden, can we? Zhao Meili said to everyone. So thank you all this time. Sigh. That's right, Master Zhao needs to rest too. Yes, Meili is right. We can't keep having the chef cook, can we? Or should we just bear with it and wait until next time? After hearing Zhao Meili's words, the surrounding villagers reluctantly agreed. Zhao Shilin breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. These people are all villagers from their village, and it's not easy to refuse them directly, as that would offend them. Beautiful, it's all thanks to you, Zhao Shilin said with relief as he looked at his daughter. Dad, what are you saying? Zhao Meili took Zhao Shilin's arm. You've done us a huge favor by having Chef Zhao cook this grand feast. Yes, Dad, I didn't expect so many people to come to our engagement party. Zhao Meili's fiancé, Sun Liang, came out. Sun Liang initially disagreed with holding the engagement banquet in the village, even though it wasn't a wedding banquet. How could such a banquet be held in a place like a village? But after Zhao Shilin took Sun Liang to a lavish banquet the day before yesterday, Sun Liang was completely shocked. This seemingly ordinary rural feast was surprisingly delicious? See? You listened to me and didn't go wrong, Zhao Shilin said to Sun Liang with a satisfied look on his face. Yes, Dad is right. Sun Liang quickly flattered. Today, when I smelled the dishes made by Chef Zhao Chong, I felt like I was going to ascend to heaven. You're really lucky, kid. Zhao Shilin looked at Sun Liang. Do you know how many people like my beautiful girl right now? They all want to marry her. That's right, after all, Meili is so beautiful, Sun Liang said ingratiatingly. What do you mean beautiful? This means they want to become one of us from Zhao family village so they can enjoy Master Zhao's delicious food, Zhao Shilin explained. Ha! Sun Liang was taken aback when Zhao Shilin said such a thing. Dad, what are you saying? Zhao Meili looked at her father speechlessly. Although she wasn't the village beauty, she could still be a pretty girl after putting on makeup. All you ever do is show off. After the engagement banquet, go and properly thank Chef Zhao. Zhao Shilin glared at Zhao Meili. Chef Zhao just finished cooking the grand feast and then came to host our wedding banquet. You two should be more polite. Zhao Meili and Sun Liang both agreed. They both knew what Zhao Shilin was talking about. Zhao Chong had just hosted a large banquet with 50 tables the day before yesterday, and today he was hosting their engagement banquet. This was already a great honor for them. Even the person who hosts a large banquet cannot simply rest for one day before rushing to the next banquet. I've made the money, but my body can't take it. Moreover, their family didn't give Zhao Chong much money, just a normal 3,000 to 5,000. Zhao Meili and Sun Liang didn't say it, but they remembered this kindness in their hearts. Xiao Liang, aren't you from the city? If you see any nice girls, remember to introduce them to Master Zhao, Zhao Shilin said after thinking for a moment. No problem, I know a lot of college students, Sun Liang quickly replied. Don't introduce any random, unreliable people, Zhao Shilin cautioned. I absolutely won't do anything messy. Sun Liang patted his chest and assured him. What? You have all sorts of shady characters? Zhao Meili's face turned cold instantly upon hearing this. Sun Liang immediately chickened out and hurriedly began to explain. Zhao Chong and Zhao Hao were busy working in front of the iron pot. While Zhao Chong was chopping vegetables, he caught a glimpse of Zhao Hao looking dejected out of the corner of his eye. Are you too tired? Zhao Chong asked, looking at Zhao Hao's appearance. If you're too tired, take a rest. Zhao Hao was a fat man after all. Although he had helped me cook 2 large banquets before, I guess he couldn't handle cooking large banquets in a row. I'm tired, but mainly mentally exhausted. Zhao Hao sighed. What's wrong? Zhao Chong asked, puzzled. Why are you so tired? It's not like I'm not going to give you money. This isn't about money at all, Zhao Hao said, shaking his head. What's going on? Zhao Chong was even more puzzled. The video thing is upsetting, Zhao Hao said slowly. Didn't I post the video of you cooking a big feast yesterday? They said it looked too fake. They say we can't cook at all, and that the people in our village are eating very well because they hired extras. Zhao Hao became increasingly angry as he spoke, and finally threw his phone aside. What's wrong with these people? If you're so capable, why don't you do it yourself? You just spout nonsense in the comments section. Watching my videos didn't cost them any money. Is it really worth getting so angry? Zhao Chong said with a smile. Are there more people criticizing you or praising you in the comments section? Of course they're praising me, they're all complimenting my videos. Zhao Hao smiled after hearing Zhao Chong's words. Right now, only 1 or 2 people are criticizing me. Why bother? A dog will stop barking if no one pays attention. The more you pay attention to it, the more it will bark. Zhao Chong put the scallions, ginger, and garlic into the wok and gently stir-fried them. You can also check out that person's profile. He's probably just a troll. But it makes me angry. Zhao Hao said, unconvinced. What's wrong? Are you going to go through the internet to find him, and then go through the real thing? Zhao Chong advised. It's completely unnecessary for this kind of person, it'll only waste your time. You can't understand the world of trolls. They will use their stupid thinking to force you to lower your intelligence, and then they will make a fuss in their familiar territory. Zhao Hao nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite. So, just do your best. Whether I can cook or not, the people in our village already know, don't they? Zhao Chong pointed to the celery next to him and said, bring me the celery. Celery stir-fried with pork. This is a very simple home-style dish that almost everyone knows how to make. Zhao Shilin wanted this dish simply to make Zhao Chong do less work, as it didn't require much skill. That's true. I'd also like you to cook a dish right here and show it to them, Zhao Hao said with a chuckle. I don't have time for that. Why would you argue with a cute little guy who criticizes you? Zhao Chong said casually. Even if I cook, he'll think I made a mistake in the steps and keep pointing fingers at me. Therefore, stay away from online trolls and cherish your life. At this point, Zhao Chong added a spoonful of light soy sauce, and a fragrant aroma wafted from the pot, instantly spreading around. After Zhao Chong's persuasion, Zhao Hao gradually let go of his resentment. Previously, Zhao Hao's followers were all inactive or fake. However, as he posted videos of Zhao Chong cooking, he gradually gained a few more active followers, which made Zhao Hao feel anxious and insecure. Zhao Hao is too honest and wants to please all his fans, but things never turn out as he hopes. No matter what I do, there will always be people criticizing me. Now, after hearing Zhao Chong's advice, Zhao Hao no longer had to worry about so much. However, since Zhao Hao started posting Zhao Chong's cooking videos, his fan base has grown significantly, now reaching 20,000. Moreover, under Zhao Chong's influence, all the villagers in Zhao family village who watched the video spontaneously made their own videos to promote the food Zhao Chong cooked. Master Zhao, can we have some mock crab today? I didn't get enough last time. Master Zhao, did you make roast pork today? Ever since I tasted yours, I feel like a completely different person. What are you all babbling about? Just eat whatever Chef Zhao makes, that's all. As soon as Zhao Chong started cooking, a group of people gathered around him, craning their necks to chat with him. Don't worry, everything you need will be provided, Zhao Chong said with a smile. Uncle Shilin has also prepared some large intestines today, so we'll make a 9-turned intestines dish for everyone. 9-turned intestines? Upon hearing about this dish, some people couldn't help but frown. That's too extreme. Pig intestines are a common dish, but some people love them to death, while others feel nauseous just looking at them. Therefore, the pig intestines served at every banquet tend to be polarized. Either everything is snatched up, or no one is even bothering to touch their chopsticks. Master Zhao, is the braised pork intestines delicious? I felt a little scared just hearing about large intestine, but when I thought about how it was made by Chef Zhao, I actually started to look forward to it. What's wrong with pig intestines? Stir-fry them with green peppers, they're so delicious. And pig intestine noodles too. You think it tastes good, right? Don't you feel like you're actually eating? The surrounding villagers soon couldn't help but start arguing about the large intestine. Zhao Shilin wanted this dish for no other reason than that large intestines are very expensive, and he had a craving for them, so he bought dozens of kilograms. The family spent the whole night washing themselves before they were finally cleaned. When Zhao Chong first arrived, the whole courtyard still smelled of large intestines. When making pig intestines, be sure to choose the fattier kind, as they will have more flavor, otherwise, they will be too difficult to chew. For most people around, the 9-turned intestines is also a delicacy. This dish has been made for hundreds of years and is quite famous. The main ingredients are cinnamon, cardamom, and other spices, which help to slightly reduce the strong flavor of the large intestine. After stir-frying and braising, the dish becomes even more flavorful. Because making 9-turned intestines is extremely complicated, requiring the large intestine to be stuffed inside, it requires meticulous craftsmanship, much like refining the 9-turned golden elixir, hence the name 9-turned intestines. Xiao Hao, bring the large intestine over here. Zhao Chong cleaned the cutting board and then placed the cinnamon, cardamom, and other seasonings on the table. Zhao Hao quickly brought over the basin containing pig intestines. The pig intestines, after being cleaned by Zhao Shilin's family, appeared extremely clean and had no other odor. Zhao Chong rolled up his sleeves, reached out and grabbed the large intestine, and began to pierce it. The most important part of making 9-turned intestines is the process of threading the intestines through several layers. This is what makes 9-turned intestines plump, juicy, and full of flavor. As Zhao Chong was putting on the sausage, his hands quickly became greasy and shiny. Like the oil inside the large intestine, which used to be called water oil, we used to tear it off and render the oil to make the dishes more fragrant. Zhao Chong said to Zhao Hao beside him, when threading the intestine, you must be careful not to get any blockages. After threading it, use toothpicks to secure it and lock it in place, otherwise the large intestine inside will slide and affect the taste. Although Zhao Chong was speaking to Zhao Hao, the surrounding villagers were also listening. Zhao Chong's cooking skills are unparalleled, and the opportunity for him to personally teach them is a rare one for them. This is so complicated. Someone nearby couldn't help but exclaim, if it were me, I couldn't do it. Let me tell you a little trick, Zhao Chong explained with a smile. If you have trouble getting it in when you're making it yourself, you can turn the head of the large intestine inside out, add some water to the gap, and with the help of the water, the rest of the large intestine will go in easily. Those around him nodded in agreement and secretly noted it down. That way, when they go back and do it themselves, they won't be in a rush. Then start blanching these large intestines, Zhao Chong said, throwing the pig intestines into the water. Add some scallions and ginger, and pour in half a spoonful of Shaoxing wine. You can taste all kinds of flavors in this braised intestine. All 5 flavors of life: sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty are contained within it. 5 flavors? Is there a third flavor? Someone asked, looking at the large intestine in the pot. What does it taste like? Zhao Hao, who was standing next to him, was taken aback. It smells like viscera. The person had barely finished speaking when he was glared at by those around him. The man was immediately too frightened to speak. They'll be eating this dish later, how can they eat it if they're saying such disgusting things now? The person realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly shut his mouth, remaining silent. The smell is definitely there, but it won't be too pungent, Zhao Chong said with a smile. If you don't like it, you can choose another dish. Master Zhao, how can a plate of braised pork intestines have 5 different flavors? Someone asked, puzzled. That's the effect of the seasonings, Zhao Chong said slowly, glancing at the large intestine in the pot. The bitterness comes from the caramelized sugar, the sourness from the vinegar, and the spiciness from the pepper. What about the other 2 flavors? Zhao Hao asked in surprise from the side. Don't we need to caramelize the sugar? The gingerbread broth, sweet and sour, with a little salt, that's how you get all 5 flavors, isn't it? Zhao Chong took out the separated large intestine, then put it back in the pot with cold water, to scrub this pot clean. Although the pig intestines have already been blanched, they still need to be boiled again. After the water boils, put in the large intestine, then add star anise, dried chili peppers, cinnamon, fennel seeds, Sichuan peppercorns, scallions, and ginger. Then pour in Shaoxing wine and white wine, and start cooking. After all, it's difficult to cook large intestines thoroughly by simply stir-frying them. They are usually boiled first and then stir-fried. As time passed, the aroma of the wine in the pot evaporated, which also brought out the smell of the large intestine. The wine could remove the fishy smell and reduce the smell of the offal to an acceptable level. How long do we need to cook these large intestines? Someone asked curiously. It just needs to be able to be pierced directly with chopsticks, Zhao Chong explained slowly. Because cooking pig intestines takes a long time, Zhao Chong started preparing other dishes. When the large intestine was cooked, Zhao Chong began to prepare it. This stuff needs to be caramelized fresh, that's very important, you have to time it perfectly, Zhao Chong explained to Zhao Hao beside him. Although Zhao Chong was the one cooking, he would always teach Zhao Hao. It wasn't about teaching Zhao Hao to cook quickly, but rather about getting him a feel for the food so he could make similar dishes later on. Don't stop stirring the sugar while it's caramelizing, Zhao Chong said as he worked. First, small bubbles will appear, then big bubbles, then the big bubbles will turn into small bubbles, and the color will gradually turn yellow. It would be best if it could be pulled into threads. After the sugar stops bubbling, turn the flame down a bit. When it turns into a soy sauce color and starts to smoke, that's about it. Then add the large intestine and stir-fry until it expands. Then add minced scallions and ginger, vinegar, chicken bouillon, salt, pepper, and a little sugar. This will bring out the 5 flavors. Finally, add a little bit of cardamom and cinnamon powder. As Zhao Chong spoke, he worked on the pig intestines, which quickly turned a bright red. Such 9-turn intestines are reddish in color, exceptionally flexible, and layered yet distinct. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, and salty flavors spread around as the braised pork intestines are cooked. There really are 5 scents, and I can actually smell them. So this is the correct way to eat pig intestines. My goodness, after seeing the dishes made by Chef Zhao, even I, who don't eat pig intestines, want to take a bite. This looks and smells amazing, I can't resist it. Those around looked on with envy as they saw the plates of pig intestines being served. This was a rare delicacy for them. Whether they ate pig intestines before or not, everyone's mouth watered the moment they saw Zhao Chong's 9-turn fatty intestines come out of the pot. In their minds, pig intestines are dirty and have a strange smell that makes people feel disgusted. But now, after Zhao Chong's processing, the smell of offal has blended into the aroma of the dish. Plates of braised pork intestines were served, and Zhao Shulan's relatives brought them to the table. It's not time for the feast yet, and the surrounding villagers can only watch helplessly as the braised pork intestines are taken away. Next, Zhao Chong cooked a few more dishes, explaining as he cooked. The surrounding villagers, like primary school students, started by standing and eventually sat on the ground, looking up attentively as Zhao Chong taught them how to cook. This is Master Zhao's true teaching. Even if they could learn just a little bit, it would improve their cooking skills. Then we won't have to stake out Zhao Chong's house every day anymore. They all knew that staking out Zhao Chong's house was really going too far, but Zhao Chong's cooking was just too delicious. Seeing the villagers' earnestness, Zhao Chong smiled inwardly. This is just like when they were in elementary school, listening attentively in class. The villagers' eager eyes prompted Zhao Chong to explain in even greater detail. The villagers of Zhao family village now wished they had 2 brains so they could remember everything Zhao Chong said. Oh dear, what am I going to do? I keep forgetting what I'm listening to. Someone couldn't help but smack their head and say in frustration, my brain is so useless. Don't talk, everyone's listening attentively, someone next to me reminded me. Can you remember all of it? How could I possibly remember that I was at the bottom of my class in school? Then why were you listening so attentively? I'm just slow, not stupid. The person next to him took out his phone and placed it next to the villager. See? Dude, I've turned on a recording. The man immediately felt as if his intelligence had been insulted. Yes. Why didn't I think of turning on the recording function? Even if you can't remember it, you can record it and learn it slowly, right? Oh, thank goodness you told me, otherwise I would have been just as stupid as them, the man said quickly, expressing his gratitude. The person next to him glanced at him helplessly and sighed, they've all been recording. While Zhao Shulan's family was busy at home, they suddenly heard no sound coming from the yard. Why is it so quiet? Zhao Shulan muttered to himself in confusion. Normally, these people should be in the yard watching Chef Zhao cook, clapping, shouting, or even discussing loudly. But there's been no movement at all. Old woman, go and see what's going on outside. Why is it so quiet? Zhao Shulan panicked and quickly said, okay, you wait here, I'll go take a look. Zhao Shulan's wife wiped her hands on her apron and then went out. Zhao Shulan continued working, but after a while, Zhao Shulan realized that his wife, who had gone out to check on things, had not returned, which made him even more panicked. This is really weird, what's going on? Zhao Shulan was startled. Zhao Shulan is starting to panic. Is there some kind of monster outside that's eating people? Someone went out and disappeared? With questions in mind, Zhao Shulan went outside and saw rows of villagers listening attentively to Zhao Chong's explanation of cooking. Remember, this is the roast chicken you love to eat. Zhao Chong took a roast chicken out of the bucket. In addition to the usual spices, we added some ginseng and astragalus to this roast chicken, which can have a nourishing effect. After listening to Zhao Chong's explanation, Zhao Shulan was immediately captivated. Just then, Sun Liang's phone rang. Sun Liang quickly went out to answer the phone and heard the voice of his old classmate. Hey, Dong Zheng, you've arrived? Yes, just keep walking along that road for about 500 meters, then stop. Sun Liang said into the phone. Yes, there's a house under construction at the entrance of our village. Wait a minute, I'll come pick you up. Sun Liang hung up the phone and headed straight for the village entrance. Dong Zheng was Sun Liang's classmate. Sun Liang hadn't planned to invite his classmates to the engagement banquet, but after tasting Zhao Chong's cooking, he called several of his old classmates that very night. Back in college, Sun Liang and his friends were a bunch of foodies. In order to eat authentic banmian, a type of noodle, they traveled all the way to Taehi County. So, after hearing that there was delicious food, Sun Liang's classmates, including Dong Zheng, took leave and came to Zhao family village. Sun Liang quickly picked up Dong Zheng and the others. The group drove a Ford Focus and parked near Zhao Chong's restaurant. Dong Zheng. Sun Liang arrived near the car and greeted Dong Zheng and the others. This place is so remote, Dong Zheng said, sticking his head out of the car window as it slowly rolled down. Yeah, I searched online and there's nothing special about Meili Village. You're saying there's delicious food here, are you just trying to trick us into coming here, said the person next to Dong Zheng. Old Wu, don't talk nonsense. Do you think I, Sun Liang, am that kind of person? Sun Liang took out a box of Yuxi cigarettes and handed it over, patting his chest and saying, would I, Sun Liang, lie to you? But there's nothing there. Dong Zheng took the cigarette and then handed it to a few brothers next to him. I was supposed to be on duty today, but when I heard you said there was delicious food, I took leave and came. If you're lying to me, you might as well come back to the station with me. How could I lie to you? Sun Liang said with a smile, looking at Dong Zheng. You're a policeman who serves the people. Good to know. Dong Zheng said with satisfaction. Now, tell me, where does your father-in-law live? We're not far away. You've arrived just in time. The banquet will start in an hour. Sun Liang led the way. I'll arrange a good seat for you and secretly add some extra dishes for you. What dishes? Do you think we're still in school? Dong Zheng said irritably. We just ate something on the way here, we're not hungry yet. Have you eaten? Sun Liang asked Dong Zheng and the others in surprise. That's right. Old Wu said from the side. I looked it up and found that you don't have any special dishes here, so we just grabbed a bite on the way. Don't worry, we'll definitely eat at your engagement banquet and won't embarrass you. Sigh. Sun Liang shook his head. You guys. Just wait and see what happens. Dong Zheng and Lao Wu smiled but didn't say anything. If it weren't for the fact that Sun Liang was their classmate and they had always hung out together in college, they would never have come to the engagement banquet. This isn't a wedding, engagement parties are usually just for a few family members. However, Sun Liang's repeated invitations forced Dong Zheng and the others to consider Sun Liang's feelings. Soon, led by Sun Liang, Dong Zheng and the others arrived at Zhao Shulan's house. As soon as Dong Zheng and Lao Wu got out of the car, they saw more than a dozen tables set up outside, but no one was waiting there. Sun Liang, your father-in-law isn't very popular, Dong Zheng said, frowning. Normally, a large feast in a rural area will attract many people to come and offer their congratulations and enjoy the meal. But now the outside is full of tables, and there's not a single person in sight? That's a bit strange. Yeah, why is there nobody here? Don't you villagers give us any face? Old Wu looked around, the surroundings were very deserted. Of course they are. They're all inside, Sun Liang explained. Inside? Old Wu glanced inside and said doubtfully, how could that be? What would they be waiting for at this hour if not by the table to wait for the banquet to begin? Yes, Sun Liang, you didn't have anyone else, so you asked me to come and support you, did you? The people around him chimed in. What are you talking about? This is a perk I'm giving you, brothers, Sun Liang argued vehemently. TCH. Dong Zheng and the others teased Sun Liang. Seeing the situation outside, Dong Zheng and the others assumed that Sun Liang's father-in-law was not well liked in the village, and that Sun Liang had called them all over to save face. Hey Liangzi. Old Wu stepped forward and put his arm around Sun Liang's arm. If you had said so earlier, your brother Wu could have easily taken care of 100 or 80 people for you. Now, with just a few of us, it might not be enough. Dong Zheng, Lao Wu, I really didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, go inside and see for yourself. Sun Liang pointed helplessly into the courtyard. Alright, you didn't lie to us, everyone's inside. Old Wu released Sun Liang and said with a smile as he walked forward. Old Wu couldn't believe Sun Liang's words at all, but since Sun Liang had already said so, he couldn't refuse. He had to put on an act. But when Old Wu walked into the courtyard, he was immediately stunned. Lying down. Damn it, so many people? The entire courtyard was packed with people, all sitting on the ground, so densely packed that there was no place for Old Wu to put his feet down. Moreover, everyone looked solemn and listened attentively to the speech given by a young man in front of them. At this point, Old Wu no longer cared what the young man was saying. He turned around, walked out, grabbed Dong Zheng, and shouted frantically, "Holy crap! There's a pyramid scheme operation here." Pyramid scheme den? Upon hearing this, Dong Zheng reached for the handcuffs at his waist. Dong Zheng, your occupational hazard is acting up again. Sun Liang quickly pulled Dong Zheng back. This classmate became an auxiliary police officer after graduation and was just promoted to a full-fledged police officer last year. Upon hearing this news, he naturally had an instinctive reaction. Liangzi, you're in trouble, Dong said seriously. You actually brought me to a pyramid scheme den? What pyramid scheme den? Am I crazy? Why did I bring a cop like you here? Sun Liang cursed helplessly. Old Wu, what the hell are you talking about? At this moment, Lao Wu realized that he had said the wrong thing and quickly walked up to Dong Zheng. Old Dong, don't get agitated, I was just startled, Old Wu quickly explained. What exactly happened? Dong Zheng asked anxiously. There were over 100 people sitting inside, the whole courtyard was packed, Old Wu said, catching his breath. What? There are over 100 people in the courtyard? This courtyard is quite large, but it can only accommodate about 100 people. Upon hearing this, Dong Zheng rushed inside. Holy crap! When Dong Zheng saw the situation in the courtyard, he was immediately stunned. What's going on? Just as Lao Wu had said, these people sat on the ground, listening attentively to a young man giving a lecture. But the youths are not giving brainwashing lessons. Dong Zheng tried his best to calm himself down before he realized that the other person was talking about cooking. This is our young chef, Chef Zhao, the top chef in Zhao family village, Sun Liang introduced as he approached Dong Zheng. These are all villagers from Zhao family village, and they're all listening to how Chef Zhao cooks. It's not a pyramid scheme? Dong Zheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't a pyramid scheme, otherwise, with over 100 people involved, it would have been a rather large case even within the realm of pyramid schemes. That's right. These are all villagers, what do they know about pyramid schemes? Sun Liang glared at Dong Zheng. It's all old Wu talking nonsense. Actually, I was also frightened. I've never seen so many people squatting on the ground, like they're worshipping Buddha, old Wu said, feeling aggrieved. He still feels lingering fear when he thinks about what he saw when he first entered the courtyard. Imagine, who wouldn't feel uneasy seeing a whole courtyard full of people? You guys are supposed to be worldly people, aren't you? You're already this scared after just arriving in the village? Sun Liang said with a smile, looking at Dong Zheng and the others. Shh, keep your voices down. The surrounding villagers turned around to look after hearing Sun Liang and his group's voices. Oh, I'm sorry. Sun Liang quickly apologized to the surrounding villagers. What are they doing? Dong Zheng asked, looking at the people around him with a puzzled expression. Is he learning to cook from Chef Zhao? Sun Liang glanced at Zhao Chong in front of him. Master Zhao? You mean that young man? Dong Zheng seemed quite surprised. He looks even younger than us. Is his family's recipe for cooking large banquets passed down through generations? What ancestral inheritance? Master Zhao's talent is amazing, Sun Liang said discontentedly. Master Zhao is the top scorer in the college entrance examination in our county and a graduate of a key university. Dong Zheng and Lao Wu were stunned. So this person is actually a top student? Why would they hold a large banquet in the village? Sun Liang led them into the house and then began to introduce Zhao Chong's life and deeds. Dong Zheng and Lao Wu then realized what was going on. It turns out that Zhao Chong wasn't actually hosting a large feast in the village. He had just returned home to visit relatives and happened to help out once, which led to him helping the village host the feast. But can such a young chef really cook well? Old Wu asked, still somewhat incredulous. Yeah, he looks way too young. The person next to him also looked incredulous. After all, Zhao Chong looked too young, quite different from the old master they remembered, and they could say they had no relation at all. In addition, Zhao Chong is quite handsome, much more so than those basketball-playing celebrities. Such a person burns a grand feast. Don't judge a book by its cover. The grand feast prepared by Chef Zhao is not only being watched by people from Zhao family village, but also by people from other surrounding villages, Sun Liang said patiently. You know that if you weren't my friends, you would never have had the chance to come to today's engagement banquet. Is it really that complicated? Zhao Chong's cooking must be incredibly delicious. Old Wu still looked unconvinced. Don't call me Zhao Chong, you should call me Master Zhao, Sun Liang said seriously. If you disrespect Master Zhao, I can't save you. Stop with all that. Once the banquet starts, I want to see just how amazing this little Zhao chef you've all been hyping up is. Old Wu plopped down in a chair and lit a cigarette. Dong Zheng and the others also sat down, waiting for the banquet to begin. In truth, none of them believed that such a handsome young man could make any delicious food. Generally speaking, culinary skills require years of continuous research, and those who cook the best dishes are usually experienced chefs. These master chefs, through their continuous research and improvement of the dishes, have made the dishes first class in terms of color, aroma, and taste. That's why Dong Zheng and the others didn't believe Sun Liang's words. But what they didn't know was that Zhao Chong was a cheat code. Zhao Chong continued cooking while explaining the dishes to everyone. Candied sweet potatoes, stir-fried pork, wensi tofu, sweet and sour pork, braised eggplant. One dish after another was brought to the table by Zhao Shulan's family, emitting an enticing aroma. This quickly made Dong Zheng and the others inside the room restless. What's that smell? It smells so good. Old Wu sniffed hard and looked outside. This smells like meat, with a hint of sweetness. It must taste like sweet and sour pork? Sweet and sour pork? This is so delicious. Based on my years of experience eating sweet and sour pork, this is a top-notch delicacy. The people around Dong Zheng looked outside and started discussing it. Sun Liang remained silent, quietly observing the expressions of the others. Don't you think I'm lying to you? Now that you can smell the food Chef Zhao has made, let's see what you have to say. Liangzi, when does the feast start? Old Wu looked at Sun Liang expectantly and asked eagerly. Didn't you guys not believe what I said? Sun Liang said with his arms crossed and a gloating expression. Oh dear, didn't we know that Zhao family village is full of hidden talents? A recent college graduate can make such delicious sweet and sour pork, how can I believe it? Old Wu said with a smile. Although he hadn't tasted the sweet and sour pork yet, anyone who smelled the aroma would no longer doubt Chef Zhao's culinary skills. Not only Lao Wu, but Dong Zheng and the others also looked over. Liangzi, we're all brothers, you need to make sure this is arranged properly. Yes, Liangzi, we've taken you to eat a lot of food before, so you have to arrange a good seat for us today. Actually, I share the same concern as Lao Wu. When will the banquet start? Wait a minute, haven't you all already eaten? Sun Liang joked. Hey, Liangzi, brother Liang, can you please stop teasing us? Old Wu looked like he was about to cry. If it were before, it would be fine, but now that they can smell the aroma of Zhao Chang's cooking, how can they resist? I feel like a naked girl is writhing around in front of me. How can I stand it? Old Wu said to Sun Liang. Old Wu, do you want to come with me? Dong Zheng looked at Old Wu and said seriously. Oh dear, I forgot you were still here. Old Wu quickly corrected himself, glancing cautiously at Dong Zheng. Old Wu is right. That's a very apt analogy, especially one about someone wearing sexy clothes. The person next to Dong Zheng said, Dong Zheng, don't overthink it. We were just kidding. You can't possibly take us back. You too. Dong Zheng looked at the two of them helplessly, feeling a great headache. Although that's what he thought in his heart, he couldn't say it out loud. Alright, the banquet should start soon, about 10 minutes from now. Sun Liang took out his phone and checked the time. The banquet was booked to start at 12 o'clock, and it looks like it should be about time now. 12 o'clock? Dong Zheng and Lao Wu and the others all took out their phones and glanced at them. Fine. There are only a dozen minutes left. 10 minutes? I never thought 10 minutes would be so long. After a while, Lao Wu took out his phone and realized that only a minute had passed. He couldn't help but sigh. Yes. It was so agonizing. The people around exclaimed. As each dish was cooked, the aroma in the courtyard grew stronger and stronger. The aroma wafted into the room, and Dong Zheng and the others couldn't help but swallow. These people are all well-known foodies. How could they possibly resist such delicious temptations? Liangzi, why don't you go and urge them? Old Wu finally couldn't help but look at Sun Liang and said, It's no use urging me. It was my father-in-law who set the time. Sun Liang straightened his suit. Wait a few minutes. I have to go now. This is, after all, Sun Liang's engagement banquet, and he will be needed to make an appearance later. There are many customs associated with the engagement banquet in the village, but since Sun Liang had already been living at Zhao Shulan's house for some time, this process was skipped. They simply invited both sets of parents and relatives and friends to have a meal. Otherwise, ancestral worship is required to bless the marriage with happiness and fulfillment. Then, the betrothal ceremony is held, and the number of people in cars from the groom's side going to the bride's house should be even, preferably 6 cars. There are also procedures such as setting off firecrackers. After entering, you need to wash your face and wipe your hands, etc., and be served sweet tea in a teacup. This whole process takes several hours to complete. According to both sets of parents, since it's an engagement banquet, there's no need to be so particular about these things. Moreover, everyone in the village was waiting for the feast to begin, eager to eat the grand feast prepared by Zhao Chong. For example, at the wedding banquet of Zhao De's family, the whole process was very clear, but none of the people present were interested. They wished they could just lie on the table and eat. Seeing that it was almost time for the banquet to begin, those who had been sitting on the floor listening to Zhao Chong's lecture began to disperse and orderly take their seats at the tables. When the auspicious time arrived, Zhao Shulan led Sun Liang's father into the crowd and announced that the banquet was about to begin. As soon as the two finished speaking, a burst of enthusiastic applause rang out. Finally, the feast has begun. My butt is numb from sitting for so long. Chef Zhao just taught us several dishes. We'll learn them when we get back after we finish eating. I doubt it would taste as good as Chef Zhao's. Look at Chef Zhao's technique, it's not something an ordinary person can do. I'd be content with 3 or 4 points. I have absolutely no appetite for my wife's cooking now. Who says otherwise? In the past, if I said my wife's cooking was bad, she would hit me, but now she doesn't even want to eat it herself. The surrounding villagers chatted amongst themselves, their appetites becoming even more discerning after eating the feast prepared by Master Zhao Chong. Ordinary food has absolutely no taste for them. Before the banquet began, Sun Liang and Zhao Meili held a simple engagement ceremony. Since the food hadn't been served yet, everyone joined in the fun, bringing happy smiles to Sun Liang and Zhao Meili's faces. Especially for Zhao Meili, receiving so many blessings from the entire village is an honor for her. Sigh, I should have let my daughter get married later. Look at all the people there with Chef Zhao cooking such a big feast. Of course, I also regret letting my son get married. When our family's wedding banquet only had a dozen or so tables, it wasn't even full. This is all thanks to Master Zhao. As Sun Liang and Zhao Meili returned the greetings to the villagers, some people around them became envious. The first dish, Qianlong's cabbage. Just as everyone was feeling envious, a relative of Zhao Shulan shouted. Then, 5 or 6 people, each carrying 2 plates of food, came over. The food is served? Upon hearing this, everyone instinctively grabbed their chopsticks and assumed a fighting stance. Dong Zheng and his group were seated at a table with some young people. Sun Liang had originally planned to reserve a separate table for Dong Zheng and his group, but Dong Zheng was afraid of gossip from the villagers, so he declined. No need to make any special arrangements for us. Just come as you normally would. It's a good opportunity for us to experience the local customs and culture, Dong Zheng and the others said to Sun Liang with a smile. Sun Liang made repeated requests, but Dong Zheng refused each time. There are 12 people around Dong Zheng's table now. Besides Dong Zheng and Lao Wu, there are 8 young men and women. What are they doing? Old Wu noticed that the young men next to him had picked up their chopsticks and were completely focused on eating. It looks like a war. I don't know, maybe it's their eating habits? Dong Zheng looked at these people, completely bewildered. This doesn't look like something you'd expect when eating. That's way too serious. When the dishes were served, Dong Zheng and the others finally understood why they had been in that position. The moment Emperor Qianlong put down the cabbage, the young men and women in the village instantly transformed into martial arts masters, reaching out with their chopsticks to pick up the cabbage. By the time Dong Zheng and the others realized what was happening, all that was left on the plate was soup. Dong Zheng and his companions were dumbfounded. When had they ever seen a banquet like this? Is this a banquet? This is clearly fighting over food. Dong Zheng, they're so fast. I just picked up my chopsticks and they're gone. I thought I ate fast enough, but as soon as I picked up my chopsticks, I didn't manage to pick up anything. Why do these guys look like bandits? Old Wu and the others began to complain in surprise. Before they could finish complaining, the sweet and sour pork was placed on the table. Stop complaining and eat quickly, Dong Zheng reminded them as soon as he saw the sweet and sour pork being put down. Even though Dong Zheng had warned them quickly enough, by the time they reached for the pork, only a few stalks of greens remained. Damn it! How do you eat this? There's no food at all. 12 people sharing 2 dishes can't even get a single bite. Dong Zheng and the others immediately burst into tears. Several people spontaneously followed the example of the person next to them, gripping their chopsticks tightly with their right hands, staring intently at the table, ready for anything. We absolutely cannot lose face. After all, we've eaten plenty of delicious food, how could we possibly lose to them? Yes, we never suffered like this in college. We can't let them look down on us. I already know their tactics. As soon as the food is put down, we'll start grabbing it. Dong Zheng and the others exchanged glances, all of them recognizing each other's unwavering conviction. We're definitely going to eat at this feast. Soon, Zhao Shulin's relatives slowly walked over carrying the third dish. Here we go, brothers. When you put the food in, you need to be quick and decisive, Dong Zheng reminded the men around him. We know, don't worry, Old Wu and the others said in unison. Deep-fried small yellow croaker. The person serving the dishes came to Dong Zheng and his group and slowly put down the plate in his right hand. Dong Zheng and his group were poised to make their move and prepare to seize it. If I don't get to eat the first and second dishes, it would be too embarrassing if I didn't get to eat the third one. Just as the group was about to pick up some food, they suddenly saw several young men stand up abruptly, grab the small yellow croakers from the plate with their chopsticks. When the plate was finally placed down, only yellow oil residue remained. Holy crap! Dong Zheng and his group were completely dumbfounded. How could this happen? You guys don't play by the rules? Insidious. Cunning. Vicious. You're not human. Dong Zheng and his companions never expected that the tricks in the countryside were so deep. They were all prepared to grab the food, but the village youths were a step ahead and simply stood up to eat. Dong Zheng, I can't take it anymore, this is the third time. Old Wu gritted his teeth as he looked at the young man beside him. These young men and women are enjoying their small yellow croakers. One bite, and your mouth is filled with oil and aroma. The small yellow croakers were all freshly caught, tender and delicious, and after Zhao Chong cooked them, even the fish bones inside were fragrant and crispy. Wow! This is so delicious. This deep-fried yellow croaker is my favorite. It smells so good. As expected of Chef Zhao's skills, you can even chew the fish bones and swallow them directly. Of course, the fish head is also very fragrant, I can't bear to throw it away. The villagers were full of praise after tasting the small yellow croaker. If you can't stand it, I can't stand it either. Dong Zheng clenched his fists and said through gritted teeth, I want to kill him. In all his life, when has he ever suffered such injustice? How could a grown man, standing 7 feet tall, not even be able to get a single bite of food? This is outrageous. Next time, we must get one. Yes, we can't lose again. I'm getting so hungry just watching them eat yellow croaker. Ah, I have to get my hands on this one. Dong Zheng and the others secretly vowed that when the next dish was served, they would stand up and eat it directly. The reason they couldn't eat it before was because they were too reserved and didn't open up. Now we're familiar with your tactics. Let's see how we get there before you do. Dong Zheng and the others picked up their glasses, took a sip of water, and quietly waited for the next dish to be served. 3 minutes, a full 3 minutes, before the next dish was served. At that moment, a girl sitting opposite Dong Zheng looked over. Hey handsome, which of you 3 dropped your phone? Upon hearing the girl's words, all 3 of them looked down at the same time. Ha! A cell phone? Where is the cell phone on the ground? Girl, there's no phone here, are you sure you're not mistaken? Dong Zheng was about to confirm when he noticed an extra plate on the table. Holy crap! Even Dong Zheng couldn't help but swear. That's cheating. Old Wu and his companions glared angrily at the young men and women around them. This reminded them of Sun Liang's words. Otherwise, I'll arrange a table for you all by yourself. I'm afraid you won't be able to compete with them. At that time, they were still naive enough to think that there was no way these people could lose to them. Back in college, they were masters at grabbing food, leaving everyone else to eat farts. But now, where is your dignity? You guys are really something, not even taking the food cooked by Chef Zhao seriously. No wonder you can't even finish 4 dishes. A young man looked at Dong Zheng and the others, shaking his head and sighing. They were now seeing themselves at their first banquet, just like when they were Dong Zheng. Back then, they were as naive as Dong Zheng, but some people went to great lengths to get a banquet. For example, if your house catches fire and your belongings fall to the ground. These are all relatively refined examples. The kind of person who gets so greedy that they want to tie up everyone else and then grab the food for themselves. After all, he's Sun Liang's friend, so don't go too far. Someone stepped in to smooth things over. What's excessive? You ate the most just now. Stop pretending to be a good person. I saw you take 2 pieces of the sweet and sour pork earlier. I didn't. The man quickly explained, his face flushed. Dong Zheng took a deep breath, his expression solemn. Guys, let's fight them to the death today. Old Wu and the others nodded. Finally, when the 5th dish was served, Dong Zheng and his group managed to grab some food. It was so hard, I finally managed to get some. Old Wu looked at the food on his chopsticks, tears welling up in his eyes, and put it into his mouth. Delicious, so delicious. This braised eggplant is amazing. Dong Zheng and his companions didn't have time to savor the moment. After finishing their meal, they picked up another piece. The entire banquet lasted for 2 hours. Not a single dish was left on any of the tables, even the bones were slurped clean, leaving not a single piece of meat. The dogs walked away with tears in their eyes when they saw the bones they had finished eating. It's so delicious. This young Chef Zhao is much better than those professional chefs. Dong Zheng licked his chopsticks, savoring the taste. We just didn't get enough to eat. We ate too little, Old Wu said, looking at the young couple across from him. These young men and women ate the most, and now each of them is leaning back in their chairs, slowly rubbing their bellies. We should listen to Liangzi and prepare a separate table for us. How about we ask Liangzi if we can eat tonight? Stop asking, are you trying to work Master Zhao to death? The people next to him looked at Dong Zheng and the others and said, we only have 1 banquet here, so we can only eat something simple for dinner. The young man next to him said slowly, if we could eat more, we would eat like this for several days in a row. You've eaten almost all the food on the table, do you still want more? Old Wu said with dissatisfaction. This is nothing. If you weren't Sun Liang's friends, we would have eaten as much as we wanted. Yes, this is not our appetite. If we had a larger appetite, we would need at least a few more bowls of dishes. The stir-fried pork you just made was really good. It's a pity you guys snatched 2 pieces. After hearing what the group said, Dong Zheng and Lao Wu's expressions turned extremely ugly. The group of them ate less than 2 dishes in total, and they were only able to eat because the others offered them food. Are we all that useless? Dong Zheng and the others looked at each other, each seeing the resentment in the other's eyes. But what's the use of being unwilling? Now that all the food is gone, is it possible to turn back time? At this moment, Sun Liang finished his work and came over, warmly putting his hand on Dong Zheng's shoulder. How was the food? Sun Liang asked with a smile. Dong Zheng and the others glanced sideways at Sun Liang. Critical hit. Are you carrying an infinity edge on your back? Why do you say such hurtful things? We're brothers who've slept together, after all. What? You don't like Chef Zhao's cooking? Sun Liang asked, noticing their expressions. That shouldn't be the case. Since Chef Zhao started cooking, no one has ever said it's bad. You guys can't be that picky. Liangzi, are you deliberately teasing us? Old Wu grabbed Sun Liang and said, brothers, beat him up. Dong Zheng and several others grabbed Sun Liang, making him unable to move. You ungrateful bastards. I invited you to eat, and this is how you treat me. Sun Liang said with a laugh as he was being held captive by several people. You invited us to eat? We only ate a few bites. Such delicious food, why didn't you tell us beforehand? Old Wu came up behind Sun Liang, the hidden techniques of Kanaha. Damn it! Wu Da, you old bastard. Sun Liang felt the heat on his butt and jumped off Dong Zheng and the others, covering his backside with both hands. Do you guys have any conscience? I told you I'd set up a separate table for you, but you insisted on eating at the main table by yourselves, and now you're blaming me. Did he say that? Old Wu looked at the person next to him. Oh, I think he said something like that. Dong Zheng and the others nodded. Then why don't you insist and tell us that this chef's cooking is delicious? Old Wu seemed to have found a new idea and shouted angrily at Sun Liang. Damn it! Sun Liang stared at Lao Wu, rolling his eyes in anger. Is there no reasoning involved? What are you arguing about? Can't you handle something this simple? A young man with dyed red hair mocked the group. Dong Zhang and the others subconsciously turned around and looked at the red-haired youth. Why don't they come to our village when they have their wedding banquet? The red-haired youth said after a moment's hesitation. Then we'll have Chef Zhao cook a big feast, and you'll still be able to eat there, right? That's a good idea. Dong Zhang and the others nodded in agreement. How come they didn't think of such a simple solution? Old Wu gave the red-haired youth a wary look. Don't sit at the same table as us later. TCH. Who wants to sit at the same table as you? The red-haired youth scoffed, saying to the person next to him, we'll sit at the kids' table later. After finding a solution, Dong Zhang and the others stopped making things difficult for Sun Liang. Liangzi, does it still hurt? Old Wu had already come up to Sun Liang and reached out to touch Sun Liang's buttocks. Get out of the way. Sun Liang instinctively took a step back. When are you two getting married? I'll definitely give you a big red envelope then, Old Wu said with a shameless grin. Let's wait a few months. Sun Liang said slowly. In a few months? That won't do. You've already gotten engaged. How many months until the wedding? Dong Zhang and his group approached Sun Liang again. Upon seeing this, Sun Liang immediately turned and ran. Ah, Brother Chong, your cooking is getting better and better, Zhao Hao said with satisfaction after taking a bite of food. Don't look at me like that, like I've done something shameful. Zhao Chong took out another plate of food. These dishes were leftovers after the food was plated. A few dishes put together were enough for Zhao Chong and the people who helped. I can't help it. Eating your cooking is much more comfortable than getting a massage. Zhao Hao chuckled. I've lost all interest in girls now. As long as I can eat your cooking, I can go a year without touching a girl. Then could you please remove the tomato sauces like wanju, mobe, and yuzuki? Zhao Chong said, glancing sideways at Zhao Hao. That's impossible. Zhao Hao shook his head firmly. Do you know how much effort I've put in? Come on, eat up. Zhao Chong said with a laugh. At this moment, Sun Liang walked over, holding a red envelope in his hand. Master Zhao, thank you for your hard work. Sun Liang approached Zhao Chong and handed him a red envelope. Brother Liang, what are you doing? Zhao Chong put down his chopsticks and stood up, not taking the red envelope. Uncle Shilin has already given it to me. This is for you alone. Sun Liang stuffed the red envelope into Zhao Chong's pocket. There's something I need your help with. Tell me what's wrong, this red envelope. Zhao Chong took the red envelope out of his pocket, but Sun Liang stopped him. Master Zhao, this is a token of my appreciation. Please don't refuse, Sun Liang persuaded. I just wanted to invite you to cook the grand feast at my wedding with Mei Li. No problem. Zhao Chong readily agreed. It's just a large banquet. You can get system rewards and make money on your own, only a fool would say no. Sun Liang was surprised that Zhao Chong agreed so readily. He excitedly grasped Zhao Chong's hand and said, Thank you so much, Master Zhao. Don't worry, I'll definitely introduce you to a girl with long legs when I get back. Zhao Chong heard Sun Liang's words and didn't know how to respond. There's no need to be so enthusiastic. Women only affect the quality of my cooking. Seeing Sun Liang's enthusiasm, Zhao Chong couldn't refuse and had no choice but to nod in agreement. Sun Liang chatted for a while longer before leaving. Zhao Chong looked at the red envelope. Sun Liang gave him 818. That's quite a lot, considering Zhao Shilin gave several thousand yuan, and now Sun Liang has given another 800. Xiao Hao, here you take this. Zhao Chong handed the red envelope to Zhao Hao. Zhao Hao accompanied them throughout both of these grand banquets, never letting them down or complaining of being tired. This surprised Zhao Chong quite a bit. He hadn't expected this chubby boy to be so persistent. Brother Chong, there's no need for that. You always give it to me, and I haven't done anything. Zhao Hao quickly shook his head and refused. Zhao Hao refused to take it no matter what, so Zhao Chong had no choice but to keep it himself. If you don't want it, I'll keep it for you as a gift, Zhao Chong said with a smile. Gift money? Zhao Hao was taken aback upon hearing this, and looked at Zhao Chong in surprise. I hadn't even thought about these things. For Zhao Hao, marriage and having children were never even on his mind. Although some people in the village of Zhao Hao's age are already married and have children, Zhao Hao still considers himself a child and has never thought about these things. After finishing their meal, Zhao Chong and Zhao Hao tidied up the area, said goodbye to Zhao Shilin, and went straight home. As soon as I got home, I smelled a strong aroma of soy sauce. Zhao Chong opened the fermenting soy sauce container and found that his soy sauce brewing was almost complete. In just a few days, the soy sauce will be ready to be consumed as a finished product. Once the soy sauce is brewed, you can throw away all the other soy sauces you have at home. Whether it's soy sauce, vinegar, or light soy sauce, everything in the house is made with advanced technology and meticulous craftsmanship, with a technological content of over 90%. After all, it's just a village, and it's rare to buy additive-free seasonings. Plus, additive-free seasonings are too expensive, so villagers are reluctant to buy them. Moreover, almost no one in the village looks at the ingredient list, mainly because they wouldn't understand it even if they did sodium sorbate, sodium benzoate. They have absolutely no idea about these things. Zhao Chong sealed the large vat again and then began preparing for the next step of the work. Now, not only are there methods for brewing soy sauce, but also methods for brewing vinegar and oyster sauce. Once all of these are brewed, when preparing a grand banquet, you can bring your own homemade condiments. Zhao Chong glanced at the brewing methods of aged vinegar and oyster sauce. The process of making aged vinegar was relatively simple. The brewing process of aged vinegar consists of 4 steps: steaming the raw materials, fermentation, smoking, and sun-drying. The most important step is the first one: grind and crush the selected sorghum, add rice bran and water, and put it into a steamer to steam. The heat must be well controlled, and each steaming takes at least 2 hours. When steaming, it is important to control the temperature. Too high or too low a temperature will affect the taste. Then comes fermentation, a process that takes about 10 days. During this time, the raw materials need to be turned over constantly to ensure they are in full contact with oxygen. After writing down the brewing method, Zhao Chong discussed it with his father. After all, we don't have any sorghum at home, so we need to go and buy some. You're something else. You can even brew your own vinegar? Zhao Dongshan exclaimed in amazement after seeing the brewing method written by Zhao Chong. It's all right. We found it all online, let's try it ourselves, Zhao Chong said with a smile. Which website? Zhao Dongshan looked at Zhao Chong with suspicion. You paid tuition, didn't you? Otherwise, why would you write in such detail? Back when I was in the army, there was an older brother from Shaanxi whose family was in the business of brewing aged vinegar. We chatted once, and I feel that what you told me is much more detailed than what he told me. Zhao Chong was stunned when he heard Zhao Dongshan's words. I originally wanted to find an excuse to get away with it, but now it seems a bit difficult. This father knows a lot. It was shared in a group chat. Everyone here is a food lover, and with the Hextech factory being exposed, they posted it so we could try it ourselves, Zhao Chong said slowly. Oh, Zhao Dongshan nodded. The soy sauce you made does taste much better than the ones I bought. Of course. Zhao Chong nodded. This is a product of the system after all. Even if the boss of Hayton came, he would have to kneel down and shout 666, but you can't sell it, Zhao Dongshan warned. If someone reports it, there will definitely be trouble. Dad, you're overthinking it. Zhao Chong smiled helplessly. This is all for my own consumption. I don't have such big ambitions to do sales or anything like that. That's good. Zhao Dongshan was relieved to hear Zhao Chong's words. This wasn't Zhao Dongshan overthinking things, rather, there was a precedent for it. There used to be a small workshop in the town that specialized in making soy sauce and vinegar. Later, due to cost reasons, the price increased by 2 cents, which led to Huibi reporting it. The boss was fined a lot of money as a result, and if he hadn't admitted his mistake, he probably would have been locked up for a few days. There are bad people among the crowd. If you accidentally offend someone, you might get secretly swindled. Zhao Dongshan had been through that time, and he was terrified that his son was too naive and would be taken advantage of. Dad, where can I buy sorghum around here? I want to try and see if I can make vinegar, Zhao Chong asked his father. Alright, I'll make this vinegar for you. Zhao Dongshan folded the paper with the vinegar making method written on it in half. I'm feeling much better these days, so I'll get some exercise. Okay. Zhao Chong nodded in agreement. Ever since Zhao Chong could remember, his father had always been a man who couldn't sit still. Even when he was at home, he wouldn't leisurely drink tea or look at his phone. He would always look around the house to see if there was any other work to do, and then he would roll up his sleeves and get to work. Zhao Dongshan was decisive and efficient, he acted on his words immediately. After speaking with Zhao Chong, he turned around, went to the yard, rode his electric bike, and left the house. Zhao Chong sat in the chair and poured himself a glass of water. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the mission. Reward 100,000 RMB in cash. 5 attribute points. Please allocate them freely. System reward 2 knives. Zhao Chong was stunned when he heard about the system's reward. Rewarding people with cash and attribute points is already commonplace, but now they're even rewarding them with knives? Does this person really want to burn lavish feasts for the rest of their life? Zhao Chong quickly took out the knife that the system had rewarded him with. There are 2 knives in total. One is a normal kitchen knife, while the other is slightly larger. 2 knives, one a kitchen knife and the other a cleaver? Zhao Chong looked at the 2 knives on the table, thought about it carefully, and quickly recognized them. The blade gleamed with a cold light, and touching it revealed a chilling, bone-piercing sensation. This thing, it looks a bit like a divine weapon from a martial arts novel. Zhao Chong picked up the 2 knives, his expression changing. So heavy. Even the kitchen knife we use regularly weighs over 10 kilograms. That doesn't make sense. Zhao Chong was secretly puzzled. This is just an ordinary looking kitchen knife, how could it weigh over 10 kilograms? This isn't a movie shoot. Zhao Chong examined it carefully for a while. The material was no different, but it was a bit heavier, which made him frown. But soon, Zhao Chong started to fill in the blanks in his mind. Forget it, the system has already come up with something this absurd, so it's okay if the kitchen knife is a bit heavy. It won't make anyone think anything's wrong, right? Zhao Chong carried 2 knives to the kitchen and placed them on the cutting board. Then, he turned and walked to the refrigerator, taking out a rock-hard piece of pork from the freezer. Since it's a knife produced by the system, it should be better than the ones I bought. Zhao Chong looked at the meat in his hand and walked back to the cutting board. Zhao Chong placed the meat on the cutting board, held the knife handle between 2 fingers, and gently lifted it. Just like that, carefully pick up the knife, gently swipe it, oh my god. Zhao Chong imitated the knife selling techniques in the video, and then slowly lowered the knife. Holy crap! Zhao Chong's eyes widened in shock as he stared at the cutting board. What was originally a piece of frozen meat has now been cut in half. It really was cut open. I haven't even used my full strength yet. He simply placed the knife on the meat, and with the weight of the knife itself, he was able to cut the meat that had been frozen for several days. This is fucking ridiculous. That's way too much. Even those knife-selling videos wouldn't dare to be filmed like this. If Zhao Hao were to film this and upload it online, it would definitely attract a lot of criticism and questioning. Could those videos of selling knives be real? Zhao Chong wondered in shock. He originally wanted to test how sharp the knife the system reward was, but he never expected it to be such a game changer. Could it be that the meat wasn't frozen properly? Zhao Chong grabbed the kitchen knife from his house and tried to cut the frozen meat. It's possible to cut through, but it's so difficult. If Zhao Chong hadn't allocated the attribute points assigned by the system to strength and stamina, he wouldn't have been able to cut through the meat at all. This system is too overpowered. Zhao Chong carefully picked up the knife and examined it closely. If I were to travel back to ancient times, wouldn't I be a top-tier martial arts master? One slash and I'd be a deadbeat. In the end, Zhao Chong decided to put the knife away first, because if he cut his hand with it, there was no way to fix it. For safety reasons, Zhao Chong decided to only use it when preparing a large banquet. Back in the living room, Zhao Chong looked at the 5 attribute points on the system panel and began to think. He had already allocated the attribute points he had acquired to strength and constitution, which significantly improved his physical strength and power, making him able to exceed his current needs for burning large banquets. What about the remaining attribute points? Or should we add it to charm? After Zhao Chong tried adding a little, he didn't notice any change in his sensation. No way. Just like that, it's all wasted? Zhao Chong frowned. He added a little bit of attribute, but his body didn't change at all? Unconvinced, Zhao Chong added all 5 points to his charm, and immediately felt a heat in his lower abdomen, and some changes occurred in a certain part of his body. Damn it! How could this be? Zhao Chong looked down and realized that his underwear was a little too small. Isn't being attractive about making yourself more handsome? Why are the understandings of the systems different? If I had known this would happen, why would I have added it to my charm? If you're already very confident, can't you give others a way to survive? This is absolutely awful. Zhao Chong sighed helplessly and decided to go for a walk. Why not invest that in physical stamina? As soon as Zhao Chong stepped out the door, he saw his mother chatting with a beautiful young woman. The beautiful young woman smiled and waved when she saw Zhao Chong. Auntie! Zhao Chong greeted the beautiful young woman as he approached her. Oh my, Xiao Chong is getting more and more handsome. The beautiful young woman looked at Zhao Chong, liking him more and more. Sigh. I've always thought you were promising since you were little, and I wanted to set you up with Yu Ting, but what a pity. Auntie, don't joke around, Zhao Chong said, scratching his head. The beautiful young woman in front of me is named Zhao Dongmei. She is also from Zhao family village. Zhao Dongmei's hometown used to be next to Zhao Chong's family. When they were little, Zhao Dongmei often took her daughter and Zhao Chong out to play, and at one point Zhao Chong even called her mom. However, Zhao Dongmei later had to return to Lijiabu to take care of her husband, and the two families had less contact. As for Yuting, whom Zhao Dongmei mentioned, she is her daughter, Li Yuting. She was a beauty from a young age, and when she was little, many boys competed to be her admirers, giving her their toys, snacks, and even comic books. Li Yuting would bring these things to Zhao Chong every day. Back then, Zhao Chong ate snacks, played with toys, and read comic books, living a happy and fulfilling life. If Li Yuting's family hadn't moved away, Zhao Chong probably wouldn't have needed to buy his own snacks since he was a child. Look at you, you're even shy now, Zhao Dongmei said with a smile, looking at Zhao Chong. Oh, auntie, what brings you here? It's been so long since you've come to visit, Zhao Chong asked curiously. Nothing much, I just heard you're having a big feast now. So I came to check it out, Zhao Dongmei said with a smile. Ha! This. Zhao Chong was stunned for a moment, then said, I'm just helping out during this period after graduation. Look how modest you are. I'm from Zhao family village, don't I know that? Zhao Dongmei looked at Zhao Chong and found him more and more pleasing to the eye. If I weren't busy at home, I would have come to try your cooking a long time ago. Auntie, if you want to eat, you can eat here tonight. I'll cook for you, Zhao Chong said. When I was little, Zhao Dongmei bought me lots of delicious food. It felt like she was being raised as a child husband. So, besides his own relatives, Zhao Chong was also very close to Zhao Dongmei. Then there's no need to trouble yourself. Zhao Dongmei quickly waved her hand. You just finished preparing for the big feast today, you must be exhausted. It's alright, Auntie, come in and sit down. Zhao Chong invited warmly. Dongmei, Zhao Chong has already said so come in and sit for a while. Zhao Chong's mother pulled Zhao Dongmei and walked inside. After entering the house, Zhao Dongmei sat down in a chair. Your house still has the same layout. Zhao Dongmei looked around the living room. Seeing this reminds me of Xiao Chong and Yuting when they were little. Yes. She hasn't changed much, Zhao Chong's mother said with a smile. How's Yuting doing? She should have graduated from university by now. Yes. I've graduated from university. A hint of worry flashed across Zhao Dongmei's face. Why do you still look so worried? Zhao Chong's mother asked, puzzled. How can I not worry? This girl brought home a boyfriend a few days ago, Zhao Dongmei said helplessly. Isn't that great? Zhao Chong's mother looked at Zhao Dongmei in surprise. Look at my Xiao Chong, he's still all alone. As Zhao Chong's mother finished speaking, she couldn't help but glare at Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong could only smile awkwardly, then took the 2 teacups and went to the kitchen to wash them. What's so good about it? If I could find someone like Xiao Chong, I wouldn't have any trouble, Zhao Dongmei said, getting angrier as she spoke. Zhao Chong placed the cleaned cup in front of Zhao Dongmei and poured her a glass of water. Auntie, don't be angry. As long as Yuting is happy, that's all that matters. Even if she likes him, it's not allowed. Zhao Dongmei glared at her. Do you know what kind of person she's with? That person had eyeliner on and was wearing overalls. Zhao Dongmei took a sip of water and continued to complain. If Yuting hadn't told me it was a man, I would have doubted my own eyes. Zhao Chong's mother, why did you have to find someone who's neither male nor female? This really angered me. I tried to reason with her, but Yuting just snapped at me, saying it's a trend and I don't understand it. Zhao Chong chuckled upon hearing this and couldn't help but burst out laughing. He stopped immediately when he saw Zhao Dongmei's eyes. Auntie, can he sing, dance, and play basketball? He can sing, but I can't understand his singing. It sounds like my pig squealing, Zhao Dongmei said angrily. What's the point of playing basketball? All you do is play video games all day. Oh, that's not it, Zhao Chong said subconsciously. What is it? Zhao Dongmei immediately pressed. No, it's nothing. Zhao Chong quickly waved his hand. So what are your thoughts? Zhao Chong's mother asked. Zhao Dongmei looked at Zhao Chong and smiled. A sense of foreboding flashed through Zhao Chong's mind. Zhao Dongmei said slowly, I want Xiao Chong to break them up. Zhao Chong's mother was stunned when she heard this, and looked at Zhao Dongmei with disbelief. Auntie, this isn't appropriate. Zhao Chong explained, they say it's better to destroy a temple than to break up a marriage. As long as that person is good to Yuting, that's fine. Can you tell if it's good or bad? Zhao Dongmei said. This is my house, after all. Can't people pretend? Zhao Chong was speechless for a moment after hearing Zhao Dongmei's words. His aunt's words made no mistake, but he still felt that something was off. Dongmei, aren't you putting Xiao Chong in a difficult position? Zhao Chong's mother saw Zhao Chong's predicament and said with a smile, what's so difficult about it? Zhao Dongmei asked Zhao Chong. I've always considered Zhao Chong my son-in-law. Don't you want Yuting to marry into the family? Yuting is a good girl, I wonder what Xiao Chong is thinking, Zhao Chong's mother said, looking at Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong's mother liked Yuting quite a bit, both for her appearance and her character. Dating and marriage are ultimately matters between two people, and shouldn't be decided by her as the mother. That makes sense, Xiao Chong. What do you think of Yuting? Zhao Dongmei turned to Zhao Chong and asked. Yuting is a good person. Zhao Chong looked at Zhao Dongmei helplessly. He and Li Yuting were childhood sweethearts, but they hadn't seen each other for several years. People always change, and you can't always rely on past feelings to handle things. I can't understand you anymore, Zhao Dongmei glared at Zhao Chong. Let me tell you, Yuting isn't the little kid she used to be. My Yuting has such a figure that any man would stare at her. Her breasts, her butt, her tiny waist. As Zhao Dongmei spoke, she gestured, treating Zhao Chong as if he were an outsider. And those legs, those long legs you all talk about, Zhao Dongmei continued to tempt Zhao Chong. And do you know what Yuting studied in college? Dance. She studies dance. Zhao Chang's mother's eyes lit up when she heard this. Then we can have her lead us in square dancing. What square dancing? What they're learning is the dance with birds singing in the background. Zhao Dongmei scratched her head, thinking for a long time but still couldn't remember. Xiao Chong, I think Yuting is pretty good, why don't you give her a try? Zhao Chong's mother said, looking at Zhao Chong. Sister-in-law, that's more like it, Zhao Dongmei said with a smile. Let me tell you, my Yuting will definitely give your family a son. Auntie, Yuting's boyfriend is still at your house? Zhao Chong felt a headache coming on when he heard Zhao Dongmei's words. He knew Zhao Dongmei's personality very well. She was always carefree and sometimes did things that were hard to understand. Li Yuting's boyfriend is still at their house, so why is she asking me to take over his place? This sounds like something a villain would do. What's wrong with being at home? That androgynous guy sleeps alone, and I sleep with Yuting. I always lock the door so she can't get out, Zhao Dongmei explained. Don't worry, your auntie has experience with this. I don't care about that, Zhao Chong quickly said when he saw that Zhao Dongmei had misunderstood. Let me tell you, Yuting is still a virgin. When you arrive, I'll let you share a room, Zhao Dongmei said with a smile. What kind of insolent and lewd words are these? Zhao Chong looked at Zhao Dongmei and couldn't help but be startled. If I didn't know that Li Yuting was Zhao Dongmei's biological daughter, I would have thought she was a human trafficker. Sister, you're not right to say that, Zhao Chong's mother advised. It's all the same principle. Zhao Dongmei waved her hand. Xiao Chong, just consider it helping your aunt. This, Zhao Chong said with difficulty. He had a good relationship with Li Yuting, but Zhao Chong didn't have those kinds of thoughts. Xiao Chong, you have no idea, these past few days, I feel nauseous just looking at that man. Zhao Dongmei looked at Zhao Chong expectantly. Sigh. Zhao Chong sighed. How about I try to persuade Li Yuting for you tomorrow? Can't you come back with me tonight? Zhao Dongmei got up to leave. Sister, Xiao Chong has already agreed, so there's no rush, Zhao Chong's mother advised. Besides, Zhao Chong just finished preparing for the big feast. He must be quite tired after a long day. Oh, look at my memory, how could I forget this? Zhao Dongmei slapped her forehead. Alright, I'll wait for you at home tomorrow, but you mustn't lie to your aunt. Don't worry, auntie, I keep my word, Zhao Chong said firmly. Okay, then I'm relieved. You guys go ahead with your work, I'll head back now. Zhao Dongmei finally got up, relieved, and started to walk outside. Girl, why are you in such a hurry to go back? Have dinner here before you leave. Zhao Chong's mother quickly stepped forward and pulled Zhao Dongmei back. No, I have to go back and keep an eye on them. If they do anything out of line, all my efforts these past few days will have been wasted, Zhao Dongmei said, and then jogged away. Seeing Zhao Dongmei's nervous expression, Zhao Chong's mother couldn't help but laugh. Your auntie is still so impatient, Zhao Chong's mother said. Actually, I think Yuting is a pretty good girl. Why don't we give her a try? She has a boyfriend, what would I be doing if I interfered? Zhao Chong said with a smile. Besides, your son is so handsome, does he look like someone who can't find a girlfriend? Then why did you agree? Zhao Chong's mother rolled her eyes at Zhao Chong. If I don't agree, and Dongmei will probably keep nagging, Zhao Chong said helplessly, rubbing his forehead. I'll just have to go there first thing tomorrow morning and see what's going on. That's fine then. After all, Dongmei was very good to you when you were little. Zhao Chong's mother didn't say much. Let's go. You rest for a while, and I'll make you dinner later. The next morning, Zhao Chong ate breakfast and then went out. He didn't go directly to Zhao Dongmei's house, but instead rode his electric bike to the entrance of the village. Although the villagers have been enjoying a big feast these past few days, they haven't missed a single day of work. Chef Zhao is here? Is he cooking for us again today? Eat, all you ever think about is eating. Didn't you eat enough yesterday? Can't you let Chef Zhao rest for a while? That's right. Can't we let Master Zhao rest for a while? I'm sorry, I forgot about that. Zhao Chong looked at the elders and smiled. I have some things to do today, I'll cook for everyone after I'm done. Where are we going? Someone asked. Are we going to hold another big feast? Do you even think before you speak? Chef Zhao just finished preparing 2 large banquets, how could he possibly have to cook again? The people around him laughed and said, you try preparing a large banquet and see how tiring it is. Exactly, can't Master Zhao take a break? Master Zhao, you don't need to cook for us these next few days, take a rest. The surrounding villagers greeted Zhao Chong warmly. It wasn't that they didn't want to eat, but they didn't want Zhao Chong to be too tired. If Zhao Chong gets exhausted, this could become a huge problem. We won't be able to eat his cooking anymore. Okay, you guys go ahead with your work, I'm off. Zhao Chong waved to the people around him and rode away on his electric bike. Look how nice Chef Zhao is. He even tells us when he's not cooking for us. They have received higher education and are well educated and reasonable, unlike us rural people. Wasn't Master Zhao trained by Zhao Dongshan, that farmer? Let's stop chatting and get to work. Once the house is finished, we can even have a feast. Upon hearing that there would be a feast, everyone worked even harder again. Zhao Chong's family didn't need any supervision, and these people wouldn't slack off. After all, Zhao Chong was like a god in their hearts. If anyone was lazy and didn't work, the surrounding villagers would kick him instead of Zhao Chong. Everyone knew in their hearts that being able to work for Master Zhao's family was a great blessing. Don't forget, there's a whole bunch of people behind you eagerly vying to do the work. Lijiabu is not far from Zayajia village, only 6 or 7 kilometers away. Zhao Chong originally planned to run there, but his mother insisted that he ride the only electric scooter in the house. Looks like I'll have to buy a car sometime. Zhao Chong frowned as he listened to the sounds coming from the electric scooter. I've been riding this electric scooter for 4 or 5 years now, and every time I ride it, it feels like it's about to fall apart. Now that Zhao Chong has the funds awarded by the system, he can easily buy a car. Buying a car is not unusual in the village. Quite a few people in Zhao family village have bought cars. But when my parents ask, I'll have to lie and explain. Zhao Chong thought for a moment, still unsure how to explain the money issue to his parents. Before he knew it, Zhao Chong had arrived at Lijiabu. Grandpa, how do I get to Li Yuding's house? Zhao Chong asked an old man chatting by the roadside. Who? The old man looked up at Zhao Chong. Zhao Dongmei's house. Zhao Chong thought the other party didn't know Li Yuding, so he had no choice but to say Zhao Dongmei's name. What winter plum? Zhao Dongmei. Zhao what? Zhao Dongmei. Zhao Dong what? Zhao Chong felt insulted when he heard these familiar lines of dialogue. Zhao Chong took out 20 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the old man. Grandpa, take this money and go buy a pack of cigarettes. Go straight, turn right, the third house is it. The old man quickly took the money, then leaned back against the tree, closing his eyes to rest. Sigh. Zhao Chong sighed helplessly, got on his electric bike, and rode in the direction the old man pointed out. When Zhao Chong arrived at Li Yuding's door, he saw a young man wearing overalls and an earring clumsily playing with a basketball. Instantly, a familiar song began to play in Zhao Chong's mind. This is definitely Li Yuding's house. Didn't Zhao Dongmei say that this guy doesn't play basketball? Who are you? The young man stopped Zhao Chong as he walked straight into the house. I'm just dropping by and checking on Aunt Dongmei, Zhao Chong said with a smile. He felt nothing for such a person, nor did he harbor much hostility towards them. Visiting? Are you going to see your aunt or Yuding? The young man pressed on. Alright, everyone can see this. Zhao Chong's face showed displeasure. Why is this guy so indecisive? No way. Li Yuding is my girlfriend, you can't get close to her. The young man said foolishly. How long have you known each other? Zhao Chong decided to argue with him. 3 years, the young man counted on his fingers. We've known each other for 23 years, so doesn't that mean I've known you for a while longer? Zhao Chong said with a smile. Yes, the young man nodded. Then shouldn't you call me big brother? Zhao Chong continued. The young man thought about it carefully. It seems to make sense. Then shouted out. Zhao Chong said calmly. Big brother. The young man called out straightforwardly. Make way for your brother. Zhao Chong said to the young man. All right. The young man slowly stepped aside. But the next moment, the young man seemed to realize something and reached out to grab the back seat of Zhao Chong's car. No, I feel like you're taking advantage of me, the young man said, staring at Zhao Chong. You're only just realizing it? Zhao Chong turned around and smiled, then turned his electric scooter and rushed into Zhao Dongmei's house. You bastard, I'm going to kill you. The young man shouted from behind, then chased after him. After Zhao Chong stopped the car, he noticed the young man's movements, quickly stepped forward, and grabbed the young man's hand. Ah! The young man cried out in pain, dropping the basketball to the ground. Ouch, that hurts. Let me go. If Yuding finds out, she'll definitely beat you up. Zhao Chong pushed hard, sending the young man flying 4 or 5 meters away. I have a bad temper and am easily angered, Zhao Chong said to the young man in a serious tone. Fine, you just wait. The young man glared fiercely at Zhao Chong and walked into the house. At this moment, Zhao Dongmei, who was inside the house, heard the noise and quickly came out. Zhao Chong is here. Come and sit down. Zhao Dongmei affectionately pulled Zhao Chong into the house. Auntie, I came to see you, I'll be back in a bit. Zhao Chong said to Zhao Dongmei. Why go back? Stay here for a few days and keep your aunt company. Zhao Dongmei pulled Zhao Chong into the house and then invited him to sit down. Soon, Li Yuding and the young man came out. The young man was nestled in Li Yuding's arms, looking aggrieved. Yuding, the people in your village are too rude. This guy came up and tried to beat me up. Zhao Dongmei glanced at the young man impatiently after hearing his words. What are you yelling about? I said a few words to you while you were playing video games, and you started fiddling with the basketball. Mom! Li Yuting came up to Zhao Dongmei and said with a complaint. Yuting, can't we find a different boyfriend? At least someone normal. Zhao Dongmei glared at the young man. Weren't you urging me to find a boyfriend? Now that I've found one, you're not satisfied, Li Yuting retorted. What kind of boyfriend do you expect me to find? I think Xiao Chong is great. Zhao Dongmei pulled Zhao Chong to her side. Look at Zhao Chong, he's handsome and he can cook. Auntie, stop it, I didn't mean that. Zhao Chong quickly broke free from Zhao Dongmei's grasp. Zhao Chong. Li Yuting looked at Zhao Chong and said, I've always thought of him as an older brother. What do you mean by older brother? Zhao Chong is only 2 days older than you. Zhao Dongmei looked at Zhao Chong and found him more and more pleasing to the eye. Besides, you two grew up together, isn't it only natural that you're together? No, Li Yuting is my girlfriend. The young man speaking grabbed Li Yuting tightly. What's the use of this guy being handsome? He's just a womanizer. Believe it or not, I'll kick you out. Zhao Dongmei shouted, hands on her hips, staring at the young man. The young man was so frightened that he quickly hid behind Li Yuting, but finally peeked out and said, you have to get Li Yuting's permission to kick me out. Fine, I can't even make decisions for my own home? Zhao Dongmei immediately got angry and was about to walk towards the young man. Yuting, save me. Your mother is going to beat me to death. The young man hugged Li Yuting tightly and shouted loudly. Mom, please stop making a scene. Li Yuting said, blocking Zhao Dongmei's way. Zhao Chong smiled as he watched the family making a ruckus. How fun! If Zhao Dongmei hadn't insisted that I come, I definitely wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. We don't live in a feudal society anymore, people have freedom of love. Putting aside the fact that Li Yuting found such a person, even if Li Yuting found an older man, it was still her own choice, wasn't it? Zhao Chong didn't have any feelings for Li Yuting at first, he just treated her like a younger sister. However, Li Yuting is now quite beautiful and graceful. Wearing pink yoga pants, she shows off her perfect legs and buttocks. She is wearing a tight t-shirt on her upper body, which makes her look very sexy. In addition, Li Yuting herself has a good foundation and a sweet appearance. If she were in school, she would definitely be considered a goddess. The three of them argued for a while before stopping. I don't care anymore, I don't care anymore, do whatever you want. Zhao Dongmei shook her hand forcefully and then walked out angrily. That was terrifying. The young man patted his chest, saying fearfully, your mom is so fierce. You're not allowed to talk about my mother like that. Li Yuting glared at him, scaring the young man so much that he didn't dare to speak loudly. The young man was startled and quickly shut his mouth. You can go out now. Li Yuting glanced at the young man and said slowly, why would I go out? He clearly has ill intentions towards you, the young man said angrily, pointing at Zhao Chong. Sweetie, go out and play some basketball, Li Yuting said helplessly. Fine. The young man walked out dejectedly. After the young man left, Zhao Chong went to Li Yuting's side. I feel like you've found a giant baby. Zhao Chong said with a laugh. Brother, please don't make fun of me. Li Yuting then walked forward affectionately and took Zhao Chong's arm. Li Yuting now seems like a completely different person, and she is extremely affectionate towards Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong looked down and almost blew his eyes out. This is way too big. Don't do this, I can't take it anymore. Zhao Chong tried to pull his arm out of Li Yuting's arms, but unexpectedly his arm was trapped. With the slightest movement, he would touch Li Yuting's chest. What? Are you shy? Li Yuting giggled. We used to be able to sleep in the same bed. Don't you have a boyfriend now? If he sees this, he'll start yelling at me again. Ugh. Zhao Chong glanced back outside. Him. Li Yuting's lips curled up, revealing a hint of disdain. He's just one of my lapdogs. Ha! Zhao Chong looked at Li Yuting in confusion. What's going on? It's all because my mom keeps nagging me to find a boyfriend, so I deliberately picked someone he doesn't like, Li Yuting explained. This guy has been pursuing me for 3 years, and I'm getting so annoyed with him. He dresses so strangely every day. Fake? Zhao Chong then realized that it was all a lie. Is this guy who sings, dances, and raps not her boyfriend? So you don't have a boyfriend? Zhao Chong looked at Li Yuting with a puzzled expression. Normally, someone like Li Yuting would not lack suitors, so how could she not have found anyone she liked during her 4 years of college? No! Li Yuting affectionately pulled Zhao Chong to sit down. Ever since I brought her back, my mom has been arguing with me every day. This will save her from nagging me every day. But this isn't a long-term solution, Zhao Chong advised. Let's just take it one day at a time. Li Yuting seemed indifferent, then looked at Zhao Chong. What? Do you want to be my girlfriend? Get a job, my foot. Zhao Chong laughed and cursed. Am I not attractive enough? Li Yuting pressed her body against Zhao Chong and said affectionately, my body is pretty good, isn't it? When I dance at school, a lot of people peek at me. Zhao Chong. Li Yuting's eyes darted around, and she glanced down. You're not impotent, are you? Believe it or not, I'll spank you. Zhao Chong grabbed Li Yuting and said with a smile, just like when we were kids, I'll spank your bottom. Ah, Li Yuting exclaimed in surprise, jumping up as if her hair had been bristled. Seeing Li Yuting's reaction, Zhao Chong looked at her with considerable confusion. What's wrong? How can it be so big? Li Yuting blushed, her face as if she could squeeze water out of it. Zhao Chong grabbed the backrest of the sofa and used it to shield his legs. Damn it, this is all because of my charisma points. Ahem. Zhao Chong coughed lightly twice to ease the awkwardness. Where were we? Li Yuting carefully walked to the opposite side of Zhao Chong. She didn't want to have any contact with Zhao Chong right now. Now that they're both grown up, it wouldn't be good if things went wrong. What puzzled Li Yuting was that she had never felt anything for men before, so why did she have a physical reaction when she saw Zhao Chong? Could it be that there's something wrong with my health? Yuting, speaking of which, didn't you have anyone you liked in college? Zhao Chong looked at Li Yuting seriously and said, this makes your auntie worry all the time. I don't feel anything. I don't feel anything for men, Li Yuting said, her face turning red. Damn it. She clearly has no feelings for men. But just now, thinking of this, Li Yuting's face flushed again. You like women? Zhao Chong asked curiously. Yes, Li Yuting nodded quietly, I have a best friend at school. Holy crap. Zhao Chong was shocked when he heard Li Yuting's words. Is Li Yuting a lesbian? How come I never noticed this before? So, your best friend? Zhao Chong asked curiously. She is too, that's why I don't dare bring her home. Li Yuting lowered her head, not daring to look at Zhao Chong at all. Now my mom reacts like this when I bring Xiao Kun back. If it were my best friend, my mom would kick me out. You really don't like men? Zhao Chong looked at Li Yuting, her behavior just now didn't seem like it. Most lesbians dislike men and hate contact with them, but Li Yuting didn't show that. This made Zhao Chong somewhat puzzled. I used to be genuine, Li Yuting said shyly, but now, I have nothing to do with you. Zhao Chong quickly waved his hand. Li Yuting raised her head and looked at Zhao Chong, her face flushed. I don't know why, but I was very averse to men at school, but when I saw you just now, I didn't feel so averse to you. When I first came in, you had such a cold look on your face, Zhao Chong said casually. Isn't it because I'm afraid my mom will try to set us up? Li Yuting quickly explained, I have to be a little reserved, right? Zhao Chong nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite. Your aunt is just thinking of you. If you find a decent guy, I think your aunt would be very happy. It's difficult. Li Yuting shook her head. My mom used to talk about you, and now that she's heard that your cooking is especially delicious, she'd love to send me to your house. Brother, I don't mean to look down on you. I've always considered you my own brother, and I don't have those kinds of thoughts for now. Seeing Li Yuting's anxious explanation, Zhao Chong smiled. Stop explaining, it's like you're implying I have feelings for you. Hey, you're making me sound ugly. Li Yuting glared at Zhao Chong and said angrily. I didn't say that, you said it yourself. Zhao Chong slowly got up after seeing that he had recovered enough. I'm going to keep Auntie company. She's so old, and you managed to drive her away. I'll go with you, Li Yuting said, standing up. No, you should think about how to spend time with your Xiao Kun. Zhao Chong replied with a smile. You, Li Yuting stomped her foot in anger. As Zhao Chong walked out, he happened to see the young man practicing basketball on the side. He glanced at him indifferently, then turned and walked away. After asking around, Zhao Chong finally found Zhao Dongmei in the vegetable garden. Auntie! Zhao Chong called out to Zhao Dongmei, who was picking vegetables. Xiao Chong, why don't you chat with Yuting a little longer? Zhao Dongmei picked a cucumber from the shelf after seeing Zhao Chong. Have some, Auntie didn't spray pesticides on these cucumbers. Zhao Chong took the cucumber, wiped it, and took a bite. Crisp and sweet. Cucumbers grown in the countryside taste much better than those in the market. They are grown without any pesticides and are naturally ripened, resulting in a better texture. What do you think of Yuting? Zhao Dongmei picked up her shopping basket and came to Zhao Chong's side. Very good, Zhao Chong nodded. His figure and appearance are among the best in the village. Then do you want to be my aunt's son-in-law? Zhao Dongmei asked casually. Auntie, you're joking. I just graduated and I have nothing. Besides, Yuting is my sister. Zhao Chong was immediately at a loss. It seemed like Zhao Dongmei had her eye on him. It was okay to joke about it when they were younger, but it felt a bit strange now. What do you need? We can work hard together. Zhao Dongmei nudged Zhao Chong. Auntie really thinks Yuting will be happy with you. Auntie, you can't force this. Zhao Chong said helplessly. I'm just a country person who cooks big feasts. I'm not worthy, I really am not worthy. After Zhao Chong finished speaking, he saw that Zhao Dongmei's expression had changed, so he quickly explained, Auntie, actually Yuting has someone she likes. That man is just here to make you angry. Zhao Dongmei looked up at Zhao Chong with a puzzled expression and an expectant look on her face. I heard he's quite capable in the city, but I won't go into details. You can ask Yuding. Zhao Chong had no choice but to make up a lie. Really? Zhao Dongmei's eyes lit up. Seeing the look in the other person's eyes, Zhao Chong immediately felt that there was hope. Really, if you don't believe me, go back and ask Yuding. Zhao Chong was only thinking about how to get out of this situation, and he didn't care about the future. But don't rush things too much. You know Yuding's personality. Sigh. Zhao Dongmei sighed and nodded. Auntie really wants to set you two up. Goodbye, Auntie. I can't even support myself right now, so don't cause trouble for Yuding, Zhao Chong said, waving his hand. Upon hearing that Li Yuding had someone she liked, Zhao Dongmei's expression improved significantly, and she followed Zhao Chong back. As soon as I got home, I heard the young man arguing with Li Yuding. Upon hearing this, Zhao Dongmei panicked and quickened her pace. Li Yuding, what do you mean? You think you can get rid of me with just 1,000 yuan? The young man was cursing at Li Yuding in the yard. Didn't I give you 1,000 when you came? Now I'm giving you another 1,000, isn't that enough? Li Yuding said to the young man with a cold face. How can that be considered? That's compensation for the emotional distress I've suffered over the past 3 years. The young man persisted. If you don't give me 1,000 yuan today, don't even think about kicking me out. Have you no shame? I gave you 2,000 yuan because I saw you had a hard time getting scolded by my mom. Don't go too far. Li Yuding was completely enraged. Originally, it was just to have the sycophant put on a show, and the price had already been agreed upon, but now he wants to go back on his word? I'm being unreasonable? Your whole family is the unreasonable one, the young man said as he stepped forward. It's your good fortune that someone as handsome as me is pursuing you. You've been ignoring me the whole time. What does that mean? Am I not good enough for you? What are you going to do? Li Yuding was so frightened that she took a few steps back. What do I want to do? What do you think I want to do? The young man reached out and grabbed Li Yuding's shirt, pulling it hard. Li Yuding's t-shirt was instantly ripped open. Since the soft approach isn't working, I'll try the hard approach. Anyway, they're not here. That bastard. After seeing Li Yuding being bullied, Zhao Dongmei picked up a shovel from the side and stormed over. However, before Zhao Dongmei could step forward, she saw Li Yuding retaliate. Just as the young man was about to get close to Li Yuding suddenly raised her foot and kicked out at the gap between the young man's legs. Ah! The young man screamed and collapsed to the ground, howling in pain. Zhao Dongmei was stunned, staring in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. Zhao Chong was also stunned. He felt a chill run up his spine. He hadn't expected this girl to be so ruthless. When she was a child, Li Yuding was bullied. Without saying a word, she picked up a brick and hit the bully. From then on, no one dared to mess with her. I thought I would become gentler as I grew up, but I never expected that the other party would be such a ruthless person. Li Yuding came to the young man's side and kicked him several times. You still want to hit me? Li Yuding shouted angrily, are you crazy? Do you think you can get out of our village? Even if I don't hit you, the people in our village will beat you to death. People like this young man have no idea about the situation in the village. They think they are in the city, and when something happens, everyone pretends not to see it. The village is different. If the villagers found out, a bunch of them would come at you with hoes and shovels. Li Yuding kicked for a while, and probably got tired, so she supported her legs with her hands and rested for a bit. Zhao Dongmei stepped forward at this moment. Are you alright, Mom? Li Yuding smiled when she saw her mother. I'm fine. I don't know if he's alright. Who cares? This kid dares to lay a hand on you, he's got a death wish. Zhao Dongmei took out her phone. Wait, I'll call the police station and have them teach this brat a lesson. Okay. Li Yuding nodded. Zhao Chong came to his senses after hearing the conversation between the mother and daughter. Brother Zhao Chong, you're here too. Li Yuding's voice involuntarily rose when she saw Zhao Chong. You haven't changed at all. Zhao Chong replied, slowly walking over. Looking at the struggling youth on the ground, he couldn't help but sigh. Why did you have to provoke someone like Li Yuding? If I don't beat you to death today, you're lucky you're alive. When they were little, none of the older boys around them dared to mess with Li Yuding. I can't let him take advantage of me, Li Yuding explained in a low voice. Don't say anything yet, go change your clothes, Zhao Dongmei urged as soon as she saw Li Yuding's clothes. Li Yuding looked down and found that her t-shirt was mostly torn, completely exposing her underwear. Li Yuding already had a full figure, and now, under the sunlight, it was even more dazzling. Li Yuding reached out and pulled her t-shirt down a bit, then turned and went into the house. After a while, 2 police officers from the local police station arrived at Zhao Dongmei's home. After learning about the situation, they took the young man off the ground. Why are you arresting me? She hit me, I'm going to sue her. The young man shouted as he struggled. Hit you? You're lucky you weren't crippled for being a thug, the police officer next to him said, looking at the young man. They were also puzzled as to why this guy had gone mad and wanted to act like a hooligan in the village. If the other villagers found out, they'd probably have to carry it out. You must be Master Zhao, one of the police officers suddenly said after seeing Zhao Chong. Yes, Zhao Chong nodded, looking curiously at one of the police officers. I heard you're an excellent cook. When are you going to host a big feast? The policeman asked with a smile. This. Zhao Chong breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the police officer's words. I thought I had done something wrong. I never expected that the question would be about when I'm going to hold a big banquet. These police officers are all from the town's police station. Did they all know about this? Young Master Zhao, my name is Chen Yang. The police officer looked at Zhao Chong. Next time you cook a big feast, could you take me with you? Xiao Chen, when did you become such a foodie? An older police officer teased with a smile as he helped the young man into the car. Brother, you have no idea how delicious Chef Zhao's cooking is, the policeman named Chen Yang explained. He's a senior of mine. Last time he came to a friend's wedding banquet, he praised me to no end. Is that so? The older police officer looked at Zhao Chong with a hesitant expression. After all, Zhao Chong was too young, he looked like a college student and didn't have the demeanor of a master chef at all. The chef who cooks a grand banquet must be at least chubby. Where can you find such a handsome young man cooking a grand feast? Of course it's true. Chen Yang nodded vigorously, then turned to look at Zhao Chong. Little Zhao, I'll leave you my phone number, just let me know when the time comes. Okay, you can come and eat at my restaurant once it's renovated. Zhao Chong couldn't refuse Chen Yang's enthusiasm, so he had no choice but to agree. Okay. Chen Yang smiled and quickly replied. After receiving Zhao Chong's reply, Chen Yang and his colleagues left. At this moment, Li Yuding, having changed her clothes, came out and approached Zhao Chong, asking curiously, They all know you? I don't know him. I guess he heard I was preparing a big feast and then wanted to eat at one. Zhao Chong said slowly. By the way, I haven't asked you yet, when did you learn to cook a grand banquet? Li Yuding blinked and looked at Zhao Chong. I've never heard of you knowing how to do this before. It's all just wild guessing, Zhao Chong said casually. Now that the problem is solved, when do you plan to go back? Zhao Chong asked Li Yuding. Me? I'll wait a few days. Li Yuding thought for a while. I told my best friend, and she's coming to pick me up. Is this going to be public? Zhao Chong teased Li Yuding with a smile. No way. What do you mean by public? Li Yuding blushed. My mom would definitely not agree. I just invited her to come and play for a few days. Oh, Zhao Chong nodded, seemingly understanding. Then I'll head back in a bit. No. Li Yuding instinctively grabbed Zhao Chong's arm. Let's stay here for a couple of days. This. Zhao Chong was stunned when he heard Li Yuding's words. What are they trying to do? What I mean is, when my best friend comes, I'll let you meet her too, Li Yuding said softly. Your best friend? What am I supposed to see? Zhao Chong said helplessly. She's a stunning beauty, don't you want to see her? Li Yuding chuckled. She's even prettier than me. No, beautiful lady, it will only affect the quality of my cooking. Zhao Chong shook his head and said. So what if she's beautiful? Doesn't he still like women? Zhao Chong was initially somewhat interested, but when he realized that Li Yuding's best friend was in the same boat, he immediately lost interest. When Li Yuding saw that Zhao Chong was still about to leave, she quickly hugged him. If you leave, I'll come to your house and find you. Zhao Chong suddenly felt a soft sensation on his back and was startled. Stop fooling around, what are you doing? Zhao Chong turned around and looked at Li Yuding. Wait one more day, my best friend is coming tomorrow, Li Yuding said persistently. All right. Zhao Chong said helplessly, don't make me stay another day. I'm at home anyway. When your best friend comes, just come find me. I don't need to live here, do I? Besides, people will gossip. It doesn't matter to me, but you're a young, unmarried woman. What's there to be afraid of? Li Yuding said, slowly releasing me. We two are completely innocent. You don't understand, public opinion can be a powerful force. Zhao Chong explained patiently. The reason Zhao Chong doesn't live here is because he's genuinely afraid something might happen. Zhao Dongmei was also thinking about pairing herself up with Li Yuding. What if she ended up living in the same room as Li Yuding? Wouldn't that cause a lot of trouble? Li Yuding has a fantastic figure, and she especially likes to wear yoga pants that accentuate her body. When things get heated, Zhao Chong won't be able to control himself. After all, he was a hot-blooded young man. Li Yuding reluctantly let go of his hand and secretly glanced at Zhao Chong. In fact, Li Yuding also had some ulterior motives. She found it strange that she wasn't averse to men after seeing Zhao Chong. That's why I invited my best friend to my house to see her reaction. Is it her own problem, or the other men's problem? But now Zhao Chong is determined to go back, and Li Yuding is not stopping him. She already knew that Zhao Chong was hosting a large feast in the village and wouldn't be leaving for a while, so it would be easier to find him later. Alright. Then you wait for me at home these next few days, Li Yuting said to Zhao Chong. No problem. Zhao Chong readily agreed, then turned around and got on his electric scooter. After Zhao Chong left, Zhao Dongmei also came out of the house. Where's Zhao Chong? Zhao Dongmei asked when she saw that no one was around. He's gone back, Li Yuting said softly, looking in the direction Zhao Chong had left. You silly girl, why didn't you keep him here? Zhao Dongmei slapped her thigh excitedly. Don't you like Zhao Chong? Li Yuting hesitated for a moment. She used to be able to say directly that she didn't like it, but ever since she had physical contact with Zhao Chong, Li Yuting didn't know why, but she had a strange feeling when she saw Zhao Chong, especially when she was close to Zhao Chong's body. She felt like she was being electrocuted. A tingling, warm sensation. This feeling is strange, a bit like doing something naughty while hiding under the covers. You silly girl, sigh. Zhao Dongmei sighed. After returning home, Zhao Chong took a cold shower without saying a word, which gradually calmed his restless mood. What's wrong with me? How could I have such filthy thoughts? Zhao Chong looked at himself in the mirror. His muscles were clearly defined, his six-pack abs were very firm, and his skin was bronze. After Zhao Chong allocated his attribute points, his body began to change slowly. Although I used to exercise frequently, my abs weren't very defined. These abs are much more defined than those muscles created with protein powder. Zhao Chong casually picked up a bath towel and dried himself before going out. During his university years, Zhao Chong had almost no contact with girls. Although many people pursued him, his deep-seated inferiority complex prevented him from responding. After all, while others were designer brands and frequent Western restaurants on campus, I can only eat in the cafeteria and, when I want to improve my life, I can only go to a restaurant near the school. Zhao Chong had hardly ever been to any Western restaurants. The only time was when I treated my roommates to a meal because it was their birthday. So, after having physical contact with Li Yuting today, he felt a strange flutter in his heart. Brother Chong, Brother Chong. While Zhao Chong was resting, Zhao Hao's voice came from outside. Zhao Chong looked up and saw Zhao Hao stumbling in. You've been beaten up? Zhao Chong was taken aback when he saw Zhao Hao's appearance. No, Zhao Hao said breathlessly, holding his phone. Phone. I know about the Huawei Mate 50. Zhao Chong thought Zhao Hao was showing off his phone. You showed it off to me when you first bought it. No, you're not a phone, you're. Zhao Hao simply handed the phone to Zhao Chong. Have some water first, it's no big deal, Zhao Chong said slowly, pouring him a glass of water. Glug glug. Zhao Hao picked up a bowl of water and drank it all in one gulp. What exactly happened? Zhao Chong asked slowly. My video has over 100,000 views. Zhao Hao said, pointing to his phone. 100,000 plus? What is it? Zhao Chong looked at Zhao Hao with a puzzled expression. Zhao Hao turned on his phone, found the video he had just posted, and placed it in front of Zhao Chong. Look, over 100,000 likes, Zhao Hao said, pointing to the little red heart on the right side of the video. Over 100,000 likes. Do you know what that means? Is this a hit? Zhao Chong asked Zhao Hao. This is my lifelong dream, Zhao Hao said earnestly, looking at his phone. Your dream is a bit too easy. Zhao Chong casually opened the video and saw Zhao Hao's video. This is a video of myself cooking a large feast for Zhao Shilin, with many people sitting on the ground listening to me explain how I cook. However, Zhao Chong was extremely satisfied that Zhao Hao did not show his full face, at most his physique. As for his appearance, it is estimated that Zhao Hao deliberately avoided showing it during the recording. Look at the comments below, those haters have been completely crushed now, Zhao Hao said excitedly. Most people are praising you. Zhao Chong nodded and opened the 3,000 short video comments. There were all sorts of comments, but most people were just curious. My goodness, so many people are listening to a cooking demonstration? What kind of chef is this? This is such a massive scene. Could it be a video filmed by hired filmmakers? Hiring people? I'm a longtime fan of the author. He's dirt poor, how could he possibly hire people? Yes, this video must have been filmed in a village. Does anyone know which village it is? I don't think a village feast could possibly have this many people. I'm from a rural area too, and at most 20 tables would be a good number. You're wrong. Our chef Zhao can cook at least 20 tables, and he's even cooked 50. Hey upstairs, which village are you from? Can you message me privately? Zhao Chong looked at the comments below, and a group of people were speculating about Zhao Chong's identity. Since the video went viral, almost everyone has been curious about who Zhao Chong is and how he can make such delicious food. Everyone initially thought the video was fabricated, but it turns out that Zhao Chong made it entirely himself. This made those little black guys' faces swell up with embarrassment. Brother Chong, look at you, you're a huge internet celebrity now, Zhao Hao said, pointing to the number of views on his video. You're the one who'll become an internet celebrity, Zhao Chong said casually. I have no intention of becoming an internet celebrity. Won't you be angry if I do this? Zhao Hao asked Zhao Chong cautiously. Why would I be angry? Zhao Chong said, puzzled. We're brothers. If you become a big internet celebrity, you can help me promote myself so I can get more work. That's for sure, Zhao Hao said, patting his chest. If I become a top-tier internet celebrity with tens of millions of followers, I'll definitely support my brother Chong. Okay, then I'll wait for you to get up so you can help me out. Zhao Chong patted Zhao Hao on the shoulder. Young man, keep up the good work. Suddenly, Zhao Hao discovered that someone had sent him a private message on the video platform. Zhao Hao subconsciously opened the private message and was startled when he saw the nickname of the person in front of him. Mao Ge's restaurant reviews? Zhao Hao opened the other person's homepage, his eyes widening again. Oh my god. 1 million followers? A social media influencer with 1 million followers is contacting me? Zhao Hao quickly responded. Not long after, the other party sent another message. Hey bro, I'm a popular food review live streamer. Where are you guys? I'd love to give you a visit. Zhao Hao showed the message to Zhao Chong. Brother Chong, look, this person wants to visit us. He's dreaming, Zhao Chong said casually. Zhao Chong wasn't particularly interested in this kind of internet celebrity. This kind of person is probably just after attention. After all, many people on the internet try to gain more followers by riding the wave of trending topics and seeking out popular information. If there's a trending topic, I'll jump on it. If there isn't, I'll create one and jump on it too. This is a huge internet celebrity, Zhao Hao said hesitantly. So what if you're a big internet celebrity? It's because your videos went viral. If you still don't get more than 100 likes and comments like before, who would come to visit you? Zhao Chong said, looking at Zhao Hao. Ha! Zhao Hao's eyes widened, and after thinking about it carefully for a while, what you said seems to make sense. Then I'll just refuse. Zhao Hao glanced tentatively at Zhao Chong. After all, Zhao Chong was a fan with millions of followers, and it was hard to just give him up like that. If the other party gives you a little push, your own followers will also increase in a short period of time. You're reluctant to let him go? Zhao Chong saw through Zhao Hao's little scheme at a glance. He's just trying to ride your coattails and gain some followers. It's going to be hard for you to benefit from it. But I don't have any fans right now, Zhao Hao said in confusion. I only have a little over 20,000 fans. But your video has the potential to go viral. Once you have millions of followers, will he still be able to take advantage of you for free? Although Zhao Chong had no experience in the short video industry, he understood human nature. Moreover, Zhao Chong doesn't need the promotion of internet celebrities. Whenever he wanted to hold a grand feast, people from the surrounding villages would line up to invite him. Ever since Zhao Chong's culinary skills spread, people in the surrounding villages have gone crazy, racking their brains to come up with all sorts of ways to hold grand banquets. What you said seems to make sense. Zhao Hao nodded upon hearing Zhao Chong's words. Zhao Hao wasn't stupid either. After Zhao Chong's reminder, he immediately understood the reason. At this moment, Brother Mao sent another message. Bro, I can help you increase your followers, can you help me make a video? After seeing the message, Zhao Hao didn't reply. Instead, he simply closed the window. Brother Chong, what do you suggest I do to make the video look better? Zhao Hao couldn't help but ask. I don't understand this. Do whatever you want. I just want to cook a good feast. Zhao Chong had no intention of becoming an internet celebrity. He just wanted to cook a good feast, make some money from the system, and live a comfortable life. For him, earning several $100,000 a month is already quite satisfying. After all, you wouldn't be making hundreds of thousands of dollars working anywhere. I need to think about it carefully. Zhao Hao was stunned when he heard this, then squatted down to the side and began to study it himself. The villagers of Zhao family village have all started learning to cook. Since the banquet a few days ago, they have been listening to Zhao Chong's cooking methods again and have been learning how to cook them these past few days. Zhao Yuki was watching his wife cook with great anticipation. Honey, how many times has this happened? Do you even know how to make crab-like dishes? Zhao Yuki's wife turned around and glared at him fiercely. What did you say? Why don't you do it? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuki shook his head repeatedly. No, I won't. If you don't know how, then don't say anything. Just wait patiently. Zhao Yuki's wife replied bluntly. But I saw that Master Zhao did it so easily, Zhao Yuki said. Why can't we do it well? How can I compare to Master Zhao? Zhao Yuki's wife said angrily. After eating Zhao Chong's mock crab, Zhao Yuki and his wife, upon hearing that it was made with eggs, quickly began to learn how to make it themselves. Although Zhao Chong explained it in great detail, it was still very difficult to actually do it. Egg yolks and egg whites can be separated and made into a crab-like shape, but the taste is very different. It didn't taste like crab roe at all, and the egg white just tasted like regular egg. That's not right. Why doesn't it taste like crab at all? Are you investigating this? Is there something wrong with it? I did exactly what Master Zhao told me to do. You must have made a mistake in one of the steps. Master Zhao was explaining as he did it. It's definitely not my problem, it's that you didn't record it properly. Zhao Yuki and his wife started arguing. It wasn't just Zhao Yuki and his wife, the same scene was happening in other families as well. Something's not right. This stir-fried pork still doesn't taste right. Why does my roast pork still taste the same as before? I can't replicate the perfectly seasoned flavor that Chef Zhao makes. Sigh. I've listened to this recording 8 times already, how come I still can't do it? Everyone in Zhao family village started cooking, and the aroma wafted around the village. This prompted people from other surrounding villages to come out of their homes and look towards the location of Zhao family village. What's going on? Why does it smell so good again? I've never heard of a big feast being held in Zhao family village today. This Zhao family village is bullying us too much. They make it smell so good every day, how are we supposed to eat in the future? It's mealtime now, and everyone should be eating at home. Unexpectedly, a delicious aroma wafted from Zhao family village at mealtime, making their food seem less appealing. I initially thought that Zhao family village was hosting some kind of grand banquet, but after inquiring, I learned that everyone was actually trying their hand at cooking. Upon hearing this news, they were all shocked. Ugh, this is so torture. Yes, I didn't feel anything before, but now it feels like torture. The aroma of Zhao family village fills the air every day, making us incredibly hungry. Although it's not as fragrant as Chef Zhao's dishes, the smell is still irresistible. Those around looked in the direction of Zhao family village and all showed expressions of envy. There was a time when they looked down on Zhao family village. After all, Zhao family village had a small population, much smaller than the other villages. But now, Zhao family village has become the envy of everyone. Almost everyone wanted to establish a connection with Zhao family village and become a friend of Zhao family village, because only in this way could they eat the food cooked by Chef Zhao. After all, the reputation of Zhao Chang's cooking has spread throughout the surrounding villages. Apart from Wang Laoliu who got a good deal, no one else from the outside village had the chance to eat at the feast prepared by Zhao Chang. Hey, Oldly, isn't there a girl named Zhao Dongmei in your village, from Zhao family village? That's right. What's wrong? Why don't we ask her to find Chef Zhao to cook a big feast for our Lijiabu? It should be fine. I heard that Zhao Dongmei watched Zhao Chang grow up, but we don't have any reason to. When is Zhao Dongmei's daughter getting married? Stop joking, they just graduated from university. The people of Lijiabu couldn't help but sigh when they heard this. In Yangjiazhuang, Yang Yangchang sat at the doorway, puffing on his cigarette. What's wrong? Yangchang, what are you doing? Yang Baishuan walked by and saw Yang Yangchang looking worried. Smoking? Yang Yangchang looked up at Yang Baishuan, shook his head, and said, "My old man is dying." Grandpa? What's wrong? Yang Baishuan asked curiously. I'm getting old, and I haven't eaten for the past few days. I'm feeling anxious, Yang Yangchang said, taking a deep drag on his cigarette. That's great. Yang Baishuan thought to himself with delight. If this old man passes away, will we have to hold a funeral? When the time comes, can we invite Master Zhao over to cook the grand feast? Will we be able to eat Chef Zhao's cooking? Ever since he smelled the food Zhao Chang cooked at Wang Laoliu's house, Yang Baishuan has become quite fascinated. After a few days, Yang Baishuan lost his appetite and lost several pounds. Now that he heard about the opportunity to attend the banquet, how could Yang Baishuan let it pass? What did you say? Yang Yangchang suddenly stood up, staring intently at Yang Baishuan. Are you looking for a beating? No, no, no. Yang Baishuan quickly waved his hand and explained, Yangchang, that's not what I meant, please don't do it. Damn it. Don't hit me. Listen to me. Soon, Yang Yangchang pinned Yang Baishuan down. My father is almost gone, why are you so happy? What did my father do to you in the past? No, no, no. Yang Baishuan struggled to explain, that's not what I meant, you misunderstood. What do you mean? Yang Yangchang said angrily, pinning Yang Baishuan down. Tell me, or I'll beat you to death. Yangchang, let go first. Yang Baishuan turned to look at Yang Yangchang and said, our old man is over 90 years old, isn't he? Yes. Yang Yangchang replied, pressing Yang Baishuan down. He's never been sick or suffered any misfortune, and he's finally passed away peacefully at a ripe old age, Yang Baishuan continued. Everyone has to die eventually, isn't it a good thing that the old man is leaving like this? Yang Yangchang frowned upon hearing Yang Baishuan's words. It seems that what Yang Baishuan said makes sense. The old man is already 98 years old. This age is already considered very old. Although Yang Yangchang hoped that his father would live to be over 100 years old, it was just a fantasy. Thinking of this, Yang Yongchang couldn't help but release Yang Beishuan. Yang Beishuan then gasped for breath and glanced at Yang Yongchang. When the old man passes away peacefully, you can ask Chef Zhao to prepare a grand banquet to send him off in a spectacular way. Don't you think that would be nice? Yang Beishuan said, his eyes darting around. If you can get Chef Zhao to cook a big feast, almost everyone in our village will come, and the old man will leave with dignity. Master Zhao? Master Zhao from Zhao family village? As Yang Yongchang listened to Yang Beishuan's words, he slowly fell into deep thought. He had heard of this young Chef Zhao before. He was an excellent cook, and every time he prepared a large banquet, a huge crowd would come. If we could have Chef Zhao cook a grand feast after my father passes away, that would certainly be an opportunity. Do you think what I said makes sense? Yang Beishuan asked Yang Yongchang cautiously. That makes sense, but you can't curse my father to die. Yang Yongchang glared at Yang Beishuan and said angrily. I didn't mean to curse the old man to die, I was just worried about his funeral arrangements, Yang Beishuan quickly explained. Yang Yongchang was incredibly strong. I was no match for him at all. If you dare to think that way, I'll still beat you up. Yang Yongchang warned, waving his fist. I dare not, I dare not. Yang Beishuan quickly waved his hand, indicating that he absolutely dared not. Alright, I'll let you off the hook for now, Yang Yongchang said. I need to discuss this with my brothers. Yongchang, I have a request, Yang Beishuan said, looking at Yang Yongchang. Spit it out if you have something to say. Yang Yongchang said irritably. I'll go with you to invite Master Zhao when the time comes. Please save me a seat when the banquet is held, Yang Beishuan asked tentatively. You. Yang Yongchang was about to get angry when Yang Beishuan quickly stepped forward and grabbed Yang Yongchang's hand. I know Master Zhao, but you might not be able to invite him if you go. Really? Absolutely true. Alright. Yang Yongchang finally agreed. Go home and wait. If my brother agrees, you can come with me to invite Master Zhao. Okay. Yang Beishuan nodded happily. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. After Yang Yongchang finished speaking, he walked towards his elder brother's house. Yang Yongchang had 2 brothers in his family, and he couldn't make decisions on his own. He needed the consent of his 2 older brothers. After arriving at his elder brother's house, Yang Yongchang's elder brother called his second brother over. The eldest and second eldest brothers stared wide-eyed upon hearing Yang Yongchang's words. Yongchang, do you mean you want Master Zhao to handle our funeral arrangements? Zhao Chong, known as Master Zhao, has long been recognized for his culinary skills. Yang Yongchang's eldest brother, Yang Yongfeng, and second brother, Yang Yang, had naturally heard of Zhao Chong's culinary skills. Hearing that Yang Yongchang could get Master Zhao to cook the grand feast, a look of joy flashed across his face. Hey, big brother, second brother, what's with those expressions? Dad's still alive. Yang Yongchang felt a pang of displeasure when he saw his older brothers drooling. Ah! Yang Yongfeng immediately realized what Yang Yongchang meant and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. I know, but shouldn't we children consider our parents' affairs after they pass away? Yes, it's mainly because Chef Zhao's cooking is so delicious, Yang Yang said with anticipation. Yang Yongchang looked at his 2 older brothers and felt very depressed. The old man hasn't left yet. I'm already looking forward to the grand feast. Yang Yongchang suddenly had a strange feeling that these 2 guys might be his own brothers. Yang, how many tables do you think we should have? Yang Yongfeng asked, looking at Yang Yang. 20 tables, perhaps. Yang Yang thought for a moment, then said, that's too few. 20 tables won't be enough people. It's not a happy occasion, why make such a big fuss? Yang Yongfeng thought for a moment and said, 20 tables should be enough. That works too. Yang Yang nodded. Let's discuss it. In that case, shall we proceed with this plan? Yang Yongchang could no longer bear his 2 older brothers and had no choice but to take his leave. Yongchang, remember to contact Master Zhao as soon as possible. Yang Yongchang had just stepped out the door when he heard Yang Yang's voice behind him. Upon hearing this, Yang Yongchang nearly stumbled and fell to the ground. After returning from Li Yuding's house, Zhao Chong told his parents about the situation. Actually, I think Yuding is a pretty good girl, Zhao Chong's mother said, looking at Zhao Chong. You 2 have been childhood sweethearts, so you know each other quite well. Mom, are you really that eager to have a grandson? Zhao Chong said to his mother with a smile. I just graduated, and you're already telling me to get married? Aren't you pushing me into a fire pit? How can you call marriage pushing someone into a fire pit? I can help you take care of your children while I'm still young, Zhao Chong's mother nagged from the side. I won't say anything if you don't want to, but I'll just wait and see what kind of daughter-in-law you can bring back for me. We'll talk about that later, Zhao Chong comforted his mother. Fine, I don't care anymore. By the way, I don't know what your dad has been up to these past few days, the whole yard smells sour. Zhao Chong's mother complained. Are they making vinegar? Zhao Chong immediately understood when he heard his mother say that. Making vinegar? You guys are making both soy sauce and vinegar, what's going on? Are you opening a workshop? Zhao Chong's mother asked Zhao Chong suspiciously. Isn't this just for my own use? Zhao Chong explained. By the way, how's my dad's doing? I don't know. They've been going down to the cellar to work on it since dawn these past few days, Zhao Chong's mother complained. I wonder how far they've gotten. I'll go take a look. Zhao Chong waved to his mother. Zhao Chong went to the cellar and talked with his father for a while, but his father kicked him out. Zhao Dongshen was completely immersed in the joy of brewing vinegar, and Zhao Chong, who said a few words, was kicked out. Out of boredom, Zhao Chong picked up his phone and played a game for a while. Fail. Fail. After losing several more games in a row, Zhao Chong completely gave up the desire to play games. Maybe I really just don't have a talent for gaming. I always have a positive record, but my teammates are like they've gone crazy, fighting like crazy. Jungle area. Minion wave? Defense tower? What are all these? It's not important, and I don't care. I only have eyes for the enemy. When reviewing the battle replay, I found that my teammates were all acting like they had lost their minds, rushing forward madly. 4 against 5. 3 against 5. 2 against 5. Immediately after being resurrected, it charged forward again. What kind of teammates are these? Zhao Chong turned off his phone and ignored them. 2 teammates have already engaged in combat via internet connection. After turning off the game, Zhao Chong instantly felt much more relaxed. As long as I don't participate, the pain can't catch up with me. Is Mr. Zhao home? Just as Zhao Chong was resting with his eyes closed, Zhao Yuki walked over. Uncle Yuki, what brings you here? Zhao Chong saw Zhao Yuki and quickly stood up to invite him to sit down. Sigh, uncle, I have something to trouble you with. Zhao Yuki sat on the stool, looking flustered. What's wrong? Zhao Chong asked curiously, looking at Zhao Yuki's expression. Your aunt and I have been trying to figure out how to make the crab-like dish, but no matter what we do, we can't get it to taste like yours. Zhao Yuki looked at Zhao Chong. Your aunt and I are really at our wits' end. My son is crying and begging for crab meat, and he's still rolling around in the yard. Tiger? Zhao Chong couldn't help but burst out laughing when he heard Zhao Yuki's words. Tiger was a rather mischievous kid in the village, and he was usually the leader of the kids. Now, people are actually rolling on the ground just to get a piece of food. This makes people chuckle. Yes, this child has been rolling around on the ground for an hour. Zhao Yuki sighed helplessly. You'll have to help your uncle with this. Now, it's not just Uzi causing trouble for Zhao Yuki, his wife is also urging him on from the sidelines. That's easy, Zhao Chong said to Zhao Yuki. If you really can't get the proportions right, you can use fresh duck egg yolks directly. That will make the flavor stronger. Salted duck egg yolk? Zhao Yuki asked Zhao Chong curiously. Yes, Zhao Chong nodded. The best ones are those with runny salted duck egg yolks. I'll send you the instructions on my phone in a bit, so you don't forget. Okay, Master Zhao, thank you so much. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuki's face lit up with joy, and he excitedly grasped Zhao Chong's hand. You've really helped me a lot this time. Uncle, you're too kind. Zhao Chong quickly waved his hand. After thanking him repeatedly, Zhao Yuki quickly left. Watching Zhao Yuki's retreating figure, Zhao Chong smiled. He didn't want to worry about someone learning the recipe and losing his competitive edge. After all, once I obtained the system, I had hundreds or even thousands of different dishes in my mind. So what if they had to learn just one? Moreover, the dishes they make definitely taste different from yours. Cooking is not something that can be mastered overnight. Without the help of the system, Zhao Chong would still be a complete novice when it comes to cooking. Let alone preparing a grand banquet, his own cooking would be awkward and unpresentable. If it weren't for the system, Zhao Chong would probably still be a corporate slave looking for a job, experiencing the miserable life of 996. Every day, they send one or received in the group chat. A complete lackey of the new era. I used to think the system was useless, but I didn't expect it to actually be of some use to me. Zhao Chong sat on the recliner, swaying slowly. Before long, several more villagers came to Zhao Chong one after another, asking him how to cook various dishes. Zhao Chong didn't hold back either, but patiently taught the villagers again and again. After hearing Zhao Chong's explanation, the villagers suddenly understood. After Zhao Chong's guidance, they quickly understood the parts of cooking that they hadn't been able to figure out before. Master Zhao, thank you so much. Otherwise, I would never have made this dish, even if it meant my death. Master Zhao, from now on you will be our master. You won't look down on an apprentice like me, will you? Master Zhao, after I cook some good dishes, can I work at your restaurant? I can work as a cleaner, no wages required. The surrounding villagers looked at Zhao Chong and said, each of them looking at Zhao Chong with respect. Okay, everyone should go and help when the time comes. Zhao Chong said with a smile, without refusing. After all, once the restaurant opens, these villagers will be needed to patronize it. With Master Zhao's words, we can rest assured, several villagers said with a smile. They would do anything as long as they could get Zhao Chong's guidance. Ever since they ate the grand feast prepared by Zhao Chong, everyone's standards for food have risen, and the stir-fries they used to eat are no longer acceptable to them. After staying a while longer, the villagers left to try out the cooking techniques Zhao Chong had taught them. Around noon, the air above Zhao family village began to fill with delicious aromas once again. The aroma of meat, potatoes, cabbage, chili peppers, and pig's trotters mingled together and spread rapidly. This caused another shock in the surrounding villages. As soon as Yang Yongchang and Yang Baishuan entered Zhao family village, their eyes widened in surprise as they looked around. It smells so good. How can it smell so good? Yang Yongchang sniffed hard. Is this another one of Chef Zhao's creations? No, the taste is still a bit lacking, Yang Baishuan said, shaking his head. I've smelled Chef Zhao's cooking before, and it tastes better than this. Who is that? Could he be Master Zhao's apprentice? Yang Yongchang asked in surprise. How could that be? I've never heard of Master Zhao having an apprentice. Yang Baishuan nodded. Besides, why does this sound like it came from every household? Yang Baishuan's words shocked Yang Yongchang. How could such a wonderful aroma of food be coming from another house? Does this mean that the living standards of the people in Zhejiazhuang village are all this high? You probably wouldn't even find this kind of dish at a regular banquet. Everyone used to say they envied the life in Zhao family village, but I didn't pay much attention. Now that I think about it, I'm really envious, Yang Yongchang said, looking at the surrounding courtyards with a face full of envy. Why hasn't our village produced anyone like Master Zhao? This is incredible luck. Someone like Master Zhao is a rare find, Yang Baishuan said with admiration. Ever since witnessing Zhao Chong burn a large banquet once, Yang Baishuan had regarded Zhao Chong as a godlike figure. How could an ordinary person possibly make something so delicious? Yang Baishuan and Yang Yongchang had only taken a few steps when they heard dogs barking wildly at them from ahead. Not long after, a woman came out and barked twice at the dog. What are you yelling about? It's so noisy. After the woman finished speaking, she poured the food from the plate into a basin on the ground. Say that again and I'll kill you. After smelling the aroma of the food on the ground, the black dog immediately stopped barking and lowered its head to eat. Yang Yongchang and Yang Baishuan were both stunned, their eyes filled with disbelief. No way. Even the dogs in Zhao family village eat better than us? What a waste. This dish smells so good, why are we feeding it to the dog? The two couldn't help but start complaining. The leftovers tasted even better than what the chef in their village could cook for a grand feast. If it weren't for the vicious dog nearby, they probably would have tried them. Extravagant. The people of Zhao family village are too extravagant, Yang Baishuan said with heartache, watching the dog on the ground eating with relish. Sigh, let's go. Let's go ask Master Zhao. Yang Yongfeng couldn't resist the aroma of the leftovers either. This smells amazing. And this isn't even Chef Zhao's cooking. If it were Chef Zhao's cooking, how delicious it would be. Thinking about this, Yang Yongfeng couldn't help but feel hopeful. Soon, the two arrived at Zhao Chong's doorstep. Just then, Zhao Chong came out of his house to throw away the trash and saw Yang Yongchang and Yang Baishuan. This is Master Zhao. Yang Baishuan recognized Zhao Chong at a glance. Is he Master Zhao? Yang Yongchang was taken aback. Is this young Master Zhao so young? This is not what I imagined. Normally, a chef who is as famous as him at a large banquet should be a middle-aged man over 40, fat and greasy. But the young man in front of me is so young and handsome. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Zhao Chong is a popular celebrity, but he has absolutely no connection with the chef who prepares the grand banquet. By the time Yang Yongchang realized what was happening, Yang Baishuan had already walked up to Zhao Chong and started talking to him. A large banquet? A funeral? Upon hearing this, Zhao Chong was taken aback. He had no problem with lavish banquets for weddings, but for funerals, Zhao Chong knew that in the village, there would be large banquets for both weddings and funerals, but he had never been involved in a large banquet for a funeral before. That's right. Yang Baishuan said, doesn't Master Zhao accept banquets for funerals? Upon hearing this, Yang Yongfeng quickly took 2 steps and came to Zhao Chong's side. If they don't answer, wouldn't they have made a wasted trip? This is a rare opportunity to attend a banquet. Master Zhao, our village has only had this one chance, please agree. Yang Baishuan pleaded incessantly from the side. This is one of the few opportunities they have to attend a banquet, and if Chef Zhao doesn't agree, they'll probably have to wait a while longer. In order to secure a place at the banquet, Yang Baishuan asked almost every household. For those who aren't married, ask about the wedding date. Married people are asking when we're going to have children. Those with children ask if they have been admitted to university. Yang Baishuan was beaten a lot for this, and if it weren't for the fact that they were from the same village, he would have been beaten even more severely. Master Zhao, are you not up to it? Yang Yongfeng asked as he stepped forward. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chong glanced sideways at Yang Yongfeng and said, "Who can't you say?" Upon hearing Yang Yongfeng's words, Yang Baishuan glared at him. "Yongfeng, what are you saying?" Yang Yongfeng realized that he had said something inappropriate and quickly explained, "That's not what I meant. What I meant was, could you take this job?" After hearing Yang Yongfeng's apology, Zhao Chong slowly nodded. "Let me think about it." Yang Yongfeng assumed Zhao Chong was concerned about the price and continued, "The price will definitely not be low, Master Zhao, you can rest assured about that." Zhao Chong glanced at Yang Yongfeng but didn't say anything. Money? Since he only made a few bucks from a large banquet, Zhao Chong was waiting for a message from the system. What is the purpose of burning the large banquet? Of course, it was out of love for cooking and deep affection for the villagers, and a tiny bit more for the system's rewards. Without the system's rewards, it wouldn't be worth it just for a few thousand yuan. Ding, the system has detected a new task. Yang Yongfeng's family will hold a grand feast once. Does the host accept? Zhao Chong was overjoyed when he heard the system's voice. There's still a reward for this. Since that's the case, then I'll agree. Okay, I agree. Zhao Chong nodded in agreement. You agreed? Upon hearing Zhao Chong's words, Yang Baishuan and Yang Yongfeng both became excited. Did Master Zhao agree? Finally, they can cook a grand feast for us. Zhao Chong was taken aback by the exaggerated expressions of the two people. When do you want to set a date? Zhao Chong asked the two of them, so I can decide on a time. This. Yang Yongfeng choked for a moment. How should I answer that? What's wrong? Zhao Chong asked, puzzled. Nothing much? It's just that the old man hasn't passed away yet, so this is the day. Yang Yongfeng stammered. You're such a filial son, Zhao Chong said helplessly. This guy must be desperate to get a banquet. Master Zhao, how about this? Let's decide on a date first, and I'll let you know when there's a specific date. Yang Yongfeng asked Zhao Chong. Your uncertainty is making things difficult for me. Zhao Chong frowned. There's no definite date yet. What if I've already promised someone else? I can't just keep waiting like this. That's just too ridiculous. This isn't just a reward for missing out on one big meal, it could very well mean missing out on many big meals. Yang Yongfeng and Yang Baishuan looked at each other and lowered their heads. They knew this request was rude, since Zhao Chong couldn't possibly turn down other people for their sake. It would seem like moral blackmail. Alright, you can go back now. Take good care of the old man first, we can talk about the rest later. Zhao Chong waved his hand and turned to leave. Yang Yongfeng and Yang Baishuan did not stop them, but silently walked back. Zhao Chong thought he would get another mission, but he didn't expect these two to be so unreliable. The old man isn't dead yet? And they're already preparing a huge funeral feast. If the old man found out, he'd probably jump out of bed and beat those brats to a pulp. Zhao Chong took some time to check on the progress of the restaurant. It must be said that these villagers are indeed very efficient. The restaurant was built in just a few days. Now all that's left is the renovation. Master Zhao, how's the work we've done? As soon as Zhao Chong walked over, people surrounded him and said something to him. Master Zhao, our village has limited skills, this is the best we can do. Master Zhao, if there's anything wrong, just let us know and we'll fix it again. Looking at the enthusiastic villagers, Zhao Chong couldn't help but smile. That's great, thank you for your hard work these past few days. Those around Zhao Chong breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his words. Zhao Chong is, after all, a college student with high standards. It would be difficult for him not to appreciate their architectural style. What's the hardship? As long as Master Zhao is happy, that's all that matters. That's right. What's so hard about it? This work is much easier than the work in the fields. Chef Zhao, now that our restaurant is finished, how about we hold a banquet? Hold a banquet. Zhao Chong looked at the enthusiastic villagers in front of him and readily agreed. Okay, I'll just set up a few simple tables then, after all, everyone has worked hard. Wow, really? I was just saying. Master Zhao, we are so touched. We are so happy to be able to enjoy your delicious food again. These past few days, my wife has been cooking according to Chef Zhao's instructions, but I always feel like the taste is off. Of course not, it's not that easy to learn. If you want to eat, you have to eat the dishes made by Chef Zhao. When the people around heard that Zhao Chong had decided to hold a grand banquet, they all smiled with excitement. The reason they worked so hard was solely so that they could enjoy the grand feast prepared by Zhao Chong. But if Zhao Chong doesn't do it, there's nothing they can do. The most excited people here were those from Wangjiazhuang, as this was the only way for them to get to eat Zhao Chong's cooking. There haven't been any weddings or funerals in Wangjiazhuang these past few days, and the aroma of food from Zhejiazhuang has been making them incredibly itchy. It's been so many days, I can finally eat to my heart's content. When Wang Jiangguo learned that Zhao Chong was going to hold a large banquet, he immediately went to Zhao Chong's house. After Wang Jiangguo arrived, he handed a red envelope to Zhao Chong. Master Zhao, I heard you're hosting a big banquet, so I've come to congratulate you in advance, Wang Jiangguo said with a smile as he sat down opposite Zhao Chong. Please save me a seat then. Village Chief Wang, that's too kind. Come and eat if you want. Why are you giving me a red envelope? Zhao Chong handed the red envelope to Wang Jiangguo. This time, people from Wang Jiazhuang also helped out. As the village chief, it's not unreasonable for Wang Jiangguo to come and have a meal with them. How could that be? Wang Jiangguo quickly waved his hand. If I don't give a red envelope after eating at Chef Zhao's lavish feast, how can I continue to be the village chief? If other people found out that I came here to freeload, the whole village would probably know about it the next day, and they would be talking behind my back. Moreover, as the village chief, I should set a good example. To put on a grand feast, Zhao Chong would need a lot of ingredients, and the cost would be far more expensive than the construction cost of the restaurant. Zhao Chong tried to refuse again, but Wang Jiangguo was unhappy. What? Master Zhao, although we're not from the same village, we're just across the street. So, we're practically family, Wang Jiangguo said righteously. All right. Zhao Chong thought that if he didn't accept it, Wang Jiangguo would keep arguing with him. Left with no other choice, Zhao Chong had to put the red envelope away, and only then did Wang Jiangguo give up. Master Zhao, we agreed that you must reserve a seat for me. I have some things to take care of in the village. After Wang Jiangguo left, other villagers came to offer their congratulatory gifts. Master Zhao, we heard your restaurant is finished and you're having a big banquet. We're sending you our red envelopes now, so please be sure to invite us. Master Zhao, when does our big feast start? Let us know, and we'll all come help out, okay? I still have some groceries at home, I can bring them over later. Most of the villagers who came were neighbors from the surrounding area. After hearing that Zhao Chong was going to hold a big banquet, they all came to give congratulatory gifts, hoping that Zhao Chong would reserve a seat for them. Zhao Chong initially wanted to refuse, but seeing that the villagers had all given him red envelopes, he felt embarrassed to refuse. Zhao Chong originally planned to host a simple banquet to reward the workers, but unexpectedly, the surrounding villagers came to his house to give him red envelopes. This put Zhao Hong in a difficult position. Xiao Chong, why don't you set up a few more tables? Zhao Dongshan said with a smile, seeing Zhao Chong's troubled expression. The villagers have helped a lot these past few days, and we can't let them down. Yes. Zhao Chong nodded. It's not impossible for him to host a large feast, it would just mean cooking a few more dishes. Consider this grand feast my treat, Zhao Dongshan said cheerfully. After several days of tireless effort, Zhao Dongshan has finally finished making the aged vinegar. Now, it only needs a few more days for fermentation to be successful, and then the pure and delicious aged vinegar will be ready to use. This put Zhao Dongshan in a great mood, and he started joking with Zhao Chong. Dad, what are you saying? Zhao Chong looked at Zhao Dongshan. I am your son. Just as Zhao Chong finished speaking, he suddenly heard a system notification. Ding! The system has detected a new task, prepare a grand banquet for Zhao Dongshan. Accept. The sound startled Zhao Chong. Is this even possible? Is one's own family's grand banquet considered a system task? This looks like exploiting a bug. What's wrong with our son? Anyway, this restaurant was built for me. Zhao Dongshan looked at Zhao Chong. I'll discuss it with your mother, and she'll definitely agree. Zhao Dongshan did this because Zhao Chong would give them money every time he hosted a large banquet. But now Zhao Chong has already graduated. When he wants to find a girlfriend, he will need money. If he doesn't have any money, the girls will definitely look down on him. So Zhao Dongshan took this opportunity to give Zhao Chong more money. Alright. Zhao Chong had no choice but to agree. After all, the task system for burning the grand feast has already been released, and there are generous rewards after completing the task. Good lad, let's wait until they're finished with the renovations, then we'll get started. Zhao Dongshan patted Zhao Chong on the shoulder. I heard the renovations started today? Yes. Zhao Chong nodded. It's been airing out for a while now, so there shouldn't be any problems with the renovation. Okay, let's set a date and then let them know. Zhao Dongshan glanced at the red envelopes on the table. Keep these red envelopes safe and save them for yourself. When you get a girlfriend, don't be stingy with your money. I still have money. I saved some money while I was in college these past few years, Zhao Chong said with a smile. Save your money. Your mom and I discussed it yesterday, and we're planning to buy you a car, Zhao Dongshan said slowly, taking a sip of water. Do you have any cars in mind? I don't know much about cars, they're just for getting around, Zhao Chong said casually. Zhao Chong is different from other boys in this respect, he doesn't have any in-depth knowledge about cars. Unlike some people who know every brand and car model like the back of their hand. Aside from knowing a few big brands, Zhao Chong had absolutely no other knowledge of them. It's alright, take a look for yourself. Look at everyone else in the village, they've all basically bought cars, Zhao Dongshan said to Zhao Chong. I need to get my driver's license first, Zhao Chong said with a smile. There's no rush. That's right, you haven't gotten your driver's license yet. Zhao Dongshan nodded. You should arrange your time. When you go back, you can drive back. I've thought about it. I'll go to town to take a driving test another day. Zhao Chong had also thought about it. In the future, when holding grand banquets, it will definitely not be limited to our own village. People from other places will definitely be invited. Moreover, once Zhao Hao's video account becomes popular, other people will keep coming to him, and one day, his task of burning large banquets will probably take him all over the country. Thinking about this, Zhao Chong felt that having a car was still very necessary. After chatting for a while, Zhao Chong went out the door and went straight to Zhao Hao's house. Master Zhao is here. Zhao Yuanshan greeted Zhao Chong with a smile as he entered the room. Uncle Yuanshan, please don't call me that, Zhao Chong said helplessly. Is Zhao Hao home? Are you there? Editing videos or something? Zhao Yuanshan pointed to the side room. Zhao Hao, get out here, your brother Chong is here. All right. Zhao Hao's voice came from the inner room. The next moment, Zhao Hao ran out, staggering. Brother Chong, another job? Zhao Hao asked as he approached Zhao Chong. No, it'll be in a few days. I just came to see you. I was planning to go learn to drive with you, Zhao Chong said casually. Learn to drive? That's a good idea. Zhao Yuanshan, who was standing nearby, exclaimed, his eyes lighting up. I've been wanting this brat to learn for a while, but he's always made excuses. I'm busy, aren't I? Zhao Hao explained, blushing. Busy my ass. All you do is grunt and moan in the room all day. Don't think I don't know what you're doing. Zhao Yuanshan glared at Zhao Hao. I don't know who you took after, but you look like a pig. I'm just bloated, I've already lost 5 pounds, Zhao Hao said defiantly. Only 5 pounds? You eat more than 5 pounds of food a day. Zhao Yuanshan said, exasperated. Don't you know how well off our family is? Alright, I didn't say I wasn't going to take the driving test, Zhao Hao said impatiently. Zhao Chong watched the daily conversation between Zhao Hao and his son and chuckled softly. Uncle Yuanshan, Hussy has indeed lost weight. Zhao Chong quickly stepped in to smooth things over as the two argued more and more fiercely. Alright, with Master Zhao's words, I'll trust you this time. Zhao Yuanshan glared at Zhao Hao. From now on, you'd better listen to Zhao Chong, or I'll beat you to death. How many more years can you beat me? When you get old, I'll throw away your cane. Zhao Hao shouted at Zhao Yuanshan. You brat, I'll beat you to death. Zhao Yuanshan grabbed a hoe and charged at Zhao Hao. Although Zhao Hao was fat, he was not slow at all. He had already moved into position long before Zhao Yuanshan picked up the hoe. Damn it, you brat. Zhao Yuanshan cursed as he stood there, watching Zhao Hao run away. When Zhao Chong found Zhao Hao, he discovered that the kid was squatting on a rock playing on his phone. That's incredibly bold. Zhao Chong looked at Zhao Hao and slowly walked over. What are you doing? Zhao Chong asked, looking at Zhao Hao's focused expression as he approached him. That brat is coming to find you here, Zhao Hao said, staring at someone's home page. Who is it? Zhao Chong was clearly taken aback when he heard Zhao Hao's words. Zhao Hao pointed at his phone screen. Look, this is Brother Mao's restaurant review video. Ever since our video went viral, this guy has sent me several messages, but I haven't replied to them. But later, I don't know where he got the news, he wanted to come to our village to check out the shops. Is this guy crazy? Zhao Chong was stunned after hearing this. That's when I remembered who that person was. Brother Mao, who used to try and ride the wave of popularity by visiting restaurants. I thought that after I rejected them once, they wouldn't contact me again, but I didn't expect them to be so persistent. I don't know either, Zhao Hao said innocently. Brother Chong, it's really not my fault. I've never had any contact with him. I know it's not you, Zhao Chong said casually. He knew Zhao Hao well enough to know that Zhao Hao would never do anything behind his back, so he didn't think that Zhao Hao had said anything to the other party. Zhao Chong didn't care about whether or not he was a Brother Mao, so he didn't say anything more. Brother Chong, what should we do if this guy is coming? Zhao Hao asked nervously. So what if he's here? Can we stop him from coming? Zhao Chong retorted. I'm afraid he'll come and cause trouble, Zhao Hao said. Why would you want to cause trouble? Zhao Chong countered. This person has a bad character. He used to go to other restaurants to freeload, and if they didn't give him anything, he would slander them online. Many restaurants have blocked him, Zhao Hao said after thinking for a moment. I'm afraid he's deliberately slandering you. What's there to be afraid of? Zhao Chong looked at Zhao Hao and said slowly. Zhao Hao looked at Zhao Chong with a puzzled expression, completely at a loss. Do you think everyone in our village is so honest and simple? Zhao Chong said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao's eyes lit up, and he instantly understood what Zhao Chong meant. If the other party dares to act recklessly, the people in the village will probably be the first to not let them off the hook. Zhao Chong is different now than before. In their village, he is worshipped like a god. If anyone dares to lay a hand on Zhao Chong, or say anything bad about him, these people will probably be the first to suffer. Thinking about this, Zhao Hao gradually felt relieved. At this time, Brother Mao had already boarded the bus to the county town. Damn it, he actually didn't give Brother Mao any face. Looks like he doesn't want to continue in this business. Brother Mao looked at Zhao Hao's video, his whole body exuding disdain. In his view, his desire to collaborate with Zhao Hao was a sign of respect for him, considering that Zhao Hao only had less than 100,000 followers. If it weren't for those cooking videos, Zhao Hao would probably still be a nobody. Yet, this very Karami rejected an invitation from an internet celebrity with hundreds of thousands of followers. In order to find Zhao Hao's address, Brother Mao added many people as friends in the comments section and spent several hundred yuan before finally getting the address of Zhao Family Village. As soon as he got off the bus, Brother Mao asked for the address of Zhao Family Village. But after asking around, I didn't get any results. According to Brother Mao, Zhao Family Village should be quite famous, so why does nobody know about it? Having no other choice, Brother Mao had to ask for help from kind-hearted netizens again. After spending $300 silver, he finally learned that Zhao Family Village was actually a town under the county seat. Damn it, I thought it was a staged photo, but I didn't expect it to actually be in the village. After hearing the specific address, Brother Mao burst into tears. What the hell does this mean? None of those online celebrities are real. Do you really think you're cooking in a village? Once I find you, I'll expose you severely and make sure you don't give me any traffic. Helpless, Brother Mao had no choice but to find a tricycle and head towards Zhao Family Village. By the time Brother Mao arrived at Zhao Family Village, it was nearly evening. Seeing this, Brother Mao also started his live stream. Hello everyone, this is your Brother Mao. Today, Brother Mao isn't here to explore restaurants, but to expose a certain internet celebrity. As soon as Brother Mao started his live stream, there were already over 1,000 viewers. Beforehand, Brother Mao had already prepared for this, hoping to generate buzz and see if he could gain 1 million followers. For this, Brother Mao invested a lot of money in promoting the traffic. The effect was obvious, the number of viewers in the live stream skyrocketed. Do you remember the video from a few days ago of the big feast where the whole village ate? Today I've come to this village, Zhao Family Village. Brother Mao turned the camera around Zhao Family Village in front of him. Suddenly, a woman's face appeared on the screen. What are you doing? The woman asked in an unfriendly tone when she saw Brother Mao. Mao's eyes lit up, and he began to make plans in his mind. Isn't this woman a great subject? They seem to be from Zhao Family Village, which is perfect for exposing the truth behind the cooking video. Auntie. Brother Mao greeted her as he stepped forward. Who are you calling auntie? The woman glared at Mao Ge and asked in an unfriendly tone. Sister. Mao Ge realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly corrected himself. How old are you to call me sister? The woman's face grew even colder. Calling someone Brother Mao is perfectly acceptable in the city. In fact, it might make the person feel happy. But this is in the village, and calling him Brother Mao makes him sound like a simpleton. Auntie. Brother Mao didn't expect the first person to be so difficult, so he had no choice but to call out tentatively. Call me auntie. The woman curled her lip, looking at Brother Mao as if he were an idiot. Auntie. Brother Mao finally got it right this time. What's wrong? Which village are you from? The woman asked warily of Brother Mao. After all, Zhao Chang's restaurant is almost finished being renovated, and now people from other villages are coming to inquire about it, wanting to eat the feast that Zhao Chang prepares. This made the people of Zhao Family Village more vigilant. After all, Zhao Chang had a limited number of seats at the banquet, and if one more person came, wouldn't that mean one less person among them? I'm from out of town. I saw videos of our banquets online before. Brother Mao explained slowly. A video? The woman instantly realized. It must have been Hazi who made it. What are you doing in our village? Hazi. Brother Mao nodded repeatedly upon hearing the woman's words. It seems we've matched up this time. The person who posted the video is named Hazi. Mao Ge became excited. This time, he was about to gain a huge number of followers. Thinking of this, Brother Mao adjusted the camera and then asked, how much did the person who filmed the video pay you to act in it? Acting? How much? The woman was stunned by what Mao Ge said, and the next moment, she glared at Mao Ge. What the hell are you talking about? When Mao saw the woman's aggressive demeanor, he was immediately startled. Auntie, what's wrong? Brother Mao asked quickly. What lover? What nonsense are you talking about? The woman glared angrily at Brother Mao, as if she would attack him if he didn't give her a reasonable explanation. Brother Mao's eyes darted around, and he quickly took out a red envelope from his pocket and handed it to the woman. Auntie, just tell me the truth, did the person who holds the big feast in your village just hire people to put on a show? The woman saw the red envelope in Mao Ge's hand and grabbed it. When Brother Mao saw this, he realized there was something to talk about, since the other party had already accepted the red envelope. Breaking news! Mao Ge pointed the camera at the woman again, wanting to hear her expose Zhao Hao's true colors. Since Zhao Hao posted Zhao Chang's cooking video, it has topped the trending search list. Now that he has exposed Zhao Chang's cooking and posted the video, he will definitely gain some traffic. In time, his number of fans will continue to grow. Thinking of this, Brother Mao's face showed a satisfied expression. The journey was tough, but it was worth it for this surge in traffic. Snap! Just as Mao was immersed in his wonderful fantasy, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his face. So what if you have a few bucks? How dare you slander Master Zhao? The woman shouted angrily, hands on her hips, after throwing the money in Brother Mao's face. You piece of trash, you dare to slander Master Zhao? Do you believe I can make sure you never leave Zhao family village? Mao was stunned. He looked at the woman in front of him with disbelief. There was 1,000 yuan in that red envelope. Even the older women in the city would cooperate with her, so why is this village woman so unreasonable? We can discuss the price. Brother Mao thought the other party thought the money was too little and quickly said, I'll give you another 1,000, is 2,000 enough? Are you out of your mind? Just because you have money doesn't mean you're all that. The woman, hands on her hips, launched into a tirade against Mao Ge. Who cares about your money? We may be poor, but we're upright and honest. Mao was completely dumbfounded. This isn't what I expected. Normally, as long as he gives money, these villagers will try their best to cooperate with him. The videos he filmed before could earn him a maximum of 1,000 yuan per person, but why don't they work in Zhao family village now? This is so strange. Honey, what's wrong? The woman's cursing was heard by the men in the house, who came out shirtless. Brother, you've misunderstood. I just wanted to ask Auntie for a favor, Brother Mao quickly explained as he saw a dark-skinned man come out. Misunderstanding my foot. The woman spat at Brother Mao. What's wrong? The man asked as he approached the woman. This bastard tried to bribe me to speak ill of Master Zhao, the woman said, pointing at the blonde-haired man. Speaking ill of Master Zhao? Upon hearing this, the man looked at Brother Mao and said, fine. After the man finished speaking, he turned around and walked back. Brother Mao stared at the man's retreating figure in surprise, at a loss for what to do. I thought the other party had gone to discuss it with someone, but I didn't expect that the next time I saw the man, I found that he was holding a shovel. Everyone in the village, come out. Someone's trying to cause trouble for Master Zhao. The man shouted into the village. The next moment, the village gates suddenly opened, and young men carrying farm tools ran out. What? Someone's causing trouble for Master Zhao? Where is he? He's got some nerve, daring to cause trouble for the young master. I'll beat him to death with a hoe. Where did this bastard come from? How can he be so shameless? The villagers of Zhao family village all came out in unison, regardless of age or gender. Several children followed behind the adults, each carrying a slingshot. When Brother Mao saw this situation, he immediately panicked. What happened? I just wanted to expose the conspiracy behind the video, but it feels like I've stirred up a hornet's nest. By the time Brother Mao realized what was happening, hundreds of people had arrived in front of him. When Mao saw this, his legs went weak. Looking at the menacing villagers, he didn't think twice and ran away. If I don't run now, I'm afraid I'll be stuck here. This village is so strange. I didn't say anything, so how did I offend a group of people? Fortunately, Brother Mao was young and strong, and he quickly ran out of Zhao family village. The villagers initially wanted to continue the chase, but stopped when they saw the other party run to Wang Jia's Wang. Where is this person from? How were we found? Oh dear, how did he get away? Was this person here to harm Master Zhao? It's possible. We need to protect Master Zhao. What do you guys think? How about starting today, we take turns standing guard at the village entrance. If any strangers come in, we must question them thoroughly. You go to the village entrance, I'll stand guard at Master Zhao's house. After discussing it, the people of Zhao family village all agreed that Zhao Chong should be protected. Now that someone dares to come to the village and slander Master Zhao, they must have ill intentions. After they finished speaking, they headed towards Zhao Chong's house. After Mao Ge ran into Wang Jia's Wang, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was only then that he realized the video Zhao Hao posted might be real. He just hadn't expected the person who burned the large feast to have such high prestige in the village. They were practically like gods. If I hadn't run fast, I probably would have gotten a severe beating. If you get beaten up in a village, it's hard to explain even if you call the police, since you entered their village first, and there's simply no way to explain it. That's terrible. I lost several hundred yuan for no reason. The more Mao thought about it, the angrier he became. Just then, a tricycle came from the opposite direction. Brother Mao quickly stopped the tricycle, and a middle-aged man got off. What's wrong? What village is this? Brother Mao asked as soon as he saw the man. Wang Jiazhuang. Where are you from? The old man looked at Brother Mao curiously. I'm from out of town. I was just chased and beaten by people from Zhao family village, so I came here to take refuge, Brother Mao explained. Zhao family village, they've always been known for their honest and simple folks, why would they beat someone? The old man asked in bewilderment. A simple and honest folk? Brother Mao frowned when he heard what the other party said. I just wanted them to explain whether the big banquet was paid for by actors, and I got chased and beaten up. Oh, the old man suddenly realized, looking at Brother Mao, you're trying to slander Master Zhao. Master Zhao? Brother Mao asked the old man with a puzzled look. You know him too? Of course, the old man said proudly. Do you have any dirt on him? I'll pay 3,000 for your information, Brother Mao said hastily, as if grasping at a straw. I have it. The old man nodded. Why don't you get in the car, I'll take you somewhere, and we can have a good chat. Upon hearing the old man's words, Brother Mao looked over with excitement. There are still more good people than bad in the world. He was almost beaten to death by the people of Zhao family village, and now an old man wants to help him. It seems my luck isn't so bad after all. Come on up. Don't just stand there. The old man urged, seeing Mao Ji's hesitation. Do you still want to hear about Master Zhao's dirty secrets? Otherwise, I'm going to work in the fields. There's a ton of work waiting for me there. Listen, I want to hear. Brother Mao quickly came to his senses, afraid that the old man would change his mind, and hurriedly jumped onto the old man's tricycle. Rat-a-tat-tat. The old man stepped on the gas, and the tricycle sped off, billowing black smoke. The old man didn't drive into the village, but went straight into the fields. Uncle, do you also have a grudge against Master Zhao? Brother Mao asked the old man from his tricycle. What? The old man was about to retort, but suddenly changed his tone. Yes. What did Master Zhao do to offend you? This guy is getting arrogant. One of his videos went viral, and I wanted him to help me, but he completely ignored me. Mao Ji got angrier as he spoke. I went to his village to find him and wanted to expose his scheme, but I didn't expect that everyone in the village would protect him. I really don't know how much money that brat has secretly spent. Have you ever considered that it might not be about the money? The old man said with a smile. How could that be? If it weren't for the money, why would everyone in the village be helping him? Brother Mao said indignantly. In Mao Ji's memory, to be able to gain so much support from so many people, he must have given the villagers a lot of benefits on a regular basis, otherwise why would the villagers support him? This makes no sense at all. Uncle, don't worry, you helped me this time, I'll definitely give you something in return. Brother Mao took out a wad of cash from his pocket. Here's 3,000 yuan, keep it. Do you have any money left? The old man asked, staring at Brother Mao. I still have a few hundred yuan left, Brother Mao answered truthfully. Then give them all to me. I guarantee you'll get something this time, the old man said with a chuckle. Greedy. Seeing the old man's expression, Brother Mao silently complained to himself. But now only the elderly can help him, and once this is done, the benefits he will receive will be much more than just a few thousand yuan. At that time, the traffic cost for a single ad slot will be tens of thousands. Thinking of this, Brother Mao took out the rest of his money. Uncle, it's all for you. Brother Mao placed all the money next to the old man. Don't you still have 12 yuan left? Give it to me. I need to buy some drinks. The old man said, glancing at the dozen or so yuan in Brother Mao's hand. All right. Brother Mao reluctantly stretched out his hand and stuffed the remaining 12 yuan into the old man's pocket. After walking for 10 minutes, Brother Mao realized that they were getting further and further away from the village, and the surrounding mountains looked rather frightening. Because he arrived in the afternoon, and after arguing with the villagers of Zhao family village, it was already evening. It was just as the sun was setting, which made Brother Mao a little uneasy. Uncle, where are we going? Brother Mao asked anxiously, looking at the desolate surroundings. I'm going to get something, I'll take you back in a bit, the old man said nonchalantly. There's a fellow villager in the fields ahead, he knows more about Master Zhao. Really? Brother Mao's eyes lit up when he heard that. Half an hour later, the old man finally stopped driving his tricycle. Brother Mao looked at the old man in surprise. There was no one around. What was he doing here? You get out first, I'll back up the car, the old man said to Mao Ji beside him. Oh, Brother Mao didn't suspect anything and got out of the car. After seeing Brother Mao get off the vehicle, the old man's tricycle suddenly accelerated and passed by Huang Mao. Uncle, what are you doing? Brother Mao shouted, taking a drag of exhaust fumes. You bastard, you still want to scheme against Master Zhao? Don't you even know where you are? The old man turned around and cursed at Brother Mao. Don't you have a grudge against Master Zhao? Mao Ji realized he had been tricked and cursed at the old man. You old bastard, how dare you cheat me? You have a grudge against Master Zhao? Don't you even know who in the surrounding villages would have a grudge against Master Zhao? the old man shouted back at Brother Mao. Today I'm going to teach you a lesson. Remember, your uncle's name is Wang Laoliu. As soon as Wang Laoliu finished speaking, the tricycle disappeared into the night. Mao Ge slumped to the ground with a thud, his eyes lifeless. What's going on? I just wanted to slander a minor internet celebrity. How did I get messed up like this? By the time Brother Mao realized what was happening, it was completely dark. Looking at the desolate surroundings, Mao Ge felt a chill run down his spine. All sorts of horror novels and movies he had read before flashed through his mind, causing Mao Ge to burst into tears. Zhao Chong was completely unaware of all that was happening and was still at home fiddling with his soy sauce. After these few days of fermentation, the soy sauce is ready. Zhao Chong tried making a dish with soy sauce, and the flavor was even more delicious than before. When Zhao Chong finished dinner and was about to go out, he found two people standing at his door. "Uncle, what are you doing here?" Zhao Chong asked curiously after he saw the figures clearly. The two men stood motionless on either side of their own gate, like gatekeepers. "Master Zhao, you're out? Where are you going?" "We'll protect you," one of the men said as he came to Zhao Chong's side. "What do you mean?" Zhao Chong looked at the villagers in confusion. "Why are you protecting me? It's like someone is trying to murder me for money. You wouldn't believe it, a little yellow dog came to the village today. He came specifically for you," the villager explained. "Little Yellow?" Zhao Chong was taken aback when he heard this name. "Is it a dog?" "It's a person." The villager quickly recounted the whole story. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chong felt a sense of helplessness. This guy must be Brother Mao. I just didn't expect that Brother Mao would actually be able to find me. Doesn't this feel a bit like real life? And then what happened? Zhao Chong asked curiously. "Later, we chased them away, and they ran to Wang Jiazwan," the villager said. "Don't worry, Mr. Zhao, to prevent others from harming you, we have spontaneously organized a patrol team to protect your safety 24 hours a day." Upon hearing this, Zhao Chong's expression changed drastically. "No, uncle, don't make such a big fuss. I'm not an important person. Even if he comes, he wouldn't dare to do anything to me. This is a society governed by law." Zhao Chong never expected these villagers to be so endearing, actually wanting to protect him on their own initiative. "There's absolutely no need for this now. We grew up under the red flag, how could such a terrible thing happen?" After being persuaded, the two villagers finally went home. Just as Zhao Chong was about to head home, he suddenly saw Wang Laoliu rushing over in a flurry. "Uncle Lao Lu, what brings you here?" Zhao Chong asked in surprise when he saw Wang Laoliu. "Master Zhao, I just did something big." Wang Laoliu came up to Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong was taken aback when he heard this, and looked at Wang Laoliu with curiosity. "What's up?" Wang Laoliu said excitedly. "I ran into a dimwit guy on my way back from the fields today. He wanted to get revenge on you, Master Zhao." Upon hearing Wang Laoliu's words, Zhao Chong immediately guessed who Wang Laoliu was referring to. This must be the restaurant review video by Brother Mao. Sigh. Zhao Chong sighed, silently mourning for him in his heart. If anyone's to blame, it's just that the blonde-haired guy was too naive and insisted on testing the waters in the village. It can only be said that the rule of law in today's society saved him. If it were in the past, Huang Mao probably wouldn't have been able to leave these villages. Sixth uncle, I hope nothing bad has happened to him. Zhao Chong suddenly thought. There are many mountains around here. If he gets lost and something happens, it will cause a huge commotion. What could possibly happen? He may be broke, but he still has his phone. Wang Laoliu said nonchalantly. He's the one who tried to cause you trouble. This is a lesson for him. If he still doesn't know his place, things won't be so simple next time. After Wang Laoliu finished speaking, he seemed to still be angry and continued. When I get back, I'll tell our village chief that if he sees that blonde guy in the village, he must be punished properly. Just as Zhao Chong was about to dissuade him, he discovered that Wang Laoliu had already run away in a flash. Forget it, let them do what they want. Zhao Chong decided to give up, as this matter was now beyond his control. At this moment, several villagers came over, and upon seeing Zhao Chong, they quickly ran up to him. "You're here for Brother Mao too?" Zhao Chong asked as he stepped forward. "What, Brother Mao? You mean that blonde-haired kid?" Everyone realized what was happening and quickly said, "What, is he causing trouble again? Aren't there a few of us waiting at the village entrance?" After hearing that the other party was not, Zhao Chong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Villagers sometimes don't know their own strength, and if someone gets killed, no one will be happy. "Then what's your purpose?" Zhao Chong asked. "What delicious food are you making now?" Someone asked, glancing inside. "I smell a strong aroma of soy sauce." "Yes. Chef Zhao, are you researching some new dish again? It's not just about the aroma of soy sauce, but also has a refreshing sour taste," a villager nearby couldn't help but say. "No." Zhao Chong shook his head. "I haven't even started cooking yet." "That's not right. I clearly smell the fragrance, and there's no other house besides yours. The person next to me looked puzzled. Zhao Chong suddenly remembered the soy sauce and vinegar that his family had just brewed. That's probably not what they were going to say. My family just finished brewing soy sauce and vinegar recently. You're not talking about that kind of taste, are you? Zhao Chong asked tentatively. Soy sauce? Vinegar? Everyone looked puzzled upon hearing this. The smell I just smelled did indeed resemble vinegar and soy sauce, but they had all seen soy sauce and vinegar before, and they could never smell such a pleasant aroma. The aroma is like the scent that wafts out after cooking. Seeing the puzzled looks on everyone's faces, Zhao Chong stepped forward and said, "Why don't you come in with me and take a look?" Upon hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with joy. Then, the surrounding villagers followed Zhao Chong into the courtyard. In the courtyard, Zhao Dongshen was stirring a large vat containing soy sauce and vinegar, and a fragrant aroma wafted from inside. It really does taste like soy sauce and vinegar. When the villagers saw Zhao Dongshen's actions, their eyes widened, and everyone wore an expression of disbelief. When did soy sauce and vinegar start to smell so good? This is completely different from what they usually eat. Master Zhao, is this soy sauce or a condiment? Someone couldn't help but ask. This is the soy sauce I brewed from soybeans, Zhao Chong said with a smile. I just started brewing it a month ago. I remember now, Zhao Sansi told me that he came here and stole quite a few soybeans back then, a villager nearby said immediately. Yes, that was the time. Zhao Chong nodded. My God, this is simply unbelievable. A villager nearby came to the soy sauce vat, took a look, and said, the color and taste of the soy sauce are so much better than Haitian soy sauce. Isn't that obvious? This is brewed by Master Zhao. The surrounding villagers glared at the man, then looked at Zhao Chong and said, Master Zhao, can I buy some soy sauce? Zhao Chong was speechless upon hearing the villagers' words. Buying soy sauce? Zhao Chong never intended to sell it, he simply wanted to try brewing soy sauce for his own use. Is that not allowed? The villagers said with a pained expression. I only want to buy a little. Zhao Dongshen put the stirring stick aside and said with a smile, we're all from the same village, why are you buying anything? I'll take some back for you. Yes, Zhao Chong nodded. I didn't originally intend to sell it, I just wanted to brew some for my own home use. I'm so sorry. Upon hearing Zhao Chong's words, the surrounding villagers quickly waved their hands. It would be fine to let them buy it, but to give it to them for free, even those who are thick-skinned felt shy. Eating Zhao Chong's cooking is already a great deal, and now we're even getting soy sauce from him. This is unacceptable. No, we have to buy it. After a while, all the villagers said in unison, Hey uncles, do I have a license to brew soy sauce? If word gets out, I'll be breaking the law, Zhao Chong joked. If you want to try it, just pay a little something, it's not worth much anyway. Xiao Chong is right. If you feel bad about it, just come and help out when you're brewing soy sauce, Zhao Dongshen comforted them. Okay, we'll definitely come to help, the surrounding villagers responded one after another. After saying that, the villagers went home to get their tools. When they returned, each of them was carrying a bag of soybeans. Master Zhao, each of us can only carry one bag of soybeans. I'll come back in a few days and bring you some more, the villagers said apologetically as they placed the soybeans in the yard. What are you doing? I don't want your soybeans, Zhao Chong said, both amused and exasperated by the villagers' reaction. No, you have to accept it, otherwise we'll feel really bad. Yes, Master Zhao, please accept it. Otherwise, we'll feel guilty about giving this soy sauce away. Yes. If you don't accept it, how can we possibly eat at your lavish banquets in the future? Zhao Chong never expected that he had only intended to give them some soy sauce to try, but they actually brought their own soybeans. Judging from the attitude of these villagers, they probably wouldn't leave unless he accepted their offer. Left with no other choice, Zhao Chong had to accept the soybeans. Only after seeing Zhao Chong's men did these people start pretending to be soy sauce. These villagers weren't very greedy, they just took ordinary soy sauce bottles and filled each one to the brim before heading back satisfied. Before long, news of Zhao Chong brewing soy sauce spread throughout the village. Many villagers came from far and wide, each carrying a bag of soybeans to Zhao Chong's house to exchange for soy sauce. This gave Zhao Chong a real headache. Accepting it seems inappropriate. If we don't accept it, these people won't be happy. In the end, Zhao Dongshen stepped in and distributed the soy sauce. According to Zhao Chong, he didn't intend to keep it all for himself. After all, he had brewed a large vat of soy sauce, and if he were to use it all himself, it would probably take a year and a half. Moreover, this kind of soy sauce has a very short shelf life because it has no additives and cannot be stored for a long time. It wasn't until evening that Zhao Dongshen returned to his house. Sigh, this is more tiring than a whole day's work. Zhao Dongshen rubbed his lower back and sat down to rest. Dad, have you finished distributing them? Zhao Chong asked curiously. That's for sure, Zhao Dongchen nodded. Half of the people from our village came, and in the end, the jars were all empty. As the news spread, a group of people lined up to buy soy sauce at Zhao Chong's house. When the people behind ran out of soy sauce, they had to use vinegar instead. It's alright, I'll brew some more later, Zhao Chong said with a smile. The process of brewing soy sauce is not very complicated, and now they have soybeans, enough to brew a lot of soy sauce. You've got a lot to brew here, Zhao Dongchen said, pointing outside. Look how many soybeans they've brought, our yard is almost full. No way. Upon hearing his father's words, Zhao Chong quickly went outside. When he saw the sacks of soybeans in the yard, he was completely stunned. There are over 100 bags of these. How can there be so many? If each person received a bag, there definitely wouldn't be this many. After all, how could one vat of soy sauce possibly yield 100 bottles? Someone must have given them an extra one. Zhao Chong shook his head helplessly, then walked up to the bag of soybeans, picked it up, and threw it into the room next door. These villagers were so hospitable, they went to great lengths to give gifts just to get a bite of their food. This was almost too much for Zhao Chong to handle. At first it felt a little better, but now everything in the house is almost moldy. However, the next few days left Zhao Chong even more confused. People would come and go, bringing vegetables to my home, and some even brought a cow. Uncle, I understand if you bring me vegetables, but what do you mean by bringing me a cow? Zhao Chong asked, puzzled, looking at the villager who brought him the cow. I heard you're having a big feast these days? The villagers were talking about wanting to eat beef, so they brought you a whole carcass, the villager replied honestly. What? Zhao Chong was speechless upon hearing this answer. Before Zhao Chong could return the ox, 2 more sheep were brought over. Master Zhao, this is a sheep I raise at home. You can use it when you prepare the big feast in a few days. The villager said after tying the sheep to a tree next to him. You can make a whole roasted lamb, or some lamb soup or something. That's something that everyone in our village has been wanting to drink. Grandpa, these 2 sheep must cost several thousand yuan. Zhao Chong looked at the old man in front of him and quickly stepped forward to stop him. I'll have my dad give you the money in a bit. Give me money? Giving me money means you're looking down on me. The old man glared at Zhao Chong. I'm so old, and I raise dozens of sheep at home. Giving you 2 sheep is no big deal. No matter how much you have, it's still yours to raise. Zhao Chong said helplessly. I can't accept your things when I'm hosting a big banquet. I could accept a few vegetables, but this sheep is too valuable. What's so valuable about it? Look at that kid just now, he brought all the cattle he raised at home. What are my few sheep compared to that? The old man shook off Zhao Chong's hand and left with great speed. Although the villagers were very hospitable, this was the first time they had ever delivered things to Zhao Chong's family like this. Even the village chief's birthday celebration wasn't this grand. Zhao Chong watched the backs of these people and secretly memorized them. He planned to talk to his father later and have him send the money over. Zhao Chong was not the type of person to take advantage of others. Even if the food I cook tastes good, I can't cheat the people in my own village. Zhao Chong took out his phone and wrote down everything that each household had delivered. He didn't need to worry about ordinary vegetables, but he had to make sure he remembered things like chicken, duck, fish, and meat. After all, nobody's money comes from thin air. Although some of them raise cattle and sheep or contract fish ponds, those are also sources of income for them. Before Zhao Chong could finish taking the statistics, he saw the village chief walking over. Village chief. Zhao Chong greeted the village chief warmly upon seeing him. Oh dear, Master Zhao. The village chief quickened his pace and came to Zhao Chong. Luckily you didn't go out. What's wrong, village chief? Is something the matter? Zhao Chong asked, puzzled, looking at the village chief. I heard you're going to hold a big feast, when is it? The village chief asked, rubbing his hands together. It should be in the next day or 2. Zhao Chong said after thinking for a moment. Today is the last day of renovations, and the big banquet will start the day after tomorrow. The people in our village have worked hard these past few days. Upon hearing this, the village chief's eyes lit up, and he became excited. The day after tomorrow? That's great, the village chief said quickly. I'll take care of everything then, you just need to cook. You're the village chief, isn't it inappropriate for you to arrange this? Zhao Chong said doubtfully. The village chief is helping me arrange a big feast, it sounds a bit strange. No matter what, the village chief is an official. If word got out that he was helping me organize such a big feast, wouldn't people laugh at me? But the village chief didn't care and instead took on all the responsibility. What's wrong with that? You're from Zhao family village, so of course I, as the village chief, should be there to host such a big feast, the village chief quickly replied. That expression makes it seem like she's afraid someone will take it away from her. All right, Zhao Chong said helplessly, looking at the village chief's expression. That's more like it. The village chief nodded in satisfaction. I'll invite a few village chiefs over for the feast. That shouldn't be too much trouble, right? Invite the village chief? Zhao Chong frowned upon hearing this. Master Zhao, I have no choice. Your reputation has spread throughout the county. When people hear that you're hosting a big banquet, people from other villages and towns want to come and have a taste. My phone has been ringing off the hook. Zhao Chong originally thought that he would just have the villagers have a big feast together and that would be the end of it, but he didn't expect that the village chief would invite people from several other villages to join the feast. Young Master Zhao, these village chiefs have told me this many times. The village chief continued, seeing that Zhao Chong remained silent. Besides, their villages are all bigger than ours. They'll invite you over for a grand feast, which will be a source of income, won't it? Hearing the village chief's words, Zhao Chong slowly nodded. After the village chief's reminder, his perspective broadened. Zhao Chong initially only planned to hold a large banquet in his own village, but the number of weddings and funerals in the village was naturally limited. If he added more villages, he could complete more system tasks. Thinking of this, Zhao Chong couldn't help but nod. Alright, I'll set aside a table for you to host the other village chiefs later. Oh, thank you so much, Master Zhao. You're really giving me face. The village chief said excitedly. The village chief didn't expect things to go so smoothly. After all, Zhao Chong's skill in preparing large banquets was renowned. Now, Zhao Chong was far more famous than any of the chefs within 100 miles. When a family had an emergency, Zhao Chong was the first person they thought of. However, because they were not familiar with Zhao Chong and were afraid that he would refuse, very few people came to ask Zhao Chong to prepare a grand feast. Hearing that Zhao Chong had prepared a table for him, the village chief was overjoyed. He had only been thinking of asking for a few seats, which was already quite generous. But now Zhao Chong has given him a whole table, which will allow him to brag about it in the village chief's group chat. The village chief quickly said goodbye to Zhao Chong and shared the good news in their WeChat group. What? Old Zhao, you reserved a table for us? The village chief of Wujiakeng was the first to send out a message after the village chief had just sent it out. Old Zhao, you're not lying to us, are you? Everyone says that it's hard to get a seat at Chef Zhao's banquet. If it's true, I'll send you 2 bottles of good wine, Lao Zhao. If it's fake, we'll beat you to death. The village chief looked at the messages in the group chat and sent an emoji. How could I lie to you? I am the village chief of Zhao family village, and Master Zhao gives me a lot of face. As soon as the village chief finished speaking, the group chat exploded. Old Zhao, you're exaggerating a bit too much. If you're really that capable, our village has a big banquet organizer, why don't you invite Master Zhao over? The village chief of Wujiakeng sent a message. The village chief was stunned when he saw the message. He did not choose to go back. Instead, he simply turned off WeChat. If I can't see it, I'll pretend you didn't say anything. The village chief was just putting on an act in front of them. If he were really asked to invite Zhao Chong himself, he wouldn't have the confidence. Even though he's the village chief, he can't force Zhao Chong to do things, can he? The village chief had just returned home when he saw his son waiting for him. What are you doing back here, you brat? Shouldn't you be at university in another city? The village chief asked, frowning, when he saw his son at home. Dad, I heard that Brother Chong is going to have a big feast, so I came back. Zhao Yuheng, the village chief's son, said honestly. What are you doing back here for the big feast? Why aren't you studying properly? The village chief frowned angrily upon hearing his son's words. I saw the video Zhao Hao posted, it was so tempting. Zhao Yuheng couldn't help but say, so I brought my girlfriend and her best friend back with me. What? Your girlfriend? The village chief's face lit up with joy when he heard Zhao Yuheng's words. Yes. Zhao Yuheng nodded. They'll arrive tomorrow. Son, is your girlfriend's butt big? The village chief asked. Dad, how can you be so vulgar? Zhao Yuheng blushed. It's quite big. A big butt is good, it means you can have a son. The village chief's eyes narrowed into slits. Your mother has been wanting a grandson for a long time. So can I go to the banquet now? Zhao Yuheng asked eagerly. You'll have to talk to Chef Zhao yourself. You don't know how popular Chef Zhao's banquets are these days. Everyone's trying their best to get a table. If you don't talk to him, you probably won't get a seat. The village chief patted Zhao Yuheng on the shoulder. I just got a table from Chef Zhao. It's not appropriate to go now. Dad, are you really my dad? Zhao Yuheng almost burst into tears upon hearing his father's words. Does that mean they don't care about themselves? Son, you've grown up now. You need to learn to handle things on your own, the village chief said earnestly. If you need money, you can tell me. But if you're asking me to ask Master Zhao for a seat, I can't do that. All right. Zhao Yuheng sighed helplessly when he saw his father's expression. Since his father wouldn't help him, he had no choice but to go find Zhao Chong himself. Dad, give me 1,000 yuan, and I'll go to Zhao Chong's house, Zhao Yuheng said helplessly. Son, you still don't understand, the village chief continued. Sometimes money can't solve all problems. Alright, I know what you mean. Zhao Yuhang waved his hand helplessly and walked out. The father didn't want to contribute money or effort, so how could he possibly ask Zhao Chong for help? You can't just say you're going to a banquet. Left with no other choice, Zhao Yuhang turned to Zhao Hao, who then helped him secure 5 positions. Zhao Yuhang originally wanted to ask for a few more seats, but when he heard that these 5 seats were squeezed out from one table, he gave up the idea. When Zhao Yuhang told his girlfriend about this, she gave him a severe scolding. What's going on in your village? Aren't you the village chief's son? You can't even get a seat at a banquet, it's really embarrassing. Zhao Yuhang offered a weak explanation, which finally calmed his girlfriend's anger. Okay, I'll do what you say, but if it doesn't taste good, we'll break up. Finally, his girlfriend said something and hung up the phone. Yuhang, this is a bit too pathetic of you, Zhao Hao said, watching Zhao Yuhang hang up the phone. Brother Hao, can you blame me for this? Zhao Yuhang said with a bitter face. Who told her to be a little princess in the city? It took me half a year to win her over. You have no idea how difficult it is to pursue a girl in college. Is it difficult? Why does Brother Chong never lack girlfriends? Zhao Hao asked, rolling his eyes. Ever since Brother Chong started hosting the big banquet, many college students have been following him around. Zhao Yuhang's face instantly turned bitter upon hearing Zhao Hao's words. He thought he could show off to Zhao Chong by bringing home a girlfriend, but Zhao Hao's words made him feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar. There's no way to compare these people. Zhao Chong isn't usually very outgoing, so why are so many people fond of him? Thinking of this, Zhao Yuhang looked at Zhao Chong. Zhao Hao cracked a sunflower seed and teased. Stop looking, you can't learn that. Chong Ji is so handsome, and look at you, your face is covered in acne. When Zhao Yuhang left, he appeared extremely disappointed. Talking to Zhao Hao was so heartbreaking. This guy is fat, but he's not kind-hearted, he's petty. Wasn't it just that I had bragged about it in front of him after I got into university? Now that he's following Zhao Chong, he's being criticized everywhere. This made Zhao Yuhang feel very unbalanced. The only thing that made him feel a little more comfortable was that Zhao Chong had actually saved a seat for him, which was good news for him. At least I can explain it to my girlfriend, right? Thinking of this, Zhao Yuhang became confident again. Although I went through a lot of trouble to win over my girlfriend, at least you, Zhao Hao, don't have a girlfriend. Dead fat otaku. Wait till I bring my girlfriend over, you'll be so envious. Zhao Yuhang thought to himself. After Zhao Yuhang excitedly told his girlfriend the news, she simply replied with an "Oh, baby, good night. We're having a big banquet the day after tomorrow, so you don't need to come tomorrow. Come the day after tomorrow." Zhao Yuhang sent a kissing emoji. After waiting for half an hour without a response, he finally put his phone aside. My girlfriend is too kind to disturb my sleep, so she didn't respond to me. Zhao Yuhang fell asleep contentedly. When the day arrived for Zhao Chang's grand feast, Zhao Yuhang washed and dressed early before leaving home. Zhao Yuhang went to the village entrance to greet his girlfriend. When he arrived, he saw a black Audi in his line of sight. Upon seeing this, Zhao Yuhang quickly went to greet him and opened the car door. "Honey, didn't you say you were coming with your best friend?" Zhao Yuhang frowned when he saw a man and a woman sitting inside. He saw that his girlfriend, Chen Wei, was sitting in the passenger seat, and a young man next to her was looking at her flirtatiously. Chen Wei showed no aversion whatsoever, on the contrary, she chatted and laughed with the other person. "Yes, they are my best friends." Chen Wei pointed to the man and woman beside her and said, "This is my male best friend, Yang Feng." Male best friend? After hearing this, Zhao Yuhang looked at Chen Wei in confusion. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" A cold glint flashed in Chen Wei's eyes as she said in an unfriendly tone, "I've already told you we're best friends, why are you being so annoying?" As she spoke, Chen Wei looked at Zhao Yuhang impatiently, her face full of resentment. "If you hadn't said the feast in your village was delicious, do you think I would have wanted to come? What good food could there be in such a remote village?" Chen Wei's best female friend, who was standing next to her, quickly stepped forward to persuade her. "Wai Wei, don't be like this. Zhao Yuhang meant well, and I saw that video. It was really shocking. Maybe it was just a staged scene filmed by someone, so what?" Chen Wei said dismissively. "If Suofeng hadn't driven me here, I wouldn't have bothered coming to this godforsaken place." Zhao Yuhang looked at Chen Wei with an embarrassed expression. He never expected that his once gentle and refined girlfriend would become such a different person. The Chen Wei of the past was not like this. And who is this male best friend? Zhao Yuhang's best friend, knows her. She is Fang Xiaowan, a classmate in the same department. But where did Suofeng come from? Sigh. "Isn't this because I feel sorry for you?" Her male best friend leaned against Chen Wei and said with concern, "I'm not afraid that you'll suffer in the village, that's why I sent it to you. I knew you were the best." Chen Wei responded with a bright smile. "Of course. You're my darling." Her male best friend leaned close to Chen Wei. Unlike your boyfriend, who has nothing. A grown man like you should have his own car, but look at the place he lives in, it's not even as nice as where my dog lives. Zhao Yuheng is from the village, shouldn't he live here? Fang Xiaowan couldn't help but complain. Wai Wei, listen to what your best friend is saying, it's so hurtful. The male best friend looked at Chen Wei with a wronged expression. But I brought her here, and she doesn't know how to be grateful. Now she's talking to me rudely. Wai Wei, a great man once said, harsh words can wound like a cold wind in June. My heart aches so much. Xiao Ran, you're my best friend, but Suofeng is also my best friend, Chen Wei said to Fang Xiaowan, displeased. What exactly do you want? Apologize to Suofeng right now. Fang Xiaowan glanced at Chen Wei, then at her male best friend beside her, and couldn't help but shake her head. Wai Wei, let's hurry up. If we're late, there won't be any seats left, Zhao Yuheng said, quickly picking up Chen Wei's luggage to ease the awkwardness. It's just a village feast, right? There's no way there won't be seats available, Chen Wei said dismissively. I'm just doing this for the novelty. Do you think I really want to eat at this feast? Oh dear, I hope my car won't get scratched in your village. I've heard the people there have pretty low standards of manners, my male best friend said dramatically. But this is a brand new Audi that I just bought. No, we villagers are very honest, how could we possibly scratch your car? Zhao Yuheng said, barely suppressing his anger. That's hard to say. In my opinion, bad people come from poor and remote areas. The male best friend got into the car. You lead the way, I'll drive the car over there. We can't just stop here. You guys get in the car. I'll go with Zhao Yuheng. Fang Xiaowan glanced at her male best friend with annoyance. Fine, don't get in. Chen Wei got into the car and slammed the door shut. Zhao Yuheng didn't say much, and carried his suitcase toward Zhao Chang's house. Fang Xiaowan followed behind and secretly glanced at Zhao Yuheng. Don't be angry. That man's name is Huang Suofeng. He's Chen Wei's childhood friend. The two of them have been like this since high school. How come I've never heard of this before? Zhao Yuheng asked, puzzled. Chen Wei told me not to tell you, but this time it's Huang Suofeng who wanted to eat at a rural feast, so Chen Wei insisted that you make the reservations, Fang Xiaowan said. Don't worry about it too much. Don't care? Zhao Yuheng turned around angrily and glanced back. He originally thought it was his girlfriend who wanted to attend the banquet, which is why he took leave to come back, but he never expected it to be a man. However, since Chen Wei was his girlfriend, he didn't say much. Soon, Zhao Yuheng and his group arrived at Zhao Chang's restaurant at the entrance of the village. At this moment, Zhao Chang had already started cooking with Zhao Hao, surrounded by a group of people helping out, while the remaining villagers watched Zhao Chang's culinary skills from the sidelines. Sitting in the car, Huang Suofeng looked at the villagers around him with disdain and shook his head contemptuously. Country folks are just country folks. Look at how they've never seen the world. They get incredibly excited after eating a big feast once. If you let them eat Japanese barbecue, they'd be ecstatic. What did you say? Zhao Yuheng put down his suitcase and frowned after hearing this. I said you country bumpkins have never seen the world, Huang Suofeng persisted. What? Did I hurt your pride? Did it make you uncomfortable? But that's reality. Reality is cruel. People like you from the village will never catch up to us in your entire lives. Zhao Yuheng clenched his fists, wishing he could deliver a heavy blow. Zhao Yuheng, what do you want to do? Are you trying to make a move? Chen Wei stood in front of Huang Suofeng. If you dare to make a move, we're breaking up. Just as Zhao Yuheng was swallowing his anger, the village chief walked over and, seeing Fang Xiaowan beside him, approached with a smile. Yuheng, you're here? This must be your girlfriend. Ha! No, I'm not. Fang Xiaowan was startled and quickly waved her hands to explain. Dad, that's Wai Wei's best friend, this is my girlfriend Chen Wei. Zhao Yuheng suppressed his anger and introduced her to his father. The village chief looked at Chen Wei, then at Huang Suofeng. He couldn't help but think that Huang Suofeng and Chen Wei were a couple. Could this silly son have become a mistress? You're Zhao Yuheng's father? Huang Suofeng said disdainfully upon seeing the village chief. I heard you're the village chief. How much money do you make in the village each year? The village chief's expression changed drastically upon hearing Huang Suofeng's expression. The village chief, his face flushed, looked at Huang Suofeng and asked, what did you say? Huang Suofeng didn't seem to care and continued, everyone says that you village chiefs can make money, even more than my dad. Your dad. The village chief looked at Huang Suofeng curiously. After hearing Huang Suofeng's words, he suddenly realized that his son wasn't so stupid after all. Yes, my dad. He's in charge of landscaping in the county. Huang Suofeng said proudly. Oh, the village chief rolled his eyes and nodded silently. Hurry up and get us to the table. This guy from your village, Zhao Chong, is doing a pretty good job of marketing. He's finally getting the hang of it, Huang Suofeng said impatiently. No need to pretend in front of me. Tell them to leave and get the food ready. Master Zhao's dishes can only be served after they are all cooked, and it's not time to start the meal yet, Zhao Yuheng explained. What time is the banquet? We're only here because we're giving him face, Huang Suofeng said dismissively. I already know his marketing tactics. Let him sit down at the table quickly. At worst, I'll introduce him to a job as a head chef at a restaurant. The village chief was so angry at Huang Suofeng's ignorant words that he laughed instead. A restaurant chef job? Someone came to Chef Zhao last month offering him 20,000 yuan a month, but he refused, the village chief said with a sneer. 20,000 a month? Chen Wei's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she looked at Zhao Yuheng. Yuheng, why don't you quit school and learn to cook from that guy? Ha ha ha. Huang Suofeng couldn't help but laugh after hearing this, pointing at the village chief and saying, Are you trying to make me laugh to death? 20,000 a month to hire people to cook big banquets in the countryside? 2,000 is too much. You guys are really good at bragging. As soon as Huang Suofeng finished speaking, he saw an unfriendly look from the surrounding villagers. Who is this? Where did this brat come from, daring to look down on Master Zhao? I think it was brought by the village chief's son. Could it be his friend? Village chief, you've gone too far. Master Zhao kindly invited you to sit at the banquet, and you're here to disgust people? The surrounding villagers couldn't help but look at the village chief and casually complained. If it weren't for the fact that the village chief was generally well liked in the village, these people would have already started beating him up. No, I didn't invite this, the village chief quickly explained, then looked at Zhao Yuheng. Yuheng, who is this thing? This is my girlfriend's best friend, Zhao Yuheng said to the surrounding villagers. I'm sorry, uncles and aunties, for causing you trouble. What do you mean by causing us trouble? You're the one causing trouble for Master Zhao. Master Zhao is hosting a big banquet, and you've invited this kind of scum. What's the meaning of this? And another thing, what do you mean, your girlfriend's best friend? I know what a best friend is, she's a woman. Does that mean he's a woman too? The surrounding villagers mocked and ridiculed Zhao Yuheng and Huang Suofeng. You unruly people have gone too far. Huang Suofeng shouted angrily, pointing at the surrounding villagers. Unreasonable, vulgar, and lacking in manners. Civilized behavior? Do you even have any manners yourself? And you're talking to us about manners? A villager nearby couldn't help but shout angrily. If you want to talk about manners, you have to have manners yourself first. Aren't you from the city? Don't you know how to spell the word respect? Yeah, you keep calling people lower class. What are you anyway? Let me tell you, if it weren't for Chef Zhao cooking a big feast today, you would have gotten a good beating. Several villagers walked towards Huang Suofeng, each with anger on their face. Upon seeing this, Huang Suofeng immediately chickened out and quickly hid behind Chen Wei. Wei Wei, save me! Huang Suofeng shouted from behind Chen Wei. Hold them off for me while I call the police. Don't come any closer, or I'll call the police. Chen Wei shielded Huang Suofeng behind her, then turned to Zhao Yuheng. Zhao Yuheng, what are you standing there for? Didn't you say you were going to protect me? Now that the people in your village are going to attack Suofeng, aren't you going to help me? Zhao Yuheng didn't expect Chen Wei to do this. Even at this time, she was still protecting Huang Suofeng. He's her boyfriend, and he's never protected her like this before, but now he's doing this to a male best friend. However, Zhao Yuheng loved Chen Wei, so he went to the villagers, uncles and aunts. Zhao Yuheng was about to offer some advice when he suddenly saw a loud slap coming his way. How dare you call them uncle and aunt? The village chief glared angrily at Zhao Yuheng. Are you even from Zhao family village? I thought you'd found such a wonderful girlfriend. She's even brought her mistress along, and you're going against your elders for this woman? How could I have raised such a useless person like you? Zhao Yuheng covered his face, looking at his father in astonishment. In his memory, his father had never hit him. This was the first time I'd hit him, and in front of so many people. Village chief, you don't need to do that. He's still just a child. That's right. Village chief, kids only need a scolding, there's no need to actually hit them. It's not his fault, so let it go. After seeing the village chief take action, the surrounding villagers simply dispersed. In any case, the village chief is their leader, and Zhao Yuheng is just a college freshman, at most a giant baby. Even after the crowd dispersed, the village chief remained furious. You've completely disgraced our family. Dad, Zhao Yuheng called out to his furious father. I'm not your father. You shameful thing. After saying that, the village chief abandoned Zhao Yuheng and went inside. After all, village chiefs from other villages will be coming over later today, and as the host, the village chiefs naturally have to entertain them. As Zhao Yuheng watched his father leave, he was about to chase after him when Chen Wei stopped him. Zhao Yuheng, what do you mean? Didn't you promise me when you were pursuing me that you would take care of everything for me? Chen Wei grabbed Zhao Yuheng's hand and scolded him angrily. What? You've already broken your promise as soon as you got together with me? I really misjudged you. Wei Wei, don't say that. Huang Suofeng went too far. Fang Xiaowan, who was standing next to her, stepped forward to persuade her. Snap! Chen Wei slapped Fang Xiaowan across the face, and a bright red 5-finger mark quickly appeared. What are you doing? Zhao Yuheng was stunned when he saw Chen Wei hitting someone, then stared at Chen Wei and asked, "What? You're feeling sorry for her?" Chen Wei pressed her advantage. "She's my best friend, I can hit her however I want. Are you two having an affair?" "That's right." Huan Suofeng stood to the side, laughing gleefully. This kind of best friend is no different from not having one at all, she's actually siding with an outsider. "You too." Zhao Yuheng looked at Huang Suofeng and Chen Wei, his expression uncertain. "What? You're going to hit me again?" Chen Wei took a step forward, puffing out her chest. "Try hitting me." Zhao Yuheng was immediately discouraged. Chen Wei was the first girl he liked. She used to be very well behaved and obedient, but he never expected that she would become like this after only a few days apart. Zhao Hao appeared in front of Zhao Yuheng without anyone noticing. Seeing Zhao Yuheng's aggrieved appearance, he couldn't help but frown. "Zhao Yuheng, you're a real coward." Zhao Hao stood in front of Zhao Yuheng, glaring at him. "You can't even teach a woman a lesson? What were you thinking?" Zhao Yuheng lowered his head involuntarily. "Who are you? You fat otaku." Chen Wei's eyes flashed with disgust when she saw Zhao Hao. "You're disgusting. Holy crap." Zhao Hao's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing Chen Wei's words. This woman is really something, talking about herself like that? "Handsome, stop talking." Fang Xiaowan stepped forward and advised Zhao Hao. "What? Do you think he can act tough in our village?" Zhao Hao glared at the other man rudely. "Did this woman slap you in the face?" "No, I accidentally brushed against it myself," Fang Xiaowan quickly said, afraid that Zhao Hao would cause trouble. "So what if I hit you? You want to hit me again?" Chen Wei said rudely. "Trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? Let me tell you, this is a society governed by law." Snap! Before Chen Wei could finish speaking, she was slapped by Zhao Hao. Although Zhao Hao has already lost weight, he still weighs at least 180 pounds. The slap made Chen Wei see stars, and if Zhao Yuheng hadn't stepped forward to support her, she probably would have collapsed to the ground. "Ah!" Chen Wei screamed and fell into Zhao Yuheng's arms. "Zhao Yuheng, this fat pig hit me. You kill him for me," Chen Wei said, pointing at Zhao Hao. "Yes, Zhao Yuheng, isn't Chen Wei your girlfriend? Your woman got beaten up, why didn't you do anything? You're useless." Huang Suofeng added fuel to the fire. Zhao Yuheng looked at Zhao Hao, hesitating to step forward. Zhao Yuheng was tall and thin, and was no match for Zhao Hao at all. Even if he were Zhao Hao's opponent, he wouldn't dare to make a move. This is happening in their village. Instead of helping their own villagers, they're helping an outsider beat up their own people. They'll probably be expelled from the village. No matter where they are, such people never have a good ending. "Useless coward!" Chen Wei shouted angrily at Zhao Yuheng. Snap! Zhao Hao slapped him again. "I've heard you slandering Brother Chong for a long time. I wanted to make a move, but I never found the opportunity. Now you're just offering yourself up for me to hit. How shameless you are. Even the elders in our village don't hold it against you, and you still don't know what's good for you." "Fine, very well. You hit me, I'm calling the police and having them arrest you," Chen Wei threatened, pointing at Zhao Hao. "You're dead." As Chen Wei spoke, she took out her phone to call the police, looking at Zhao Hao with resentment. A flicker of panic crossed Zhao Hao's face, and he couldn't help but turn around and call out, "Brother Chong." Zhao Chong, who was chopping vegetables, came over after hearing Zhao Hao's voice. He was stunned when he saw the tense atmosphere in front of him. "What's going on?" Zhao Hao quickly went to Zhao Chong's side and told him the whole story. "How can I put it to you?" Zhao Chong said helplessly after hearing this, glancing at Zhao Hao. "I acted impulsively." Zhao Hao said, "Head down. I'll take responsibility for my actions. If they come to arrest me, they can arrest me. Don't be silly." Zhao Chong shook his head, turned around and called out, "Little Stone, you guys come here." As soon as Zhao Chong finished shouting, several 5- or 6-year-old children ran over. "Brother Zhao Chong, what's wrong?" Little Stone wiped his drool and looked at Zhao Chong. "Why did this woman hit you?" Zhao Chong pointed at Chen Wei and said to Xiao Shitu, "Her." Little Stone looked at Chen Wei suspiciously, his eyes darting around. The next moment, Little Stone lay on the ground, rolling and tumbling around. "Oh no, Dad, Mom, someone hit me." Little Stone rolled around and cried out. Seeing Xiao Shita do this, several children nearby began to imitate him. "Dad, a bad woman hit me." "Grandpa, my stomach hurts. They kicked me. Ouch, it hurts so much." 5 or 6 children were rolling around on the ground, crying and screaming. Huang Suofeng and Chen Wei were completely stunned when they saw this. What kind of operation is this? How could this happen? They were the ones who got beaten, so what do these kids mean by this? Naughty kid, how could you be so shameless? Why Wei, these kids bullied us and slandered us. Let's beat them up. Huang Suofeng's face revealed a sinister expression. Anyway, they started it first, and we have evidence. What evidence do you have? Zhao Chong asked Huang Suofeng. I recorded it all. Huang Suofeng sneered as he took out his phone and waved it in front of Zhao Chong. Oh, Zhao Chong glanced at it, then suddenly snatched it away and threw it at the stone next to him. Bang! My phone is smashed. Your evidence is gone now. Zhao Chong said calmly. Your phone is the latest iPhone, right? I'll give you 10,000 yuan as compensation later. It's all my fault for being careless just now. Huang Suofeng was completely stunned, his eyes glazed over. Shameless. This person is shameless. Huang Suofeng never expected that Zhao Chong would throw his phone away so easily, thus destroying all the evidence. Just as Huang Suofeng was at a loss, the surrounding villagers came over again. Child, what's wrong? Who bullied you? My dear grandson, what's wrong with you? Child, tell mom, who bullied you? Little Stone, all your uncles are here. Tell us, who is bullying you? The surrounding villagers swarmed around Huang Suofeng, instantly surrounding him. It wasn't me. Huang Suofeng quickly waved his hand and explained to the villagers that he didn't do it, but the villagers wouldn't listen to him at all. They had been thinking of teaching this fool a lesson, and now they finally had their chance. The next moment, the villagers rushed forward, and someone from behind took a burlap sack and put it over Huang Suofeng's head. Bang bang bang. The surrounding villagers punched and kicked Huang Suofeng, who lay on the ground groaning in pain. Chen Wei, standing nearby, was so frightened that she instinctively hid in Zhao Yuheng's arms. Yu Heng, protect me. Chen Wei huddled in Zhao Yuheng's arms, trembling. I'm scared. Zhao Yuheng looked at Chen Wei awkwardly. The Chen Wei now was completely different from the one he knew before. This was the Chen Wei he knew before. What? You still want to be a simp? Zhao Hao looked at Zhao Yuheng next to him and couldn't help but complain. Zhao Yuheng looked at Zhao Hao, then at Chen Wei in his arms. In the end, Zhao Yuheng pushed Chen Wei away and shook his head helplessly. Chen Wei, let's break up. Zhao Yuheng said with a conflicted expression. It's true that he loves Chen Wei very much, but Zhao Yuheng can't accept everything Chen Wei and Huang Suofeng did. The two of them had caused a huge uproar in the village, and if he were to start a relationship with Chen Wei, it would be incredibly ungrateful. What? You actually dare to break up with me? Chen Wei's expression changed upon hearing Zhao Yuheng's words. What did you say when you were pursuing me? You swore you'd protect me for a lifetime? Is your lifetime really that short? I did say that, but what you did is unacceptable to me, Zhao Yuheng said seriously. These villagers are my elders. Did you ever consider my feelings when you made sarcastic remarks? Faced with Zhao Yuheng's questioning, Chen Wei also became angry and roared angrily. If you stay with me, you can stay in the city. Why do you want to stay in this dilapidated village? Chen Wei glared at Zhao Yuheng and scolded him angrily. I'm still helping you break through social class barriers, otherwise you would never grow up. But you, since you've chosen to degenerate, I'm not playing with you anymore. Snap! Chen Wei had just finished speaking when she was suddenly slapped across the face. When Chen Wei came to her senses, she found Li Yuding standing in front of her. Who are you? How dare you hit me? Chen Wei pointed at Li Yuding and shouted angrily. So what if I hit you? You're full of city people's superiority and look down on us villagers. Did we villagers eat your rice? Li Yuding retorted rudely. Although I'm not from Zhao family village, someone like you would have been beaten up 10 or 8 times over in our village. Zhao Hao was startled when he saw Li Yuding and quickly looked towards Zhao Chong. Brother Chong, what brings her here? Is she here to see you? Zhao Hao asked softly. What do you want? Zhao Chong was stunned when he saw Li Yuding appear. He did talk to Li Yuding a few days ago, casually mentioning that he was going to hold a big banquet, but Li Yuding should have been going back to the city by then. I never expected to find myself here. Li Yuding grabbed Chen Wei and said, those men wouldn't dare hit you, but I won't. We're both women, so it's okay for me to hit you. You just wait. Chen Wei threatened, staring at Li Yuding. I'm waiting. What are you going to do with me? Li Yuding asked with a smile. Once I get back to the city, I'll call the police and have you arrested. Chen Wei said viciously. Oh, Li Yuding gave a nonchalant oh, then turned to the girl beside her. Yun, isn't Uncle the bureau chief again? The girl called Yun nodded shyly. That's good. Li Yuding turned to Chen Wei. Did you hear that? You can go back and call the police. We have so many villagers who can testify. Yes, we can testify for Yuding. It was clearly you who provoked Li Yuding. Yuding was just, acting in self-defense. Go call the police. We have a police station in our town. Hurry up, we're going to have a feast later. The surrounding villagers naturally recognized Li Yuding. After all, Li Yuding's mother was a woman who married out of Zhao family village, and Li Yuding grew up in Zhao family village, so their relationship was naturally good. Looking at the way the villagers were staring at her, Chen Wei couldn't help but feel afraid. The next moment, Chen Wei took off running, leaving Zhao family village as if fleeing. Li Yuding then came to Zhao Chong's side and affectionately took his arm. "Why are you here?" Zhao Chong couldn't help but pull his arm away after feeling Li Yuding's figure. "I heard you're having a big banquet, I definitely have to come and support you," Li Yuding said with a sly smile. Then, Li Yuding pointed to the girl next to her and introduced her. "This is Yang Yun, my best friend." "This is your girlfriend?" Zhao Chong asked, suddenly realizing. "What girlfriend? Aren't they all girls?" Zhao Hao, who was standing next to Zhao Chong, looked over in confusion after hearing Zhao Chong's words. There were two women, and Chong Ji's speech was really strange. "Isn't a female friend the same as a girlfriend?" A blush flashed across Li Yuding's face, which she quickly concealed. "Xiao Hao, are you asking for a beating?" I dare not." Zhao Hao quickly waved his hand. Although he was older than Li Yuding, he was bullied by her a lot when he was a child, and he still has a lingering trauma from it. "Oh my, Yuding, are you here to see Master Zhao? I've seen you two grow up together since you were little, why don't you start dating? I think it's great. Yuding is so pretty now, much prettier than those celebrities. Our Master Zhao is no slouch either, why don't we get married right here and now?" Li Yuding blushed with embarrassment upon hearing the villagers' words. Yang Yun, however, didn't pay any attention and was secretly watching Zhao Chong instead. Zhao Chong originally wanted to explain, since Li Yuding and Yang Yun were a couple, and it wouldn't be good if there was a misunderstanding. Unexpectedly, the other person not only didn't care, but was looking at her shyly. What the hell does this mean? However, Zhao Chong didn't think much of it and went to the villagers. "Dear uncles and aunts, let's not stand here anymore, my food will be ready soon." The feast was almost ready, and they would have started long ago if Huang Suofeng hadn't been causing trouble. Zhao Chong returned to the iron pot and continued cooking the remaining dishes. A fragrant aroma wafted from Zhao Chong's side, making all the villagers around him eager to try it. They haven't had a feast cooked by Zhao Chong for several days. Although they were already feeling restless, they were experienced enough to not be so panicked anymore. Yang Yun was startled when she saw the villagers eyeing her menacingly. "Yuding, why do these people look like they're here to fight?" Yang Yun asked, still shaken, after looking around. "What do you mean?" Li Yuding rolled her eyes at Yang Yun. "You have no idea, Zhao Chong's cooking is amazing. All these people are waiting to eat the feast that Zhao Chong cooks. Just for food?" Yang Yun said incredulously after hearing Li Yuding's explanation. "Judging from the way the person in front of me was acting, he didn't look like he was there for a grand feast at all, he looked more like he was there to fight." "That's right. Since last month, Zhao Chong's cooking skills have suddenly become divine." Li Yuding turned to look at Zhao Chong and said with a flushed face, "It's the kind of feast that people from all around want to eat. If they can't get a meal, everyone will be heartbroken." "Is it really that exaggerated?" Yang Yun asked, puzzled. In Yang Yun's opinion, no matter how delicious the food is, it shouldn't be enough to drive someone to such madness. "You'll see an even more outrageous scene when the time comes," Li Yuding said with a smile. Yang Yun did not refute, but simply watched quietly from the side. Soon, the dishes were served. The moment the dish was placed in the pan, Li Yuding picked up her chopsticks, grabbed a few pieces, and quickly put them in her mouth. "How come?" Yang Yun was about to ask in confusion when she noticed that all the food on the plate was gone. "So fast? Is this what we call eating vegetables?" There were about 10 people at the table, but each person didn't even have a single chopstick. If you're too slow, you'll only be able to look at an empty plate and shed tears. After swallowing the food in her mouth, Li Yuding looked at Yang Yun and said, "When you eat here, you have to be quick. If you're too reserved, you won't get any food at all." Although it was Li Yuding's first time eating at a grand feast prepared by Zhao Chong, her mother had already told her about it before she came. You must not be soft-hearted when faced with a lavish feast. If you are, you will definitely come back hungry. This, Yang Yun frowned upon hearing Li Yuding's words. She had been raised to be a lady, and she had never imagined eating like this before. When the second dish arrived nearby, Yang Yun immediately smelled a rich aroma. "It smells so good," Yang Yun exclaimed after taking a look. Braised pork ribs. Each rib was a vibrant red, and broth dripped from them onto the plate, filling the air with a delicious aroma. Smelling the aroma, Yang Yun forgot all about being reserved and picked up her chopsticks to take a piece of rib. After putting the ribs in your mouth, a gentle bite will separate the bone from the meat. "It smells so good and it's so tender." Yang Yun couldn't help but close her eyes and savor the aroma of the braised pork ribs. The meat is tender and very flavorful. Unlike other braised pork ribs, only the surface layer of meat has flavor. Zhao Chong's braised pork ribs were incredibly flavorful, with the entire rib soaked in the sauce. Not only Yang Yun and Li Yuding were immersed in the delicious food, but the village chiefs from other villages were also praising the food. "Old Zhao, this tastes amazing. This young chef Zhao from your village is a true culinary genius." "Yes, Lao Zhao, I've been eating at banquets for decades, and I've never had such delicious food before. Why hasn't the next dish arrived yet? I can't wait." Hearing the praise from others, the village chief's smile grew even wider. At that moment, he seemed to have forgotten the trouble Zhao Yuhang had caused. At this moment, Zhao Yuhang and Fang Xiaowan were eating their meal, but the people around them looked at Zhao Yuhang with a hint of annoyance. Regardless, Chen Wei and Wang Suifeng were brought by Zhao Yuhang, and their disruptive behavior at Master Zhao's banquet filled them with resentment. If Zhao Yuhang hadn't been from their village, he probably would have been kicked out long ago. "Is this Chef Zhao's cooking? It's so delicious." Fang Xiaowan licked her lips. "How can there be such delicious food in the world? Girl, I love hearing you say that. Master Zhao's skills are the best in the world." A woman next to her said with satisfaction, "Unlike some people who look down on Master Zhao's skills, they deserve to be beaten." Upon hearing the woman's words, Zhao Yuhang immediately lowered his head. Although the woman did not name her, he knew who she was. "Auntie is right." Fang Xiaowan nodded and looked at Zhao Hao beside her. "Auntie, who is that chubby boy?" "Him." The middle-aged woman smiled when she saw Zhao Hao. "This is Zhao Hao, Master Zhao's assistant. He usually follows Master Zhao around helping out." Zhao Hao. Fang Xiaowan silently memorized the name. Although Zhao Hao is a bit chubby, he is still considered a handsome young man. If he loses weight, although he may not be as good-looking as Zhao Chong, he will still be better looking than the others. Especially after Zhao Hao helped her just now, Fang Xiaowan couldn't help but feel a bit of goodwill towards him. "Do you like Zhao Hao? Would you like me to introduce you?" the woman next to her asked. "Ah." Fang Xiaowan blushed upon hearing the woman's words. The woman knew exactly what Fang Xiaowan was thinking and continued, "Let me tell you, although Zhao Hao is a bit chubby, he has a kind heart and is clearly a good family man. He never flirts with other women. If you're with him, you can enjoy the delicious food that Chef Zhao makes every day." "Delicious food?" Fang Xiaowan couldn't help but swallow hard upon hearing this. The woman pressed her advantage, saying, "Yes. Do you think Chef Zhao's cooking is delicious?" Fang Xiaowan nodded. The woman asked, "Would you like to eat Chef Zhao's delicious food every day?" Fang Xiaowan nodded again. The woman slapped her thigh and said, "That's settled then. As long as you're with Zhao Hao, you'll be Master Zhao's apprentice. I'll ask you for his WeChat later so you can have a good chat. Once you've settled things, you can have an engagement banquet, and we can have another big feast together." "Oh, so fast?" Fang Xiaowan blushed to her ears and said shyly, "I'm still in college. So what if I go to university? Does that mean I can't get married?" The woman said discontentedly. "What era are we living in? Don't be so narrow-minded, broaden your horizons. Let me tell you, if you don't take Zhao Hao down now, someone else will probably snatch him away." Fang Xiaowan blushed with embarrassment at the woman's words and lowered her head without saying a word. By this time, Zhao Chong had finished cooking all the dishes. Braised pork ribs, stir-fried eggplant with soy sauce, twice-cooked pork, stir-fried potatoes, green peppers, and eggplant. To ensure that all the villagers had a good meal, Zhao Chong prepared 12 dishes. The last dish was mutton soup. In Zhaochong, mutton soup is a famous dish, divided into red mutton soup and white mutton soup. In case someone doesn't like it, Zhaochong makes 2 pots of it. "Brother Chong, why doesn't this mutton soup have any gamey smell?" Zhao Hao asked after drinking a bowl of mutton soup. Almost all mutton soups have a distinct gamey smell, unless you use ingredients to suppress it, which makes the mutton soup lose its original freshness. The mutton soup made by Zhao Chong does have a gamey smell, but it's very mild. Even people who can't stand the smell of gamey mutton can drink this soup without any problem. That's easy to solve. First, you need to clean the mutton thoroughly. Then, when you're cooking the mutton, add some orange peel, Zhao Chong said casually. After cooking for a while, take it out and discard it. Then, add some dried orange peel and continue cooking for another 10 minutes. This way, the mutton will not only have no gamey smell, but it will also have a hint of orange peel flavor. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hao took another sip of soup. Sure enough, it has a refreshing orange scent. "Brother Chong, you're the one who comes up with the best ideas." Zhao Hao gulped down the mutton soup, wiped his mouth, and handed the bowl to Zhao Chong. "Is there any more? Give me another bowl." Helpless, Zhao Chong picked up the bowl and served Zhao Hao another small bowl. "You can't drink too much of this, it's easy to get a sore throat." Zhao Chong handed the mutton soup to Zhao Hao and advised, "Your body is a bit weak right now, and I added some Chinese medicine to it, I'm afraid you can't handle it." He. Zhao Hao chuckled, then raised his hand. "It's okay, I have my good brothers. At worst, we'll just have a go. Your mutton soup is so delicious. I think you should really find a girlfriend." Zhao Chong sighed. "Your hands are calloused. Don't you also not have a girlfriend?" Zhao Hao retorted. Do you think I need a girlfriend? Zhao Chong said calmly. Women will only affect the quality of my cooking. Brother Chong, I have a question, but I don't know if I can ask it. Zhao Hao put the mutton soup on the table and looked at Zhao Chong seriously. Ask away. Zhao Chong said. Are you impotent? Zhao Hao looked Zhao Chong up and down and said mysteriously. Get lost. Zhao Chong kicked Zhao Hao in the butt, laughing and cursing. Don't you want to eat? I'm sorry, Chong Ji, I was wrong, don't be angry. Zhao Hao patted his butt and rubbed against Zhao Chong. Don't fucking disgust me, get away. Zhao Chong glanced at Zhao Hao with disgust and was about to throw the large spoon at Zhao Hao. Just then, Fang Xiaowan came to Zhao Hao. Hello, Zhao Hao, my name is Fang Xiaowan, Fang Xiaowan said shyly as she looked at Zhao Hao. Hello Fang Xiaowan, my name is Zhao Hao, Zhao Hao said subconsciously. After saying that, Zhao Hao realized there was something wrong with what he said and quickly corrected himself. Hello, miss, is there something you need from me? Thank you for helping me just now, Fang Xiaowan said shyly. I wasn't trying to help you on purpose, it's just that they disturbed Brother Chang's cooking. Zhao Hao scratched the back of his head and said straightforwardly, today is a big feast hosted by Brother Chang, wouldn't they just be asking for trouble by coming here to cause trouble? Ah. Fang Xiaowan was at a loss for words when she heard Zhao Hao's words. The reason she mustered up the courage to approach Zhao Hao was that she wanted to get to know him. After all, Zhao Hao gave her a good feeling, especially when Zhao Hao stood in front of her. It gave Fang Xiaowan a strange sense of security. Although Fang Xiaowan wasn't exactly a campus beauty, she had many suitors at school, she just rarely interacted with boys. You guys chat for a bit, I'll go greet the other guests. Zhao Chong knew exactly what Fang Xiaowan meant. He untied his apron and came to Zhao Hao's side, saying, You'd better seize this opportunity, kid. What opportunity? Zhao Hao looked at Zhao Chong, puzzled. Are you going to offer a toast? I'll go too. Stop. Zhao Chong's face darkened. What's wrong with this guy's thinking? I walked away and gave him a chance, and he didn't even appreciate it? What? I didn't do anything wrong, Zhao Hao said, feeling wronged. Are you stupid? They've already taken the initiative to chat with you, and you're coming with me to toast them? Zhao Chong scolded irritably. There's a reason you're single. Oh, Zhao Hao suddenly realized, and turned to look at Fang Xiaowan. Do you like me? Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, Zhao Chong nearly collapsed to the ground. This guy is a complete straight man. Forget it, let nature take its course. Zhao Chong walked straight out, leaving only Fang Xiaowan and Zhao Hao by the stove. When Zhao Chong appeared in the middle of the crowd, people around him stood up to offer him a toast. Chef Zhao, your cooking is absolutely delicious. Have a drink. Chef Zhao, when your restaurant opens, can I become a member? Why bother with memberships? I'll just subscribe for a year. Have you no shame? Are you trying to work Master Zhao to death? I'm not greedy. I just want to be able to eat Master Zhao's food 3 times a day. Let's talk about this later. Zhao Chong smiled at the enthusiastic villagers, filled his glass with wine, and said to the villagers around him, Thank you all for coming today. As a junior, I would like to offer you all a toast first. After Zhao Chong finished speaking, he drank the white wine in his glass in one gulp. In Zhao Chong's hometown, Beiju, Chinese liquor is usually served at large banquets, while beer is rarely served. Most people drink it at home. Seeing this, the surrounding villagers all raised their glasses. After toasting, Zhao Chong went from table to table toasting. Before long, Zhao Chong had already drunk a pound of liquor. Normally, after drinking a pound of liquor, Zhao Chong would definitely feel dizzy and lightheaded. And now he doesn't feel anything at all. Is this fake alcohol? A thought flashed through Zhao Chong's mind. Master Zhao, let's have a drink. Just as Zhao Chong was wondering, the village chief called out to him. Village chief. Zhao Chong looked at the village chief, whose face was flushed. It seemed that this guy had drunk quite a bit today. Although there was a minor incident involving Zhao Yuheng, many people have already forgotten about it. After all, Zhao Chong's cooking was so delicious that they didn't care about Zhao Yuheng's matter at all. Come, let me introduce you. The village chief stood up and pulled Zhao Chong over. These are all village chiefs from our other villages. When the village chief saw Zhao Chong arrive, they all stood up and greeted him warmly. This is Master Zhao? He's so young, truly a young talent. To be such a good cook at such a young age is a blessing for the Zhao family village. Young Master Zhao, are you married? There are many beautiful girls in our village. Would you like me to introduce you to someone? How many do you have in your village? We have many in our village, and they all have big butts and can have sons. The village chiefs warmly chatted with Zhao Chong, making him feel a little embarrassed. Uncles and elders, I have no plans to get married at the moment. Zhao Chong had no choice but to politely decline their offer. It's okay if you haven't planned on anything yet. Let's start dating. Isn't that what young people do? Yes. Dating doesn't affect anything. It's best to date several. I'll introduce you to a few when I get back. I've already told you that the quality from your village is no good, while the quality from our village is much better. The village chiefs started vying for the girls again, each trying their best to promote the girls from their own villages. Looking at these enthusiastic village chiefs, Zhao Chong had a momentary illusion. These people don't look like village chiefs, they look more like matchmakers. Master Zhao, don't blame them. The village chief of Zhao family village came to Zhao Chong's side and said apologetically, "I'm not upset, they're actually quite adorable." Zhao Chong said with a smile. "I heard that the villagers assigned them tasks before they came," the village chief said mysteriously. "Ha?" Zhao Chong asked the village chief curiously. "They all want you to be their son-in-law." "Sigh, these people will stop at nothing to get a taste of your cooking," the village chief said indignantly. This. Zhao Chong was speechless, but he didn't know how to refute it. "Alright, I'm just reminding you, how could we, the people of Zhao family village, possibly benefit those outsiders?" The village chief cautioned. "You mustn't be fooled by them." "Village chief, I really haven't thought about these things yet," Zhao Chong explained, both amused and exasperated. It seems the village chief is genuinely afraid of him dating women from other villages. In Zhao Chong's eyes, this was nothing. He will eventually have to find a wife, whether she comes from his own village or another village, it doesn't matter, as long as they can get along. "Young Master Zhao, after eating your cooking, I'm afraid I won't care who cooks anymore." The village chief of Wujiakeng walked over and patted Zhao Chong on the shoulder. "We have a happy occasion in our village in a few days. Would you like to come and cook a big feast?" "No problem, I'll go whenever I have time." Zhao Chong readily agreed. How could Zhao Chong possibly refuse such an offer of money? After all, Zhao Chong now has the system in his hands, and as long as he can burn a large feast, he can get the system's rewards. At that point, it won't just be a matter of spending money on a lavish feast. "Alright, I'll have someone from the village contact you then." The village chief patted Zhao Chong's shoulder forcefully. "You really put me in a good position. My prestige will definitely increase a lot when I go back." "Master Zhao, can we also look for you in our village?" a village chief asked from the side. "Anything is fine. As long as you need help with any large banquet, you can come to me." Zhao Chong didn't refuse anyone and accepted them all. Unless the dates are close together, which would make him very tired, Zhao Chong could take on more jobs. "If I work 10 or 8 days a month, I could be earning $1 million a month. Why bother going to work at a time like this? Why not just hold a big feast?" Moreover, Zhao Chong had figured out the system's pattern. As long as there were enough people at the banquet and the villagers finished eating, his rewards would increase accordingly. If this were half 100 tables, it wouldn't be as simple as 10 or 20,000, it would be at least several 100,000. Upon hearing Zhao Chong's words, the surrounding village chiefs all toasted him again. They were initially worried that Zhao Chong wouldn't agree, given how popular he was, and the more popular someone is, the more arrogant they tend to be. But after they asked, Zhao Chong agreed without even pleading. This deeply moved them. Chef Zhao is not only a great cook, but also a very good person. "Alright, thank you all for your kind words, uncles and elders. I'll drink this first." Zhao Chong downed the wine in his glass in one gulp. After toasting at this table, Zhao Chong went on to toast at other tables. Soon they arrived at Li Yuting's table. As soon as Zhao Chong arrived, Li Yuting pulled Yang Yun up. "Yang Yun, Master Zhao is toasting us," Li Yuting said with a smile. Yang Yun nodded shyly, not daring to look at Zhao Chong. "Brother Chong, my daughter is just a little shy." Li Yuting clinked her wineglass against Zhao Chong's. "Wishing you booming business. Just come and support us more often when you have time," Zhao Chong said with a smile. While drinking, Yang Yun secretly glanced at Zhao Chong, her face flushed with embarrassment. After Zhao Chong left, Li Yuting quietly asked Yang Yun beside her, "Tell me honestly, do you like Zhao Chong?" "Ha!" Yang Yun's face turned even redder as she looked at Li Yuting with surprise and doubt. "You're not jealous, are you?" "Why would I be jealous?" Li Yuting said casually. "I brought you here to let you see what Zhao Chong is like. Actually, before I met Zhao Chong, I always thought I liked girls, but after getting to know him, I found that my orientation is normal." "Actually, me too." Yang Yun lowered her head, almost burying it in her chest. "You too." Li Yuting realized this only after seeing Yang Yun nod. "So I'm not a lesbian after all. It's just that those men weren't up to par, so she couldn't muster any interest." Thinking of this, Li Yuting couldn't help but look in the direction of Zhao Chong and found that Zhao Chong was actually so handsome. By the time Zhao Chong finished toasting everyone, it was already afternoon. Zhao Chong had no idea how much he had drunk, but it must have been at least 2 gin, 1 kilogram, though he felt only slightly dazed and not very drunk. "How much did you drink?" Zhao Dongshan asked with concern as he approached Zhao Chong, who was shaking his head. "I don't know either, there's a lot." After swaying for a bit, Zhao Chong felt a little more awake. "Dad, I'm fine, I'll clean it up in a bit. What are you cleaning up? Everyone in the village has already helped clean up, Zhao Dongchen said with a laugh. What? Everyone in the village has finished cleaning up? Zhao Chong looked over in confusion, only to find that the surrounding tables had been cleared away and some villagers were carrying their bowls and chopsticks back home. When a large feast is held in the village, neighbors usually need to bring out plates, bowls, and chopsticks to help, since no one can possibly have enough tableware for more than 100 people. This was the first time Zhao Chong had ever seen them clean and wash themselves like this. Where is Zhao Hao? Zhao Chong suddenly remembered that Zhao Hao and Fang Xiaowan were still together. Let's go. Zhao Dongchen glanced back. He walked towards the haystack with a little girl. Upon hearing this, Zhao Chong secretly shook his head. This kid must have learned from Zhao Bo, but going to the haystack now, the relationship is progressing way too fast. Which school does Fang Xiaowan attend? Is the school atmosphere this open? Zhao Chong remembered that Zhao Hao used to always say that college life was great. Now he might really be going to experience college life. Now that Zhao Hao had left, Zhao Chong finally got a chance to rest for a while. But as soon as Zhao Chong sat down, he saw Zhao Hao and Fang Xiaowan return. Upon seeing the two people's appearance, Zhao Chong was suddenly stunned. We've only been walking for about 10 minutes. Is that all? Brother Chong. Zhao Hao greeted Zhao Chong warmly upon seeing him. You're so fast? Zhao Chong blurted out. Ha, isn't that fast enough? Zhao Hao said in confusion. We still have work to do here. I'll hurry and bring Fang Xiaowan back. After Zhao Hao finished speaking, he came to Zhao Chong's side and saw that the tables and other items around them had been cleared away, which puzzled him. What happened? Where are the things here? Zhao Chong casually said, it's all packed up. By the time you get back, it'll be too late. You guys keep chatting, I'll head back now. Fang Xiaowan said, standing to the side, fidgeting nervously. Brother Hao, let's keep in touch via WeChat. Okay, you can go back now. Come visit often when you have time. Zhao Hao said to Fang Xiaowan, but he didn't seem to have any intention of seeing her off. Fang Xiaowan glanced at Zhao Hao, wanting to say something, but in the end she swallowed it back. Xiao Hao, I have to say, you're really a straight man. Zhao Chong looked at Zhao Hao and shook his head helplessly. What's wrong with me? Zhao Hao asked, puzzled. That's irresponsible of you. Zhao Chong patted Zhao Hao on the shoulder. Responsible? Why should I be responsible? I haven't done anything wrong, Zhao Hao said. You've all gone to the haystacks and haven't done anything yet? Zhao Chong joked. Don't think I don't know. Yeah, so what happened? Zhao Hao asked curiously. Are you playing dumb with me? Zhao Chong slapped Zhao Hao on the forehead. Do I have to spell it out for you? If Uncle Yuanshan finds out about this, he'll break your legs. Chong Ji, what's wrong with you? Zhao Hao looked at Zhao Chong in confusion and said, I took her to the haystack to see Bo Ji and his girlfriend doing that. It's not like Xiaowan and I did that. What? Upon hearing Zhao Hao's words, Zhao Chong, overcome by the effects of the alcohol, nearly collapsed to the ground. Did this guy take Fang Xiaowan to see Zhao Bo and his girlfriend having sex? What kind of hobby is this? Aren't you overthinking this? Zhao Hao said, feeling wronged. After the banquet, Brother Bo and his girlfriend left in a hurry. Xiaowan and I thought it was funny, so we followed them for a while, but not long after, I came back with Fang Xiaowan. You two are truly talented. Zhao Chong said with a long sigh as he looked at Zhao Hao. At this moment, Zhao Yuanshan walked over. You brat, where did you run off to while we were working? Zhao Yuanshan asked Zhao Hao angrily as he approached him. Uncle Yuanshan, Zhao Hao went to meet his girlfriend. Zhao Chong was afraid that Zhao Yuanshan would hurt Zhao Hao again, so he quickly explained. What? You're dating? Upon hearing Zhao Chong's words, Zhao Yuanshan excitedly ran to Zhao Hao and almost lifted him up with all his might. Dad, just say you want to hit me. What are you trying to do? Zhao Hao struggled to get off Zhao Yuanshan after noticing his actions. My good son, why would I hit you? I'm too busy feeling sorry for you right now. Zhao Yuanshan gave Zhao Hao a big kiss. Tell your father, which family's daughter is she? Ah. Zhao Hao breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It turned out he was asking about Fang Xiaojuan's situation, not about hitting himself. This is not Zhao Hao's fault. Ever since Zhao Hao can remember, he has been beaten every 3 days, which is quite normal. Even though Zhao Hao is now over 20, Zhao Yuanshan still shows no mercy. After Zhao Hao explained Fang Xiaojuan's situation, Zhao Yuanshan smiled. Very good, the other person is a college student. Although you didn't go to college, you've become a college student. Zhao Yuanshan exclaimed excitedly, how about it? When are you bringing him home? I'll take care of the wedding arrangements. Little Zhao is here too, can he cook the feast? Dad, you're just starting out? How come you're talking about marriage? Zhao Hao said with a bitter expression when he heard about marriage. I'm just being prepared. Zhao Yuanshan slapped Zhao Hao on the forehead. You little rascal, it's not easy to find a girlfriend. She's still in school. What if someone else snatches her away? Zhao Chong watched Zhao Yuanshan and his son Zhao Hao playfully fighting, shook his head with a smile, and walked away. It is difficult to see the scene of Zhao Yuanshan and his son being kind and filial. Zhao Hao was beaten all day long, which was also famous in the village. After Zhao Chong left, he began to observe the decoration of his own restaurant. The restaurant's decor and furnishings have a retro feel, so it's impossible for the villagers to create a modern style. They can all do retro style, each of them is a master. Although the restaurant is not large, it has 2 private rooms to ensure privacy for outsiders. This was Zhao Chong's own request, to avoid people complaining that the lobby was too noisy when they came to eat. After looking around, Zhao Chong felt there were no problems and the business could open for business at any time. Zhao Chong didn't linger. He turned around, walked out, locked the door, and went home. After finishing his meal, Zhao Dongshan couldn't sit still. Xiao Chong, when are we opening? Any time is fine. Zhao Chong thought for a moment and said, tomorrow is fine, but if you want to choose an auspicious day, that's also possible. Then tomorrow it will be. I've checked the auspicious date, and tomorrow is suitable for opening. Zhao Dongshan said immediately after hearing this. Dad, don't you want to rest for a couple of days? Zhao Chong said, seeing his father's eager look. After all, her father has just recovered from his injury, and if she were to open the business now, she estimated that the surrounding villagers would come to eat there every day. We'll definitely be busy then. I've been resting for so long, I'd grow mold if I kept resting, Zhao Dongshan said, waving his hand. Seeing his father's appearance, Zhao Chong stopped trying to persuade him. My father is the kind of person who can't sit still, he really can't stand not having something to do. Unlike others, Zhao Dongshan's only hobby was working. That's just how your dad is, he's born to worry, Zhao Chong's mother said with a smile. Then I'll go buy 2 strings of firecrackers tomorrow, and we can set them off. Okay. Zhao Chong nodded. The next day, before Zhao Chong was fully awake, he heard firecrackers exploding and drums beating loudly outside his door. This made Zhao Chong jump out of bed, put on his clothes, and run out. What are you doing? After Zhao Chong went outside, he discovered that the sound of firecrackers was coming from near his restaurant. Did Mom and Dad buy a lot of firecrackers? Just as Zhao Chong was about to ask, he turned around and found that his parents were not home. Zhao Chong dressed and ran out. As soon as he got close to the restaurant, he saw that the surroundings were filled with smoke and a strong smell of smoke. This smell of smoke was his favorite when he was a child. Back then, his family was poor and they could only set off firecrackers during the Chinese New Year. Especially on the first day of the Lunar New Year, every household would set off firecrackers in the morning, and Zhao Chong and Zhao Hao would go to smell the smoke. However, as we grew up, the taste lost its original flavor. When Zhao Chong arrived at the restaurant, he realized that it wasn't his family who had set off the firecrackers, but rather the villagers who had spontaneously organized the event. What's going on? Zhao Chong asked, stepping forward in confusion. Oh, Master Zhao is here. It's Master Zhao. Come join the fun. Master Zhao, look, we bought 2,000 Da Di Hong cigarettes. May your business continue to soar. Look at these firecrackers I set, they've cracked the ground. The surrounding villagers greeted Zhao Chong warmly, and after learning more about it, Zhao Chong finally understood. It turns out that these villagers had rushed to town early this morning to buy firecrackers after hearing that they were going to open their business. A whole 3-wheeled cartload of firecrackers and cannons were bought and then set off in front of their restaurant. Although it has been an hour, most of them are still in the car. How could I let you spend money? Zhao Chong said somewhat embarrassedly. This is a big event for our village. We didn't have a proper chance to set off firecrackers during last year's spring festival, so this is a good opportunity to make up for it, a villager said with a smile. What I mean is that you don't need to spend any money on this. I'll reimburse you later. Zhao Chong said to the surrounding villagers. It's already quite generous of people to come to my business, asking them to spend money now is going too far. Master Zhao, are you deliberately making fun of us? Yes. You can cook us a few more dishes, why bother paying us? My old man said he only eats Chef Zhao's food, and he wouldn't trade it for any delicacy. The surrounding villagers said with smiles. Zhao Chong looked at the villagers around him and couldn't help but chuckle. The people in the village are so simple and honest. If you were in the city, who would care about your family affairs? It's not that city people are bad, but they're not as warm and welcoming as people from the countryside. Of course, every village has its share of troublemakers, but Zhao Chong hasn't seen any yet. The main reason is that the troublemakers don't dare to show their true colors in front of Zhao Chong. In the end, Zhao Chong won't even need to lift a finger, the surrounding villagers will be completely subdued. The sound of firecrackers didn't stop all morning, and people from the neighboring Longjiazhuan village also brought their own firecrackers to join in. At this time, Zhao Dongshan also brought back the restaurant's signboard. The group hung up the signboard together, and Zhao Chong's restaurant was officially open for business. Because there are so many people today, I won't be cooking. After all, I haven't prepared that much yet, Zhao Chong said apologetically to everyone. It's okay, we didn't come here to freeload a meal, we just wanted to have some fun. Yes. We just had a big feast with Chef Zhao yesterday, so please take a rest today. Yes. Chef Zhao, why don't you tell us how to cook this dish? The surrounding villagers discussed it without paying any attention. Alright, then I'll tell you how to cook a few more dishes. Zhao Chong looked at the enthusiastic villagers and couldn't refuse, so he started to explain. Braised prawns in oil. Spicy crab. Crab meat hot pot. Spicy chicken. Zhao Chong explained how to cook more than a dozen dishes, and then went over all the precautions. This time, the villagers were smarter, each of them carried a special recording pen, and apart from Zhao Chong's lecture, there was no other sound around. 2 hours later, Zhao Chong finally stopped. Everyone must be hungry. How about we start another day? Zhao Chong checked the time, it was already past midnight. How long has it been? My god, how come 2 hours have passed? It feels like only 10 minutes have passed. 2 hours? No way, I have to go back and cook. The kids are probably crying from hunger. I need to go breastfeed my baby. The surrounding villagers checked the time and quickly got up and headed home. Most of the people who came to listen today were women. In the village, the men rarely cook, not because they don't know how, but mainly because they don't cook well. Some middle-aged women, on the other hand, have developed excellent culinary skills, especially after receiving guidance from Zhao Chong, and almost everyone can become a master chef. After seeing these people leave, Zhao Chong unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and gulped it down. Brother Chong, you're here. Zhao Hao greeted Zhao Chong from afar. Fang Xiaowan followed Zhao Hao shyly, and nodded shyly when she saw Zhao Chong. Why are you here? Zhao Chong asked Zhao Hao curiously. I just woke up and heard my dad say your restaurant opened, so I came to check it out. Zhao Hao approached Zhao Chong and said with a smile, after all, I'm your last disciple, aren't I? I'll come and help you out from now on. Yesterday with Xiaowan? Zhao Chong asked Fang Xiaowan curiously. Don't overthink it. Fang Xiaowan lives in town and just came to visit me. She's going back tomorrow. Zhao Hao quickly waved his hand. We're still in a purely platonic relationship. We haven't even kissed. What are you saying? Fang Xiaowan said, her face flushed. Don't make that face, I'm telling the truth. Zhao Hao's expression changed when he saw Fang Xiaojuan's expression. Alright, I can't care about your business. Zhao Chong looked at Zhao Hao and said, are you really planning to come here and help? Yes. Zhao Hao nodded and said, I told my dad, and he strongly supported my decision, saying it was the best choice I've ever made in my life. Alright. Zhao Chong agreed. His restaurant happened to need a helper, and now that Zhao Hao has arrived, he doesn't need to hire anyone else. Actually, a few days ago, many villagers wanted to come and help at the store. They didn't need to be paid, they just needed to be provided with a meal. Zhao Chong refused. After all, the villagers need to make a living. If we don't pay them wages, aren't we hindering their ability to earn money? After seeing Zhao Hao enter the restaurant, Fang Xiaowan followed him in to help tidy up the tables and chairs. This daughter-in-law is quite nice. Zhao Chong looked at Fang Xiaowan, then at Zhao Hao, and a smile appeared on his face. At this moment, a BMW minivan drove into Zhao family village. Two women quickly stepped out of the BMW van, their eyes widening as they looked around at the scenery. The air in the mountain village is so much better, it's filled with the scent of plants. A very beautiful woman took off her sunglasses and took a deep breath of the surrounding air. Sister Dilruba, you've sneaked out of the film set again. If you keep doing this, the director will get angry, a short-haired girl next to her complained. I don't have any scenes to film today, so what's wrong with me coming out for a bit? Dilruba said with a smile. I'm tired of eating the crew's boxed lunches every day while filming in the mountains. I'm just looking around to see if there's anything good to eat. Aren't you trying to control your figure? The boxed lunches the director ordered were delivered from a big hotel in the city, the assistant explained softly. I know. Dilruba rolled her eyes. It's because we booked from a fancy hotel that all the food tastes the same. We might as well have eaten at a farmhouse restaurant. The director said the farmhouse is unhygienic and will easily cause stomach upset, which will affect the filming schedule, the assistant said, feeling aggrieved. Sister, let's go back. We've already played for most of the day. The driver in the car also stuck his head out and looked at Dilruba with a helpless expression, saying, Sis, if we get back late, I'll get fired. If they fire you, you can become my company's driver, Reba said playfully. Well, the driver sighed, slumped over the steering wheel, and looked helplessly at Reba. He's the cruise driver, so he's unlikely to be fired because of this, but if something happens to Dilruba, it would be a huge problem. Regardless, Dilruba is currently a popular celebrity, and if she is photographed in the wrong place, it will likely cause a huge uproar. Forget it. I'll just take things as they come. The driver reassured himself that he was prepared to get a scolding when he got back. After circling around, Dilruba suddenly looked to the side as if she had smelled something. What's wrong, Sister Dilruba? The assistant came to Dilruba's side and asked curiously. Can you smell a fragrance? Dilruba asked, sniffing her nose hard. Fragrance? The assistant shook her head and then looked at Dilruba. It's your fragrance, isn't it? Don't flatter me, it's the smell of the food. Dilruba glared at her assistant and walked forward. It was exactly noon, and the people of Zhao family village had already started cooking. The assistant saw Dilruba walking towards the door and quickly followed her. Previously, the director had specifically instructed the assistant not to let the actors and the crew eat outside, so as not to delay the company's schedule. Dilruba ignored her assistant and walked towards the house from which the aroma was wafting. As a celebrity, Dilruba has certainly tasted many delicacies, but the aroma of this family's cooking made her quite hungry. Sister Dilruba, we can't just barge into their house. If we get caught, you won't be able to get back. The assistant quickly stopped Dilruba. You're a household name now. Remember your place. Then I can wear sunglasses, right? Dilruba put on her sunglasses, made a face at her assistant, and then went to her front door. This is Zhao Yuki's home. The front door is open and not closed. It's common to leave the door open in the countryside. Since there's not much left in the house, people simply leave the door open until it gets dark. This way, it's convenient for neighbors to visit each other. If you want to do something exciting at home, you'll definitely have to close the door. Dilruba saw that the door was open, went up and knocked on it, but did not hear any response. The aroma wafted over, making Reba feel her stomach rumbling and churning, and she couldn't resist going inside. Oh no, my goodness, you're trespassing. The assistant's face paled, and she stepped forward to stop Dilruba. But at this moment, Reba had already arrived in the courtyard. Zhao Yuki's wife was carrying a plate of food when she saw Reba and was immediately stunned. Whose daughter is this? She's so beautiful. Zhao Yuki's wife couldn't help but exclaim. Hello, I'm sorry, I couldn't resist coming in because of the fragrance. Reba blushed when she saw her owner and quickly went forward to apologize. It's nothing, it's no big deal, Zhao Yuki's wife said casually. Looking at Dilruba's figure, Zhao Yuki's wife couldn't help but sigh again. This girl is really pretty, but she's a little dim-wit. It's not even that sunny, why is she wearing sunglasses? You're from out of town, aren't you? Looking for someone in the village? Zhao Yuki's wife said to Reba. Why don't you come in and sit down first? I'll feed the dog first, and then I'll serve you. What? Feeding the dog? Reba exclaimed in surprise as she looked at the food in Zhao Yuki's wife's hands. Yes. Zhao Yuki's wife looked at Reba in surprise and asked in confusion, of course we should go feed the dogs at this time. No, I wasn't questioning you feeding the dog, Reba quickly waved her hand, pointing to the food in Zhao Yuki's hand. What I meant was, are you going to feed this to the dog? Yes. Zhao Yuki's wife nodded. Oh my god. Upon hearing the confirmation, Dilruba felt like she was about to collapse. You actually fed such delicious food to the dog? The assistant next to her was also stunned. After smelling the food in Zhao Yuki's wife's hand, she couldn't help but swallow some saliva. I originally thought it was for my own consumption, but now I hear it's going to be used to feed the dogs. That's a bit much. This dish smells better than the boxed meals they buy at 5-star hotels. I never expected it would be used to feed dogs. At this moment, the assistant realized that he was not even as good as a dog. Auntie, isn't this a bit too wasteful? Reba stared at the food in Zhao Yuki's wife's hands and couldn't help but lick her lips. What's the pity? This shredded pork with garlic sauce is so badly made, it would be a waste to throw it away, so it can only be fed to the dog, Zhao Yuki's wife said helplessly. This is not tasty? Just smelling it is amazing, Dilruba exclaimed in surprise. Girl, where did you come from? Zhao Yuki's wife looked Reba up and down with suspicion. The other person is dressed very fashionably, but why does it look like they've never eaten anything good before? Although this dish of shredded pork with garlic sauce was made according to Chef Zhao's method, the taste was completely different from Chef Zhao's. Both he and Zhao Yuki thought the taste was bad. But this girl in front of me is really great? Could it be that they haven't eaten in a long time? Thinking of this, Zhao Yuki's wife looked at Reba with some heartache. Girl, I didn't realize you were so pitiful. Let me make you a new plate, it'll definitely taste better than this. Pitiful? The assistant stared in shock at Zhao Yuki's wife, a helpless expression on his face. This is Dilruba, a popular goddess, yet she's being called pitiful. The assistant was about to explain when Dilruba stopped her. Actually, this is enough for me. Reba looked at the food in Zhao Yuki's wife's hands and said with a warm look in her eyes. Even though this food is for dogs, it smells so good. Reba himself wasn't unfamiliar with good food, but the aroma of the food in the village excited him. It's not that I'm greedy, it's just that the smell is too delicious. Daughter, you mustn't. Zhao Yuki's wife quickly put the food away. This dish is really not good. Just wait a moment, 7 or 8 minutes, and I'll make it for you right away. As Zhao Yuki's wife spoke, she picked up the plate and walked to the side, pouring the food from the plate into an iron basin. The family's big yellow dog suddenly perked up and started eating the food in the bowl with gusto. It was so hungry that it didn't even bother to bark when Reba and the others arrived. My dear daughter, come in quickly. Zhao Yuki's wife invited Reba and her assistant into the house to sit down. Upon seeing Reba, Zhao Yuki immediately stood up and brought out several cups to greet her. Wife, who are these two? Zhao Yuki asked from the side. Sigh, what a pitiful young lady. Zhao Yuki's wife looked at Reba and said softly. Zhao Yuki looked at his wife in confusion, and then heard her explain. This girl must be starving. She wanted to eat some of the food I fed De Wang earlier. Really? They must have been starving for days. Hurry up and get them some food, Zhao Yuki said hastily. The people of Zhao family village are all very simple and honest. In previous years, some beggars came to the village, and the villagers would usually provide them with food. Now that living conditions have improved, no one comes to beg anymore. However, if a stranger from out of town comes here hungry, the villagers will treat them to a meal. The people here are so nice, the assistant said to Reba as he watched Zhao Yuki and his wife busy themselves. Yes, people in the countryside are very simple and honest, Reba said with a smile. Weren't the ones we met before the same? But they're being way too enthusiastic. If this were outside, I'd suspect someone was trying to harm you, the assistant said, pouting. It's normal for the assistant to have such concerns. If Dilruba were an ordinary person, she wouldn't think this way. But Dilruba is a popular celebrity, and she will always encounter some crazy fans. I remember once at a press conference, a crazy fan rushed onto the stage, hugged Dilruba, and kissed her. If the security guard hadn't intervened, the other party probably would have succeeded. From that time on, Dilruba also had more bodyguards around her. However, this time, Dilruba sneaked out, only bringing her assistant with her, which made him very nervous. You watch too many TV dramas. Dilruba rolled her eyes at her assistant. There aren't that many bad people. But don't you find it strange? The assistant asked, looking towards the kitchen with a puzzled expression. What kind of crazy idea do you have now? Reba asked, puzzled. Did they not recognize you? The assistant asked, puzzled. Did they mistake you for a stranger? It should be about right. Dilruba nodded. But this is good too, it saves a lot of trouble, otherwise we would have to explain things like taking photos. Yeah, we might make the headlines, and then there will be scandals, and we'll have to get the PR team to handle it, the assistant said, patting his chest. While the two were chatting, Zhao Yuki's wife came out carrying a plate of shredded pork with garlic sauce and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. A fragrant aroma immediately caught Reba's attention. Dilruba is also a foodie, and she has no resistance to delicious food. What dish is this? It smells so good. Reba looked up at Zhao Yuki's wife and asked. This is just home-cooked food, shredded pork with garlic sauce and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Zhao Yuki's wife placed the dishes on the table and then gave Reba a new pair of chopsticks. Eat something. You look like you haven't eaten for days. You two girls have worked so hard. Home-style cooking? How could this be home-style cooking? Dilruba's assistant stared wide-eyed at the food on the table, looking utterly incredulous. This tastes even better than what a chef at a 5-star hotel would make. It's surprisingly a home-style dish. This is just ordinary home-cooked food. I didn't cook it very well, so please bear with it, Zhao Yuki's wife said apologetically. Auntie, isn't this good? This is delicious. Reba picked up a piece of food with her chopsticks, put it in her mouth, and looked excitedly at Zhao Yuki's wife. I have never eaten such delicious food before. Yes, Auntie, this food is amazing. Were you a chef before? The assistant put a piece of egg in her mouth, her eyes lighting up. The eggs were scrambled perfectly, tender and fragrant, and the tomato sauce added a sweet and sour flavor. This is so much better than the boxed lunches served on set. But this auntie in front of me actually said she'd make do? That's too modest. What chef? I'm just a farmer. Zhao Yuki's wife beamed with joy upon hearing the praise, her eyes narrowing into slits. I learned from others, and I've only mastered less than 30% of the skill yet. Is it really this delicious when it's less than 30% cooked? Reba picked up another piece of food, put it in her mouth, and then looked at Zhao Yuki's wife in shock. Everyone says the villagers are modest, and now that I see it, they really are. The flavor of shredded pork with fish fragrance sauce is extremely pure, sweet and sour, with a hint of fish aroma. This fish aroma is not made with synthetic ingredients, but rather through a mixture of various seasonings. It's so delicious. Dilruba couldn't help but take another big bite. Seeing the two of them enjoying their meal, Zhao Yuki's wife's smile grew even wider. It's incredibly exciting for anyone to receive recognition for their own cooking. Moreover, the other party was a complete stranger, and there was no way they would flatter him out of politeness. They were obviously telling the truth. Did you hear that? I can do it just as well, Zhao Yuki's wife said proudly, glancing at Zhao Yuki beside her. Of course I can, but I'm still a little less skilled than Master Zhao, Zhao Yuki said with a chuckle. Nonsense, how can my cooking compare to Chef Zhao's? Zhao Yuki's wife glared at him and said coldly, Auntie, your cooking is absolutely amazing. Have you ever thought about opening a restaurant? Reba said eagerly after finishing her meal, gently wiping her mouth. Open a restaurant? Zhao Yuki's wife waved her hands repeatedly when she heard Reba's words. Don't joke around, someone with my skill level opening a restaurant? Are you trying to embarrass me? Zhao Yuki's wife said with a smile. Zhao Chang's restaurant in the village has just opened, and she, as Zhao Chang's apprentice, hasn't even mastered the cooking skills yet, and she's already thinking about opening a restaurant. This was something Zhao Yuki's wife would never even dare to dream of. Your cooking skills are really amazing, Dilruba said. I know a film crew that is short of someone to make boxed lunches. If you were to make boxed lunches, I think everyone on the crew would love it. Film crew? Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuki's wife looked at Reba with a puzzled expression. What does the film crew have to do with me? I haven't even learned how to cook properly myself, and you expect me to make boxed lunches for them? No way. Zhao Yuki's wife quickly refused. Why would I go and embarrass myself when I haven't even completed my apprenticeship yet? Auntie, making boxed lunches for the film crew can be quite lucrative, the assistant asked doubtfully. And with so many people on set, you could earn several hundred yuan per meal. Young lady, this really won't do. Zhao Yuki's wife saw that the other party meant well, so she said with a smile, it's not that I'm too proud to agree, it's just that it's really not tasty. You guys might find it alright, but those big stars have eaten all sorts of delicacies, how could they possibly eat our home-cooked dishes? After Zhao Yuki's wife finished speaking, the assistant was about to explain when Dilruba stopped him. Maybe those big stars like this kind of food? Dilruba said with a grin. I love listening to you talk, girl. If even a big star likes this, I'll be content, Zhao Yuki's wife said with a smile. But forget about making boxed lunches. If you want to find someone to make boxed lunches, you can ask Chef Zhao. Master Zhao? This is the second time I've heard this name. Who exactly is this person? From what I heard from the other person just now, it seemed like they were someone who taught the other person how to cook. The aunt in front of me is already a great cook, so the chef who taught her to cook must make the food even more delicious. Master Zhao is definitely too busy, don't even think about it, Zhao Yuki quickly said. Master Zhao just opened a restaurant, how could he have time to make boxed lunches and cook for a large banquet? Opening a restaurant is perfect for making boxed lunches. Cooking a big feast only takes a day. What, are you jealous of how much money Chef Zhao is making? Zhao Yuki's wife said, hands on her hips, staring at Zhao Yuki. No, I was just worried about delaying Master Zhao from making money by cooking big banquets. Zhao Yuki quickly begged for forgiveness. Facing his wife, Zhao Yuki lost all his arrogance and became as obedient as a little puppy. Is this young Chef Zhao you're talking about really good at cooking? Reba asked eagerly, looking at Zhao Yuki's wife. Of course it's delicious. Zhao Yuki and his wife nodded repeatedly. The dishes that Chef Zhao makes are the best in our village. Every time he cooks a big feast, everyone eats it all up. They almost got into a fight because they couldn't get any of Chef Zhao's dishes. What do you mean by the best food in our village? It's the best food in our county. Zhao Yuki and his wife argued. Burning a large feast? What's that for? Reba asked, blinking in confusion. It's when the village holds weddings or funerals and hires people to cook and hold banquets, that's called a big feast, the assistant explained. If we hire this Chef Zhao to cook for us, wouldn't we stop eating those awful boxed lunches? Dilruba said to her assistant. If he really makes it, then definitely, the assistant said excitedly. Sister Dilruba, I've had enough of that boxed lunch. Why don't we go ask them? Reba said with a smile, her eyes darting around. The assistant next to him kept nodding in agreement. After eating boxed lunches for the past few days, any normal person would be tired of it. Now that there's a chance to try something different, she naturally gives it her all. Reba looked at Zhao Yuki's wife beside her and asked, Auntie, where does the young Master Zhao you mentioned live? Master Zhao, it's the restaurant at the village entrance, right? It just opened, so it should be inside now, Zhao Yuki's wife said casually. It's right at the entrance of our village. Just walk along this alley next to our house, and you'll see it soon. Oh, thank you so much, Auntie, Reba said, taking out her wallet and pulling out 200 yuan from Zhao Yuki's wife. Auntie, thank you for your help earlier. What are you doing? Zhao Yuki's wife frowned as she saw the money. This is for the meal, Reba explained with a smile. We can't just eat your food for free. This is a small token of our appreciation. Girl, what do you take us for? We invited you to dinner not for the money. Zhao Yuki's wife pushed her away. If you keep acting like this, I won't take care of you anymore. Well, Dilruba hesitated. It's normal to offer some money after eating 2 dishes at someone's house, but now they refused to accept it. This left Dilruba somewhat puzzled. When she was doing her show before, she would eat out and get paid for everything, didn't she? They won't even take money now. The people in this village are so honest and kind. Honey, my wife is right. It's just a dish of vegetables. They're all homegrown, so it won't cost much, Zhao Yuki said to Reba. We're not running a restaurant, so we don't need to pay. Reba was at a loss for words. After seeing the look in Zhao Yuki's wife's eyes, she put the money back into her wallet. Xiaoying, bring me your bag. Dilruba looked at the large OD next to her assistant. The assistant quickly took off her backpack and handed it to Dilruba. The backpack contained Dilruba's cosmetics and other items. Dilruba opened her backpack, took out a pack of face masks, and handed it to Zhao Yuki's wife. Auntie, since you're not taking any money, please keep this face mask. Apply it before bed tonight, it'll be good for your skin, Dilruba said with a smile. A face mask? You mean one of those online? Zhao Yuki's wife's eyes lit up when she saw the face mask, and she happily took it. This stuff must be really expensive. I'll give you the price. Auntie, I bought a lot. Please try them out first. If they work well, I'll give you some more, and you won't need to pay. I've already eaten, haven't I? Reba said, pointing to the empty plate next to her. Your daughter is really lovely. Zhao Yuki's wife held the face mask in her hand, liking Dilruba more and more as she looked at her. I just don't know what you look like. As soon as Zhao Yuki's wife finished speaking, Dilruba took off her sunglasses. When Zhao Yuki's wife saw Reba's appearance, her face turned extremely shocked. My goodness, your daughter is so beautiful. Honey, do you have a boyfriend yet? How about I introduce you to Master Zhao?